I woke up in a dirt shack, a wasteland world stretching beyond, my sister huddled beside me. Then, a gray screen appeared, showing my pathetic stats. Suddenly, I could improve my skills through focused practice. I learned to throw pebbles with deadly accuracy. This time, I'll survive this hell and build a better future for my sister. Ha! Where am I? A shack? Did I have a fever and hallucinate? My head's swimming. Maybe I should just lie down, skip work. It's only 150 yuan, anyway. Forget it, I should still go, I muttered to myself, earn money in Nanzhou, spend it in Nanzhou, don't even think about taking a penny home, as I pushed myself up. The head of the bed? What the hell? It feels like grass. I woke up, completely stunned. Faint morning light filtered through the roof, or, rather, the shed roof. I could barely make out my surroundings. It was a roughly triangular tent-like hut. No furniture, not even a small table. The walls were mottled dirt, with a crude wooden door nailed together with planks and sticks. There was a crooked earthen stove with a small iron pot on it. Seeing that pot was actually a relief. At least there's something. The ground was covered in dry grass, I'd been sleeping on it. A few rough pottery jars lay beside me. In the opposite corner someone was huddled. A woman? Very thin. Buzz. Memories flooded back. The woman sleeping opposite me was my older sister. This is a wasteland world. Civilizations fragmented. The environment's drastically changed. It's like living in the Stone Age. We fish, hunt, farm, barter, just trying to survive. A piece of meat means risking our lives. The environment has altered the genes of humans and beasts, giving some extraordinary abilities. This camp was established by someone called the Flame Queen. I wanted to learn about these abilities, but I'm on the outer edge. The original owner of this body was a weak, under 15-year-old with no abilities, so I knew nothing. I only fantasized about becoming extraordinary, hoping the stunning Flame Queen would notice me. The more I understood these memories, the weirder I felt. The original owner's greatest wish? To kneel naked before the Flame Queen and offer her everything. The memories were so real. Did I really transmigrate? I frowned, pinched myself hard. The pain. I really transmigrated. Into a weak young child, in a wasteland world with an even weaker sister, relying on each other to survive. What the hell? Why? Why this miserable world? I lay on the dry grass, feeling utterly devastated. My eyes stung, tears flowed. I touched my eyes, and the light distorted. A semi-transparent, light gray screen appeared. Name, Tang1, age, 14 years, 9 months, strength, 0, 3 spirit, 0, 7 skills, farming mastery 719-1000. What's this? I stared blankly. It didn't change. A golden finger? A system? Before I could figure it out, bang. The wooden door shook violently. A rough voice yelled, "Are you dead? Get out here." My heart pounded. I couldn't hide, the door wouldn't hold up. Coming, I said. Xiao Wen, a timid voice whispered. My sister's thin arms hugged her legs, her big eyes were worried, her body trembling. I took a deep breath, opened the door. A burly, impatient man stood there, 2 dark skin guards behind him. He wore a black armband with management embroidered on it. Brotherly, good morning, I said, bowing, trying to smile. My already thin body looked even smaller. Good morning? Where's the rent? Rent? They charge rent for this dump? My face went pale. I recalled the details, and paled further. He was right, they did collect rent, not for the house, but a fee to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the camp. No payment? Get out and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the wild. Mutated beast scavengers, our own species. No order, no humanity. The strong preyed on the weak. With my sister and I, we'd be dinner that night. The camp's bad, but at least our lives are safe. The Flame Queen has rules. Anyone who challenges her authority, well, they're a cautionary tale. My parents died in this world. I have no special abilities, can't even scavenge well. I only do odd jobs, barely feeding my sister and myself. Speak up. No money, get out. Yes, yes. Get it. Okay, okay. 10 pounds of grain. I went inside. My sister was silently crying. I avoided her eyes, parted the dry grass, found 2 jars, both sealed with burlap. I shook them, one was full, the other half full. 7 pounds of millet in the full jar. Almost 10 pounds total. But that's all our food. I picked up 1 jar, grabbed a half-meter long iron rod from under my bed, and went to the door. Brotherly, I only have 7 pounds. This is to make up the rest, I said, raising the rod. Iron is valuable, but nothing is more valuable than food in this place. Brotherly grabbed the rod, swinging it. My back bent further. The rod was above my head. I remembered business dinner's clang. It landed on my shoulder, not hard. I didn't dodge. I'll spare you this time. Thank you, brotherly. My voice trembled. Just this once. Okay, thank you. The guards took the grain. Brotherly stamped a red seal on my hand, October. A cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme blue. October already? Winter's coming? I went back inside, closed the door. I put the rice back. My sister was starting a fire. The water boiled. She carefully measured out the millet, putting some back. I estimated it was our usual portion. I sat cross-legged, silently calling up the panel. Name, Tangwon age, 14 years and 9 months body, 0, 3 spirit, 0, 7 skill, farming mastery 719-1000. With these stats I wouldn't survive the first episode of a TV show. I need to exercise. Okay, about exercising I need to eat first. The millet was cooked, a faint fragrance in the air. I picked up my bowl, the millet barely covered the bottom. My sister's bowl, you could count the grains. My heart sank. I lowered my head, eating, and said, I'll find food soon. You stay home. She looked surprised, her beautiful face studying me for a few seconds before she nodded. Be careful, she whispered, her voice thin but clear. We had a good relationship, but the original Tangwon wasn't good with words. My sister wasn't stamped, she's a weak teenager, can't leave the camp. Scavengers would target her, it's too dangerous. After eating, I grabbed my only weapon, a crude little knife with a linen-wrapped handle, and left. Looking back at the ramshackle huts, I sighed and headed towards the west gate. No friends, no neighbors, no social life luxuries in the wasteland. You eat first, then worry about anything else. It's good, though. Saves anyone seeing I'm not myself. Beyond the west gate, a field of crops stretched to the horizon, up the distant hillside. Millet. The wasteland environment affects plants, millet's the best grain after natural selection. Spring, summer, autumn except winter, 3 harvests a year. Spring's slower, summer and autumn are fast. Countless people rely on it. My parents were farmers here, renting land. The Flame Queen is merciful, we only give up 70% of our harvest. I remember my parents thanking her until they died. They paid 3 years rent up front before they passed, ensuring my sister and I could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme. Their death's normal here, as normal as a college graduate not finding a job in another world. Kid. A black-faced man, built like an iron tower, walked up, his voice low. Winter's coming. We don't need you. The fields don't need tending, no weeding or watering. Scaring birds and insects only matters when the millet's ripe. I forced a smile. I can do any work. I don't need food, just a bite to eat. Get lost, he said, pointing, emotionless, like he'd said it 1,000 times. I didn't argue and backed away. The camp's small. By the east gate, my stomach growled. My morning food was gone. I took a deep breath and stepped into the wilderness. The guards glanced at me and continued their chat. The original owner dreamed of being a guard. Now, I just want to eat and survive. And maybe become transcendent? Grumble, my stomach growled again. Leaving the camp, I was shocked. Desolation. Cracked earth. If it weren't for some black grass, it would look dead. Black grass poisonous roots and stems, only the leaves are barely edible. And they're already picked clean. Winter's coming. For 2 years, every winter, we've sold our parents things for food. But this year nothing left. Nothing. We even moved from near the farm to the worst spot, under the camp wall. I picked up a straight branch and headed towards the Blackwater River. The water is black, forming a swamp, feeding a forest. There are fish. Approaching, I slowed. I saw people everywhere in the swamp, wearing sackcloth, emaciated, like walking corpses. I wanted to leave, but this is my best chance for food. I moved carefully, picking up small stones. If someone gets phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, I can throw stones. Scavengers fear injury, the weak are prey. Splash, splash, splash. Someone ran into the water, others followed. Fish. He caught a black fish, people swarmed him, he bit into it, blood on his mouth, he swallowed it, then was knocked down. A crazy human pyramid. Guard. Guard, someone yelled. Would they care? To my surprise, guards emerged, one with a crossbow, shooting an arrow into the sky. A whistling arrow. The people stopped and scattered. Only those closest were still fighting. Splash, splash, splash. Guards in leather armor cursed and waded in, dragging people out. I remembered what happened. My face paled. The guards care because fighting leads to death, cannibalism, more people. Blood in the water attracts real danger, mutated beasts. If they're attracted, the scavengers will flee towards the camp, a real disaster. So, it must be stopped. And those taken away? Not to save them, but to use them as bait. Like I was possessed, I followed from afar. The guards took them to stone pits. They stripped the scavengers, chopped them like winter melons, hung them on the wall like bacon, attracting mutated beasts. They call it hunting. Bang! I tossed a pebble. Flap flap. A bird with a red beak flew away. I threw all my pebbles and didn't hit a single bird. Birds are fast, I'm not accurate. Huff. My weak body panted. How do I learn a new skill? It was deliberate practice. But after 23 pebbles, no change in my experience panel. Why? Haven't I learned to throw yet? I rested, picked up the pebbles. Before I finished, my vision went dark. Panic. Low blood sugar. Damn. How long has this body been starving? Was today's exercise too much? I dragged myself back to the camp, numb. A bowl of rice soup revived me. My sister, Tang Tang, rinsed our bowls, splashing the water a meter away into the broken basin. Ha! While throwing pebbles, it seemed I didn't hit a single one. With food in my stomach, my brain worked again. My farming skill came from working with my parents. I succeeded at farming. But I didn't hit a bird. So I sat up, went outside, drew a small circle. I squatted, took a pebble. Bang! Missed. Hiss. Deep breath. Aim. Bang! The pebble landed in the circle. The light distorted. The experience panel flashed. A reaction. My eyes lit up. Bang! My hand shook in my excitement, I missed badly. Huff. Steady breaths. Bang, bang, bang. 3 throws, all in the circle. It wasn't that my aim was great, it was just 2 steps away. Once I got the hang of it, it was easy. The light changed. Name, Tang1 age, 14 years and 9 months body, 0, 3 spirit, 0, 7 skills, Farming Mastery 719-1000 Pebble Throwing Beginner 0500 I grinned. A new skill. Bang. Another hit. Pebble Throwing Beginner 1500 Bang, bang. 2 misses, no change. Hit. Beginner 2500. Another hit. 3500. The experience panel was stingy, 1 point per hit. But I was happy, progress is progress. Inside, my sister watched, puzzled at first, then worried. She was already hungry. Hit. Beginner 300,500. Hit. Still 300,500. By nightfall, I'd mastered the rhythm, about 2 out of 3 hits. But then it happened. 300 experience, and it stopped. I rubbed my sore hand, went inside, and lay down. Rustle, rustle. Tang Tang hadn't slept, she massaged my arm. 2 tiny arms, one like a twig, the other even thinner. My wrist was sore and swollen. I tossed and turned before finally falling asleep. The next morning, before the mist cleared, I'd eaten and left the camp. I found a secluded spot by a large rock. I took a charcoal stick and drew a small circle on the stone, then a larger one, and another a makeshift target. I stepped back, drew a line in the dirt. Standing behind it, I started throwing. Bang! 7 rings. The pebble bounced off. A screen appeared, skill, Pebble Throwing Beginner 300, 3025002 points. It works! I thought of this last night, treating it like a competition. A target, scoring, difficulty. Yesterday was too easy. Bang! 6 rings. Skill, Pebble Throwing, Beginner 302 300 and 3500 I threw over a dozen times. Skill, Pebble Throwing, Beginner 357500 Huff. I leaned against a tree, my right hand screaming. I couldn't force it. 5 minutes throwing, half an hour rest. This was different from yesterday. Yesterday's throws wouldn't kill an ant. Today, I used all my strength. A hit on a rabbit's leg would cripple it. I rested, avoiding injury. If I pushed myself for half an hour, I'd damage my arm. I stood up and started again. Pebble Throwing, Beginner 357 359,500 359 361,500 Experience slowly climbed. Morning, practice, rested noon, exhausted, I returned. Tang Tang had just fetched water. We looked at each other. I looked at my worn shoes, not knowing what to say. She carried the water inside. Minutes later, smoke rose from the chimney. Who still eats lunch? Someone muttered. 2 meals or 1, depended on how much you could afford. I gulped down the rice soup, the hunger was unbearable. Tang Tang silently sipped her thin broth, like a squirrel with a precious pine cone. After finishing, I lay down for a nap. Tang Tang came and rubbed my arm. In the afternoon, more target practice. After resting, my efficiency improved. Skill, Pebble Throwing, Beginner 495 497500. 497 499,500 Bang. Center hit. Level up. Skill, Pebble Throwing, Mastery 01000 Silent Woods, Bare Trees. Red-billed birds pecked at the ground. I hid behind a tree, drew back my arm, and threw, like skipping a stone. Whoosh! A cry of pain. A fist-sized bird rolled on the ground. Hit! I grabbed the twitching bird, its beak and teeth stung my hand. I twisted its neck. Meat! I swallowed, stuffing it into my bag, then picked up another stone. Chirp, chirp! The remaining birds flew to a nearby tree. They chirped, flapping their wings at me. They were conserving energy. Whoosh! Thwack! I missed. They flew off. I sighed, chasing them was useless. The panel changed, skill, stone throwing, mastery 171,017 points. Hitting living things is different. I cautiously continued exploring. Fewer birds in the forest, more outside, where people were. I preferred to stay in the forest and hunt slowly. Squeak, squeak. My feet crunched on leaves, the smell of dirt filled my nose. Chirp. A familiar sound. I located it and headed towards it. Chirp, 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 chirp. 4 or 5 birds called from the branches. For the first time, their red beaks seemed beautiful, their chirping melodious. Whoosh! My stone interrupted their call, a scream. The panel flashed. Skill, stone throwing, mastery 17331000 thud. The bird fell, but I didn't pick it up right away. I watched the others scatter and land on different trees. Not far apart. I smiled, picked up the bird, and moved to the next tree. Their red beaks were conspicuous against the brown and black of the forest. Whoosh, thud. Another bird fell. Skill, stone throwing, mastery 3351100. This didn't startle the others. I picked it up, took another stone, and approached another tree. Whoosh, thwack. I hit a branch. Damn it. Before I finished, the birds flew off. I threw again, I missed. It was getting dark. I hurried back to camp. No streetlights, night meant danger. Many people were returning, several squatting by the road, eyeing everyone. Their eyes scanned our bodies. My bag bulged, attracting their attention. I saw their intentions. What kind of world is this? I cursed silently, but didn't speed up. I stumbled, the heavy cloth bag at my waist rustling. Stones! This unlucky kid. I thought I'd found food. The people by the roadside heard the sound, saw my thin frame, and knew I hadn't eaten properly. Easy prey, but no fat to squeeze. No point in bothering. They looked away. I adjusted my pace, walking towards the camp, expression unchanged. Relief flooded me once inside. Safe. Worth 10 pounds of millet. Passing my shack, I went straight to the market. On the east side of the camp were stone houses. The road was wide, people had stalls set up. Mostly junk stuff Earth's garbage collectors wouldn't even bother with. This was the camp's edge, the people here were only slightly better off than the scavengers outside. I walked until I saw a stone wall, an iron gate, and stone bunkers on phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme side. I stopped. This was the city. People on the edge said you could eat your fill there. Everyone wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme there, but few qualified. Liga, the rent collector, said you needed more than just extra grain. I stared into the gate, curious. The original owner had lived here for years but didn't seem to know anyone in the city. The wall, those stones must weigh tons. Such a neat wall built by hand? By people who can barely eat? Or did the city still have some civilized technology? Goo, my stomach growled. I chuckled wryly. I can barely feed myself, what am I worrying about? I looked at my right hand. A stone house had a triangular flag with a rice character. A rice shop. Run by a big shot from the inner city, they said. Empty-handed, get out. I just entered when I heard a gruff voice. A man in leather armor, a leather hat, and a cocked crossbow appeared. The arrow gleamed. Yes. I have red-billed birds. I quickly pulled out a dead bird from my bag. Go in. Okay. Around the corner was a long table with a scale. Black pottery rice vats filled the yard taller than me, as thick as 2 people could hug. 20 of them. Grain? My breath hitched, my eyes burned. 1 vat I could survive the winter. Red-billed birds are rare. Let me see. An old man on a recliner slowly stood up. I handed him the bird. Captured alive? You twisted its neck? Before he finished, I said, Boss. You're so accurate. How much millet for one? He smiled, weighed the bird, less than 2 taels 80 to 90 grams. 1 tail of meat after plucking. Heart, liver, brains, everything. 3 millet per catty. Uncle, a little more? I haven't eaten enough in ages, I said, smiling. I knew the ratio, 10 catties of rice per catty of meat. Anything else in the bag? 2 more. I pulled out 2 birds. Wow, you're skilled. Luck, I said. All intact, he said, looking at me. You're practically a skeleton. 1.5 catties per bird. If you catch more, I'll bring them all to you. Thank you, boss. Thank you, uncle. Clever, he said. He scooped rice, waited. I took my bag, thanked him again, and left. It was dark, the shacks flickered with firelight, flames dancing in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, threatening to extinguish. Brothers not back yet? Tang Tang clung to the door, staring at the camp entrance. Time passed, the fire in our house died out. She sat, her eyes fixed. People phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme disappeared, never to return. She'd heard women say, so and so hasn't returned for a day, then 2, 3, then nothing. She hugged herself, trembling in the cold night. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Sis? Why are you at the door? I breathed a sigh of relief. The house was dark, I thought something happened. Brother? Why are you coming from there? Tears welled in her eyes. I'm fine. Let's go inside. Okay. We went in, relit the stove. Firelight glowed on our cheeks. Before she could ask, I held up a finger, pulled out a bag of millet. This? Surprise was in her voice. She looked towards the door, then took the bag. 4.5 pounds. We can eat our fill. Where'd you get it? Are you hurt? She grabbed my arm. I waved my hand. I'm fine. Just tired. Oh, and this, I showed her the last bird. You hunted. She looked towards the door, paused. You used a stone? Yeah, don't tell anyone. Yeah. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice. This bird should be exchanged for rice too. I looked at our thin arms. We need meat, winter's coming. We'll split it. Her face was reluctant. But you said 1 bird is 1.5 pounds of millet? Don't worry, I can hunt more tomorrow. Okay, we'll eat it tomorrow. More millet today. She went for the rice. Tang one, she's smart. Glug, glug. The water boiled. Tang Tang added 2 handfuls of millet. More. You'll hunt more tomorrow. The hunger was unbearable. After 2 days, I understood why people struggle to lose weight. Hunger and constant exercise not human. She added more millet. Gurgle, gurgle. Our stomachs rumbled. We ate silently. Hungry people don't talk. The porridge was gone in 3 minutes. Tang Tang made rice soup, we sipped it. 70% full. She cleaned up, I lay down. 7 o'clock. In this world, early to bed, early to rise, no. Not yet. I remembered those people by the road. I'd fooled them. But next time? I'll take a different phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route / phoneme. I could climb a tree or high place to scout. Most importantly, I looked at my twig-like arms. I have to exercise. My stomach wasn't empty, but I stood and started moving. Under my sister's puzzled gaze, I stood, legs apart, palms flat, raised to my navel, arms outstretched, hands touching above my head, then whoosh. Straight up. Tang Tang tilted her head back. The first form of the 8-section brocade. I'd been stuck inside for months over the last 3 years. The longest lockdown was over 80 days, confirmed cases in my building. To boost my immunity, I'd learned this from a health expert on Douyin. I only practiced for a few months, not long enough to see results. Now, I desperately hoped it would work miracles. Sis, remember these moves. You need to practice with me. Tang Tang didn't want to, moving made her hungry. But seeing my serious face, she nodded, adding dead leaves to the stove. After one round, my body felt warmer. After resting, I started the second round, then the third. The worry on Tang Tang's face grew. Would I get hungry? After the third round, the light distorted. Name: Tang 1, age 14 years and 9 months, body 0, 3 spirit 0, 7 skill, farming mastery 719-1000 skill, stone throwing mastery 671000 skill, 8 section brocade, beginner 0500. It became a skill. My movements were standard. Before, I'd followed the video exactly, I had no confidence deviating. It worked. 8 section brocade was more complex than stone throwing. It's beginner, not entry. But I was happy, an experience bar. Sis, did you remember it? Practice with me next time. A next time? That'll make me hungry. Xiao Wan, what are you practicing? An old man taught me. It makes me stronger, I said casually. Tang Tang understood. No wonder you've been hungrier. You've been practicing all day? Yeah. We won't lack millet, you need to practice too. After a pause, she said, tomorrow. I'll practice tomorrow. I didn't push it. I took a drink of water and started the fourth round. Tang Tang sat, hugging her knees, muttering to herself. After the fourth round, I gained 5 experience points. Skill, 8 section brocade, beginner 05500 few. My body was sweaty. I stopped. I lay down, chatted with Tang Tang, and fell asleep. The next morning, before I woke, my stomach rumbled. Tang Tang added 3 handfuls of millet, 2 bowls of thick porridge. After eating, following my sister's instructions, I left the camp and entered the forest. Winter would be hard. Even the edible bark was gone. People weren't doing well, neither were the birds. I found a few red-billed birds. My aim was steadier now. They were startled by the deaths of their fellows, but landed nearby. I got 3 out of 4. That was my entire morning's harvest. At noon, I returned. 3 more? Xiao Wen's amazing. Tang Tang was energized. Then she seemed to remember something, quickly closed the door, and gave instructions, to exchange for millet, don't go to yesterday's rice shop. There's a black market on the east side, avoid that. Don't exchange too much at once. I listened patiently, then said something that conflicted her. I won't get much rice, we need meat. She frowned. Okay then. At noon, I ate roasted bird. Just salt, a little fishy, but delicious. I ate everything: heart, liver, eyes, brain. Tang Tang picked out all the edible parts. Here, for you. She offered most of the meat. I stopped her. I'm a girl, I can't eat that much. She averted her gaze. Eat it, sis. More tonight. If there is, good. If not, it's okay. But be safe. Okay. Thump. She threw the meat in my bowl, hugged hers, and hid in the corner. She was practiced at this. I finished eating, practiced the 8 section brocade, grabbed my pebble bag, and went out. The sun was high when I headed back, 5 red-billed birds in hand. Considering the 2 at home, I exchanged all 5 for millet, 2 at one shop, 3 at another. Following my sister's advice, I exchanged a maximum of 3 at a time. In this world, people kill for fish, caution is essential. 7.5 pounds of millet, half in my arms, half at my waist, felt heavy, like a paycheck. Food, 4 now. But rent, repairs, tools, firewood, the shovels, gone, more rice? Not all at one place, right? Rest. Tang Tang babbled, hid the rice, and poured me water. That evening, millet porridge and a charcoal grilled red-billed bird each. Xiao Wan, what's outside? Tang Tang looked at the door. I looked vigilantly. I could see everything through the crack, but nothing was there. Thud. Half a bird was in my bowl. Tang Tang waddled into the corner. Tang 1, sis, are you doing this on purpose? I need to catch more. After dinner, she reluctantly practiced the 8-section brocade with me. Feel the movement, imagine a warm current, I explained. She seemed to understand. We practiced. Skill, 8-section brocade, beginner 11-17500 skill, 8-section brocade, beginner 17-24,510 days passed. I left early, returned early, never greedy, always back before dark. I took the deserted paths. When someone eyed me, I'd rattle my pebble bag. I sold no more than 3 birds, varying the shops, avoiding attention. I returned early, but wasn't idle. I'd exchanged half a pound of rice for a leaky bucket and started reinforcing our shack. This day, I returned early, carrying the bucket to the wash pool to get mud. I carried bucket after bucket of mud, mixed it with dry grass I'd traded for half a pound of rice, and plastered it on the shack. No more drafts. Inside, the fire crackled. I took the shovel 2 pounds of rice and dug a small pit in the corner. I lined it with dry grass, put in new rice jars, covered them with wood and grass. Then we ate. 2 roasted red-billed birds and 2 large bowls of millet porridge each. Unthinkable before. After 1 bird and a bowl of porridge, we stood, ready to practice the 8-section brocade, then finish eating. My sister's idea, no extra meals, no hunger at night. Tang stirred the fire, the flames grew stronger. The shack brightened. Ready position, first section, supporting the heavens. After 5 rounds, my experience panel changed. Skill, 8-section brocade, beginner entry level 11,000 upgraded. I was overjoyed. A warm current flowed from the top of my head throughout my body. So refreshing. My eyes shone in the darkness. But before I could celebrate, my stomach rumbled. Hungry. Starving. I grabbed the bird meat and devoured it. What's wrong? Tang was startled. Hungry. Starving. The hunger was intense. Ah. She shoved another bird into my mouth, frantically scooping porridge. I ate 2 bowls, 2 birds, in under a minute. Don't rush. I'll cook more. She grabbed the rice jar and poured it all out, 5, maybe 6 pounds. She washed the rice, her chest aching. 6 pounds at one sitting? Even big shots wouldn't eat like this. The pot couldn't hold it all, 2 pounds at a time. I was dizzy, shaking. Before the rice cooked, Tang shoved handfuls of raw millet in my mouth. It was delicious. I crammed it in. Tang looked worried. What's wrong? The 8-section brocade? It's fine. Very effective, I mumbled, looking at the panel. Name, Tang1, age, 14 years and 9 months, physique, 0, 35-1. 0 spirit, 0, 71-1. 0 skill, farming mastery 719-1000 skill, stone throwing, mastery 959-1000 skill, 8-section brocade, beginner entry level 11,000. My physique and spirit had increased slightly over 10 days. But far less than after the 8-section brocade upgrade. Thank you, past me. I'd seriously practiced it when bored. 6 pounds wasn't enough. Seeing I wasn't stopping, Tang, her heart aching, opened a new jar of rice. Even city guards wouldn't eat like this. She didn't slow down, adding firewood, washing and cooking. After over 10 pounds, I was finally full. Fatigue hit, I fell asleep. Tang sat all night, checking my chest and forehead. I woke up refreshed. I stretched, my bones cracked. Anything uncomfortable? Bloated? Tang touched my stomach, stunned. Xiao1, you've gained weight. I lifted my shirt. Still thin, but I had muscles. It really worked. My emaciated body was strong. This is what happens when physique hits 1. 0? The 8-section brocade was the right choice. I clenched my fist, muscles bulged. It felt good to be strong. Tang was surprised, pinching my arms. The millet wasn't wasted. She looked up, remembering something. Are you still hungry? No. I'll have some soup. You eat millet, then we'll do morning exercises. She frowned, thought of the 16 pounds of rice, and finally said, okay. Ready position first step, hands pushing up. I did the 8-section brocade easily. If I wore a Taoist robe and posted it online, I'd get 100,000 likes easily. Little Wen's different. Tang Tang narrowed her eyes, unable to articulate it, but I was much better than before. Sturdier too. The 16 pounds weren't wasted. Skill, 8-section brocade, novice 3643100001 round took 7 or 8 minutes, 3 at most in the morning. Then it was light. To avoid being seen, I'd return to eat, then go out. Today, I did 6 rounds, my head was steaming, and it was still dark. After porridge and roasted birds, I prepared to go out. Our rice, after yesterday, was below 60 pounds. I needed more. But luck wasn't with me. 3 red-billed birds. I aimed, shot. Crack. My half-egg-sized stone hit a thick branch, breaking it. The birds scattered, flying away. No chance to finish them off. My strength and speed were better. I analyzed my miss. For the first time in 10 days, I returned empty-handed. At noon, I broke some dry branches for firewood. Tang Tang saw I'd brought nothing, her heart leaped, but she said nothing. Lunch was normal. We ate silently. Finally, I spoke. Sister. Help me roast some foxtail millet. Not full? She looked at her half bowl of porridge. She'd give it to me. No, for attracting birds. Oh, she put down her bowl, grabbed half a handful of full ounce. Too little. Will the birds know it's food? Or, I'll catch bugs at the water's edge? She added another handful. The roasted millet smelled good. I wrapped it in linen, went into the jungle, chose a spot, and sprinkled millet. I went a few hundred steps, sprinkled more, found a tree, and waited. Cluck 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 movement. A pheasant. I crept closer. Swish. My stone hit it. It squawked. Swish. Another stone, hitting its wing. It fell. I rushed over, grabbed its wings, ready to twist its neck. I saw the experience panel. Skill, stone throwing, mastery 959-973-1000 14 points? The pheasant struggled. Then I took my spare stone bag, tied it to the pheasant's wing, making sure it was secure, then threw it. The pheasant, freed, lifted its head, ready to fly like a new employee excited by a promotion. But the heavy bag threw it off balance. It struggled, unable to fly more than a few feet, let alone quickly. 20 or 30 pebbles, after all. Cluck cluck cluck, it was frantic. But it couldn't fly like an overworked employee, willing but unable to go home. Swish. Cluck, cluck. I hit it accurately, it screamed and fell. Skill, stone throwing, mastery 973-986-1000 13 points. Great experience farming. Usually, one stone killed a red-billed bird. The pheasant was bigger and tougher. It flapped, the stone grazing its beak. It stopped crying, just trying to stand, to fly clumsy, like a middle-aged man worn down by life. Stand up. You can do it. Come on 2 more times, and my skill upgrades. I cheered it on, not feeling cruel at all. I'd heard similar things at work, the boss pushing overtime. But I knew working hard meant occupational disease. The boss would get another wife, buy houses, and rent them to me. Finally, it flew again. I breathed a sigh of relief, threw the stone. Cluck. A short scream. It fell, legs kicking, still. Skill, stone throwing, mastery proficient 13,000 skill, flying stone, proficient 13,000 upgraded. 15 points. The skill changed names? Flying stone sounds better. I didn't stop. I quickly picked up the pheasant, stuffing it in my bag, and left. I'd made noise, I didn't want to attract attention. It was early, I used my last foxtail millet and attracted red-billed birds. Swish, 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 stones flew. Proficient skills were different. 5 hits in a row. I kept shooting. Chirp! Chirp! They fell. 2 ounces of millet yielded a pheasant and 7 birds. A huge win. I quickly left the forest, reaching the camp gate safely. I realized I wasn't tired. Improved physique, I guess. Back in the hut, Tang Tang jumped at the sight of the pheasant. She talked about the firewood and water she'd collected, then realized, Xiaowan, we don't have a knife to kill it. We had a small knife for birds, but not pheasants. Let's sell it. Sell it? Too dangerous. People will notice, Tang Tang disagreed. I thought. I'll trade it at the blacksmith's. I'll cover my face, go when it's dark. She shook her head. Go during the day. Cover yourself in mud and ash, exchange for scissors. I'll cut your hair, they won't recognize you. All right. After preparing, I went out, black-faced. I traded at 2 rice shops for rice. Entering, I saw Tang Tang stuffing firewood in a basket. Sister, what are you doing? Shoo, she whispered. I'll put the chicken here, you carry it to the blacksmith. Smart. Hee clang, clang, clang. The hammer struck hot iron. Delivering firewood? The blacksmith asked, seeing me. Some people did that for food. No. I have meat, I want to trade. Meat? He looked suspicious. I put down the basket, took out the firewood, then the pheasant. A wild chicken? He looked closer. A whole one. Heart, liver, brains perfect. What do you want? A kitchen knife, daggers, scissors. Too much. Knife and scissors. I'll give you the firewood too. Not worth much, he said. I pulled out 3 red-billed birds. Add these, give me 3 daggers. Red-billed birds? He looked surprised, thought, and said, my daggers are refined steel. 1. I pretended to back off. He quickly added, needles and thread too. After a pause, I agreed. He didn't lie, the dagger was over 20 centimeters long, double-edged, sharp. I tested it on wood, satisfied. Bring more meat. I looked at him seriously. Do you have millet? Potatoes and sweet potatoes. What's your name, brother? Li Daniu. Tang 1. Little Tang, bring me birds. I'll give you potatoes. My wife had a baby, it needs meat. Okay. Few people hunted. Most survived on fish, roots, vegetables, and insects. In spring, they farmed. The camp provided a meal, a share of the harvest. More grain meant saving for tools and new land. Seeds were provided, a 3-to-7 split. Guards hunted mutated beasts, but sent the prey to the city back in the hut, the dagger was on a hook. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range, every throw hit. The panel appeared, skill, throwing knife, beginner 1500 I'm Chinese. I'm anxious, insecure, and terrified of insufficient firepower. On the way back, I thought the pheasant was luck. But what about next time? A wolf or mutated beast? I couldn't outrun them, fighting was 30-70. 3 minutes, and the wolf would be 70% full. Lethal skills were urgent. I chose throwing knives. Before the 8-section brocade upgrade, this would have been impossible. My physique and spirit were too weak. Even if I ate enough, I lacked the energy. In the swooshing sound, Tang Tang hummed, sewing. Swoosh. The 100th hit. Skill, throwing knife, beginner 100500. A motionless stake was inefficient. Each hit gave little experience. Night came, the North phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme hulled. The cold woke my sister and me, we lit the stove to stay warm, barely sleeping till dawn. More people than usual left camp that morning, carrying baskets and firewood knives. I carried a basket, joined the crowd, moved away from the woodcutters, and went into the forest to find a spot to scatter millet. I hid to practice throwing knives. When the red-billed birds arrived, I put away my dagger. It was cold, maybe that's why only these birds were around. I hadn't seen other birds in weeks. Swoosh, 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 4 birds fell. I picked them up, checked the millet. I'd acted quickly, they hadn't eaten much, no need to add more millet yet. At noon, I didn't go back. I ate millet dumplings my sister made and kept hunting. It was getting colder, days shorter. I still needed to hunt more birds since I hadn't bought bedding yet. With my expert-level stone throwing, my accuracy was high. 3 or 5 birds, none escaped. That afternoon, I finished early, carrying a basket of firewood, disguised as a gatherer. Lots of people on the road, but I blended in, no one paid me any attention. 15 birds today, a good haul. My knife throwing skill also leveled up, throwing knife, beginner 207500. Back at camp, I went to several rice shops, trading for 10 pounds of millet, then used 10 pounds from home to buy new hemp clothes and thick blankets at the grocery store. They were layered hemp cloth, with dried grass and cotton padding. A woman could sew one in 2 days. Just effort and thread. Back home, Tang pouted, unhappy. What junk is this? They'll mold next year. And you used 10 pounds of rice, but she slept soundly that night. Every day, I scattered millet, like a fisherman baiting. The birds seemed to know, they came in droves. For days, I harvested over 20 birds. We ate a roasted bird 3 times a day, the rest were traded for grain and supplies. Life was peaceful, though hard. We had too much millet, our jars weren't enough. Our space was small, no room for large vats. I traded for covered buckets to store the grain. Late October, I was carrying a rabbit and firewood, heading back to camp. Stop. Give me the firewood. My body tensed. Someone jumped out from behind a tree, thin, ragged, gaunt, with bulging eyes, holding a sharpened stick, poking at me. A scavenger. Camp people weren't this desperate. I lifted my clothes, showing the glint of my dagger. Best to subdue him without fighting. He was excited. Give me the knife too. Tang one, swoosh. My hidden hand threw a stone. Ah! He covered his nose, stumbling back, hitting a tree. Skill, throwing stone, expert 899-932-3000. So much experience? Injury was common for scavengers. His broken nose enraged him. He straightened up, grabbed his stick, and charged. On Earth, I'd fantasized about dealing with a bad boss, a difficult girlfriend, or a bottle attack. Then I realized just having a job was a blessing. No girlfriend drama, no bottle attacks. But here I'd repeatedly dreamed of being robbed. While waiting in the forest, I'd rehearsed defending myself. Seeing him charge, I was flustered but not afraid. I retreated, throwing 3 stones quickly. I'd imagined hitting his eyes and Adam's apple. But I panicked, missing, hitting his face. I splattered his face with blood, but he kept coming. Hiss! The stick was near. I pulled out my dagger and threw it. Put! Right in the neck. Pink foam covered the blade. The stick fell, he collapsed. Skill, stone throwing, proficient 99710213000. Skill, knife throwing, mastered 309-417-1000. Phew. I sat down, firewood scattered. I caught my breath, stood, looking at him, blood flowing, the smell strong. I didn't vomit, but I couldn't look at his bulging eyes. After a few minutes, I moved, retrieved my dagger, wiped it, packed my basket, and left, flustered. I'd thought about killing, but actually doing it was different. Especially for an ordinary guy like me. In the hut I sat up, muttering, it's fake. This was the 3rd time I'd woken up terrified, drenched in sweat. Xiao Wen, you're awake? Another nightmare? Tang rubbed her eyes, lit the lamp, poured me water. I'm okay, sis. Go back to sleep. She sat beside me. Little bro, I saw blood on your dagger, rabbit blood. But the rabbit wasn't skinned properly. The skin can be traded. Remember to ask the blacksmith for more stuff tomorrow. A rabbit skin makes a hat. Worth at least 7 no, 9 gene of millet. The potatoes and sweet potatoes are muddy, we need 2 gene for one to make it worthwhile. I smiled. She stopped. Xiaowen, you're capable. You killed someone, didn't you? I was silent. I knew it when you came back. You were blank, your knife bloody, blood on your pants. You didn't talk while eating, only grunted. You weren't as focused on practice. I smiled wryly. I thought I'd hidden it well. She saw right through me. I told her what happened. She frowned. You have no fighting experience. Yeah. Tomorrow, don't trade for too many potatoes. Ask him to teach you to fight. He used to be a guard. When you encounter robbers, you have to kill them. They don't work but rob others. If you give in, they'll keep robbing you. Firewood, birds, millet. She was furious. Even though he was dead, she was scared and angry. We talked, she went back to bed. I heard her mutter, dare to rob my rice, I'll beat you to death. The next day, thick fog. Before it cleared, I reached the blacksmith's. Little Tang's here? Li Danio's eyes lit up. Brother Li looks radiant. He, meet with every meal. Today, Brother Li's in for a treat. Rare goods? Take a look. Rabbit. Little Tang, you're getting good. Li Dania hefted the rabbit. 30 gene of potatoes, plus a dagger. Sound fair? I smiled. Brother Li, I hear you know swordsmanship? He looked at me. Just curious, Brother Li. Could you teach me? I can, but my skills aren't special. Brother Li, you're too modest. I've wanted to learn. Consider this rabbit tuition. My phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme splitting saber doesn't need much. But you need a saber. Practice here, grab one. Once you've learned it, give me some quilias as payment, and I'll give you the saber. Okay. Thank you, Brother Li. No thanks needed. We agreed. Besides the rabbit, I give Li Dania 5 quilias daily, and he'd teach me 3 times a day. He immediately picked a heavy saber. Swing it a few times. Too heavy, choose a lighter one. People here rarely eat their fill. Heavy sabers were for guards. Even farmers would find this one heavy. Body, 105. I glanced at my physique. It had increased by 0.05 from exercise. I gripped the saber, started slashing. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme whistled. I wasn't tired. Li Daniu was surprised. Little Tang, you're thin, but strong. Haha, natural. Alright, let's start. This saber technique, learned when I was a guard, is called the 8 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme splitting slashes. He locked the door and went to the backyard. Husband, what's this? A woman came out. This was my first time seeing Li Dania's wife. Pregnant, fair-skinned, beautiful smile, the first beauty I'd seen since transmigrating. My sister's pretty, but too thin, still developing. Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Tangwon. Little Tang, hello. Brother Li mentioned you're capable. She had a good impression. I was polite and didn't stare. Li Dania thought highly of me too. Neighbors who'd seen his wife just stared blankly. This little Tang's no ordinary person. They exchanged glances. She went inside to cook, he picked up his saber. Little Tang, I'll show you. The first move, a fierce slash, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme splitting saber swish. The saber slashed, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme roared. The fourth move, sweeping the battlefield, no enemy escapes. Swish, swish, swish. It was simple and practical, each move had variations. Sweeping the battlefield could sweep left, right, or continuously, focusing on speed and ferocity. I watched carefully. After he finished, I clapped. Brother Li, you're too modest. With this, even 7 or 8 scavengers couldn't approach. Not that powerful. Maybe with armor he was embarrassed by the praise. I was even more likable. I could hunt and speak well. Come on, little Tang. I'll teach you the first move. He taught, I practiced. Engrossed. After 3 lessons, I practiced from memory, with Lidania correcting me. I was sweating, but no new skill appeared. I wasn't in a hurry. In school, it took me 2 weeks to learn Eaglet Takes Flight. This was simple, but I had no foundation. 3 days later, I could do the whole technique without him. Skill: phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme breaking saber, entry level 1500. The skill appeared. You're doing well, kid. Honestly, haven't you been eating a lot of meat? He wasn't foolish. In early winter, everyone huddled inside, afraid of running out of food. Besides guards, who would practice like this? Even he didn't practice daily. I eat a few birds I can't sell. On the 7th day, I brought 2 pheasants and over 30 quilias to Lidaniu. I brought back 2 daggers and a long saber. I gave Tang Tang a dagger, I carried the other as a throwing knife. Open the door. Rent. The end of the month arrived. Brotherly, I'm ready. Thanks for last month. I carried a bag of millet 30 pounds for 3 months' rent. You're doing well. Taller, stronger. Thanks to you. This is 3 months' worth. Good. A guard took the millet. Brotherly glanced at my shack. This is 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the entrance. If you have food, trade for a place inside. Thank you, Brotherly. I was puzzled. Boss, 30 pounds, a guard said. Brotherly produced something. Take this tag. It was an iron tag with winter written on it. He stamped a red mark on my wrist. Show this, get a stamp each month. Then he left. Sister, besides cold and hunger, anything special about winter? I'll ask around. Okay. That evening, I went to the blacksmith's. Brotherly, today I stopped. We have a guest. A strange man was choosing weapons. He turned, sized me up. His eyes narrowed when he saw my young face. I saw him clearly: long, thin face, triangular eyes, hooked nose. He wore layered linen clothes of different sizes. Brother, take the firewood to the backyard. Lidania winked, then said to the guest, he's my brother. Oh. The triangular-eyed man showed yellow teeth and looked at my back. First move, a fierce frontal chop. I practiced twice before Lidania came in with fish. Brother, that guy wasn't good. Be careful. He shook the fish, 3 had teeth marks. I remembered the fight over a fish on my first day. Okay. Brotherly, help me find a place closer to the inside of the camp. His smile faded. What? You're still on the outskirts? Yes. I nodded. The very edge, actually. You need to move quickly, before the mutated beasts attack in winter. Please explain. He processed the fish. Mutated beasts are ferocious. They eat people in winter. Scavengers hide or run to our camp. The beasts follow, the guards attack, the beasts hit the walls. If strong ones get through, my expression became serious. The beasts would target the camp edges first. Experts would come from the city, or the beasts would feast and leave. Indeed, there's always worse. I'd planned to stay put, but after talking to my sister, we needed to move. But moving needed money. Families short on food might trade places if we gave them enough. Living on the edge wasn't a death sentence. We could hide, dig a hole, and sleep underground. Tang Tang preferred that digging a hole rather than giving away millet. I disagreed. What if the mutated beasts were good diggers? And our shack offered 0 protection against them. In winter, even if we survived, a collapsed house would be a major problem to fix. Over the next few days, Tang Tang reinforced the shack with sticks and rope and dug a pit. Every day, I took a pound of roasted millet out of camp. It worked wonders. Lots of millet attracted pheasants, and at least 30 red-billed finches each time. Tang Tang processed the pheasants and stored them. It was getting cold, the meat would keep. The finches were traded at various rice shops. As it got colder, I broke my 3-day rule. I had to go to several shops daily. Days passed, still no word from Li Daniu. I took 2 processed pheasants to the guard camp. "Kid, who are you looking for?" "Brother Li, tell him I'm here with something." "Wait." Okay, huh? Where is this? A shack? Could it be that I had a high fever from the flu and hallucinated? My head is spinning. Should I just lie down today? Skip work? It's just 150 yuan anyway? Well, forget it. I should still go. Tangwen muttered to himself, earn money in Nanzhou, spend it in Nanzhou, don't even think about taking a penny home, as he propped himself up on the head of the bed. The head of the bed? What the hell? Why does it feel like grass? Tangwen woke up and was immediately stunned when he opened his eyes. Faint morning light shone through the shed roof. With the help of this faint light, he could barely see his surroundings. It was an irregular triangle, a simple hut shaped like a tent. There was no furniture, not even a small table. The surrounding walls were mottled dirt, and on the wall was a wooden door haphazardly nailed together with planks and sticks. Under the wall was a crooked earthen stove, and on the stove was a small iron pot. Seeing this pot, Tangwen actually felt a bit of relief from the bottom of his heart. At least there was a household appliance, a household iron item. The ground was covered with a layer of dry grass, and he had been sleeping on it. Beside him were a few rough pottery jars. In the opposite corner, a long-haired person was cowering. Ha! A woman? A very thin woman. Buzz. Memories flooded back like a tide. The woman sleeping opposite him was his body's older sister. This was a wasteland world. Civilization in this world had been fragmented. The natural environment had undergone tremendous changes. The loss of civilization had led to a life that was like the primitive society. People fished, hunted, farmed, bartered, and tried their best to fill their stomachs every day. For a piece of meat, they had to risk their lives to hunt. Changes in the natural environment had altered the genes of humans and beasts. Humans and beasts alike could awaken extraordinary abilities. The camp he was currently in was established by someone known as the Flame Queen. He was eager to learn about extraordinary abilities, but unfortunately, he was on the outermost edge of the camp, and the original owner of this body was just an under 15-year-old, weak child with no abilities, so he knew nothing about the extraordinary. He only fantasized about becoming extraordinary, hoping that the stunningly beautiful Flame Queen would favor him. The more Tangwen understood these memories, the stranger his expression became. The greatest wish of the original owner of this body was to kneel naked before the Flame Queen and offer her everything. The memories were so real. Had he really transmigrated? Tangwen frowned and pinched himself hard. The pain made his brows furrow even deeper. He really transmigrated. And he had become a weak, young child, living in a wasteland world with an even weaker older sister, depending on each other for survival. What the hell was this? Why? Why did I have to transmigrate to such a miserable world? He lay on the dry grass, feeling an indescribable sense of grievance. His eyes turned sour, and clear tears flowed. The tears flowed down his cheeks and into his neck, feeling a little itchy. Tangwen reached out to touch his eyes, and suddenly the light in front of him distorted. The next moment, a semi-transparent, light gray screen appeared. Name, Tangwen. Age, 14 years, 9 months. Strength, 0, 3 Spirit, 0, 7 Skills, Farming Mastery 719-1000. What's this? Tangwen stared blankly for a long time. Seeing that the screen didn't change, he slowly came back to his senses. He didn't even dare to pinch his thigh again, afraid that what he saw was an illusion. A golden finger? A system? Before he could study it. Bang! A loud noise. The wooden door shook violently, and a rough voice shouted, "Are you dead? If not, get out here." Tangwen's heart tightened, and he slowly sat up. He knew he couldn't hide. The makeshift wooden door wouldn't withstand a few blows. Besides, the person outside could see him lying on the bed through the cracks in the door and the dirt walls. Coming, I'm coming. Xiao 1. A timid voice sounded. On the ground, the girl's thin arms tightly hugged her bamboo-like legs, her big eyes filled with worry, and her body trembled involuntarily. Tang Wen took a deep breath, walked to the door, and gently opened the wooden stick holding it shut. A burly man with a beard and an impatient look stood at the door. Behind him were two dark-skinned guards with knives. The burly man wore a black armband with two large characters embroidered in white thread, management. Brotherly, good morning. Tang Wen recalled the man's name and identity, instinctively bent over, and smiled cautiously. His already thin body looked even smaller. What good morning? Where's next month's rent? Rent? They collect rent for this dilapidated place? Tang Wen's face turned pale. He quickly recalled the details, and the next moment, his face turned even paler. What the man said was true. They did collect rent here. But the rent wasn't for the house. It was a fee for living in the camp. If you didn't pay, you had to get out in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the wild. Not to mention the mutated beasts in the wild, there was also danger from scavengers, who were of the same species. There was no order or humanity among the scavengers. Life and death were determined by fate, and the strong preyed on the weak. With Tang Wen and the girl's physique, they would be caught and thrown into a pot to cook that very night. Although the environment in the camp was also very bad, at least their lives were guaranteed. Because the Flame Queen had established rules against killing and plundering, no one dared to violate them easily. Countless people who had tried to challenge the Queen's authority had served as a warning to everyone with their tragic ends. The adults in the original owner's family had long since died in this miserable world. The original owner himself had no special ability to make a living. He couldn't even beat others at scavenging outside the camp, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme had no harvest. He could only do odd jobs such as watching fields and scaring away birds and beasts. After a day's work, he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme couldn't even feed himself and his sister, let alone have surplus food to pay the rent. Speak up. Are you mute? If you don't have it, get out. Yes. Then go get it. Okay, I'll get it right away. 10 pounds of grain, not even half a pound less. Tang Wen turned around and went into the house, seeing the girl silently shedding tears. He lowered his head to avoid her eyes, gently parted the dry grass in the corner, and found 2 jars underneath. Both were sealed with burlap. He held them in his hands and shook them. One jar was full, and the other was only half full. One full jar contained 7 pounds of millet, and 2 jars were almost exactly 10 pounds. But this was all the food stored by the 2 people in the family. If they handed it all over, they would have to go hungry. Tang Wen picked up 1 jar, and from under his bed, he pulled out an iron rod about half a meter long and walked towards the door. Brotherly, I only have 7 pounds of rice. I'll use this to make up the rest. What do you think? He carefully raised the iron rod with one hand, his heart also rising with it. Although ironware was also a valuable item in this era, in this dog-eat-dog world, nothing was more valuable than food. Brotherly reached out and grabbed the iron rod, swinging it back and forth a few times. Tang Wen's back bent even lower, and his head lowered another 3 points. The iron rod was right above his head and could fall down at any time. He remembered eating with Party A in the past. The other party filled a 3-ounce glass with white wine, and he had to drink it, otherwise, he would be disrespecting them. Clang! The iron rod landed on his shoulder, not with much force, but Tang Wen's body tilted, and his hands tightly protected the jar of rice in his arms. He didn't dodge or look up. I'll spare you this time. Thank you, Brotherly, thank you, Brotherly. Tang Wen's voice trembled. Just this once. Okay, thank you so much. The guards came up, took the jar, and poured it into a rice bag. Brotherly took out a seal from his pocket, grabbed his arm, and stamped it on the back of his hand with a snap. Tang Wen took the jar of rice and watched the three men go to knock on the next house's door. A few minutes later, he lowered his head and looked at the back of his hand, where there was an extra red stamp, a red circle with two bright red characters inside October. P.S. New author, new book, please support. A gust of cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme blue, and Tang Wen, standing at the door, shivered. October already? Is winter coming next? He didn't delay any further, walked into the room, and closed the door tightly. He put the rice jar back where it belonged. The girl, or rather, the older sister, was already starting a fire to cook. A gurgling sound rang out, the water was boiling. She carefully grabbed a handful of golden yellow millet in her hand, paused for a moment, and then gently pinched a small portion and put it back into the jar. Tang Wen, who occasionally cooks rice and porridge, estimated in his mind that this was about the amount of food he and his sister usually eat. She carefully rinsed the millet and put it into the pot. Tang Wen sat cross-legged on the hay, gently calling out Panel in his heart. Name, Tang Wen. Age, 14 years and 9 months. Body, 0, 3 Spirit, 0, 7 Skill, Farming Mastery 719-1000. With these stats, in a TV series, he definitely wouldn't survive the first episode. I need to exercise. Goo goo goo. Okay, about exercising, I need to eat my fill first. The millet was cooked, with a faint fragrance wafting. Tang Wen picked up his own bowl, the millet barely covering the bottom. Looking at the older sister's bowl, the grains were distinct, you could count them at a glance. His heart felt heavy, he lowered his head and said while eating, I will find food as soon as possible, you stay at home. The older sister seemed a little surprised, her beautiful face stared at him for a few seconds, nodded, and said in a crisp, weak voice, be careful. The siblings have a good relationship, but the original Tang Wen wasn't good at saying these things. The older sister's hand wasn't stamped, and she's a weak, teenage girl, so she can't leave the camp. Otherwise, she would definitely be targeted by scavengers, it's too dangerous. After eating, Tang Wen took his only weapon, a crude small knife with a handle wrapped in linen, and walked out of the room. Looking back at the rows of dilapidated huts, he sighed, and walked towards the west gate along the direction of his memory. No acquaintances, no neighbors, no social interaction, and even less emotional entanglement, these things are luxuries in the wasteland, you have to eat your fill every meal to have the time to consider them. It's good too, saves any acquaintances from seeing that I'm not right. Outside the west gate, a field of crops, stretching to the horizon, extending to the distant hillside. This is millet field, the wasteland environment changes, affecting plants. Millet is the most suitable grain for the wasteland after natural selection. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, except for winter, it can be harvested 3 times a year. The spring season matures slower, the summer and autumn seasons grow very quickly. Countless wastelanders rely on it to survive. The original owner's parents were farmers in the camp, renting a piece of land to cultivate. The Flame Queen is very benevolent, only needing to hand over 70% of the income, and the rest can be kept for themselves. In his memory, the original owner's parents thanked the Queen for her benevolence until their death. It was by relying on the grain saved from this harvest that the original owner's parents paid 3 years' rent in advance before their death, sheltering the siblings to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme to this day. As for their death, it's normal in the wasteland, just as normal as college students not being able to find a job in another time and space. Kid. Seeing someone coming to the farm, a black-faced man like an iron tower walked over, his voice low. I told you, winter is coming, we don't need you here anymore. Winter is coming, the millet fields don't need tending, even the work of weeding and watering is gone. As for scaring birds and catching insects, it's only a good job when the millet is about to ripen. Tang Wen squeezed out a smile, I can do any work, I don't need food, just let me have a bite to eat. Get lost. He pointed to the distance, his voice calm, without any emotion, as skilled as if he had said it countless times. Tang Wen didn't dare to pester him, and backed away with a smile. The camp is not big. When he walked to the east gate of the camp, his stomach began to growl. The little bit of food he ate in the morning was used up. Taking a deep breath, Tang Wen stepped into the wilderness. The guards on the wall glanced at him and continued chatting and bragging. The original owner used to have a dream, which was to become a guard. Now, Tangwen just wants to eat his fill and survive. Also, become transcendent? Grumble. His stomach growled again, as if it was a reminder. Walking out of the camp gate, Tangwen was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. The earth was full of desolation, the land was cracked. If it weren't for a kind of black grass growing, it seemed as if the earth was dead. Black dead grass, the roots and stems are poisonous, only the leaves can barely be eaten. But the leaves have already been plucked clean. Winter is coming. For the past 2 years, every winter, the siblings have had to sell the things their parents left behind, exchange them for some food, to get through it. But this year, there is nothing left to sell. There's nothing left. The latest novel is first published at 6-9 Book Bar. They also moved from the original location near the farm to the worst environment under the camp wall. Shaking his head, Tangwen picked up a tree branch that was still straight and walked towards the Blackwater River. The Blackwater River, as the name suggests, the water is black, flowing here. The water loses the restraint of the river channel and forms a swamp, nourishing a forest. There are fish in the water. Approaching the river, Tangwen slowed down. He saw that in the swamp over there were people everywhere wearing sackcloth and cloaks. They were emaciated, like walking corpses. Tangwen didn't dare to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. He wanted to leave, but this was the only place he thought he might be able to get food. Gently, he moved his steps, occasionally squatting down to pick up a small piece of stone. Well, if someone gets phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, I can throw stones first. Wasteland scavengers are very afraid of getting hurt. Getting hurt means becoming weaker. The strong eat the weak. Splash, splash, splash. Someone started running in the water, and then more people followed him. Fish. The person running in the front pinched a black fish with both hands. Seeing more and more people surrounding him, he started biting it desperately. Blood smeared his mouth, he swallowed the fish, and then was knocked down by the people behind him. One by one, as if playing a crazy human pyramid. The scene was a mess. Guard, guard. Someone shouted loudly. Tangwen was stunned. Would the guards care about this? To his surprise, a team of guards really emerged from the jungle, one of them holding a crossbow, shooting an arrow into the sky. The sharp sound dragged a long tail, cutting through the sky. Whistling arrow. The people chasing the fish stopped and fled in all directions. Only the people closest to the core were still fighting in the water, vying for most of the black fish. Splash, splash, splash. Several guards wearing leather armor cursed and stepped into the water. One by one, they effortlessly dragged the people out and took them away. Tangwen recalled the relevant events, his face turning pale. The reason why the guards care about these things is very simple. Fighting will definitely kill people, then people will eat people, and more people will rush over. Blood flowing in the water, the smell spreading out, will attract real danger mutated beasts. This places 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the camp. If mutated beasts are attracted in groups, in order to save their lives, the scavengers will definitely escape in the direction of the camp. That's the real trouble. So, it must be stopped in advance. As for taking these people away, it's not to save their lives, but to squeeze out their last value, take them away as bait. As if possessed, Tangwen followed them from afar. After walking for a while, the guards took the people to stone pits in the wilderness. After artificial excavation, the stone pits have stone walls on 3 sides, and an entrance on one side. The guards stripped the scavengers' clothes, chopped them like chopping winter melon, chopped them a few times vertically and horizontally, and then hung them on the highest part of the stone wall like farmers hanging bacon, the bloody smell slowly drifting away with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme, attracting nearby mutated beasts. The guards and the people in the camp call this behavior hunting. Bang! Tangwen tossed a pebble. Flap flap. A bird with a red beak fluttered its wings and flew away. After throwing all the pebbles he had picked up, he didn't hit a single bird. The birds were quick, and Tangwen wasn't accurate, so it was normal to miss. Huff! His weak body panted heavily. He looked solemn, his brow furrowed. How can I learn a new skill? That's right, using pebbles to hit birds was just a deliberate practice. But after throwing 23 pebbles in a row, the experience panel didn't react at all. What's the reason? Haven't I learned to throw pebbles yet? Tangwen rested enough, bent down, and picked up the pebbles he had thrown one by one. Before he could pick them all up, his eyes went dark, and he felt a burst of panic. Low blood sugar. Damn! How long has this body been starving? How can it still have this problem? Could it be that today's exercise was too much? Not daring to continue wandering outside, he dragged his heavy steps back to the camp, his whole body already a little numb. It wasn't until a bowl of rice soup was down that he came back to life. After drinking the rice soup, his thin sister, Tang Tang, picked up their porridge bowl, which was cleaner than a water bowl, and rinsed it a few times. Then with a splash, from about a meter away, she skillfully and accurately poured the dishwater into the broken basin at the door. Ha! Tangwen stared blankly at the scene. When I was hitting birds, it seemed like I didn't hit a single one. With food in his stomach, his brain began to work again. The original owner's farming skill was obtained after working in the fields with his parents from a young age and growing crops many times. In other words, the original owner succeeded in farming. But when I was hitting birds just now, I didn't even hit a feather. So that means... Tangwen slowly sat up, walked outside, and used a pebble to draw a slightly irregular small circle on the ground. He squatted down in the house and took out a pebble from his pocket. Bang! Didn't enter the circle. Hiss, take a deep breath. Hold your breath and aim. Bang! The pebble landed in the circle drawn on the ground. The light slightly distorted, and the experience panel flashed by. There's a reaction. Tangwen's eyes lit up. Bang! In his excitement, his hand shook, and it went off quite a bit. Huff! Steady your breathing, and try again. Bang, bang, bang. He threw 3 times in a row, all hitting inside the circle. It's not that his accuracy is so good, but it's only 2 steps away, and once he gets the feel, it's easy to throw it in. Light changes, name, Tangwen age, 14 years and 9 months body, 0, 3 spirit, 0, 7 skills, farming mastery 719-1000 pebble throwing beginner 0500 Tangwen smiled, new skill pebble throwing. Bang, hit the circle again. Pebble throwing beginner 1500 bang, bang, 2 failures, the value doesn't change at all. Hit it. Beginner 1 2500 hit it again, beginner 2 3500 The experience panel is very stingy, only willing to give 1 point of experience for each success. But Tangwen is very content, it's good to have progress, even if it's only 1 point each time. Inside the house, the emaciated girl, watching her younger brother throwing pebbles, her dark eyes were first puzzled, and then gradually began to worry. Many times already? What is brother doing? It's easy to get hungry doing that. The girl curled up her body to get closer to the stove, she was already hungry. Hit it, beginner 300500 hit it again, beginner 300500. When the sky was completely dark, Tangwen had already mastered the rhythm, and could hit the target about 2 out of 3 times with the pebbles in his hand. But the thing he was most worried about happened, the experience value reached 300, and it stopped increasing. He swung his sore right hand, went back to the house, and lay down on the dry grass. Rustle, rustle. Tang Tang didn't fall asleep, she came over, stretched out a small hand, and massaged her brother's arm. 2 small arms, one like a firewood stick, the other, not even as good as a firewood stick. His wrist was sore and swollen, Tangwen tossed and turned, and it took a long time before he fell asleep. The next day, the morning mist had not yet dissipated. Tangwen had already drunk his porridge and walked out of the camp. He didn't go too far, he came to a secluded place and stopped at a large rock taller than a person. The newest novels are first published at 6-9 books. He took out a charcoal stick and first drew a small circle on the stone, then drew a larger circle outside, and then drew an even larger circle outside. After several times, he barely got the appearance of a target. He took a few steps back and drew a line under his feet with a branch. Standing behind the line, he began to throw pebbles. Bang! 7 rings. The pebble bounced off. A gray transparent screen jumped. Skill, pebble throwing beginner 300, 302500 gain 2 points of experience. It really works. This was the method Tang Wen thought of last night, treating pebble throwing as a sports competition. There must be a target, a comparison of good and bad results, and a certain degree of difficulty. Yesterday's pebble throwing game was too simple, and it lost its challenge later on. Bang! 6 rings. The pebble bounced off. Skill, pebble throwing, beginner 302303500. Tang Wen concentrated his energy and threw more than a dozen times in a row. Skill, pebble throwing, beginner 357500 huff. He breathed heavily, leaning against a bare tree. His right hand was sore and he couldn't lift it. He didn't dare to force himself to continue. Throw for 5 minutes, rest for half an hour. This is different from yesterday's pebble throwing. Yesterday's pebble throwing force might not even kill a big ant. But today, every throw, he used all his strength. If he hit a rabbit's leg, he could definitely cripple it. He sat under the tree to rest, relaxing his arms. Haste makes waste. Based on his current physical fitness, if he dared to use force and throw continuously for half an hour, he would likely cause irreversible damage to his arm. He rested for a long time and one breath. Tang Wen stood up again and started target practice. Pebble throwing, beginner 357 359,500 359 361,500 experience gradually increased. In the morning, rest and practice, rest and rest and practice, rest and rest and rest and practice. At noon, Tang Wen, who had consumed too much physical strength and couldn't hold on, returned to the camp again. Little sister Tang Tang had just returned from fetching water. The camp had a water tower, and people living in the camp could drink clean water for free. The siblings looked at each other. Tang Wen lowered his head, looking at his cloth shoes with exposed toes, not knowing how to speak. Tang Tang laboriously carried the water jug into the house, and a few minutes later, smoke rose from the chimney. Who still eats lunch at noon? A person passing by the door muttered. In the camp, those who could afford it had 2 meals a day, those who couldn't afford it made do with 1 meal. Tang Wen drank the rice soup in large gulps. The taste of hunger was too unbearable. Sister Tang Tang didn't speak, holding her clear soup in both hands, sipping it little by little. Her cautious appearance was like a little squirrel who found a pine cone but was reluctant to eat it, just smelling the scent. After Tang Wen finished the soup, he lay on the dry grass, preparing to take a nap. Tang Tang came over, relaxing her brother's arm. In the afternoon, continue pebble target practice. After resting and replenishing some energy, the efficiency of practice has been improved. Skill, pebble throwing, beginner 495 497500. 497 499,500 bang. The pebble hit the center of the circle. The skill broke through. Skill, pebble throwing, mastery 01000. In the silent woods, bare trees stood everywhere. Several red-billed birds pecked at the ground. Tang Wen quietly approached, hiding behind a large tree not far away. He bent down, his arm gently drawing back, then suddenly swung his hand, as if skipping a stone. Whoosh! A cry of agony. A red-billed bird, about the size of a fist, fluttered its wings and rolled on the ground. Hit! Forgetting his excitement, Tang Wen immediately ran over and grabbed the still twitching red-billed bird. The little thing had sharp teeth and a pointed beak, its struggles and twitches making his palm sting, until its head was twisted off, and it completely lost its vitality. Meat! Tang Wen swallowed his saliva and stuffed the red-billed bird into the cloth bag at his waist. Then he took out another stone from his waist. Chirp, chirp! Seeing the remaining red-billed birds fly to a tree within reach. They chirped, standing on the branches, flapping their wings at Tang Wen. Tang Wen smiled. The harsh environment had taught these birds to conserve their energy. This made things a lot easier. Whoosh! Thwack! The stone hit the branch, a miss. The red-billed birds were startled again, taking to the air and flying away. Tang Wen sighed. Chasing them was out of the question, a waste of energy. The experience panel changed: skill, stone throwing, mastery 0 171,017 experience points. Hitting living things is different. He was a little excited and cautiously continued to explore the forest. There were fewer red-billed birds in the forest. There were more red-billed birds eating grass seeds on the black grass outside. But there were also many people there, people from the camp, and scavengers. Tangwen preferred to stay in the forest and look slowly, rather than expose his stone-throwing skills. Squeak, squeak, his feet stepped on thick, withered branches and leaves, and his mouth and nose were filled with the stench of dirt. Chirp. After walking for a while, a familiar cry drifted in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. He stopped and quietly identified the direction, heading towards the front right. Chirp, 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 chirp. 4 or 5 red-billed birds were calling from the branches. For the first time, Tangwen felt that their red beaks were so bright and beautiful, and their chirping was so melodious. 7-mile fragrance is nothing more than this. Whoosh! The stone interrupted the bird's call, and a more pleasing scream came. The experience panel flashed. Skill, stone throwing, mastery 17,331,000 thud. The red-billed bird that was killed by the stone fell, but Tangwen did not pick it up immediately. He stared at the other red-billed birds that flew away. They scattered and soon landed on different trees. The distance was not far, and they were scattered. Tangwen smiled, picked up the dead bird on the ground, and walked towards the next tree. Even if these red-billed birds did not make a sound, their bright red beaks were more conspicuous in this black-brown forest than the sparse hair on his previous company boss's head. Whoosh, thud. A red-billed bird fluttered and fell, quickly losing its movement. Skill, stone throwing, mastery 33,511,000. This did not startle the other birds in the trees. Bending down to pick it up, Tangwen took out a new stone and quietly approached another tree. Whoosh, thwack. The stone hit the branch, and a crisp sound came. Damn it! Before Tangwen's annoyed voice could fall, the nearby red-billed birds flew away. He took the stone, aimed, and threw it into the air. As expected, he missed. In the jungle, the sky darkened faster. He could not help but speed up his search. Half an hour later, the sun had completely set. Tangwen quickly hurried towards the camp. There were no streetlights here, and the night was definitely synonymous with danger. Along the way, many people returned as quickly as he did, and several people with sticks squatted by the roadside, staring at everyone. Several pairs of thieving eyes searched up and down everyone's body. Tangwen's waist was bulging, naturally attracting their attention. Fortunately, Tangwen also noticed these people's ill intentions. What kind of world is this? He cursed angrily in his heart, but did not speed up his pace, just suddenly staggered, and the heavy cloth bag at his waist made a rustling sound with his movements. It's a stone. This unlucky child. I thought I had dug up something to eat. The people squatting by the roadside heard the sound and looked at Tangwen's thin body, and knew that this kid had not eaten a few full meals. They were immediately classified as easy to bully, but with no oil to squeeze. No oil, then why bother bullying him? Seeing them look away, Tangwen slightly adjusted his pace and walked towards the camp without changing his expression. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he entered the camp. Safe. Worth 10 pounds of millet flours. Passing by the entrance of his shack, he did not stop and went straight to the market. On the east side of the camp, there were several rows of houses made of piled stones. The newest novel is first published on Leo 9 Shuba. The road here was wide, and people were setting up stalls on the ground. Most of the stalls were filled with things dug up from who knows where. Tangwen walked past, and roughly saw that this was the kind of thing that people who picked up garbage on Earth would not even look at. After all, this was the outer edge of the camp, and the people who lived here were only slightly stronger than the scavengers outside. He walked all the way in, until he saw a stone wall, with a large iron fence gate in the middle of the wall, and stone houses like bunkers on both sides of the gate, and then he stopped. From his memory, Tangwen knew that the inside of the iron gate was called the city. In the mouths of people on the outer edge of the camp, the city was a place where you could eat your fill of millet rice every day. Everyone wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in it, but they were not qualified. Li Go, who collected rent in the camp, said that you can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in the city just by paying a few more pounds of grain. Tangwon looked into the iron gate for a while, curious. The original owner came with his parents as refugees and lived in the camp for several years, but he didn't seem to know anyone in the city. The solid stone wall in front of him made Tangwon couldn't help but guess, these large stone strips must weigh hundreds or thousands of pounds, and such a neat city wall, can it really be done by manpower? Just with these people who can't even eat their fill like himself? Or, does the city still retain some civilized products? Goo, goo, goo. His stomach growled. Tangwon smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm a person who can't even eat enough, why worry about this? He turned his head to look at his right hand, where the stone house hung a triangular flag with a rice character embroidered on it. Rice shop. It is said that it was opened by a big man in the inner city. Get out of here empty-handed. Tangwon had just stepped into the door and walked 2 steps when he heard an impatient voice in his ear. A person appeared at the corner of the door, wearing leather armor all over his body, a leather hat on his head, and holding a cocked crossbow in his hand. The steel arrow was shining with cold light. Yes, there are red-billed birds. Tangwon hurriedly took out a dead bird from the cloth bag containing stones. Go in. Okay. Turning the corner, a several-meter-long table was lying there, with a scale on it. The yard was filled with black pottery rice vats, each of which was more than half a person tall and as thick as 2 people could hug. Roughly counting, there were as many as 20. Are they all grain? Tangwon, who had been hungry for 2 days, was breathing rapidly and his eyes were red. If I had so much, no, even if I only had 1 vat of grain, I could get through this winter. Red-billed birds are also rare, let me see. Behind the long table, the little old man on the recliner slowly opened the animal skin on his body and stood up. Tangwon handed over the red-billed bird in his hand. Oh, captured alive? After catching it, you twisted its neck? Before he could finish speaking, Tangwon raised his thumb. Boss. You are so accurate. How much millet can you exchange for 1 bird? The little old man smiled slightly, put the bird on the scale and weighed it, less than 2 taels. That is about 8 or 90 grams. After plucking the feathers, there will be only 1 tael of meat, but fortunately it is quite complete, with heart, liver, brain, and everything. I'll give you 3 millet for 1 catty. Uncle, can you give me a little more? I haven't eaten my fill for a long time. Tangwon smiled ingratiatingly. He had also heard of the ratio of meat to millet, which was roughly 1 to 10, 1 catty of meat for 10 catties of rice. Are there any more things in the bag? Yes, there are 2 more. Tangwon took out 2 red-billed birds from his arms. Wow, you are quite capable. It was a coincidence. Hee, they are all quite complete. The boss looked at Tangwon. Seeing that you are about to become a skeleton, then 1.5 catties for 1 bird, if you catch any more birds in the future. I will send them all to you in the future. Thank you, boss. Thank you, uncle. Okay, quite clever. The boss took another look at him. Scooping rice, weighing. Tangwon put the coarse cloth rice bag in his arms, thanked him again, turned around and walked out of the rice shop. The sky was completely dark, and the shacks and makeshift houses along the roadside lit up with scattered sparks of fire. The flames flickered in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme, as if they could be extinguished at any moment. Why hasn't my brother returned yet? Tang clung to the crude wooden door, looking towards the entrance of the camp. Time ticked by, and the fire in the house behind her died out. She squatted on the ground, her eyes unblinking. It was common for people to leave the camp during the day and not return at night, never to be seen again. While fetching water or doing laundry, she would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme hear the women say, so-and-so's family member hasn't returned for a day, and the next day, they haven't returned for 2 days. 3 days, 5 days. After that, no one would mention it anymore. Tang hugged her arms tightly, the cold night phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme making her tremble from the inside. Sis, why are you at the door? Seeing the dark figure on the ground, Tang Wen breathed a sigh of relief. The house was dark, and he thought something had happened. Brother? Why are you coming back from that direction? Tang Tang stood up, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm fine. Let's go inside. Okay. The siblings entered the shack and used a flint to relight the earthen stove. The firelight cast a red glow on their cheeks. Before his sister could ask, Tang Wen raised his index finger to his lips and reached into his coat, pulling out a bag of millet. This is. Her voice was suppressed with surprise. After Tang Tang finished speaking, she quickly looked towards the door, and only after seeing that there was no movement did she take the millet bag with both hands. 4.5 pounds of millet, we can eat our fill today. Where did you get it? Are you hurt? As she spoke, Tang Tang grabbed his arm, ready to give her brother a full body check. Tang Wen quickly waved his hand. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired, nothing else. Oh, and there's this. He took out the last red-billed bird he had hunted today. You hunted. She only said half a sentence before Tang Tang looked at the door again, paused for a few seconds, and then said in a very low voice, You used a stone to hit it? Yeah, don't tell anyone. Yeah. Tang Tang nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. This little bird should also be exchanged for rice. Tang Wen looked down at their skinny arms. We need to eat meat, winter is coming. We won't make it through if we don't eat more. We'll eat half each. Tang Tang's small face was full of reluctance. But didn't you say one little bird can be exchanged for 1.5 pounds of millet? Don't worry, I can still hunt birds tomorrow. Okay, then we'll eat it tomorrow. Let's eat more millet today. With that, she turned to fetch the rice jar. Tang won. His sister, it seems, well, she's a little smart. Glug, glug, the water in the pottery pot boiled. Tang Tang put in 2 small handfuls of millet. Put in a little more, you'll definitely be able to hunt birds tomorrow. The taste of hunger was too unbearable. After 2 days, Tang Wen understood why so many people have difficulty losing weight. Because being hungry and constantly exercising is simply not a life for humans. At his brother's persuasion, Tang Tang added another small handful to the pottery pot. Gurgle, gurgle. The 2 siblings' stomachs began to rumble one after the other. Neither sibling made a sound. People who are hungry don't want to talk at all. When the thick millet porridge was served in bowls, the 2 couldn't wait to pick them up. They blew on it as they drank, and in less than 3 minutes, the 2 bowls were empty. Tang Tang added cold water and cooked 2 bowls of rice soup, taking small sips from each bowl. With 2 bowls of soup down, they were 70% full. The sister cleaned up the cooking utensils, and Tang Wen lay down on the hay to rest. It should be about 7 o'clock in the evening now. In a world without any entertainment, it's good to go to bed early and get up early. That's not right. It's far from a time for ease. Tang Wen opened his eyes, remembering the few people he had met on the way back to the camp today who were squatting by the roadside trying to rob him. Fortunately, he had managed to fool them. But what about next time? Well, I can't take the main road when I come back in the future. I can climb a tree or stand on a high place first to observe the situation. And the most important thing, he looked down at his thin, firewood-like arms. I have to exercise. Thinking of this, while his stomach wasn't empty, he stood up and walked to the door to start moving his body. Under his sister's puzzled gaze, Tang Wen stared ahead, his legs striding, his palms flat, raised to the position of his navel, his arms outstretched, the backs of his hands touching together above his head, and then, with a whoosh, thrust straight into the air. Sitting in the house, Tang Tang tilted her little head back sharply. The first form of the 8-section brocade. For the past 3 years, Tang Wen had been confined at home for several months. The last time, and also the longest time, the lockdown lasted more than 80 days, and there were confirmed cases in the building where he rented. In order to strengthen his resistance, he followed the health experts on Douyin and learned this set of 8-section brocade. However, he had only practiced this exercise for a few months, and the time was too short to experience any benefits. Now, Tang Wen desperately hoped that it would be as magical as the comments section said. Sis, you have to remember the movements. You have to practice with me. Tang Tang didn't want to remember, let alone practice, because moving around too much would make her hungry. But looking at Tang Wen's serious appearance, she nodded slightly and casually added a handful of dead leaves to the earthen stove to make the fire brighter. After completing one round of the 8-section brocade, his body was slightly warm. The latest novel is first published on Lujiu Shuba. After resting for a while, he started the second round. Then the third round. The worry on Tang Tang's small face grew stronger and stronger. Would her brother be hungry? Wouldn't he have to eat another meal? After finishing the third round of the 8-section brocade, the light in front of Tang Wen's eyes was distorted. Name: Tang Wen. Age: 14 years and 9 months. Body: 0, 3 Spirit: 0, 7 Skill: Farming Mastery 719-1000 Skill: Stone Throwing Mastery 671000 Skill: 8-section brocade, Beginner 0500. It really became a skill. This proves that my movements are standard and not too deformed. Tang Wen's hanging heart was put down. Before, he had been following the video voice prompts, step by step, and he really didn't have much confidence when he deviated from the video guidance for the first time. Fortunately, it worked. It's just that the 8-section brocade is much more complicated than throwing stones. After becoming a skill, the displayed level is not entry, but beginner. But Tang Wen was very satisfied. No matter what, it's good to have an experience bar. Sis, did you remember it? Next time, you have to practice with me. There's a next time? That must make me hungry, right? Xiao Wan, what are you practicing? Tang Wen said casually, a few days ago, I met an old man with a white beard, and he taught it to me. Practicing it can make me more powerful. Tang Tang suddenly understood. No wonder you've been hungrier these past 2 days than before. Have you been practicing during the day too? Yeah, well, we won't lack millet to eat in the future, you have to practice too. After a moment of silence, Tang Tang said, tomorrow, I'll practice tomorrow. Tang Wen didn't force it, took a sip of water, and went to practice the 4th round at the door. Tang Tang sat on the hay, hugged her knees with her arms, and murmured something in a voice that only she could hear. After finishing the 4th round, he gained 5 experience points. Skill: 8-section brocade, Beginner 05,500 few. His weak body had practiced the 8-section brocade 4 times in a row, and he was already slightly sweaty. He didn't continue. Tang Wen returned to the house, lay down on the hay, chatted casually with Tang Tang for a few words, and soon fell asleep. The next morning, he heard Tang Wen, who hadn't woken up yet, already rumbling in his stomach. Tang Tang hardened her heart and put a full 3 handfuls of millet into the pot, cooking 2 bowls of fragrant and thick porridge. After eating, under his sister's instructions, Tang Wen left the camp and walked into the barren forest. Everyone was clear that the coming winter would not be easy. So even the edible tree bark had been stripped clean. People were not doing well, and neither were the birds. After searching for a while, he saw a few red-billed birds perched in the trees. Summarizing yesterday's experience, Tang Wen's shots were more steady. The 4 red-billed birds were startled by the death of their kind several times, but they all landed on nearby trees, where Tang Wen spotted them, and 3 of the 4 died. But these 3 red-billed birds were all that Tang Wen had harvested in the morning. At noon, he returned to the camp. You hunted 3 more? Xiao Wan is amazing. Tang Tang was invigorated. Then she seemed to think of something, quickly closed the door, and gave a series of instructions. To exchange for millet, don't go to the rice store from yesterday. And there's a store on the east side of the camp that is said to be a black shop, don't go there, and don't exchange too much rice at once. Tang Wen listened patiently and said something that made her very conflicted. I definitely won't be able to exchange for too much rice, we have to eat meat. The young lady's eyebrows were all twisted together. Okay then. At noon, Tang Wen ate roasted bird meat. Although the seasoning was only a little salt, and the meat was only a little bit, with a hint of fishiness, he still ate with relish. He didn't even let go of the heart, liver, bird eyes, and brain. Tang Tang picked out all the edible parts, not letting go of a single piece of meat. Here, this is for you. Tang Tang handed over most of the bird meat. Tang Wen reached out to stop her. I'm a girl, I can't eat that much. Tang Wen turned to look at her, and she averted her eyes. Eat it, sis, there's more tonight. It's good if there is, it's okay if there isn't, but be sure to be safe. Okay. Thump. Tang Tang threw the bird meat into his bowl, turned her head, hugged her own bowl, and hid in the corner. Her movements were very practiced. Tang Wen silently finished eating, practiced the 8-section brocade, picked up the bag of pebbles, and went out again. In the afternoon, the sun was still high in the sky when he set foot on the road back to the camp, carrying 5 red-billed finches in his arms. Considering that there were still 2 uneaten at home, he exchanged all 5 red-billed finches for millet. In order not to attract attention, he made a special trip to 2 rice shops. He took out 2 at the first shop and 3 at the second shop. After listening to his sister's words at noon, he decided to take out a maximum of 3 red-billed finches at a time to exchange for rice. In a world where people would die for a fish, he felt that no matter how careful he was, it wouldn't be too much. 7.5 pounds of millet, half in his arms and half around his waist, felt heavy, giving him the illusion of having received his salary. He had food for the time being, but he didn't know where the rent for the next few months would come from, and the house needed to be repaired, but he didn't have any tools. The shovel at home had been sold, and there was also firewood for the winter. You exchanged for rice again? Not at one place, right? Rest for a while. Tang Tang babbled, hid the rice, and got up to pour water for her brother. In the evening, in addition to the millet porridge, each of them had a charcoal-grilled red-billed finch. Xiao Wan, what's outside? Tang Tang suddenly looked towards the door. Tang Wen turned his head vigilantly. Through the crack in the door, he could see everything outside, but there was nothing. Thud, he looked down and found half a bird in his bowl. Looking at Tang Tang, she was walking like a duck, tiptoeing into the corner. Tang Wen, sis, are you doing this on purpose? Well, I must catch a few more in the future. After dinner, Tang Tang was reluctantly pulled by her brother to practice the 8-section brocade together. You have to feel it, feel how the body is moving. You have to imagine, with the movements, imagine there is a warm current running through your body. A warm current is like the feeling of hot water flowing over your body. Tang Wen explained, and Tang Tang seemed to understand. The two of them, one teaching and one learning, slowly began to practice. Skill, 8-section brocade, beginner 11-17500 skill, 8-section brocade, beginner 17-24500. In a flash, 10 days passed. Tang Wen insisted on leaving early and returning early, never being greedy, and returning to the camp before dark. He always took the small, deserted roads. Whenever he met someone staring at him in the camp, he would deliberately shake the cloth bag filled with pebbles around his waist, making a rustling sound. Each time he sold no more than 3 birds, and he would only go to the same rice shop at least once every 3 days. He would also mix up the order in which he went, skipping one from time to time, trying not to attract any attention. He came back early every day, but he wasn't idle. After exchanging half a pound of rice for a leaky wooden bucket, he took advantage of the early hour to start reinforcing their small shack. This day, as usual, he returned early. Tang Wen carried the broken wooden bucket to the pool of water where people washed clothes to dig wet mud. He carried bucket after bucket of wet mud back, mixed it with 2 bundles of dry grass that he had exchanged for half a pound of rice, and plastered a layer on the shack from top to bottom. This way, it finally didn't leak phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals win-win / phoneme anymore. In the shack, the flames in the earthen stove crackled. Tang Wen took the shovel he had exchanged for 2 pounds of rice and carefully dug a pit a few dozen centimeters deep in the corner. He lined the bottom with dry grass, put a few new rice jars on top, and covered the top with wooden boards and dry grass. After doing all this, the two of them began to eat. Dinner was substantial, 2 roasted red-billed finches and 2 large bowls of millet porridge for each person. This was something they wouldn't have dared to imagine before. After eating 1 red-billed finch and drinking 1 bowl of porridge, the siblings stood up one after another, moved their bodies, prepared to practice the 8-section brocade a few times, and then eat the rest of the meal. This was a wonderful idea that the sister had come up with, so they didn't have to have extra meals, and they wouldn't be hungry at night when they went to sleep. Tang Tang picked up the fire stick, stirred the wood, fanned the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals win-win / phoneme, and the flames grew stronger. The narrow shack was a little brighter. Preparation pose, first section, supporting the heavens with both hands to regulate the triple burner. After completing 5 rounds, Tang Wen's experience panel had a new change. Skill, 8-section brocade, beginner entry level 11,000 upgraded. He was overjoyed. A warm current poured down from the Baihui point on the top of his head and flowed throughout his body. So refreshing. In the darkness, his eyes burst with bursts of brilliance. The newest novels are first published at 69 shu. Calm. But before Tang Wen could be happy, a gurgling sound rang out, and he clearly felt a peristaltic movement in his stomach. Hungry. Too hungry. He grabbed the bird meat next to the fire and chewed it in his mouth in a few strokes. What's wrong? Tang was startled. Hungry. Very hungry. The sudden feeling of hunger in his stomach made Tang Wen's eyes glow green. Ah! Tang reached out and stuffed another charcoal-grilled red-billed finch into his mouth, and frantically scooped the porridge out of the pot. Tang Wen ate and drank, 2 bowls of porridge, 2 birds, confused, swiping it into his mouth. It didn't take a minute in total. Don't rush, don't rush. I'll cook more right away. With a crash, Tang picked up the rice jar, gritted her teeth, and poured it all out. This must be 5, no, 6 pounds. Tang closed her eyes to wash the rice, her chest aching inexplicably. 6 pounds in one meal, even the big shots in the camp city wouldn't dare to eat like this, right? The earthen ceramic pot couldn't hold it all, and could only cook up to 2 pounds of millet at a time. Tang Wen was so hungry that he was dizzy, and he was shaking even though he was sitting on the ground. Before the rice was cooked, Tang quickly grabbed a handful of washed millet and stuffed it into Tang Wen's mouth. Raw millet was actually so delicious. Tang Wen grabbed the raw rice and stuffed it into his mouth in large handfuls. Tang looked worried and distressed. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the practice? The 8-section brocade, there's no problem. Very, very effective. Tang Wen said vaguely, looking at the attribute panel. Name, Tang Wen. Age, 14 years and 9 months. Physique, 0, 35-1. 0 spirit, 0, 71-1. 0 skill, farming mastery 719-1000 skill, stone throwing, mastery 959-1000 skill, 8-section brocade, beginner entry level 11,000. In these 10 days, Tang Wen's physique and spirit attributes had increased slightly. But it was far less than the increase after the 8-section brocade broke through. Thank you to my past self. I learned the 8-section brocade seriously when I was bored. 6 pounds of rice was not enough. Seeing that Tang Wen was about to finish eating and had no intention of stopping, Tang got up, her heart bleeding, and opened a newly sealed jar of rice. Even the captain of the guards in the city wouldn't dare to eat like this. Despite saying that, she didn't slow down at all when adding firewood, washing rice, and cooking rice. After eating more than 10 pounds of rice, Tang Wen finally had his fill. Fatigue came like a tide, and he fell asleep. Tang hugged the empty jar and sat all night, touching her brother's chest and forehead every now and then. When he woke up, Tang Wen felt refreshed. He stretched and his bones cracked all over. Is there anything uncomfortable? Are you bloated? Tang's little hand reached over and touched Tang Wen's stomach. The feeling made her stunned. Xiao Wen, you've gained weight. Lifting his shirt, sure enough, he was still thin, but he had muscles. The effect is really good. The originally emaciated body finally became strong. This is the change that occurs when the body attribute reaches 1. 0? The 8-section brocade was really the right thing to practice. Tang Wen clenched his fist and his muscles bulged. It felt so good to have strength. Tang's face was full of surprise, and her little hands kept pinching her brother's arms. It wasn't a waste of millet, it wasn't a waste of millet. As she spoke, she raised her head as if she remembered something and asked, Are you still hungry? I'm not hungry. I'll drink some soup, you eat millet, and we'll do morning exercises together after eating. The young lady frowned tightly, thought of the 16 pounds of rice last night, and after a long while, she said the word okay. Preparatory stance, first step, hands pushing up to regulate the triple burner. Tang Wen performed the 8-section brocade with practiced ease. If he were to change into a Taoist robe and record this to put online, it's estimated that he would easily break 100,000 likes. Little one is really different. Tang Tang narrowed her eyes, unable to articulate the specific feeling, but watching her younger brother's movements, it was obvious that he was much better than before. He's also sturdier than before. The young lady felt quite comforted, a feeling welling up in her heart that the 16 pounds of grain hadn't been wasted after all. Skill, 8-section brocade, novice 36431000. Originally, practicing the 8-section brocade once took about 7 or 8 minutes. In the morning, he practiced at most 3 times. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme. After practicing 3 times, the sky would already be bright. Not wanting others to see him practicing, Tangwon would return to his room to eat, then go out. Today, Tangwon practiced a full 6 times in one go, practicing until the top of his head was slightly steaming, and the sky was still not bright. After drinking foxtail millet porridge and eating roasted red-billed quilias, he prepared to go out. The amount of rice at home, after his feasting yesterday, had dropped to below 60 pounds in one go. I need to exchange for more rice today. However, the heavens didn't grant his wish. For the entire morning, Tangwon only encountered a flock of red-billed quilias, 3 in total. Aim, shoot. Crack. A crisp sound. A stone the size of half an egg struck a tree branch as thick as an arm, directly breaking the dry branch. The red-billed quilias were startled, fluttering and flying away around the tree, flying into the distance. Not giving him a chance to finish them off. My strength has increased, and the speed of my shots is also faster than before. He summarized the reasons for his miss. For the first time in 10 days, he returned empty-handed. On the way back at noon, some dry tree branches suffered, being continuously broken by Tangwon with stones and brought back to the camp as firewood. Back home, Tang Tang saw that he hadn't brought anything out, and her heart leaped into her throat, but she didn't say anything. Lunch was made as usual, with the same portions as before. The two ate in silence. Finally, Tangwon spoke, "Sister, help me roast some foxtail millet grains." Not full? Tang Tang looked down at her bowl, still with half a bowl of porridge left. She'll give this to her younger brother. No, for attracting birds. Oh, Tang Tang understood, put down her bowl, and turned to grab half a handful of foxtail millet. Without weighing it, she knew it was a full ounce. Sister, that's too little. Will the red-billed quilias recognize that this is food? Won't it be useless? Or, I'll go to the water's edge this afternoon and catch bugs for you? Tang Tang threw over a series of questions, but still obediently turned around and added a handful of foxtail millet. The foxtail millet was slightly roasted, emitting a unique fragrance. Carefully wrapping the foxtail millet separately in linen cloths and stuffing them into his chest, Tangwon went out, walked along the small path into the depths of the jungle, chose an open space with sparse trees, opened a bag of foxtail millet, and gently sprinkled it on the ground. Then he continued forward, walking a few hundred steps, and sprinkled another handful of foxtail millet. Next, he found a tree to lean against in the middle of the two locations and waited quietly. Cluck 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 movement came. Tangwon looked over, his eyes filled with surprise. This is a pheasant. Standing up, he slowly crept over, 200 steps, 100 steps, 50 steps, 40 steps, enough. Swish! The stone hit the pheasant's body. The pheasant squawked, flapping its wings and kicking its legs, trying to take off. Swish! Another stone, hitting the pheasant's open wing. It fell to the ground at an angle. Tangwon rushed over, grabbed its wings, and was about to twist its neck. Suddenly, he saw the words on the experience panel: Skill, Stone Throwing, Mastery 959-973-1000 increased by 14 experience points? The pheasant struggled in his hand. In that case, he took out the spare stone bag from his chest, tied it to one side of the pheasant's wing, and after confirming that it was tied securely, threw the pheasant away. The pheasant, regaining its freedom, raised its head and couldn't wait to flap its wings, wanting to fly. Just like a new employee who has just been given a pie in the sky by the boss, his fighting spirit is so high when he first returns to his seat. But the heavy stone bag tied to its wing made it lose its balance, and it struggled for a long time but couldn't fly more than half a person high, let alone fly fast. After all, that was a whole bag, 20 or 30 pebbles. Cluck cluck cluck, the pheasant was anxious, its cries were hurried. But no matter how it cried, it couldn't fly. Like an old employee who has been working overtime for many years, when he returns home, no matter what his wife says, he is willing but unable. Swish! Cluck, cluck! Tangwan accurately hit the target, and the pheasant screamed and fell to the ground. Skill, stone throwing, mastery 973-986-1000, another 13 experience points. It really is a good opportunity to farm experience. Usually, the red-billed quilias would be killed with one stone. It's still the pheasant's large size and strong vitality. The pheasant flapped its wings on the ground, and this stone had hit its body and grazed its beak. It didn't cry anymore. Just trying to stand up, trying to fly. That clumsy appearance, like a middle-aged man who has been tortured by life for a long time, was so embarrassed. The newest novel is first published on Lu Nine Shuba. Stand up, you can do it, come on 3 more times, no, as long as twice, my skill can be upgraded. Tangwan sincerely cheered it on, not feeling cruel at all. He had heard similar words many times before. When he was working, the boss always persuaded him to work overtime and strive hard, but Tangwan knew that as long as he worked hard, stayed up late every day, and did a good job, he would definitely get occupational disease by the end of the year. And the boss not only could change to another boss's wife, but also buy a few more houses, raise the housing prices, and rent the extra houses to himself in the forest. Finally, the pheasant, which had rested for a while, shook and flew up again. Tangwan breathed a sigh of relief, and the stone flew out of his hand. Cluck! A short scream. The pheasant fell to the ground, kicked its legs, and never moved again. Skill, stone throwing, mastery proficient 13,000, skill, flying stone, proficient 13,000, upgraded. Good luck, the last one gave 15 experience points. This skill can also change its name? Flying stone does sound better than stone throwing. Tangwan sighed in his heart, but his movements didn't stop for a moment. He quickly stepped forward to pick up the pheasant, barely stuffed it into a cloth bag, put it in his chest, and left in a hurry. He had made a bit of noise just now, it's better not to attract people over. At this time, it was still early, and using the last bag of foxtail millet, Tangwan finally attracted a flock of red-billed quilias. Swish, 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 stones were fired in succession, the birds flew around in chaos. Proficient level skills are different from the past. 5 stones in a row hit the target. His hands didn't stop, aiming at the red-billed quilias flying flexibly in the air, and continued to shoot stones. Chirp! Chirp! The red-billed quilias screamed and fell. Using 2 ounces of foxtail millet as bait, he exchanged for a pheasant and 7 red-billed quilias. This wave is a huge win. Tangwan quickly left the forest, walking in a hurry all the way, and stepped into the camp gate without any danger. At this time, he realized belatedly that he didn't feel tired today. It seems that this is the benefit of improving the physique attribute. Back in the hut, seeing the pheasant, Tang jumped up excitedly. She said how much firewood she had picked up today and how many buckets of water she had drawn, while circling around looking for something. After a while, she realized, Xiao, we don't have a kitchen knife, we can't kill the chicken. There was a half-foot-long knife, usually used to deal with fist-sized birds, but it was not enough to deal with pheasants. Let's sell it then. Sell it? It's too dangerous, what if others stare at us? Tang disagreed. Tangwan thought for a while, I'll take it to the blacksmith shop to exchange for a knife, go with my face covered, wait until it's darker. Tang shook her head, it's better to go during the day, smear mud on your face, smear ash, exchange for a pair of scissors, and I'll cut your hair when you come back, and others won't recognize you. All right. After a lot of work, Tangwan went out with a black face. He first ran to 2 rice shops and exchanged for a few pounds of rice to bring back. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Tang stuffing firewood into a bamboo basket. Sister, what are you doing? Sho, Tang whispered, I'll put the chicken in here, and you can carry this to the blacksmith shop later. Smart. Hee Tang's eyes curved into crescents. Clang, clang, clang. The hammer struck the red-hot iron, sending sparks flying. "Who are you delivering firewood for?" the blacksmith asked, seeing a black-faced boy carrying a basket of firewood. "Some people in the camp earn food by chopping and delivering firewood." I'm not. I'm here to deliver meat and want to trade for something." "Meat?" The blacksmith looked suspicious. "How could a young boy like you get meat?" Tangwen put down the basket, took out the firewood first, and then took out a chicken. "A wild chicken?" The blacksmith looked closely. "A whole wild chicken, not bad. The heart, liver, and brain are all there, perfect for nourishing my woman." "What do you want?" "A kitchen knife, a few daggers, and scissors." "That's too much. I can only give you the kitchen knife and scissors. I'll give you the firewood too." "That's not worth much," the big man said, putting down his hammer. Tangwen took out 3 red-billed birds from his pocket. "Add these, and give me 3 daggers." "Red-billed birds?" The big man looked at Tangwen in surprise, thought for a moment, and said, "My daggers are made of refined steel. I can only give you 1. Although Tangwen was tempted, he withdrew his hand, pretending not to trade. The blacksmith quickly added, "I'll give you some needles and thread too." After a few seconds of stalemate, Tangwen agreed. The blacksmith didn't lie. The dagger he gave was more than 20 centimeters long. It was double-edged, with a cold glint on the tip. It had no curve, it was a straight knife. Tangwen held it in his hand, tested its sharpness on a piece of wood, and nodded in satisfaction. "You can bring meat over next time if you have it." Tangwen looked at him seriously. "Do you have millet?" "I have potatoes and sweet potatoes." "What's your name, brother?" "Li Daniu." "My name is Tangwen." "Little Tang, you can really bring me birds. Just like today. I'll give you potatoes and sweet potatoes. My woman had a baby, and the baby needs to eat meat to grow strong." "Okay." In a camp with more men than women, a man who cares so much for his wife and children should be reliable. Few people in the camp hunted. Most people relied on catching fish in the swamp, digging up grass roots, finding wild vegetables, and turning over insects outside the camp to barely survive the winter. When spring came, they could work in the fields. Working in the fields, the camp provided one meal, and when the millet was harvested, they could also get a share of the grain. If they wanted more, they could slowly save up a set of farm tools and apply to reclaim new land. The camp gave them seeds, and the grain grown on the new land was divided between them and the camp at a ratio of 3-7. The guard's phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals FN often /phoneme hunted mutated beasts, but they only sent the prey to the city. In the small house, the dagger was stuck in the hanging wooden stake. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At a very phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals clause close /phoneme distance, every knife hit the mark. After many successful attempts, the experience panel appeared. Skill, throwing knife, beginner 1500. Tangwen's soul was that of a Chinese person. He had all the characteristics of a Chinese person: a love of anxiety, a lack of security, and a congenital fear of insufficient firepower, etc. On the way back, he thought that the wild chicken that ran out in the forest today was just good luck. But what about next time? What if it's a wild wolf or a mutated beast that runs out? He couldn't outrun them, and fighting them was a 3070 chance. 3 minutes, and the mutated wolf would be 70% full. Therefore, practicing more lethal skills was urgent. After thinking about it, he chose throwing knives. From then on, Tangwen had to practice throwing knives in addition to practicing the 8-section brocade. This would have been impossible before the 8-section brocade was upgraded. At that time, his physique and energy were too weak. Even if he could eat enough, he didn't have the energy to practice 2 skills continuously. In the swoosh, swoosh sound, Tang Tang hummed an unknown song, sewing and mending his clothes with needle and thread. Swoosh. The 100th hit. Skill, throwing knife, beginner 100500. Practicing with a motionless wooden stake was too inefficient. Each success only gave a little experience. At night, the North phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals wind/phoneme howled, and the temperature dropped. Tang Wen and his sister were woken up by the cold at night and had to light the earthen stove to keep warm, barely sleeping until dawn. In the morning, more people than usual walked out of the camp carrying bamboo baskets and holding firewood knives. Tang Wen also carried a basket, mixed in with the crowd, moved away from the firewood chopping crowd, and walked into the depths of the forest to find a suitable open space to sprinkle millet. He hid to practice throwing knives. When the red-billed birds came, Tang Wen put away the dagger. It was unknown whether it was because of the cold weather or something else, but only this kind of bird was in the wild forest. In the past half-month, Tang Wen had hardly seen any other birds. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 4 red-billed birds were hit one after another, falling to the ground with a flutter. Tang Wen went over to pick them up and carefully checked the millet grains on the ground. Well, this time he acted in time. They hadn't eaten much yet, so there was no need to add more for the time being. At noon, he didn't go back. He took out the millet dumplings his sister had made to fill his stomach and continued hunting. It was getting colder, and the days were getting shorter. He hadn't bought bedding for his home yet, so he had to hunt more birds. With the throwing stone skill at the expert level, the hit rate was very high. When 3 or 5 birds flew over, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme not one could escape. In the afternoon, he finished work early as usual. He carried a basket of firewood he had picked up, disguised as a firewood gatherer. Although there were many people on the road, he looked the same as everyone else, and no one paid special attention to him. Today's harvest was quite abundant, a full 15 red-billed birds. At the same time, practicing throwing knives in the forest had increased his experience a lot. Throwing knife, beginner 207500. Back at the camp, he ran to several rice shops, first exchanging for 10 pounds of millet, and then took 10 pounds of millet from home to exchange for 2 sets of new hemp clothes and 2 thick hemp blankets at the grocery store. The hemp blankets were sewn from multiple layers of hemp cloth, with thick dried grass and cotton wadding stuffed between the layers. As long as there were materials and someone was willing to put in the effort, a woman could sew a blanket in 2 days. The cost was nothing more than spending some effort and thread. When he took the hemp blankets home, Tang pouted, looking very unwilling, and muttered in a low voice, "What kind of broken things are these? The blankets will get moldy when it rains next year. And you want me to use 10 pounds of rice for them?" But she slept soundly that night. Every day, Tang Wen sprinkled millet in the depths of the forest, like a fisherman pre-baiting. The red-billed birds seemed to know there was food here and flew over one after another. For several days in a row, Tang Wen's harvest was more than 20 birds. He and Tang ate a roasted red-billed bird 3 times a day, and the rest were exchanged for grain and necessities. The hard days were still peaceful. There was too much millet exchanged, and the rice jar at home was not enough. The indoor space was small, and there was no room for a large vat, so Tang Wen exchanged for several covered buckets from the carpenter to store the millet. One day in late October, Tang Wen was carrying a wild rabbit and a full load of firewood, walking back to the camp. "Stop! Give me the firewood!" Tang Wen's body instantly arched, looking at the person who jumped out from behind the tree. This person was thinly and raggedly dressed, sallow and emaciated, with protruding eyes, holding a sharpened wooden stick in his hand, poking in Tang Wen's direction, threatening him. He was a scavenger from outside the camp. People in the camp weren't that miserable. Tang Wen lifted the corner of his clothes, revealing the cold glint of the dagger at his waist. It would be best if he could subdue the enemy without fighting. The scavenger was very excited. "Give me the knife, too." Tang Wen, swoosh. His right hand, hidden in his sleeve, directly flung out a throwing stone. Ah! The scavenger covered his nose, retreating repeatedly, and slammed his back against a tree with a bang. Skill, throwing stone, expert 899-932-3000. Tang Wen raised his eyebrows. So much experience? Injury and pain were commonplace for scavengers. Having his nose broken instead aroused his ferocity. The scavenger straightened up, gripped the pointed stick, and charged straight over. As someone with a bit of a persecution complex, back on Earth, Tang Wen phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme fantasized about what to do if he was ever hurt or gaslighted by his boss or girlfriend. Or what if he got a bottle smashed over his head while eating late-night snacks outside? Later, he realized that just finding a job was a blessing. He never got to experience girlfriend-related gaslighting. Nor did he ever encounter the kind soul who would smash a bottle over his head. After arriving in this apocalyptic world, he repeatedly dreamed of being robbed and attacked. While resting and waiting in the forest, he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme rehearsed and imagined in his mind what to do if he were attacked. Now, seeing this person rushing toward him, Tangwon was flustered but not afraid. He retreated repeatedly, launching 3 stones in quick succession. In his imagination, these 3 stones should have hit the opponent's eyes and Adam's apple respectively. But in his panic, he lost his accuracy and ended up hitting him in the face. Although he splattered the man's face with blood, he failed to stop him from charging forward. Hiss! The pointed end of the stick was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme at hand. Tangwon pulled out the dagger from his waist and flung it out. Put! Right in the neck. A large amount of pink foam gathered on the dark neck, covering the blade. Clatter, the stick fell to the ground, and the man collapsed. Skill, stone throwing, proficient 99710213000 skill, knife throwing, mastered 309-417-1000 few. Tangwon sat down on the ground with a thud, the firewood in his basket scattered all over the place. After a while, he finally caught his breath and stood up in a daze, looking at the scavenger on the ground, blood flowing continuously, the smell of blood pungent. He didn't feel like vomiting, but he didn't dare to look at the man's bulging, unclosed eyes. After a few minutes, he moved his feet, forced himself to walk forward, endured the feeling of dread, pulled out the dagger, wiped it randomly on the ground, packed up his basket, and left in a slightly flustered manner. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about killing someone, but actually killing someone was completely different from just thinking about it. Especially since Tangwon was just an ordinary person. Inside the hut. Suddenly, Tangwon sat up, muttering softly, "It's fake, it's fake." This was the 3rd time he had woken up in fright, his back completely soaked. "Xiao, you're awake again? Having another nightmare?" Tang rubbed her eyes and luxuriously picked up a fire starter to light the oil lamp. Using the warm yellow light, she got up and poured a bowl of water. "It's okay, sis, you go to sleep." Tang didn't leave but sat down beside him instead, asking softly, "Little bro, I saw blood on your dagger, was it?" "It's rabbit blood." But that rabbit wasn't even skinned properly. By the way, the rabbit skin can be exchanged for things. Remember to ask the blacksmith for more stuff when you give it to him tomorrow. A complete rabbit skin can make a hat. It's worth at least 7 gene. No, it should be worth 9 gene of millet. The potatoes and sweet potatoes they give are covered in mud, so we have to give them 2 gene for 1 to make it worth our while. Listening to his sister's rambling, Tangwon smiled without realizing it. Tang stopped talking. "Xiao, you're capable, more capable than the people in the camp. You killed someone, didn't you?" Tangwon was silent. Tang continued, "I knew it when you came back. You were just standing there blankly, your knife was covered in blood, even on your pants. You didn't say a word while eating, and you only answered with a grunt when I asked you something. You weren't as focused on practicing as you were yesterday." Tangwon smiled wryly. He thought he had disguised himself well, that he was very calm, but he didn't expect his sister to see right through him. After thinking about it, he told her what happened today. Tang frowned when she heard this. "You don't have any fighting experience." "Yeah." "Then tomorrow, when you go to the blacksmith, don't exchange for too many potatoes. Have him teach you how to fight. I heard he knows how to use a knife. He used to be a guard. When you encounter robbers, you have to kill them. They don't work themselves but still want to rob others. If you give it to them, they'll keep an eye on you every day and keep robbing you. Robbing your firewood, robbing your red-billed quilias and millet." By the end, the young lady was furious. Although the person had already been killed by her brother, she was still scared and angry just thinking about it. The siblings talked for a while, and Tang went back to bed. In a daze, Tangwon seemed to hear her muttering, dare to rob my rice, I'll beat you to death. The next day, the fog was thick. Before the fog dissipated, Tangwon arrived at the blacksmith's shop. Little Tang brother is here? Li Dinyo's eyes lit up, wondering how many red-billed quilias it was today. Brother Li looks radiant recently. Hee, isn't that because I've been having meat with every meal? Li Dinyo stroked his bald head. Today, Brother Li is in for a treat. Got some rare goods? Take a look. Rabbit. Little Tang brother, you're getting more and more capable. Li Dinyo picked up the rabbit's ears and weighed it. 30 gene of potatoes, plus a dagger, how about it? Tangwon smiled. I heard Brother Li knows swordsmanship? Li Dinyo looked at him. The latest novels are available at Lujio Shuba. I'm just asking casually, Brother Li. Can you teach me? I can, but my skills aren't anything special. Tangwon quickly said, Brother Li, you're being modest. I've been wanting to learn the sword. Consider this rabbit as tuition. I only know a set of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme splitting saber, it doesn't need that much. But to practice the saber, you need a saber. Practice here at my place, you can just grab one and use it. Once you've learned it, give me some quilias as compensation, and I'll give you the saber, how about that? Okay. Thank you, Brother Li, no need to thank me. With a few words, the two agreed on the saber practice. In addition to this rabbit, Tangwon would send Li Dinyo 5 more red-billed quilias every day, and Li Dinyo would teach Tangwon the saber 3 times a day. The two were decisive in their actions. Li Dinyo immediately selected a thick-backed saber for Tangwon from the saber rack. Swing it a few times. If you find it too heavy, switch to a lighter one. People in the camp rarely get enough to eat every day. Thick-backed sabers were used by the guards. Not to mention Tangwon, this half-grown child, even farmers would find it heavy. Body 105. Tangwon glanced at his physical attribute. After recent exercise, it had increased by 0.05. He gripped the saber and started slashing. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme whistling, and he didn't feel tired even after a while. Li Dinyo was surprised. Little Tang, you're so thin, but you're quite strong. Haha, it's natural. Alright, let's start practicing today. This set of saber techniques I learned when I was a guard is called the 8 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme splitting slashes. As they spoke, Li Dinyo hung the door from the inside and went to the backyard. Husband, what's this? A woman came out of the house. This was the first time Tangwon had seen Li Dinyo's wife. She had a big belly, was fair-skinned, and had a beautiful smile. She was the first beauty Tangwon had seen in this post-apocalyptic world since he transmigrated. As for his own sister, it wasn't that she wasn't beautiful, but she was too thin and hadn't fully developed yet. Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Tangwon. Little Tang brother, hello. I've heard your brother Li mention you, you're a capable person. Seeing that Tangwon was very polite and didn't stare, Li Dinyo had a good impression of him. Li Dinyo also thought highly of him. Occasionally, there were neighbors who had seen his wife, and every one of them stared blankly. This little Tang is no ordinary person. The couple exchanged glances. Li Dinyo went back to the house to cook, and Li Dinyo picked up his usual saber. Little Tang, I'll show you once first. The first move, I had on fierce slash, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme splitting saber. Swish. The big saber slashed fiercely. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme roaring. P.S. Newbie new book, 18 years old this year. Please give some recommendation tickets. Please give some phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme. I heard that Chi Dian's recommendations depend on follow-up reading. Please, dear readers, don't raise the book. The fourth move, sweeping across the battlefield, no enemy can escape. Swish, swish, swish. Indeed, as Li Dinyo said, this saber technique is very simple and practical. Each move has several variations. For example, this sweeping across the battlefield can sweep from the left, sweep from the right, or sweep in a continuous left-right motion, focusing on speed and ferocity.
Tang Wen carefully watched every movement.
After Li Dania finished practicing once, he clapped and praised, "Brother Li is truly too modest." With this saber technique, even if 7, 8, or 10 scavengers from outside came at you together, they couldn't get phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close slash phoneme.
It's not that powerful. Maybe if I put on armor, it would be closer to the truth. Li Dania was embarrassed by the praise and found Tang Wen even more pleasing to the eye. This little brother can not only shoot birds and hunt, but he also has such a way with words. "Come on, little Tang, I'll teach you the first move." One taught, and the other practiced, both very engrossed. Soon, after teaching 3 times, Tang Wen practiced based on his memory, with Li Dania correcting his movements and filling in any gaps. After practicing several times, he was covered in sweat, but no new skill appeared on the experience panel. Tang Wen wasn't in a hurry.
When he was in school, it took him 2 weeks to learn a set of Eaglet Takes Flight. Although this saber technique was simple, he had no foundation, so learning it wasn't that easy.
3 days passed, and Tang Wen could perform the entire saber technique without Li Dania's reminders.
Skill: phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme breaking saber, entry level 1500. The skill appeared, and he had entered the saber technique.
"You're practicing well, kid. Tell me the truth, haven't you been eating a lot of meat lately?" Li Dania looked simple-minded, but he wasn't foolish.
In the cold early winter, everyone in the camp was huddled at home, not even daring to go out, afraid that they wouldn't have enough food to last until spring. Except for the guards, who else would be like Tang Wen, practicing his saber every day, and so intensely?
Even he himself didn't practice every day. "I inevitably eat a couple of the birds I can't sell."
On the 7th day of practicing the saber, Tang Wen brought 2 pheasants and more than 30 red-billed finches to Li Dania. He also brought 2 daggers and a long saber back home. He gave one dagger to Tang Tang for self-defense. He carried the other one as a throwing knife.
"Open the door. Pay the rent."
In a flash, the end of the month arrived.
"Brother Li, I'm ready and waiting for you. Thanks for being lenient last month."
Tang Wen carried a bag of millet, containing 30 pounds of grain. He planned to pay for 3 months.
You seem to be doing well. You've gotten taller and stronger. Thanks to you. This is 3 months' worth of millet." "Good."
A guard took the bag of rice and got busy. Brother Li glanced at the mud-covered shack and said casually, "This place is 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the camp entrance. If you have a lot of food, you can ask someone about trading your place for a residence inside, and let someone else phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in this shack."
"Thank you for the reminder, Brother Li."
Tang Wen was a little puzzled.
"Boss, 30 pounds of millet, not a bit less," a guard said.
Brother Li took out something. "Take this tag."
Tang Wen took it. It was an iron tag with the character winter written on it.
He grabbed Tang Wen's wrist, stamped it with a red mark, and left with the words, "Show the tag and get a stamp at the end of each month." Then he took his men to the next house.
"Sister, besides the cold and hunger, is there anything special about winter?" Tang Tang wasn't sure. "I'll ask around today."
"Okay." In the evening, Tang Wen returned from hunting and went to the blacksmith shop to deliver his prey. "Brother Li," today his words stopped abruptly, "we have a guest." A strange man was selecting weapons. Hearing the noise, he turned around and sized Tang Wen up. When he saw Tang Wen's youthful face, his eyes narrowed slightly. Tang Wen also saw his appearance clearly: a long, thin face, triangular eyes, and a hooked nose. He was wearing several layers of linen clothes, but the styles and sizes were all different. "Brother, take the firewood to the backyard first."
Li Dania winked at Tang Wen, then turned to the guest and said, "He's a brother of mine."
"Oh."
The triangular-eyed man revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth and took a deep look at Tang Wen's back.
The first move, a fierce frontal chop with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme breaking saber. Tang Wen practiced the saber twice in the backyard before Li Dania came in with a few fish.
"Brother, that guy wasn't a good person. Be careful if you run into him." As he spoke, he lifted the fish in his hand and shook them. Tang Wen clearly saw that 3 of the 5 fish had teeth marks on them. This reminded him of the scene on his first day of transmigrating, where scavengers fought over a fish, resulting in a fatality. Okay. He agreed and then said, "Brotherly, you have a wide network. Help me keep an eye out for a residence closer to the inside of the camp, if there are any vacancies." Li Dachun's smile faded, and he frowned, asking, "What? Little Tang, you're still living on the outskirts of the camp?" "Yes." Tang Wen nodded, thinking that it wasn't just the outskirts, but the very edge. "Then you need to move quickly, or it will be too late when the mutated beasts attack the city in the dead of winter." "This? Please enlighten me." Brotherly, Li Dachung processed the fish in his hands and said, "Mutated beasts are very ferocious. They're sure to eat people in the winter. The scavengers outside will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme hide or run to our camp. The mutated beasts follow them, and when the guards attack, the mutated beasts pounce on the walls. If they encounter strong ones, the guards can't defend against them, and a few might slip in. This happens every year." Tang Wen's expression became serious. "The mutated beasts that slip in will definitely prey on the people on the edge of the camp first. Then, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme experts from the inner city will come out to kill them, or the mutated beasts will eat their fill and escape. Indeed, in this world, there is no worst, only worse." Tang Wen, who had originally planned to huddle in his shack for the winter, discussed countermeasures with his sister as soon as he got home. They had to move, definitely had to move. But moving required capital. Some families who didn't have enough food for the winter might be willing to trade their residences with them if they were given enough food. After all, living on the outskirts of the camp wasn't necessarily a death sentence. As long as they hid well, they could still survive, for example, by digging a hole and sleeping underground. Rather than giving the millet to others, Tang Tang preferred to dig a hole and sleep. Tang Wen disagreed. What if the mutated beasts that came were good at burrowing? Besides, in front of the mutated beasts, their shack's defensive capabilities were, to say the least, non-existent. In the dead of winter, even if people were okay, if the house was knocked down, rebuilding it would be a huge project. In the following days, Tang Tang reinforced the shack with wooden sticks and hemp rope every day and dug a pit at home with a shovel. Tang Wen took a pound of roasted millet out of the camp every day and gained a lot. A large amount of millet was scattered, and pheasants were attracted every time, with at least 30 or more red-billed finches also being caught. Tang Wen had Tang Tang process the pheasants and store them temporarily. It was getting cold, and the chicken meat could be stored. The red-billed finches were exchanged for grain at various rice shops. As the weather got colder and colder, Tang Wen broke the rule of not going to the same rice shop for 3 days. Almost every day, he had to go to several rice shops to exchange grain. Several days passed, and there was still no news from Li Daniu. Tang Wen brought 2 processed pheasants to the guard camp. "Kid, who are you looking for?" "Brotherly, I'm looking for Brotherly. Please inform him that I'm here to deliver something." "Wait. Okay, it's you, kid. What's up?" After waiting for a while, Li Gu walked out of the stone house in the guard camp. Tang Wen took out the burlap sack. "I got lucky and shot 2 pheasants. I brought them for you to try, Li Gu." "Pheasants?" Li Gu looked at them and smiled. "What's up?" "Well, I want to change houses. I don't know if there are any empty houses in the camp. I'd like you to help me keep an eye out." "Simple. I'll take the things. Come in." Li Gu turned and walked into the stone house behind him, leading Tang Wen through it to one of the rooms, the housing selection office. After greeting them, Li Gu asked, "Xiao Liang, are there any residences further in?" "Arrange one for this little brother." The young man surnamed Liang stood up and pointed to the map on the wall, saying, "Li Gu is here, of course, we do. The small houses marked in white are all uninhabited. Choose whichever you like." Li Gu smiled and tapped him with his hand. Then turned to signal Tang Wen to come forward and take a look. The map on the wall was a large piece of parchment. Tang Wen first looked at the camp entrance he was familiar with,
and then all the way to the rice shop. P phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme went to. This rice shop was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the city. If he could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme near here, it would definitely be safe. Perhaps noticing Tang Wen's gaze, Xiao Liang said, the closer you get to the city, the more expensive the moving fee. Moving to the city gate allows you to open a shop and do business, but you have to hand in 1,000 pounds of grain. After Tang Wen heard this, he leaned back slightly and said with a smile, I'm just looking. Moving from inside the camp to the outer perimeter doesn't require you to pay a single pound of grain, as long as you're willing. Tang Wen and Tang didn't originally phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme at the camp entrance. Before Tang Wen transmigrated, a family paid hundreds of pounds of grain to exchange houses with them. There was no way around it, the two of them were weak and could only barely fill their stomachs working in the fields. They simply couldn't save enough to pay the rent, so they had to sell their residence. The map on the wall only showed the layout of the outer perimeter of the camp. The city area only had 2 words written on it: Queen. After a quick look, Tang Wen pointed to an area and asked, I don't know how much grain it costs to move to this area? He was referring to the area near the blacksmith shop. That area was hundreds of meters in a straight line from the camp wall. Safety should be guaranteed, and he could also take care of each other with the blacksmith Li Dinyo. Xiao Liang looked at Li Gu. Seeing that he didn't speak, he said, moving costs 300 pounds of grain. The residences there all have courtyards and are large. The rent is paid annually, 240 pounds of grain a year. So expensive. 300 pounds of grain is enough for one person to eat for a year. The rent has also doubled. But Tang Wen had no choice. He thought for a moment and agreed, okay. Okay, here are 3 empty houses. Choose one. Do you have any suggestions? The 3 empty houses looked no different on the map, all identical white squares. Xiao Liang looked down at the information and said, then choose the one in the middle. There is a well here, and the previous tenant also dug a sweet potato cellar. There are firewood rooms and latrines. Just clean it up and you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme there. Thank you for your recommendation, then it's this one. The clerk said in surprise, as expected of someone brought by Li Gu, you are decisive. Li Gu also glanced sideways. Hundreds of pounds of grain were no small amount for the average person and family in the camp. Tang Wen smiled. It wasn't about being decisive. If he had come to choose a house by himself today, he would have taken his sister to see the place in person before making a decision. But now that Li Gu brought him here, out of respect for Li Gu, this person wouldn't recommend too bad of a place. Do you have enough rice at home? This needs to be paid in one go. Thank you for your concern, Li Gu. It should be about enough. That's good. Li Gu turned his head and asked, how much rice can we exchange for a pound of meat? The clerk smiled and said, 1 pound of meat can be worth up to 15 pounds of rice. Okay. Then send a cart. The clerk colored the house Tang Wen had chosen black, handed Tang Wen a piece of paper with a simple note that he was renting 5th Street, number 6, and stamped it with the red seal of the Guard Camp Housing Selection Office. Keep this safe. We're not busy right now, so I'll take you there. I'll go get a cart. He went out, and Tang Wen quickly thanked Li Gu again. The latter waved his hand and looked at the 2 pheasants with interest, asking, how did you catch them? Tang Wen was stunned and told the truth, I have a skill with throwing stones. Oh. Throwing stones? Are you accurate? Li Gu asked me, I dare not lie. Within 30 steps, I have a 90% chance of hitting wherever I aim. This was Tang Wen's modest statement. In fact, within 50 steps, he was almost always accurate. Li Gu narrowed his eyes, as if remembering something. Recently, several rice shops have received red-beaked finches. They said a young man sent them. I sold them. I didn't dare to sell too much each time, so I went to several rice shops. Not bad, not bad. The matter matched up, and Li Gu looked at him with a hint of appreciation. Have you seen the guards? Do you know why they are all strong and powerful?
Tang Wen shook his head, looking at Li Gu expectantly, waiting for him to explain.
Li Gu continued, by passing the selection, becoming a guard, you can practice martial arts, practice the breathing method passed down by the queen, train during the day, and have meat with every meal.
It won't be long before you become strong.
As he spoke, he looked at Tang Wen, who cooperatively showed a look of longing on his face and blurted out, Li Gu, I also want to be a guard.
The treatment was simply a chaotic world's civil servant. What? Guards are dangerous? Is hunting dangerous? Is it more dangerous for you to go hunting alone, or for the guards to go out in groups, fully armored, holding long knives and riding horses? Guards have to risk their lives. It's not very peaceful outside the camp. Li Gu, I am willing to risk my life. In Tang Wen's view, living in this damn doomsday was already risking your life every day. Li Gu smiled, you are still young and not tall enough. You won't be able to make it for the selection next spring. Go back and work hard to build up your strength. If you can't do it next year, there's still the year after. Okay, good. Tang Wen's face showed unwillingness, but he still nodded repeatedly, like a dissatisfied teenager. He was indeed a little sorry in his heart. Li Gu smiled, you can come to me if you need anything in the future. The sound of rolling wheels rang out. Outside the window, Xiao Liang stopped at the door in a donkey cart. Li Gu led Tang Wen out the door.
Xiao Liang, I won't go with Xiao Tang to move.
Please take care of it. Li Gu, you're too kind. It's what I should do.
Li Gu nodded and returned to the house.
Xiao Liang pulled Tang Wen into the donkey cart.
Sitting in the donkey cart, Tang Wen was filled with emotion. He had sat in this cart before. When he was a child in his hometown on Earth, it was called a ground row cart in the local dialect.
The cart could be pulled by people or animals. The power was very flexible.
It only consumed a bundle of grass or 2 meals for 100 miles.
Little brother Tang, what is your relationship with Li Gu? Xiao Liang asked with a smile. Hey! There's no relationship. It's just that Li Gu is a good person and takes care of me. A good person? Yes, Li Gu is known for being a good person. Xiao Liang's smile did not diminish. It was clear that he didn't believe a word of it. Tang Wen led the way for the old man driving the cart.
A few minutes later, they arrived at the camp entrance and in front of the mud hut.
Euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here?
Xiao Liang slowly restrained his smile.
Yes. Wait a moment, I'll tell my family. He walked to the door, and the door opened from the inside.
Tang saw them arrive through the crack in the door.
How much millet? She went straight to the point. What? Tang Wen was stunned, and then he understood.
He hesitated and said, Sister, safety is the most important thing. It's just spending all the millet, sigh.
Sister, what's wrong with you?
Hearing all the millet, Tang's eyes widened, and she leaned back and fell.
Tang Wen was shocked and quickly supported her.
He saw her eyes lose focus, her body stiff, and she kept repeating, all the millet, all of it, all sis, not all of it, there's some left. Tang Wen quickly reassured her.
How much is left?
Tang grabbed her younger brother's arm. The force was so strong that even Tang Wen, whose physique attribute was as high as 1.09, no less than a healthy adult, felt pain. Moving requires 300 pounds of grain, and the annual rent is 240 pounds, but it's a courtyard with a well and a woodshed, very safe. He observed his sister's expression, speaking cautiously. Tang straightened up, 300 plus 240, that's 540 pounds. You scared me, we still have quite a bit left. I've packed the pheasants, give them more millet, it's hard for us to move. Tang Wen, a few minutes later, he came out carrying a small burlap sack and handed it directly to Xiao Liang.
Pheasant? So, little brother is a hunter?
Xiao Liang took the bag, his smile reappearing. The driver unloaded a scale from the donkey cart. Tang Wen took a few more glances. No matter how he looked at it, this scale seemed more like a product of technology. He casually asked, is this a scale?
I've never seen one before.
Xiao Liang said proudly, it's a novelty brought by the trade caravan. There are also clocks and weaving machines. In a couple of years, you'll know when you join the guard team." As he spoke, the siblings carried out jars and buckets of millet from the house, pouring them into the burlap sacks that the driver brought. Once a bag was full and tied, it was time to weigh it. The driver and Tang Wen together placed the large bag on the platform scale. Tang stared intently at the platform scale. The driver distinguished the numbers on it in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme, 117, 189 pounds. Just as he was reading, Xiao Liang, who was standing beside him, suddenly stepped on the platform scale with one leg and calmly asked, "Did you see it clearly?" "Saw it clearly. 189 pounds. High and clear." The driver was very sure. Tang looked at the scale, looked at the leg, and a kind of "you can do this" expression appeared in her clear eyes. "Okay, 189 pounds of millet," he shouted, his voice not small. Even the surrounding passers-by heard it. The passers-by saw his red armband, and no one lingered, as if staying for a second longer would make them demand rent. A few minutes later, the second bag of millet was weighed. Xiao Liang repeated his trick. 115 pounds became 193 pounds. Adding the two bags together, the weight of the grain Tang when handed over reached an astonishing 382 pounds. Only 158 pounds short. Xiao Liang pulled Tang Wen aside. "Brother Tang, for the rest, you better hand over some chicken meat." "Okay, easy to talk about." Xiao Liang smiled and explained in a low voice, "Chicken meat can't be stored, I can arrange for everyone to eat it tonight." "Understood." The doubts in Tang Wen's heart disappeared. He was still worried just now. Can this balance the books? It's not like he's short of that little bit of grain. Don't mess things up and not be able to clean up. Hearing this, he understood and yearned even more for the guard organization. He went back to the house and took out 2 pheasants, weighed them, 11 pounds, high and clear. 1 pound of meat is worth 15 pounds of rice, plus Brother Tang has already paid 30 pounds of rent, that's too much. Xiao Liang looked at the driver and said, "We can't take advantage of Brother Tang, let's work hard and help Brother Tang move." "Okay, as you say." The old driver agreed. He drove the donkey cart back to the guard camp first, delivered a load of millet, and then hurried back to help Tang Wen move with Xiao Liang. The donkey cart was very capable, and it was all hauled away in one trip. When the small house was empty, the siblings were really leaving. Tang's eyes showed reluctance, and she looked back many times along the way. "Number 6 Courtyard, 5th Street, this is it." Liang Min, also known as Xiao Liang, took out the key, opened the copper lock, and pushed the door open. Tang curiously looked around. The courtyard was not small. The donkey cart could easily turn around when it entered, about the same size as the blacksmith shop's backyard not far away. The toilet was in a corner of the courtyard, and the woodshed was next to the toilet, empty. The house was built of green bricks, one house with 3 rooms, with doors and windows. Inside the house, except for dust and cobwebs, it was empty. Liang Min handed a bunch of keys to Tang Wen and left with the driver. Before leaving, Tang Wen quietly stuffed 3 red-billed birds to the old driver. "Little brother Tang, whenever you need a cart, come directly to the guard camp to find me." The old driver grinned from ear to ear. "Okay, easy to talk about, take care, Brother Liang, take care." Tang Wen went to the blacksmith's house to borrow tools to clean the new house. When he mentioned it at the blacksmith's shop, Li Denyo also became happy. "Brother Tang, you moved here? At number 6, 5th Street? Good. My place is number 18, where quite phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Wait, I'll phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the shop now and go help you clean up." "That won't do, your sister-in-law is pregnant, how can she be home alone?" Cough, Li Denyo suddenly blushed. "She's not alone, I bought a maid to serve her." "Oh." Tang Wen suddenly realized, glanced at him with a smile, "So you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, have taken a concubine. Really, enviable. There are more women than men in the camp, it's normal for a strong laborer to have multiple women. It was your sister-in-law who insisted that I, Laoli, buy her, a poor family's girl, work sufficiently." Yes, I understand."
Tang Wen gave him a look. Lao Li became anxious. Really? Yes, really, really. The two of them carried brooms and dustpans and came to Tang Wen's new home.
The three of them busied themselves until dark before finally cleaning up. Li Daniao didn't stay for dinner. Tang Wen and his sister simply built a stove in the yard and made do with a meal. There are still 2 pheasants left, 2 bags of millet, half a bag of potatoes, half a bag of sweet potatoes, 5 bundles of firewood like a little squirrel preparing for winter. Tang carefully counted the remaining supplies in the house, insisting on putting all the food in their bedroom. Considering that the weather was getting colder, Tang Wen planned to build a kong in the house in a few days. Although he had never done this kind of work, he had seen others build them when he lived in his hometown as a child. He understood the principle, and the materials were not difficult to find, so it should be feasible. The next day, a thick fog enveloped the area. Tang Wen braved the thick fog and came to the carpenter's house. For the price of a pheasant and 30 pounds of millet, he took away a set of tables and chairs, a cabinet, and 2 single beds. After the things were moved back, the empty house suddenly had a breath of life. Li Daniao sent a large iron pot, as well as some iron kettles, iron shovels, and the like that were usually useful. To return the courtesy, Tang Wen gave him the last pheasant. Although it was a bit of an advantage, he would slowly repay it in the future. In this world, he could be considered to have friends. Moving from a shed to a brick house, the siblings were still very excited. In the evening, Tang Wen practiced his knife, the 8-section brocade, and throwing knives in the yard. After finishing his practice, he boiled water and took a bath. Although only wood ash and rice water could be used to clean the body, he still felt relaxed after taking a bath. Before going to bed, Tang suddenly said, "Xiao Wen, this is even better than our old home." After a moment of silence, Tang Wen said softly, "It will be better, go to sleep." "Yes, now that we have a house, it's time to get you a wife." "Ah." In the darkness, Tang Wen shook his head repeatedly. In this chaotic world, becoming stronger is the most important thing. As for women, let's put that off for now. Name, Tang Wen. Age, 14 years and 10 months. Body, 109. Spirit, 105. Skill, Farming Mastery 719-1000. Skill, Flying Stone, Proficient 1999300. Skill, 8-section brocade, Beginner 967-1000. Skill, Throwing Knife Technique, Mastery 901-1000. Skill, Gale Blade, Beginner 451500. After many days of hard practice, Tang Wen is about to usher in another transformation. In his skill list, the mastery level Flying Stone 1999300 hadn't been intentionally practiced by Tang Wen for several days. The mastery level was sufficient for hitting rabbits, chickens, and injuring people. The 1999 experience points for Flying Stone were naturally gained while hunting birds. Flying Knife Technique, Adept 901-1000, was a skill he had been diligently practicing lately, always keeping a flying knife in hand while hunting in the forest. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme breaking saber, Beginner 451500. He practiced daily with the blacksmith, Li Daniao. But what he valued most was 8 Vidra Divine Skill, Beginner 967-1000. This genuine Taoist skill could simultaneously increase physical fitness and mental strength. It was practically a divine skill. The next day, Tang Wen still didn't go out hunting. He woke up early and immediately began practicing the 8 Vidra Divine Skill in his room, immersing himself in it. He practiced several rounds in one go, pushing the experience to Beginner 997-1000, a point where he could break through at any moment. As for when to break through, he wanted to waiting until he hunted more prey in the next few days and had a more sufficient supply of meat before making the breakthrough. After finishing the Vajra Divine Skill, he went to the blacksmith's house and practiced his saber techniques repeatedly until he broke through the current saber skill level. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme breaking saber, Beginner Adept 31000. After upgrading the skill, Tang Wen rested for a moment and then practiced the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme breaking saber technique again. With the saber in his hand, he felt a strange sense of familiarity and intimacy. The saber in his hand was like an extension of his arm, able to strike wherever he pointed, effortlessly and powerfully. Li Daniao's family stood on the steps, watching. "Brother Tang is amazing.
Li Dania's wife and the maid, facing the saber's momentum directly, couldn't help but feel frightened despite standing far away. Li Dania didn't speak, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. Little Tang has been practicing the saber for less than a month, right? I was a guard for 3 years and have been practicing the saber for more than 5 years, and my saber technique seems to be only at his current level. Could this be talent? After finishing a set of saber techniques, Tang Wen suddenly felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. That kind of pleasure was as refreshing as drinking a can of ice-cold Coca-Cola on a sweltering summer day. Li Dania's eyes were complex. Brother. This old brother has nothing more to teach you. Tang Wen smiled. How could that be? This is all just a show, with no practical combat experience. I'm far behind Brother Li. In the morning, he went to the market to buy square bricks and sand, and then used 2 pounds of millet to hire 2 workers. They busily worked all morning to build a stove and 2 white-heated brick beds in the new house. In the afternoon, he practiced flying knives. In the courtyard, the siblings stood apart. Swish, Tang Tang suddenly threw out a piece of wood. Thwack! Tang Wen hit it with a knife. Hee, interesting. The young lady became interested in this game, taking pleasure in making her younger brother fail, deliberately throwing wooden blocks and chips at various tricky angles. By chance, after half a day, the experience of the flying knife technique increased rapidly. Flying knife technique, Adept 991-1000. I'm exhausted, I'm not practicing anymore, I'm going to rest and cook. Tang Tang hung her hands down, walking towards the room dejectedly like a zombie from Plants vs. Zombies. Only 9 experience points were left to break through, but the young lady was too tired to continue. Ordinary practice would not work. Tang Wen shrugged and simply went to help his sister cook dinner. After dinner, he continued to practice the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme breaking saber, the saber light shimmering under the moonlight. From morning to night, except for eating and resting, Tang Wen spent almost all his time cultivating. The next day, deep in the wilderness forest, Tang Wen took out a linen bag from his arms, which contained roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes, with a fragrant aroma. But he didn't take them out to eat. Instead, he extravagantly broke the sweet potatoes into small pieces and scattered them carefully on the ground. Scattering some here and some there, without being stingy, until he scattered a whole sweet potato. If scavengers saw this behavior, they would probably come over and lick the ground. Thump, thump, thump. Tang Wen hid and practiced flying knives. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The familiar sound of wild chickens rang out. Tang Wen quietly put away the flying knife and saw a pair of wild chickens landing on the ground covered with sweet potatoes, eating happily. Swish, 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 swish. Without even aiming, he launched a series of flying stones. 2 wild chickens were knocked to the ground, convulsing. Tang Wen picked them up, walked away to the downwind direction, skillfully dug a pit to bleed them, and put the cleaned wild chickens into the back basket. Hum, 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 hum. What's that noise? He gently put down the back basket, grabbed the flying knife, and approached the woods covered with sweet potatoes. Snort, snort. A half-grown black pig was happily rooting in the ground, wagging its tail as it ate. Wild pig. My roasted sweet potato is really effective. This wild pig must have at least 100 pounds of meat? Tang Wen tightly held the flying knife in his right hand, preparing to strike, but released it the next second. No, I can't be reckless. Wild pigs have thick skin and flesh. One flying knife will definitely not kill it. And it runs fast. What if there's no time to follow up? Wouldn't it take the flying knife away? But no matter what, the wild pig will definitely escape if it is injured. Tang Wen didn't think his 2 legs could outrun its 4 legs. Unless I make it charge at me. This is a bit risky. Hunters always say, first bear, second pig, third tiger. Wild pigs are not harmless animals. The boar in front of him, with its tusks, will definitely injure people if it charges. So, I have to kill it, but I can't do it recklessly. After thinking about it, Tang Wen crouched down and hid behind a big tree. He took out several pebbles and threw them directly in 3 different directions in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The pebbles hit the trees, making loud noises. Snort, snort. The wild pig was startled and didn't know what was in front of it. It turned its head and charged towards Tang Wen's direction behind it. That's exactly the effect I wanted. Put. The flying knife plunged straight into the wild pig's left eye. Blood spurted out. A hit. Awa, awa, awa. The wild pig didn't fall down, roaring and charging towards Tang Wen again. Put. Another knife, blood splattered everywhere. The wild pig's right eye was also blinded. Skill, flying knife technique, adept mastery 13,000 AWO. Bang! The charging wild pig crashed into the tree in front of Tang Wen. The big tree shook slightly, and the wild pig's 4 hooves went limp, falling to the ground. Tang Wen knew it wasn't dead. He grabbed the long saber, went around it in 2 steps, and slashed at the wild pig's neck. Fresh blood sprayed like a fountain, falling on the ground, dyeing it a mottled red. The wild pig twitched a few times and quickly stopped moving. A great harvest. After the pig blood drained, Tang Wen lifted the pig's ears and struggled to stuff it into the big back basket. The back basket was more than a meter high, but it was difficult to fit a half-grown wild pig. After finally stuffing it in, most of the pig's head was still exposed. He could only tie some branches with rope to cover the pig's head to prevent others from seeing it. Lift. Tang Wen suddenly carried the back basket, but his feet faltered and he almost fell. This wild pig must weigh more than 100 pounds. He walked heavily towards the camp, resting for a while on the way, and finally appeared at the camp gate, panting, before noon. People were coming and going on the road. Seeing Tang Wen returning so early, some shook their heads in disgust. Whose child is this, only carrying back so few branches? These are all thin firewood doesn't burn well, wood is better when it's thick. Unlucky child, can't even gather firewood. Tang Wen ignored them and buried his head in walking. Bang, 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 a burst of knocking on the door. Who is it? Tang's wary voice came. It's me, sister. Aren't you coming back at noon? Tang, who was washing clothes, shook her hands and opened the latch. Tang Wen walked into the yard, bending over. Tang stretched her head to look outside the door, turned around, closed the door, and reached out to hold her brother's back basket. Be careful, it's heavy. Whoa! Tang was startled, subconsciously lowering her voice. What is it, so heavy? Wild pig. Ah! Unfastening the rope, seeing the pig's head, the young lady couldn't help but widen her eyes. P.S. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme tracking of new books is very important. Dear readers, remember to follow the updates every day, so that the effect will be better when the new book is recommended, and more recommendation resources can be obtained. Phew! I'm exhausted. Tang Wen moved his shoulders. Carrying a pig weighing over 100 pounds for such a long way had made his shoulders ache. Rest quickly. Tang ran to drag over the chair she used for washing clothes and placed it behind him. After sitting down to rest for a while, Tang Wen decided that tonight he would break through to the next level of the 8 Vajra divine art. With this wild boar, there would be enough food. But the wild boar had a strong, foul smell. To enjoy a good meal, Tang Wen took the remaining red-beaked sparrows from home to the general store and exchanged them for a few pounds of Sichuan peppercorns, some ginger, garlic, chili peppers, and 3 pounds of salt. Finally, he went to the liquor store and exchanged for half a pound of sweet potato liquor. Sichuan peppercorns weren't worth much, and the yellowed salt wasn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme. The camp seemed to have a stable source of salt, and it was always sold very cheaply. The most expensive was the sweet potato liquor, followed by ginger, garlic, and dried chili peppers. At night, the north phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme howled. The siblings skinned the wild boar and chopped the meat early, but they waited until late at night, until no lights were on in the surrounding houses, before they started cooking the meat. The reason was simple: to avoid attracting attention. The neighbors lived 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme, and the wild boar had a strong, foul smell. If they cooked it during the day, with people coming and going, everyone would know that the Tang family was eating pork before they even finished one meal. In winter, when everyone was struggling to get enough to eat, your family was eating pork?
This would make people jealous and might attract unnecessary trouble. Glug, glug, a bucket of well water was drawn up and poured into the large iron pot.
Tang Tang muttered while cooking the meat, "Why add chili peppers and liquor? It's such a waste. What's wrong with the meat being a little gamey?
When we only had it once every 6 months, you even ate eggshells and chicken skin with feathers."
Now you're being picky. Tang won. It wasn't me, don't talk nonsense. I've never eaten eggshells, let alone chicken skin with feathers.
When the first pot of 12 pounds of ribs was cooked, Tang Wen took a deep breath, stood in the center of the yard, and began to practice the 8 Vidra divine art.
Preparatory stance. First movement, hands interlock above to regulate the triple burner. 8th movement, heel bounces to aid digestion, concluding stance. Huff. Tang Wen exhaled a long stream of white air.
The breath condensed without dissipating, reaching half a foot long. In the dark, he felt as if he had broken through something. He suddenly felt that the night scene before him was different. He raised his head, and the sky was like blue silk, with the brilliant stars seeming closer to him. Skill, 8 Vidra divine art, entry-level mastery 13,000 skill breakthrough. The breakthrough was followed by a surge in attributes. Body, 1092. 09 Essence, 1052. 05 The last breakthrough increased both attributes by 0.7 each. This time, the attribute values directly increased by 1 point.
Don't think the numbers seem small. In fact, according to Tang Wen's own exploration and practice,
body 10 inch is actually the highest physique attribute of a healthy adult male, encompassing strength, endurance, speed, and other aspects. 10 means being able to carry a weight of over 100 pounds and walk 2 miles. In terms of speed, running 100 meters in 12 or 13 seconds is no problem. If it weren't for this, Tang Wen would not have been able to carry back such a heavy wild boar.
So, what about breaking through 2.0 inch? How abnormal would that be? Tang Wen's heart was full of anticipation.
A strange noise, his stomach growling with hunger, like drumming. He tore off 2 ribs and handed them to his sister, picked up the remaining ribs, and began to devour them.
Hiss, huff, so hot, so hot. So fragrant, both spicy and numbing.
Tang Tang ate in small bites, savoring carefully, her big eyes narrowed into a pair of crescent moons. 1 rack of ribs, along with 2 large wooden buckets of millet rice.
The flavorful meat and millet slipped into his stomach, transforming into nourishment and energy, nourishing Tang Wen's whole body.
Water, sis, water. He choked from eating too fast. Here, the whole bucket is here. Tang Tang picked up a wooden bowl and scooped half a bowl of warm water directly from the bucket, handing it to him.
Glug, glug. Huff. I'm full.
After eating dozens of pounds of food and drinking a large bucket of water, Tang Wen's belly was as big as a pregnant woman's. He returned to the house and fell asleep as soon as he touched the bed. Outside, Tang Tang, by the stove, scooped a spoonful of meat broth and poured it over the steamed millet, eating slowly and methodically. However, she didn't notice that on the roof dozens of meters away, there was a dark figure, holding a bamboo tube-like object, staring at her with the help of the starlight.
Meat. This little girl is eating meat? Damn it. I haven't eaten such good meat before. Those are ribs, right? Slurp. Damn. I really want to go down and snatch it. That whole pot is meat, all meat. I'll go now.
The dark figure climbed down the house, but halfway down, he turned back. No, such good meat can't be obtained by a little girl.
There must be someone else in her family. I have to figure it out.
The cold starlight illuminated the person's face, a hooked nose, and triangular eyes, very recognizable. If Tang Wen saw him, he would definitely recognize him. This was the guy he had met at the blacksmith shop before. Li Dingyou had specifically warned him that this person was not a good bird. Tang Wen woke up slowly the next day in the late afternoon. The latest novel is first published on Lujiu Shuba. After taking care of his physiological needs, he came to the yard and stretched, his joints cracking all over.
Shawan, you've gotten taller, more handsome, and stronger. Tang Tang was processing pigskins in the yard.
Seeing her younger brother's height spurt overnight, she couldn't help but gesture with her hand a few times. Finally, she nodded with satisfaction. It wasn't a waste of those 13 pounds of ribs, 30 pounds of millet rice, and 1 bucket of salt water.
Tang 1. Sis, my clothes are too small.
Overnight, Tang Wen's height and muscles had grown, and the originally loose linen clothes had become tight-fitting.
Too small?
Then quickly take them off, and I'll alter them for you.
Yeah, good.
The two returned to the house one after another. On the roof not far away, the person from yesterday was still staring at the yard.
Hey! There really are only 2 little brats. Just like what I heard during the day.
The hooked nose became excited, and the triangular eyes gleamed.
Their house is much better than mine. If I kill the boy, his meat, the house, and that little girl will all be mine.
Inside the house, Tang Tang altered clothes, and Tangwen, wearing thin underwear, began to practice the 8 Vidra divine art. He practiced very slowly, each move and stance full of rhythm. The young lady altering clothes couldn't help but stare at her younger brother, lost in thought. For a long time, she didn't alter the clothes well and simply hugged them and went to the inner room.
Tangwen practiced 1 round, feeling light all over, an unprecedented experience.
That feeling was addictive.
Skill, 8 Vidra divine art, mastery 103,000. 1 round gives 9 experience points? It seems higher than before? What's the reason for this? Could it be because my realm is higher, I practice better, so I get more experience? He didn't dwell on this question. The feeling of seeing the harvest immediately after every effort was too intoxicating. Tangwen was a bit addicted. He didn't even go to the yard to practice his knife skills for one night, but practiced the 8 Vidra divine art in the house again and again. He was completely immersed in it, ignoring everything outside. He didn't even notice when Tang Tang started practicing with him. Unknowingly, one night passed. Grumble. The young lady covered her stomach. I'm hungry. Then let's have a midnight snack.
The young lady sighed. Recently, my strength has also increased, but I've also become a glutton.
Tangwen smiled. Tang Tang's changes were still obvious.
Originally, when she used a jar to fetch water, she would have to rest 3 times to carry a half-full jar of water home. But now, when they moved house the other day, there was no room on the donkey cart, so she carried the bucket of water, pots, pans, and utensils all the way to the new house without getting tired. She was also busy cleaning the house and was still quite energetic until dark. It was clear that she also had good results from practicing the 8 Vidra divine art. The siblings ate a meal of meat and went to sleep in the middle of the night. The next day, Tangwen carried a basket on his back and went out hunting. The hooked nose, with huge dark circles under his eyes, saw him from afar and was very excited. Little bastard, finally going out. Let's see how I deal with you. A ferocious, excited light appeared in his triangular eyes as he followed Tangwen from a distance. Ha! What's going on? In the wild forest, Tangwen constantly surveyed his surroundings, occasionally glancing back. Why do I keep feeling uneasy today? With my attributes improved, the prey should be the ones feeling apprehensive. He felt suspicious. The hook-nosed man, who had been following him, confirmed his direction and quietly left, reaching the outskirts of the scavenger gathering place. The hook-nosed man said to several gaunt and poorly dressed scavengers, "Kill a teenager, and you get half a gene of rice each. Those who want to do it, step forward. I need 5, no, 8. I need 8. He remembered the long saber Tangwen carried in his height, which was no less than his own. To be safe, he planned to spend 4 gene of rice to find 8 people. 8 against 1, how could they lose? As for himself, of course, he wouldn't risk his life. Deep in the forest, Tangwen, who had scattered roasted sweet potatoes as bait, tested his enhanced abilities. Whoosh! Flying stone, full power. Smack! The stone hit the tree trunk, cracking the thick bark, and the trunk shook gently. Tangwen walked over and saw an egg-sized dent in the tree, with cracks spreading around it like a spider web.
This effect is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? He couldn't help but click his tongue.
Within a few dozen steps, the stone smashed through the bark, leaving a dent in the trunk.
If it hit someone, wouldn't it break at least 2 bones? What if it hit the head? Flying Stone hadn't been upgraded yet, it was just his personal attributes that had become stronger, yet it was this much more powerful? Suddenly, a bird flew by. Tang Wen instantly drew his knife.
The dagger flew out like an arrow, nailing the passing red-billed Liathrix to the tree with a thud. Skill, throwing knife technique, proficient 353,002 points of experience, better than nothing. The dagger penetrated more than 10 centimeters into the wood. If the target were a person, this knife would have already killed them. Little Tang's flying knife never misses. After several experiments, Tang Wen looked at the information in the attribute bar body, 2, 1 and vaguely understood. 1, 1, 2. 1. The physique attribute increased nearly 1 times, but his strength was more than twice as strong as before. After all, explosive power equals strength multiplied by speed. With strength and speed already doubled, explosive power would be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to 4 times the original. And flying stone and throwing knife technique themselves rely heavily on explosive power.
Ha! That's not right. He remembered the uneasy feeling that had suddenly appeared in his heart not long ago.
His attribute spirit, 205, so abilities like perception must have also increased significantly.
So, that uneasy feeling, could it be a warning?
It sounds a bit far-fetched, but Tang Wen preferred to believe it. His family was not short of meat or food for the time being, so hunting was not urgent. Thinking of this, Tang Wen carried his basket, found a thick tree, and climbed up it with his hands and feet. In the forest, visibility was obstructed, and even standing on the tree, he didn't notice anything unusual for a while. But as a hunter, he had plenty of patience. Time passed little by little, and the sun gradually rose overhead. Suddenly, Tang Wen heard a burst of footsteps. He hid his body and quietly looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a group of ragged scavengers, holding sharp bamboo poles more than 2 meters long, sneaking into the forest. There were 8 people in total. The leader was relatively strong and held a knife, while the other 7 each held a sharpened bamboo pole. Some of them looked around, and some stared at the footprints on the ground.
Is this the right direction? Are you sure we're not mistaken? Who cares if it's wrong? If we can't find him by noon, I'm going back. This forest is so big, who knows where the person is? Tang Wen slowed his breathing, his eyes full of suspicion. This group of scavengers, were they looking for someone? Could they be coming for me? At this time, the scavenger holding the long knife said, "Keep your voices down. We took his rice, so we must find him. Split up and search in pairs. If you find him, shout loudly." Okay. The response was sparse, and the team was about to split up into pairs immediately. Don't panic, let me tell you again what the person looks like. He's a teenager, wearing several layers of linen clothes, carrying a basket, and holding a long knife. Tang Wen's vigilance was immediately maxed out. Teenager, linen clothes, basket, long knife, isn't that me? Could it be such a coincidence that there's another person dressed exactly like me in this forest? Impossible. I was right to wait, someone really wants to harm me? Tang Wen was both happy and scared, his mind still a little confused. What to do? There are 8 of them? Escape? Anyway, they haven't found me yet. No, that won't do. They are clearly hired, specifically to find me. If I don't figure it out, I'll have to sleep with one eye open at night. But, who is it? Who did I offend? Who wants to kill me? Damn it! What kind of world is this? Tang Wen squatted on the tree, thinking through everything that had happened since he crossed over, but couldn't figure it out. I have to figure it out. He felt agitated and angry. After a while, the group split up into pairs. Stones, daggers, long knives. Tang Wen checked his weapons, everything was normal. He took a deep breath and looked at a 2-person team nearby. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would face it. Avoiding the two's line of sight,
He gently slid down from the other side of the tree and quickly approached the rear of the two.
Who's there?
A scavenger turned his head. The newest novels are first published on 69 Shu.
Come.
Whoosh! A long knife came into view, the back of the blade heavy and powerful, smashing down with a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme. The scavenger who turned his head didn't even grunt and fell straight to the ground.
Don't move, don't make a sound if you don't want to die. The long knife turned and rested on the other person's neck. One shout, and you'll die.
I won't shout, I won't shout.
He looked at his companion whose neck was bent 180 degrees, swallowed, and his legs went weak. Are you looking for me?
Why yes, it's you.
Why are you looking for me? Are you sure you're looking for me?
I don't know, someone gave us rice and asked us to find you, saying that if we killed you, we'd get 1 gene of rice each.
Hearing this price, Tang Wen couldn't help but be stunned. My life is only worth 8 gene of rice? Have you seen me before? And no. Then how do you know you're looking for me? Tang Wen's first interrogation lacked experience and was a bit confusing.
That person said he saw you enter this forest alone.
What if there are other people?
Then, kill them all.
Plop.
After saying this, the person knelt on the ground, begging for mercy repeatedly. Tang Wen sneered, tell me about the person who hired you, what he looks like, where he is now.
He's waiting on the small road by the edge of the forest, waiting for us, waiting for. Tang Wen understood, waiting for you to bring back my head?
Corpse, it's a corpse.
Damn. Pretty professional. Tang Wen cursed. The man is here, save me.
The person on the ground suddenly shouted, reaching out to hug Tang Wen's leg, trying to knock him to the ground. But he was too slow and lacked strength.
Tang Wen smoothly pulled out his dagger and slashed hard at his throat.
Shie. The feeling from the blade was strange, like cutting off several tough ropes. Blood spurted out. There was no time for emotion.
Someone in the distance spotted Tang Wen.
Several scavengers shouted and rushed towards him.
Tang Wen also accelerated and rushed towards them.
Soon, the distance was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme enough. Swish, 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 flying stones were thrown out in succession, heading straight for the eyes and throats of these people.
The accuracy of the flying stone was such that even the most agile red-billed Liathrix couldn't avoid it, let alone these scavengers who had been starving for a long time.
The 4 who rushed over fell to the ground one after another.
The lucky 2 could still roll around covering their eyes.
The other 2 had already had their Adam's apples shattered and fell directly to the ground, gradually losing their lives. Not far away, the leading scavenger, with a subordinate, charged over howling. After charging for a while, his vision blurred. The next moment, seeing 4 companions lose their fighting power at the same time, they stopped shouting and slammed on the brakes. The 2 looked at each other, as if they had seen a ghost, and turned around and ran.
Tang Wen. 2 quick stabs.
The person rolling on the ground was finished off. After finishing the job, Tang Wen calmly chased after them. Although the 2 people from before were running fast, their escape speed was severely limited in this jungle. But Tang Wen's speed was much faster than theirs. Running like a nimble cheetah, it only took a few breaths for them to enter his firing range. Swish, swish.
The stones hit their leg joints accurately. Their legs went weak, and they thumped and fell to the ground, tumbling far away. Who told you to come and die? Take me to find him.
Before Tang Wen could finish speaking, the person with the knife suddenly sprang up and stabbed the subordinate next to him to death.
Tang Wen, what's with this operation? Before he could say anything, this person turned around, knelt down, and held the knife up with both hands in a smooth, practiced series of movements. My lord, spare me. I am willing to take you to find him.
Tang Wen was expressionless, inwardly complaining, you're pretty skilled at this.
Stick the knife in the ground.
Okay. Tang Wen walked over, took out a rope, and tied his hands behind his back.
Finding his basket, Tang Wen threw the man's knife into his own basket and had him carry it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way. Okay, but, my lord, we can't go the same way. Why? Are there more people around him, or are there archers? You better be honest. I guarantee that if anything unexpected happens, you'll be the first to die. I wouldn't dare. It's just that the person has a telescope that can see very far. If we just go out like this, I'm afraid that person will escape. A telescope? Okay, I'll listen to you. This person thought he would have to explain the telescope. He didn't expect Tang Wen to believe him directly. He opened his mouth, but the words didn't come out. Move faster. The two of them circled around in the forest for the better part of an hour, and by the time they got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the target, it was past noon. It's him. Who the hell is this? Tang Wen looked at the figure sitting by the side of the road and didn't remember offending such a person at all. Reaching out, he tied the guide's legs as well, and then tore off a piece of his clothing to gag his mouth. After doing everything, Tang Wen slowly approached the target. Bang! The back of the knife struck the other person's neck, and the other person swayed before falling to the ground. Well, this time I shouldn't have used too much force. This face? Tang Wen carefully looked at the other person's face, and then he remembered that he had met this person once. At the blacksmith's shop? Was this the person that Li Dinyo reminded him to be careful of? How did he find me? This person wasn't tall, but the basket next to him was very tall. Tang Wen tied him up, stuffed him directly into the basket, and carried him away. Splash! A bamboo tube of water was splashed on Hooknose's face, and he slowly woke up, his neck aching as if it were about to break. He reached out to touch his neck, only to find that he was tied up. What's going on? Guards! Help! Is that you? He saw Tang Wen and realized that the other party was the little brat he had hired people to take care of. He shouted for help even louder. Tang Wen didn't stop him, his face was expressionless, letting him shout. The place they were in was deep in the jungle, next to a pool far away from the camp. The camp's guards would never patrol here. Misunderstanding, it's definitely a misunderstanding. Those scavengers must be framing me. Ha! I haven't even asked yet, and you've already confessed everything? Hooknose also knew that he had said the wrong thing, glared at Tang Wen fiercely, and closed his eyes stubbornly, not saying a word. In fact, he was anxiously thinking about countermeasures, trying to deceive Tang Wen. My lord, untie me, let me ask him. A familiar voice rang out, and Hooknose opened his eyes. Sure enough, it was the person he had hired to take care of Tang Wen. You dare! His eyes darted around, and a plan suddenly came to mind. My cousin is the captain of the camp's guards, there's no one he can't find. If you dare to touch me, he won't spare you. Release me now, and I cannot pursue this. He said loudly, becoming more and more confident as he spoke. These two people, a little brat and a scavenger, don't know anything, I can definitely fool them. Slap. Ah! The long knife slapped him on the mouth, and his words turned into screams. You in. Ah. When he finished screaming, Tang Wen took out the iron tag he had found on him. Idiot. Your cousin is so powerful, how come you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme at 4 2nd Street? What, he doesn't care if you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme or die? 4 2nd Street was only 20 meters away from the city wall, and the rent was cheap. The people who lived there were the poorest of the poor in the camp. Only slightly better than Tang Wen and his sister's situation before. A real relative of a guard captain, living so miserably? Tang Wen didn't believe it. The most new small say in 6'9" book bar first hair. Hooknose was speechless and closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. Tang Wen didn't waste any words, directly using his dagger to cut a piece of cloth from his clothes, wet it with water, and covered his mouth and nose. Hooknose snorted coldly, don't think you can make me say a single word. Whir. A bamboo tube of water was continuously poured on the wet cloth, and there were several other bamboo tubes next to it. They came from Hooknose's basket. Ugh.
In less than a minute, Hooknose, who was tied to the tree, arched his body, trying to open his mouth wide, but he couldn't breathe in a single breath of fresh air. The feeling of suffocation was uncomfortable and terrifying. After another half a minute, Tangwen stopped. Hooknose felt like half a year had passed, he gasped, looking at the calm-faced young man in front of him, his eyes full of fear. Why did I provoke him? There are so many people in the camp, who couldn't I have killed? Why did I provoke him? I have plenty of time to play with you. Tangwen said calmly, this is just the beginning. It doesn't matter if you don't say anything today. I can cut off your hands and feet, hide you in a cave, and torture you once every day. Don't think that just now was torture. Look, there are many ants here, there are many rats. I will smear sugar on your body, let you watch, let them eat you little by little. Hooknose's face was full of horror. Tangwen's calm eyes, and the mysterious means that had almost killed him just now, made him believe that the other party could really do it. If you tell me, I will cripple you, but I won't kill you. Really? If you're crippled, can you still threaten me? No, I can't threaten you now. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme. I don't have a powerful cousin, I'm lazy and gluttonous, all alone, I've relied on cooperating with those scavengers to kill people. Tangwen stared seriously at his expression, listening to his every word. As he said, he would target a person, and then collude with scavengers to kill for money. It was a consistent operation. However, the opportunities to kill for money were not many. Usually, he would sleep during the day and wait for opportunities to steal at night. The night before yesterday, he took advantage of the good starlight to observe the surrounding neighbors with a telescope on the roof, and saw Tang cooking meat and eating meat in the yard. So, he targeted Tangwen. Just that simple? Because of a little meat. Just like that. Afraid that Tangwen wouldn't believe him, he quickly added, once, I saw someone eating rice in the yard, and I could only drink soup, so I targeted him. Faced with such an absurd answer, Tangwen was temporarily speechless, but he didn't doubt it. His intuition told him that what this person said was probably true. Tangwen didn't want to talk anymore, and walked straight into the forest. The scavenger with his hands tied followed with a limp. My lord, are you just going to let him go? If he escapes, he will definitely take revenge on you. Tangwen glanced at him. I said I wouldn't kill him, I didn't say you wouldn't kill him. The scavenger was stunned. Understood. I'll do it right away. He turned back, grabbed a sharp stone shard, and slit Hooknose's throat. Cut! Almost at the same time, a flying knife pierced his heart. The two died together. Tangwen stepped forward to confirm that they were dead beyond any doubt, then pulled out the flying knife and turned to leave. P.S. Asking for recommendation tickets. The night was dark and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme hold. Creak. The wooden door opened, a figure looked left and right, then stepped out onto the street. They quietly made their way to a street on the outer edge of the camp, number 3, number 4. 2nd Street, number 4. This is it. A padlock hung on the wooden door. Tangwen quietly opened it with a key and slipped inside. The houses on this street had no courtyards. The wooden door he opened was just the entrance to the house. The room was pitch black. He took out a fire starter he had prepared beforehand, gently blew on it, and a faint light appeared. The strengthening of his physique had made his eyesight far superior to ordinary people. Plus, he had eaten a lot of bird organs lately, so Tangwen hadn't developed the night blindness that plagued most people in the camp. He lit the oil lamp in the room. The dim yellow light didn't illuminate much. But in Tangwen's eyes, everything in the room was clear. The wall directly in front of him attracted his attention. A large black bow hung there. He casually pulled over a chair, stood on it, and took down the bow. Heavy. Now, he was full of strength. He felt like he was waving a long saber effortlessly. This iron bow seemed heavier than 3 long sabers. Great, just what I needed. After this actual combat, he was a little dissatisfied with the attack range of his throwing knives and stones. He was thinking about hunting more animals and exchanging the meat for a bow and arrow to practice with, but he found one directly. After searching the house, Tangwen found a short sword, about half a meter long, made of solid materials. No question, he had to take it. There was also a cabinet in the room with missing doors, emitting a stench, a table with a broken leg, covered in a layer of black grime, and several stools of different heights. He shook his head and walked towards the inner room, where the smell was even worse. The inner room had a wooden bed and a rice jar. Tang Wen picked up the short sword and, with a look of disgust, lifted the blanket on the bed, which was an unrecognizable color. Nothing there. He picked up the pillow, and with a clatter, something fell out of the straw-filled pillow. What's that sound? Sounds like copper coins? Tang Wen squatted down and picked up the things on the ground, a strange expression on his face. These are really copper coins? The shape of the copper coins was similar to the ancient square-holed round coins. He had heard Li Dania say that the shops and stores in the city used copper coins, not bartering. The merchant caravans from outside also accepted copper coins, but preferred bartering. Apart from the copper coins, the iron bow, and the short sword, he didn't take anything else. He quietly returned home. Under the little Mrs. expectant gaze, Tang Wen took out the iron bow, the short sword, and dozens of copper coins. Tang's smiling face gradually disappeared. That's it? These are the most valuable. What's the use of the most valuable? What about food? What about supplies? Bring everything. Her voice rose 3 degrees. Ha! We're stealing, taking things. It wouldn't be good to empty it out, would it? What's wrong with that? The little miss raised an eyebrow. This is his compensation to us. You could say they are our spoils of war. Empty it out, empty it all. I'll go with you. A look of eagerness appeared on her face. Tang Wen. Helpless, the two went again. At Tang's request, they each carried a large backpack before leaving. Once again, he opened the other party's door. Tang searched around. Dozens of pounds of millet in the rice jar? Take it. Several benches, 3 dirty wooden buckets? Take them. You're so stupid. There are 2 salted fish there. Shawan, didn't you see them? There's a lot of firewood in his house. Tang Wen quickly stopped her. Let's forget about the firewood? Forget about it? Tang looked at her younger brother. Half the room in this side house is firewood, enough for us to burn until spring. When she said that, Tang Wen also thought that the woodshed in the yard was indeed empty. Then, take it? Take it. Let's move it together. At worst, we'll move it for 2 more nights. Tang said with determination. Well, probably not. With Tang Wen's current strength, he could walk like the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme even carrying 200 pounds. Tang helped him tie the firewood into bundles with rope. Tang Wen carried it on his back. Under his sister's look of "you didn't eat so much millet rice for nothing," he took advantage of the cover of night and quickly traveled back and forth 7 or 8 times. Before dawn, he filled his own woodshed to the brim. According to the current consumption of a few pounds of firewood a day, it would be enough to burn until next spring. The brother and sister stood side by side at the entrance of the woodshed, looking at the harvest with smiling faces. Don't mention it, the feeling of getting something for nothing is really awesome. The other things that were moved were piled up in the yard. Tang said with disgust, the tables and chairs can be split up for firewood. We don't want the wooden buckets, salted fish, and millet. Let's take them out to exchange for things. After busying all night, they were a little tired, so the two went back to the house to rest. After lunch, in the afternoon, Tang Wen came to the blacksmith shop with the iron bow and short sword on his back. This short sword is good, it's perfect for your sister to protect herself with a scabbard. Blacksmith Li Daniu gave Tang Wen a whetstone and looked at the iron bow the latter brought. This bow? He took it in his hand and tried to draw the string. Hey! Li Daniu's face turned red, and he could only pull it halfway. Buzz! With a release, the steel string vibrated rapidly. Little Tang, this bow is good, but it takes too much strength. It's heavier than the bows I've seen in the guard camp. I'm afraid it takes 2 strong men to pull it open. Li Dania had a rough exterior, but he knew what was what. Tang Wen didn't say where the bow came from, and he didn't ask a word. Tang Wen said sincerely, yes, it's too heavy. So heavy that even he could only pull the bow fully 20 or 30 times in a row. If you have copper coins, Brother Tang can sell the bow to the city. If a guard captain takes a fancy to it, it's worth a few £100 of mutated beast meat, or you can exchange it for enough food to eat for several years. Li Danio had said earlier in the chat that people in the camp who wanted to enter the inner city of the camp, that is, the city, needed to pay an entrance fee of 10 copper coins each time. 10 copper coins can buy 10 pounds of white flour or 20 pounds of millet in the inner city. For the people on the outer edge of the camp, it was sky high. Almost no one would go. More importantly, ordinary people on the outer edge of the camp had no way to earn copper coins. Tang Wen didn't plan to sell the iron bow, but listening to him, he couldn't help but feel like he was getting rich. Not to mention hundreds of pounds of mutated beast meat, Tang Wen didn't even have hundreds of pounds of ordinary meat. Sure enough, killing and arson are the way to wealth. He said, "Brotherly, please make 2 pairs of finger guards for me first, and then get some arrows. If I really want to sell it one day, taking a set out will be worth more." Easy to say, leave it to me. I'll help you maintain this bow. How much meat do you need? No need, no need. That pigskin is enough. Brother, you are really amazing to be able to hunt a wild boar. But don't go deeper into the forest, there may be mutated beasts that haven't been cleaned up. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Li Danio was busy, and Tang Wen went to the backyard to practice his saber by himself. After yesterday's events, he was even more eager for strength. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme breaking saber, mastery 109-1000. He didn't waste a moment in the afternoon. Come, brother, let's practice together, don't leave tonight, just eat here. Li Danio didn't know when he finished his work and stood in the backyard watching Tang Wen practice his saber. Okay, wait for me to go back and tell my sister. Call your sister to come together, it's more lively with more people. What's the point of leaving her alone at home? Okay. It's funny to say, the two can be regarded as good neighbors and good friends. But they haven't eaten a single meal at each other's house. After all, food is too important for the people in the camp. When he returned home and told her, Tang Tang also agreed to come over for dinner. We can't go empty-handed, right? A hesitant look appeared on the little Mrs. face. Tang Wen knew that she was feeling sorry for the things. Before he could speak, Tang Tang continued, "It's not appropriate to take millet, he helped us clean up, so let's take meat?" Tang Wen smiled and didn't speak. Tang Tang curled her lips and cut about a pound of the braised pork head, turned around and asked, "Is that enough?" Tang Wen smiled secretly, the little miss hasn't changed at all. Even though she made a fortune last night, she is still as frugal today, well, so good at managing the household. Finally, the two of them, carrying over a kilogram of pig head meat, went to Li Danio's house to freeload a meal. Now that you're here, you're still being so polite. Li Danio's wife grabbed Tang Tang's hand, her face full of smiles. Looking back at the increasingly heroic Tang Wen, she secretly sighed, this brother is really capable. I've never heard of anyone bringing meat when going to someone else's house for dinner. It's a pity that our family doesn't have a younger sister or anything. Otherwise, marrying her to Tang Wen would mean endless happiness, wouldn't it? Before dinner, Tang Wen and Li Danio each picked up an unsharpened long saber, preparing for a real fight. Brother, be careful. As soon as the words fell, the long saber came down on his head. Clang! Tang Wen raised his saber upwards, blocking this powerful blow. Li Danio is shocked, little Tang's strength has increased again. His upward saber move is at a disadvantage in terms of technique, but it actually tied with me. Li Danio became cautious, and each strike of his saber was tighter than the last. He is not good at defense. Although Tang Wen may be stronger than him, a quick attack will be enough. Clang, clang, clang. After getting through the initial confusion, Tang Wen gradually adapted to Li Danio's rhythm. His strength is stronger than the opponent, and his speed is even faster. Even when on the defensive side, he can steadily receive every attack from the opponent. Occasionally, a counterattack can force Li Danio back, easily controlling the pace of the battle. A quarter of an hour passed. Li Danio took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme and jumping out of the circle, panting and saying, I'm not fighting anymore.
Brother Tangwon is improving so fast. I can hardly keep up.
We brothers have to practice phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme in the future, or I'll be left behind.
Brotherly, you're too kind. Okay, let's practice together every day.
Tangwon was 100 times willing in his heart. Just during the attack just now, his experience points were rising rapidly. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme breaking saber, mastery 109, 167, 1000. At this rate, the saber technique will be upgraded in less than 20 more practices.
Practice every day?
Lee Daniev felt bitter in his heart. He wanted to refuse, but seeing his wife and maid looking at him with admiration, he had to puff out his chest. Okay, it's settled. Lee Daniev was also a man of face. When dinner was served, in addition to the pig head meat that Tangwon brought, there was a stir-fried potato dish, a steamed sweet potato, a scrambled egg, a plate of grilled meat slices, and a large bucket of millet rice.
Don't be polite, little Tang, eat more.
Brother, have a drink. Lee Daniev took out half a jar of sweet potato liquor and poured a cup. Tang and the Lee family's maid had been used to a hard life in the past. This was the first time they had eaten such a rich table of dishes. They were slightly dazed. After a meal, everyone became much more familiar. During the meal, Lee Dania's wife repeatedly told Tang that she wanted to find a wife for Tangwon. Sweet potato liquor has a strong after effect. Tangwon only drank 3 cups before stopping. Lee Dania was quite fond of alcohol. He drank the remaining half jar by himself. Fortunately, he also had a large capacity for alcohol. After drinking, he was still able to send the two of them out. It was dark. Tangwon carried the iron fetal bow and arrows on his back, walking in front. Tang pulled on the corner of her younger brother's clothes, slowly walking home. Today, she ate pig head meat, scrambled eggs, grilled meat. She never dared to imagine such a life, even in her dreams. Suddenly, her neck felt a chill. The young lady raised her head, and pieces of ice fell on her forehead.
It's snowing. Tangwon's voice was solemn.
There was enough firewood at home, but there was not enough food and meat to get through the winter.
Yeah.
Tang frowned, let go of her hand, and tucked in her younger brother's hem.
Winter is difficult and deadly for the poor. I don't know how many people will be frozen to death. This happens every year, and even cases of entire families being frozen to death have occurred.
Back home, looking at the 2 sabers in the house, Tangwon said, "Sister, let me teach you how to use a saber." Tang, who was starting the fire, thought for a while and nodded.
Who? So warm.
It was the first time the siblings had heated the Kong. The heat was transmitted through the thick dry grass, making it extremely comfortable. In order to save firewood, Tang hugged the quilt and lay on a large Kong with her younger brother. She decided to sleep like this in the winter, unless her younger brother married a wife, otherwise heating 2 Kangs would be too wasteful of firewood. The straw underneath and the linen quilt on top didn't provide much comfort. She had to go to the city when she had time. She didn't believe there were no cotton quilts there. The next day, seeing that the snow in the yard was only half a hand thick, Tangwon breathed a sigh of relief and went out hunting early in the morning, ignoring his sister's dissuasion. As the saying goes, it's not cold when it's snowing, it's cold when the snow melts. If the snow melts and the weather really gets cold, mutated beasts might come around the camp to hunt. At that time, going out hunting would be really dangerous. It was snowing, and few people went out. The poor people knew that they should move less when it snowed, because it was easy to get hungry and frostbitten in the cold. In addition, the snow covered the ground, so there was no hope of finding anything. Going out was just a waste of time. The latest novels are first published on Lu Nine Shuba. Tangwon walked out of the gate alone and quickly walked into the depths of the forest. Today, he planned to come home later and try to get as much game as possible. Soon, he came to the pool from the day before. The 2 corpses had long disappeared from the spot. The blood stains on the ground were also covered by heavy snow. Although he wasn't afraid of anything, seeing that there were no traces at the scene, Tangwon couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Beside the pool,
there were messy animal footprints. He bent down to observe. There were several rows of fairly clear two-lobed crescent-shaped hoofprints on the ground. Without hesitation, he followed the footprints all the way to a depression. This was a good place to shelter from the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Tang Wen speculated that the target was hiding here. He climbed a tree and took out his telescope to look down. The depression was all white, with nothing in it. Nothing? That's not scientific. Turning the direction, he looked down along the footprints. Ha! At the end of the footprints, the color on the snow was a little yellow. Pulling the telescope open with both hands, the field of vision became clearer. A pair of curved horns were faintly visible. This is? Sheep, yellow sheep? 1, 2, 3. Taking out the prepared white cloth from his backpack and putting it on, Tang Wen approached the yellow sheep, crouching down. 50 meters, 30 meters. Bah! A ram suddenly cried out. Tang Wen lifted the white cloth, burst out and launched an attack. The flying knife directly pierced the ram's throat. Bah! After a miserable cry, the ram spurted blood and fell to the ground. Tang Wen didn't even look at it, and directly pounced on the other sheep. The stones in his hand burst out like rain, accurately hitting the joints of the sheep's legs. A half-grown ram in the other direction escaped the disaster and rushed towards Tang Wen, about to hit him. Tang Wen slipped, dodged sideways, reached out and strangled its neck. Fall down for me. With a thud, the ram was knocked to the ground. One ram died, and one was captured. The remaining 5, ewes and half-grown lambs, had their legs injured by Tang Wen's flying stones and couldn't run fast. After a busy work, none of the 7 yellow sheep escaped. Without delay, he tied the dead sheep to the back of another yellow sheep with a rope. He also tied the other yellow sheep around their necks, tied their mouths, and drove them towards the camp. Along the way, Tang Wen remained vigilant. Today, he left the camp very far. He didn't see the gate of the camp until it was dark. In the sky, goosefeather snow began to fall. Tang Wen, who was sweating and cold all over, really wanted to go home immediately and lie on the warm Kong. However, he certainly couldn't bring so many yellow sheep back to the camp at once. That would be too conspicuous. The snow fell rustlingly, and Tang Wen stood in the silent forest, frowning and thinking. At the gate of the camp, a young lady supported the wall of the gate, carefully looking out. Since she came to the camp with her parents, Tang Tang had never stepped out of the camp gate. Of course, she didn't plan to go out at this time. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. Outside the camp was a vast expanse of white, and she had no idea where to find anyone. She knew that her younger brother was very powerful now and would definitely be able to come back. She would just wait at the door. Suddenly, a familiar figure came into view. Xiao Wan. Tang Tang jumped up, raised her hand, and waved, and then she saw the person on the opposite side raise his hand in response. After confirming again and again that she had not mistaken him, she rushed out the door at once. Why did you come out? Just stay at the door. Give me the burden. Tang Wen carried a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme sheep in his bamboo basket, and another sheep was wrapped in the white cloth in his hand. It's very heavy, I'll do it. You go to our old cabin and see if anyone has moved in. Okay, good. Without asking why, Tang Tang turned around and ran back to the camp gate. The cabin was in the corner of the wall next to the gate, empty, not to mention people. There wasn't even a rat. A few minutes later, the siblings returned to the cabin together. Tang Wen put down the bamboo basket and unwrapped the white cloth. Sheep? Why is their fur yellow? The young lady was pleasantly surprised and curious. Tang Wen didn't answer, pointing outside. There are a few more in the woods outside. Sister, you watch here, I'll run 2 more trips. Okay, be careful. The heavy snow helped Tang Wen. He had just covered a few sheep with snow, and from a distance, you couldn't see anything unusual. 1 trip, 2 trips, 3 trips, 7 sheep. It took 4 trips to transport them all to the cabin at the camp gate. The sky was completely dark. Next, he had to transport the sheep home. Let's rest first, I'll go home and cook for you, and then move them after dinner.
Tang Wen shook his head, rested for a while, and moved a few more trips to his home. The snow fell heavier and heavier. Not long after returning home, his footprints were completely covered by the heavy snow.
Phew! Lying on the con, Tang Wen completely relaxed.
The sweat on his hair had frozen into ice stubble, and as the heat in the house warmed it, it turned into water and dripped down.
Wash up quickly. Tang brought a basin of hot water and handed him a towel.
Seeing that her younger brother didn't move, she urged him repeatedly, wash up quickly.
You must not get sick.
Hearing this, Tang Wen was stunned, and quickly climbed up from the con. That's right, this world lacks medicine, and if you get sick, there are no downstairs clinics and hospitals to go to, you can only endure it.
If you can endure it, you can endure it.
If you can't endure it, the people in the camp will say, this is fate. Sister, I'll go cook, you wash up later too.
Okay, good. The night was pitch black. Tang Wen simply peeled off the sheepskin, divided the mutton, and took it to the yard to freeze.
After a busy time, until late at night, the two ate a pot of fragrant mutton stew with potatoes. After the meal, Tang contentedly touched her stomach, not wanting to move. Tang Wen also touched his stomach, he has abdominal muscles. Outside the house, the North phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme howled and the snow flew.
In this kind of weather, what could be more comfortable than eating mutton and sleeping on a warm con? Tang looked at her younger brother, feeling that life was unrealistically good.
Originally, she had made the worst plan, which was to sell herself to exchange some food for her younger brother so that he could survive this winter. Of course, it was more likely that no one would buy her at all, and then the siblings would freeze to death together this winter.
Younger brother. Tang showed a smile, go to sleep soon. Tang Wen, I was already asleep if you didn't call me. When he woke up, it was still gloomy outside the window.
As soon as he opened the door, the North phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme was like a knife. Translator's note: this phrase means mixed with snowflakes, blowing in the face.
Tang Wen shivered. The snow in the yard was a foot thick.
In this kind of weather, there was no way to go out hunting.
He was secretly glad. Fortunately, he went out yesterday.
Since he couldn't go out, he would practice his kung fu, 8-section brocade, mastery 399-407-30008 section brocade, mastery 399-415-30008 section brocade. The heavy snow continued for 3 days. Besides braving the snow to remove the snow from the roof and sweeping the snow in the yard, he practiced kung fu from morning to night.
Morning, afternoon, and evening, practice the 8-section brocade.
In the afternoon, while teaching Tang the Gale Saber technique, he practiced himself. 3 days passed, 8-section brocade, mastery 10753000 Gale Saber, mastery 3311000 without worrying about food. Practicing hard for more than 10 hours a day had a gratifying effect. When the weather cleared and the snow began to melt. Translator's note: this sentence is difficult to translate directly, but it means Tang Wen only went to the blacksmith Li Dania's house once, bringing some mutton and 2 trotters, and exchanged them for 300 caddies of potatoes and sweet potatoes.
Brotherly, how much stuff do you have hidden in your cellar? Why does it feel like you can never finish eating it?
Li Dania smiled, brother, I make weapons for the guards and farm tools for the farmers.
How could they let me lack food? That makes sense.
This blacksmith of his was definitely a big shot in the camp. But I don't earn much. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme. The guards send iron ingots, and I'm responsible for forging them, just earning a hard-earned money. After chatting about some daily life, Tang Wen asked, I saw that my sister-in-law and the others are wearing cotton-padded clothes.
Where are they sold?
Li Dania touched his bald head. These were brought out from the city. If you want them, brother, 2 sets of thick cotton-padded clothes, plus 2 pairs of cotton shoes, I'm afraid it will cost 20 caddies of meat.
Are sheepskins valuable? That's right.
You brought mutton, so you must have sheepskins.
1 sheepskin is enough.
However, if you have copper coins to pay the city entrance fee, you can go to the city to sell them yourself.
Brother, your skills are getting better and better. you will enter the city sooner or later.
That's right, I'll get you a few copper coins first. Before Tangwen could speak, Li Dania ran into the backyard in a puff of smoke, brought 10 copper coins, and stuffed them into Tangwen's hands. The snow melted, and under the continuous north phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme, it froze again.
Tangwen was not in a hurry to go to the city. The siblings practiced kung fu and saber techniques in the house every day.
8-section brocade, Mastery 239230000 Gale Saber, Mastery 7531000. Practicing hard consumed a lot of energy. Tangwen had to eat 3 to 5 caddies of mutton every day, plus potatoes, sweet potatoes, and millet. Although Tang Tang said, "My younger brother has turned into a little pig, eating 50 caddies of millet a day.
Even the big shots in the city wouldn't dare to eat like this."
But when cooking, she made mutton soup, stewed mutton, and roasted mutton every day, changing the patterns. The first sheep was eaten, and in the firewood room, another restless sheep was slaughtered. This time, the sheep's blood was not wasted. The sheep's blood was poured into a wooden bucket, and with salt and water, it quickly became solidified sheep's blood.
The siblings' food became a little richer.
Continuous practice inevitably caused dizziness. Tangwen remembered something, took a bowl of hot water to the outside, and splashed it into the sky. The hot water turned into countless ice flowers, fluttering and falling.
Ha!
The young lady behind him widened her eyes, turned around and went back to the house, also carrying a bowl of water, and splashed it into the air. Splashing water into ice meant the water was freshly boiled hot water. It meant that the temperature was below -20 degrees.
Tangwen climbed onto the roof, cleared the snow, and looked around with a telescope.
Every household in the camp was closed, there was not a single figure on the street, and as far as the eye could see, it was a snow-white scene.
Bang bang bang! Brother Tang! Brother Tang!
Someone was banging on the door, and from the sound, he knew it was the blacksmith Li Daniu.
Brother Li, what's the matter? Tangwen picked up the knife and opened the door for him.
Li Daniu was stunned when he saw him holding a knife and wearing a dagger around his waist, and said, "My sister-in-law is about to give birth, and I'm going to the city to invite a doctor and a midwife.
I'm not at ease at home.
Brother, please take care of my house."
No problem. Brother Li, go and come back quickly. Without bothering to nag, Tangwen's siblings went directly to the blacksmith shop.
Sister-in-law Li was groaning, and the maid was at a loss. Tangwen had never experienced the scene phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, so he had to let his sister comfort her and go to the kitchen to boil hot water himself.
This was the knowledge he gained from watching TV shows. Giving birth always required boiling water, for some reason. The doctor and midwife came a little later than expected.
Fortunately, it didn't cause a catastrophe, and the mother and daughter were safe. The daughter landed on the ground with a cry, and Li Daniu breathed a sigh of relief, but the light in his eyes was slightly dim. Tangwen comforted him, "Just let my sister-in-law work hard again.
It's lively to have more children. Are you still afraid that you can't afford to raise them? My sister-in-law just walked through the gate of hell. Go and see her quickly. I brought sheep bones and will drink mutton soup tonight." Li Dania suddenly realized, yes. Brother is right, I was confused for a while. I'll go now.
Seeking to follow up, during the new book period, follow-up phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme is very important, and it will be on the trial push soon, please readers.
What fresh mutton soup? Young man, did you cook this?
Oh, there's even sheep's blood in it.
Tasting it, this isn't ordinary sheep, is it? The speaker was Dr. Li, a physician from the town's clinic.
It's yellow sheep, glad it suits your taste, sir.
Oh? That's rare indeed.
Dr. Li, though old, still had a straight back, keen eyes, sharp ears, and a loud voice. Clearly, he possessed some martial skills. Li Daniu introduced, "Dr. Li, don't let my brother's young age fool you. He's incredibly accurate with sling stones and throwing knives. Though he learned the knife from me, he's already surpassed me."
The mutton on the table is from what he hunted a few days ago. Oh? Throwing knives and sling stones? Seeing Dr. Li's interest, Li Dania quickly winked at Tangwen. "Dr. Li, let's eat first.
After the meal, we'll have my brother show you a trick or two." The food on the table could be considered lavish. Li Daniu brought out everything edible from his home. However, Dr. Li clearly lacked interest in the other foods, favoring the yellow mutton and sheep's blood. After the meal, he went to examine Li Daniu's wife's pulse. Li Daniu seized the opportunity to tell Tangwen, "Brother, this Dr. Li used to be a guard captain."
Tangwen nodded. He understood what Li Daniu meant.
Performing a sling, stone and knife throw was nothing much. Actually, he really wanted to ask Dr. Li what kind of kung fu he practiced and if he could learn it. Dr. Li returned from taking the pulse and saw Tangwen in the courtyard, sticking several pieces of wood, with one end burned red, into the snowy ground. Then, Tangwen stood far away under the eaves, casually flicked his hand, and a stone flew past, extinguishing 3 pieces of wood in a row, hitting the wall with a sound. "Not bad," Dr. Li clicked his tongue and added, "the accuracy and strength are both good."
Is your throwing knife skill at the same level?
Yes, about the same. Both were master-level skills.
It's rare to see at your age. It's just that you're a little thin. At this point, Dr. Li paused and asked, "Do you have any more yellow mutton?"
"Give the old man some, I won't take it for nothing."
"I can teach you a health-preserving stance." "Stance?"
Yes, I do." Tangwen agreed without hesitation, not even asking what kind of stance it was. He left the sentence, "I'll go get it now," and turned to leave. Tang blinked beside him. She didn't understand things like stance. But she also thought her younger brother was a bit thin and hoped that what the old man taught would be useful. This kid. In a few minutes, Tangwen returned with a basket covered with a white cloth on his back. The basket on the ground was still swaying. He yanked off the white cloth, revealing a lamb inside. Alive? Not bad. Dr. Li looked pleased. He didn't lack mutton. There were specialized farms in the city, but wild yellow sheep were rare. Tang came over for a look, confirmed it was the smallest sheep in the family, and retreated slightly relieved, but her little face still showed some reluctance. After all, this was several hundred caddies of millet. Seeing this, Dr. Li touched his beard embarrassedly, feeling like he was bullying the weak. But it was impossible not to take the yellow sheep, so he could only give Tangwen more compensation. He stepped forward, had Tangwen stand straight, patted and tapped Tangwen's body for a while, and nodded, "Good frame, just a little thin. I'll teach you a health-preserving stance and give you an apothecary's identity plate from the clinic so you can enter the inner city without paying a fee. How about that?" Exchanging a lamb for a stance, Tangwen already felt like he had made a great profit, not to mention getting an identity plate that allowed him to enter the city freely. Good. I'll listen to you, sir. Also, remember to bring me yellow sheep when you catch them in the future, you won't be short of benefits. Definitely we'll send them to you.
Tangwen nodded vigorously.
At this moment, he had decided not to eat the yellow sheep at home. He would send one to this Dr. Li every once in a while. Dr. Li led Tangwen into the side room and began to instruct him on the stance. To wash the marrow, start with the stance. Don't underestimate the stance. Standing well will strengthen your body, prolong your life. If you go to be a guard in the future, you will also be stronger and faster than others. Open your legs, shoulder width apart. Relax your neck, tuck your chin slightly. Finally, kid, remember to hold the one and guard the origin.
Tangwen memorized the stance in one go.
Dr. Li praised him, not saying much. He had experienced many things and seen many young people who learned quickly, but stance alone didn't reveal much.
Dr. Li, how do you explain holding the one and guarding the origin? Relax your breathing, clear your mind of distractions. You practice, I'll see if there's anything wrong.
Tangwen immediately put his hands in a virtual embrace and adopted the stance. However, once he calmed down, his mind was filled with thoughts. He wondered if practicing the stance well would increase his attributes. He also wondered what the city was like and whether he should take the time to visit since it wasn't far from where he lived. A quarter of an hour later, his stance was already standard. Dr. Li instructed again, if you can't clear your mind of distractions, then focus on your breathing.
When exhaling, silently say the word exhale.
Tangwen did as he was told, but he still easily got distracted. Skill, health preserving stance, entry 0500. Remember the posture, practice diligently, and the clinic is at shop number 8 in the city. If you have yellow mutton or other rare wild animals, just go there to find me. After speaking, Dr. Lee threw him a round copper plate with the word medicine written on it.
Below it was a number, 35. Thank you, Dr. Lee, don't thank me. Who told me to like this? I'm leaving. Dr. Lee led the yellow sheep away.
The winter was bitterly cold, and the snow on the ground was mixed with mud, completely frozen into solid ice.
Tang Wen practiced his kung fu at home every day.
The health-preserving stance, being newly learned, required a lot of practice. The 8-section brocade exercise couldn't be put down. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme, and his knife skills were about to level up, so he had to practice diligently.
There wasn't enough time.
Every day, besides eating and sleeping, the half-hour he spent teaching Tang knife skills was Tang Wen's rare rest time.
We won't be able to eat the mutton at home for more than a few days. Should we slaughter another one? Tang gnawed on a lamb's trotters at the dinner table. Let's raise the sheep for now, I'll go out for a walk.
It's winter. I'll be back before dark. After a while, the young lady lowered her head, unwillingly. Okay, then.
Don't worry.
The next day, before dawn, Tang Wen arrived at the camp entrance. The snow in the wild was even thicker. Stepping on it, he sank to his calves.
Going out like this would be exhausting just from walking.
Tang Wen took out a pair of large wooden snowshoes from his basket, stepped on them, and tied them to his cloth shoes.
With the increased contact area, his feet wouldn't sink.
Relying on his abundant physical strength, he quickly came to a high ground, took out his binoculars, and observed his surroundings. However, after searching, he found nothing. He continued to go deeper, climbed a tree, and observed the surroundings. After changing positions several times, he still found nothing. So, he had to take out his fire starter and light a small pile of flames, heating the roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes on it.
The aroma was even more enticing in the desolate forest.
Tang Wen crumbled the roasted sweet potatoes into small pieces and scattered them in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals wind wine slash phoneme. Cluck, cluck, cluck. After a while, the familiar chicken call came. Tang Wen casually rewarded it with a stone. With just the right amount of force, the stone hit the pheasant's neck, knocking it unconscious. In the afternoon, he harvested 3 pheasants, a pair of wild rabbits, and about 20 red-billed blue magpies. He was not satisfied. As the saying goes, a poor scholar and a rich warrior, practicing martial arts and kung fu requires a lot of meat. These few prey, even if eaten sparingly, would only be a few days' worth of food.
Step, step. Something was approaching.
As if sensing that there was no danger, it rushed to the extinguished fire and ate the sweet potato peels on the ground.
A roe deer? Pa, pa.
2 stones knocked the roe deer to its knees. Only when it knelt did it realize what was happening.
Its white tail exploded, and then it didn't move, not even struggling to escape.
Silly roe deer, it really is like the legends say. As suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound dragged a long tail.
A signal arrow? Are there guards nearby?
Tang Wen frowned and quickly tied up the roe deer and stuffed it into his basket. After packing up the prey and tightly sealing the opening of the back basket with white cloth, Tang Wen was preparing to climb a tree to observe the situation. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the woods behind him. In the distance, Tang Wen saw a dark shadow running towards him, and he raised his binoculars. A moose, at least 2 meters tall, appeared in his field of vision.
It must weigh 1,000 pounds? A look of surprise appeared on Tang Wen's face.
However, the next second, thump 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 thump. The earth shook, and the snow accumulated on the branches fell in a rustling sound.
1 moose, 2 moose, a herd of moose. Behind the moose, there were other animals, wolves, wild boars, and bison.
They galloped wildly, kicking up snow and mud, as if they were fleeing for their lives.
Holy crap!
Without hesitation, not daring to be curious about what had happened, Tang Wen turned around and ran towards the camp. He spared no effort, running in great strides on the snow, his right hand tightly gripping a throwing knife.
Awah!
A beast roar he had never heard before. Buzz! Tang Wen only felt dizzy and his legs stumbled, and he fell to the ground. Fortunately, the ground was covered with thick snow. Huff, huff, huff. What is that thing? He gasped as he got up and looked in the direction of the sound. Behind the herd of beasts, there were silver shadows. It seems to be a silver wolf the size of a moose. It's a mutated beast. No, not one, a pack. Tang Wen's heart beat like a drum. His limited knowledge of biology and physics told him that the roar just now should contain infrasound. This was something that ordinary people could never resist. He carried the back basket and continued to run, his mind filled with some fear. What exactly are mutated beasts? How can they be so strong? Tigers on Earth also have infrasound in their roars, but it's not that strong, is it? Will the camp be safe? No, the camp has been around for so long, it must be able to deal with them. The weight and fear made his back sweat cold, and sweating in the weather of tens of degrees below zero was dangerous. Sweat freezes into ice, which quickly takes away body temperature, and it doesn't take 2 hours to suffer from hypothermia. Tang Wen ran to the side of the road and was immediately dumbfounded. Before him was a dark mass of people. All scavengers. As the saying goes, if there are more than 10,000 people, there is no end in sight. The scavengers in front of him were endless, connected one after another without gaps, and he didn't know how many people there were. Damn it! Tang Wen stopped and cursed angrily. It seemed that the scavenger gathering place had also encountered some kind of crisis. But you run for your lives, what's the matter with blocking the way to the camp? Catch that kid! Tang Wen was wearing thick clothes, carrying a back basket, and standing by the side of the road, which was very eye-catching. A large group of scavengers rushed towards him with red eyes. Their fierce appearance made it unclear whether they wanted to rob his back basket or eat him. Looking for death. Ah! Pebbles flew out, and with a short scream, the scavenger who rushed the fastest was hit and shattered his Adam's apple, his eyes bulging out as he rolled to the ground. This move frightened many people, and those who continued to rush over were all crazy guys. Tang Wen turned and ran into the woods. The short half-minute pause just now caused the sweat on his back to freeze into ice, freezing his clothes stiff and cold, making him shiver. A group of people followed Tang Wen into the woods. Tang Wen was very fast, since the normal entrance and exit doors could not be entered. He prepared to detour and go directly to the gate on the inner city side. The inner city of the camp has a separate gate, and entering and exiting does not require passing through the outer perimeter of the camp. Whoosh! The sound of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme came. Tang Wen flashed quickly, hiding behind a tree, and an arrow brushed past his shoulder. Looking for death. He dropped the back basket, drew his long knife, and pounced towards the rear. Flying locust stones were continuously fired. The fastest few scavengers successively covered their eyes and fell to the ground screaming. It wasn't that Tang Wen didn't want to hit their throats, but these people were somewhat unusual. They were worthy of being guys who dared to chase after Tang Wen even after seeing him kill people. The clothes they wore were very thick, and around their necks, they wore thick scarves. Tang Wen wanted to hit their throats, but couldn't find a place to start. These were not ordinary scavengers, they were probably people who specialized in robbing on the road. Not only were their clothes thick, but some of them also held thin, sharp iron skewers in their hands. If this thing poked someone, it would probably immediately create a bloody hole. Be careful of his stones. Someone reminded. Tang Wen didn't even look, and directly hit the reminder with a stone. With a clang sound, the stone was knocked away by the knife. Ha! Tang Wen's eyes narrowed. A master? Whoosh, whoosh, arrows attacked. The most new small say in 6-9 book bar first hair. This time, he saw clearly, it was 2 crossbows. The vigilance in his heart increased again. What is the origin of these people? They even have crossbows. With this thing, can't you go hunting? The crossbow arrows came to his eyes, and he didn't dodge, and fired a few stones with his left hand. His right hand quickly waved his knife, clang, clang. The crossbow arrows were knocked away, and Tang Wen advanced instead of retreating.
The stones in his hand became more and more ruthless. After a series of screams, a dozen scavengers lost their fighting ability. But the leader holding the knife had approached Tangwon. A cold light flashed, he held the knife with both hands, and chopped down with force. The knife phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme attacked, and Tangwon could even smell the sweet and fishy smell on the long knife. There was no time to hold it with both hands, so he could only lift the knife with one hand to meet it head-on. A ferocious killing intent flashed in the eyes of the knife wielder. Die! Clang! A burst of tooth-aching collision sound. The knife wielder only felt an unmatched force coming. The steel knife almost slipped out of his hand, his body retreated 2 steps uncontrollably, and his face changed drastically. He shook his hand and threw a packet of powder, sprinkled it towards Tangwon, and turned around and fled. His movements were decisive. Can you run away? Dodging the quicklime he sprinkled, Tangwon chased after him with his knife. The knife wielder heard this, thinking that Tangwon was going to throw stones, and quickly shrank his head, bent his waist, and continued to flee. Poochie! Not a stone, but a flying knife. His body stiffened, and inertia drove him to continue running wildly. Poochie! His leg went numb again, his body completely lost balance, he fell to the ground, and slid out a long way. You found the wrong person, idiot. Tangwon picked up his knife while speaking. The knife wielder's eyes were blurred, and in the last picture, he saw a hand reaching into his arms. Ha! Still has a money bag? How many people has he robbed? Long knife, 2 crossbows, and crossbow arrows. Oh! Suddenly a roar came, and Tangwon almost knelt on the ground. The smell of blood and the screams on the ground attracted a silver wolf. Damn it! It's staring at me? Feeling the pressure, Tangwon barely suppressed the fear in his heart and the feeling of dizziness, picked up the back basket, and ran away. The several-meter-long silver wolf stared at his figure for a few seconds, then lowered its head and bit the rolling food on the ground. Since they are all fresh, it doesn't matter what you eat. Stop! Where's your identity card? At the gate of the unfamiliar camp, a guard holding a spear came out of the inn and stopped Tangwon. Huff, huff, huff. That Tangwon finally had time to look back and saw that there was nothing behind him. He breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the snow. Identity card. The guard repeated coldly. Tangwon gasped and said, I am a medicine gatherer, I encountered a silver wolf, I forgot to bring my identity card. The identity card was given by Dr. Lee of the medical center, a round copper plate, number 35. The guard's cold expression softened. Okay, I'll have someone notify Dr. Lee to put away the knife and come in and warm up. Thank you. Thank you. Tangwon stood up, took off the snowshoes on his feet, patted and beat them at the door, cleaned the snow all over his body, and then stepped into the stone house at the door. He was covered in sweat and had not yet dissipated, and staying outside could freeze people to death. Have a cup of hot water. The guard had a good impression of Tangwon and handed over a ceramic teacup. Thank you, brother guard. After sitting by the fire for a good while, Tangwon's tense heart gradually relaxed. It was 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. If that silver wolf had chased after him, would he have survived? Tangwon's palms were icy cold, and he had no confidence in his heart. From now on, he would never leave the camp again. Practice martial arts, practice stances. He needed to improve his strength first. Having witnessed the power of mutated beasts, he now understood why everyone in the camp spoke of them with fear. Moving the house earlier was indeed necessary, otherwise, the silver wolf could have crushed the shack at the camp entrance with just one paw. The guards sent someone to notify the clinic, and Dr. Lee came to pick up Tangwon at a leisurely pace. After warming up by the fire in the stone house for a while, the sweat on Tangwon's body had dried. Before leaving, he took out a tied-up wild chicken and handed it to the guard who had let him in. The guard declined for a moment, then accepted it with a smile, saying to his colleagues, "We're having chicken for dinner tonight." They were city guards, usually active on various sections of the city wall, with good treatment and generally easy work, but without any extra income. Tangwon, right? Next time, just come on, and even without a badge, another guard laughed. Thank you, brothers. Dr. Lee watched this scene with interest. After Tang Wen said goodbye to the guards, he led him slowly inside. Over there is the academy, where children learn to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme. Children from the inner city can attend classes for free during the day. As they walked, Dr. Lee casually introduced the locations in the inner city to him. Look, you should like those small buildings ahead. Tang Wen saw a row of stone houses with red silk ribbons tied at the entrances. Dr. Lee said with a beaming face, "Hee, the House of Joy." Hearing the name and seeing his expression, Tang Wen knew what kind of place it was. A gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blue, carrying a strong scent of powder. Two guests, wanna have some fun? A big sister wearing a fur coat, but with very little clothing underneath, saw Tang Wen and her eyes lit up. Tang Wen's face flushed with embarrassment. Soliciting customers on the street was too brazen. The level of temptation was not comparable to the small-time technicians under the streetlights of his previous life. Another day, Dr. Lee said with a smile, patting the woman's hand, showing the true colors of a regular customer. Along the street, they passed several shops, restaurants, martial arts gyms. Dr. Lee introduced them one by one. In a daze, Tang Wen had the illusion that he was strolling through an ancient town, and had not experienced life and death at all. Whoosh! The silly roe deer in the basket behind him moved. Okay. He had indeed risked his life hunting just now. Looking down at the hard road surface, it was not a dirt road, but a road paved with a mixture of sand and stones, compacted and flattened by something, a bit like the stone roads in his village when he was a child. Also, the fire in the guard's stone house seemed to be burning coal. So, this world does have some technological civilization, although not much, but it still counts. The two turned into a small alley and arrived at a courtyard, Dr. Lee's home. "Master! You're back!" A crisp voice came, and a woman walked out of the house, with excellent looks and figure. This? Judging by her age, she was only about 16 years old? That's illegal. Really illegal. Dr. Lee was a pear blossom pressing against the sea of. Tang Wen didn't look too much, put down the basket, and took out the shivering silly roe deer from inside. It had been frightened all the way. Not bad, this silly deer meat also has a unique flavor. Leave the pair of rabbits too. Tang Wen agreed, and reached out to take out the wild rabbits, and couldn't help but ask, "Today, I encountered a group of very powerful silver wolf mutated beasts in the wild. Does the inner city have experts who can kill them?" Dr. Lee smiled nonchalantly. "Then do you see anyone panicking in the inner city?" "Not really. They even had the mind to solicit customers, and no one seemed to be panicking, but the silver wolves seem to come every year. That's because the silver wolf king is good at escaping. Besides, even if we kill it, other beast kings will come to this area. Do you think it's better to have a familiar enemy, or an unknown danger?" So that's how it is. Tang Wen suddenly understood. "Don't worry too much, mutated beasts aren't that scary. Your street is still considered safe. But, don't go out hunting recently. Practice the stance exercises I taught you properly. Next spring, I'll help you sign up for the guard selection. As long as you can pass the assessment, I guarantee you can join the hunting team." "Hunting team? You're a hunter, joining the hunting team is perfect for you." Tang Wen nodded thoughtfully. Saying goodbye to Dr. Lee's house, he looked around and saw no one. He took out his money bag and opened it. Inside, besides a pile of copper coins, there were also several silver ingots, square in shape, like large sugar cubes. Reaching out and pinching one, he looked at it back and forth, confirming that there were no markings on the silver ingot. Then he put it in his pocket and walked towards the clothing store on the street. Cotton coat, cotton pants, cotton quilt, mattress. He was missing everything at home, and the clothes quickly filled 2 whole sacks. At the counter, the shopkeeper picked up the silver ingot and weighed it, dipped a brush in ink, calculated it on paper, and gave him back a few silver beans. The purchasing power of silver ingots is not bad. It wasn't money he earned through hard work, so he didn't feel bad spending it. Seeing that it wasn't dark yet, he came to the butcher shop to ask for prices, 10 copper coins for a pound of good meat. Food prices were always expensive. Just when Tangwon was considering whether to get some fatty meat to render oil, he suddenly thought of the beast herd he encountered today. How many wild animals would die today? Would the guards bring them back to the city to sell? The most up-to-date novels are first published on Liu 9 Shubier. In that case, buying meat tomorrow would definitely be cheaper. Thinking of this, he turned and left, past another gate in the city, past several shops on the outskirts of the camp, and returned home. Why did you bring back so many things? 2 large sacks of cotton quilts, cotton clothes, cotton boots. Gray, black, brand new clothes. The young lady, who had never seen new clothes, cheered and circled the bags twice. Did you exchange them all for meat? After being happy, Tang Tang felt something was wrong. A few people came to rob me, but in the end, they ended up giving me money. Then them? Well, they can't trouble me anymore. Thinking of the silver wolf, Tangwon was very sure. That's good. The young lady became happy again, moved the straw on the bed down, carefully wiped away the dust, and laid the newly bought bedding on it. There are mutated beasts outside the camp. I won't go out hunting recently. Tangwon said his recent plans, and Tang Tang nodded repeatedly. We shouldn't go hunting in winter, we have enough food to eat. The next day, Tangwon took the clinic's identity card and brought his sister to the inner city. Tang Tang, wearing new cotton clothes for the first time, entering the city for the first time, found everything new and interesting, and wanted to visit every store, but as soon as she entered, everything felt expensive. The two came to the butcher shop to buy meat. After all, the yellow goat was to be given to Dr. Li as a gift, and the two of them might not have meat to eat on a daily basis. How can one practice martial arts without eating meat? What kind of thing has such big legs? It should be a moose. Looking at the butcher shop filled with meat, he smiled. As expected, the price of meat had also dropped to 8 copper coins a pound. 8 copper coins a pound with bones? Too expensive. Tang Tang stepped forward to take a look, and pulled her brother away. There are other butcher shops over there. Hey, don't go. It's negotiable, 6 copper coins a pound with bones. If we want more, can it be cheaper? 100 pounds, the owner gritted his teeth and said, if you can buy 100 pounds, I'll give you 5.5 copper coins a pound. Tang Tang calculated, and a smile appeared, okay. For copper coins a pound, we want 400 pounds. You girl, that's not how you calculate it. Tang Tang's smile gradually disappeared, and a pair of big eyes stared at the boss blankly. Okay, 4.5 copper coins a pound. I didn't even buy it for this price, just consider it making a friend. Do you really want 400 pounds? The butcher shop owner chopped the moose's legs and a rack of ribs into small pieces. Tangwon showed his identity card, and the owner borrowed a donkey to help them carry the meat. On the way, Tang Tang saw cheap white radishes, and Tangwon bought chili seasoning. On the donkey's back, the bags became more and more. With food in hand, one doesn't panic. Next, Tangwon was going to seclude himself to practice martial arts. Besides cooking and cleaning the room, Tang Tang also prepared to practice with her brother. Like this time, she was very interested in the crossbow that Tangwon brought back. At night, after finishing his training, a weary Tangwon lay on his bed, checking his stats. Name, Tangwon. Age, 14 years, 11 months. Body, 2-10-2. 11 Spirit, 2-0-6-2. 07 Skills, Farming, Mastery 719-1000. Flying Stone, Proficient 28913000. Phoneme Alphabet equals IPAPH equals Wind Wine / Phoneme Breaking Saber, Mastery 913-1000. Flying Knife Technique, Proficient 966-30008. Vidro Arts, Mastery 2579300. Nourishing Life Stance, Beginner 109500. After these days of training, his physique and spirit increased by 0.01 again. These two attributes are the foundation of all skills. Even an increase of just 0.01 is a cause for joy. In the morning, Tangwon first practiced the 8 Vidra arts 3 times, then held the nourishing life stance for a quarter of an hour. He found that combining movement and stillness in his training yielded better results. Experience increased faster. In the morning, he practiced the saber, first teaching Tang Tang the saber techniques. The fastest way to master a skill is to learn and teach others simultaneously. The same goes for saber practice. It's difficult to correct your movements when there are no mirrors around. But watching others practice and correcting their details naturally provides confirmation in your mind. While teaching, Tang Wen's saber experience would occasionally increase by 1 or 2 points. At noon, Vidra arts and nourishing life stance. In the afternoon, after Tang finished her chores, the two continued to practice the saber. In the evening, Vidra arts and nourishing life stance. Day after day, it was the same routine. This time, encountering the silver wolf, there were 2 moments when Tang Wen really thought he would die. Now, he felt a great urgency in his heart, a desire for power, a desire to become stronger. Xie. After completing a set of saber techniques, the long saber shattered the wooden training post. In the depths of winter, goosefeather snow fell from the sky. Yet, Tang Wen wore only a single layer of clothing, his face flushed an unnatural red, and steam rose half a foot from his head. Not bothering to change clothes, he quickly checked his panel. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme breaking saber, mastery 10001000, still no breakthrough? Since yesterday, no, since the day before yesterday, the experience points had been stuck here. He had barely slept these past 2 days, practicing diligently day and night. With the experience panel, this was the first time his skill had encountered a bottleneck. His greatest reliance had run into problems, and he felt unsure and even more irritable. Practice again. I refuse to believe it. His eyes bloodshot, he kicked away the training wood with a bang, picked up his saber, and practiced again. Little brother, rest for a while, rest. Look at the state you're in. Ha? His sister's voice sounded strange. Tang Wen stopped and looked back, seeing her eyes red, as if she had just cried. What's wrong? Before he could finish speaking, he felt his temples throbbing. As if the blood vessels there were about to burst. A pair of small hands grabbed his arm, pulling him into the house, to the wooden basin used for washing his face. The basin contained prepared warm water, reflecting a clear image. Is that me? The person in the water had bloodshot eyes, a tightly furrowed brow, as if the whole world owed him 1.08 million. Ha! Sis, I was too impatient. I'll wash my face and go to sleep. Tang said with a sob in her voice. No, eat first, then go to sleep after dinner. Okay, fine. Only then did Tang Wen realize that he had been hungry for a long time. After eating his fill, he fell into a deep sleep. He slept until the afternoon of the next day. After waking up, he didn't get up, but instead, for the first time in a long while, lay lazily in bed. If only I had a phone right now, I could play a few rounds of games before getting up. My flying stone and flying knife skills are so fast, I'd definitely make those guys call me daddy, but, now that I think about it, how come the flying stone and flying knife skills didn't have any thresholds to cross from mastery to proficient? I didn't even have to practice them deliberately, I just used them for hunting every day, and they naturally broke through. Could it be that practice makes perfect? Is my saber technique still not proficient enough? Or is it because of my state of mind? Tang Wen put on his clothes and got out of bed. Swish, swish, swish. The snow had stopped, and outside the door, his older sister was sweeping snow in the yard. Tang Wen picked up his saber and examined it carefully. He hadn't noticed before, but there were many small nicks on the thin blade. He took out the whetstone, sat on a small stool, and carefully sharpened the blade, stroke after stroke. With the help of water and the whetstone, the blade became sharp again. Tang Wen stood up, stretched his muscles, and then slowly began to move. Facing forward, he fiercely chopped with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme breaking saber, dropping his hand to sweep horizontally at the waist. Following the momentum, he swept like autumn leaves, a sweeping army that enemies could not escape. The set of saber techniques was smooth, fluid, and incomparably seamless. After finishing, it felt like drinking a cup of warm flower tea when thirsty. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme breaking saber, proficient 13,000. The newest novels are first published on 6_9_shu_BA. He had broken through. Looking at the saber in his hand again,
it seemed to have warmth in the cold weather. Swish, swish, swish. Several consecutive slashes cut the wooden post standing on the ground into several sections. The wood swayed from side to side but did not fall. The speed of his strikes and his control over his strength were far beyond what they had been before. Tang Tang's saber technique was already skilled, and he didn't need to worry too much about her. After that, Tangwen spent most of his time on the 8 Vajra arts and the nourishing life stance, in addition to practicing his saber every day to consolidate his skills. The beginner-level nourishing life stance was easy to improve. It had already progressed to nourishing life stance, beginner 438500 first. He would conquer the stance work, and then he would inquire about when the city would be recruiting guards. Tangwen set a goal for himself, covered his head with the blanket, and prepared to sleep. Suddenly, he lifted the blanket again and turned to look at his sister's small face. "Sis, I'll teach you the stance work tomorrow." "Eh? Okay. Tang Tang was a little stunned. As for whether Old Li would mind, Tangwen didn't think it was a big problem. He had already prepared a yellow goat for the family. At worst, he would send another one later. After a few seconds of silence, Tang Tang said, "Little brother, you're not so little anymore, shouldn't you be getting married?" "Not so little anymore?" Tangwen said amusingly, "I'm not even 15 yet." "You'll be 15 soon, getting married is just right. Everyone gets married at 14 or 15, Tangwen, who can understand?" In his previous life, he was a leftover man at 28, constantly being urged to marry. Coming to this world, he was younger, no longer a leftover man, but he was still being urged to marry before he was even 15. Tang Tang smiled, pulled up the blanket, and went to sleep. Stance work. Tangwen narrowed his eyes slightly. Exhale, inhale. His body followed the rhythm of his breathing, sometimes relaxed, sometimes tense. Having crossed the threshold of saber technique, his mindset became more peaceful. Once he sensed that he wanted to rush things and his heart began to become irritable, he would immediately stop whatever he was practicing. He would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme take a stroll around the blacksmith shop or help his sister cook and tidy up the house. A balance of tension and relaxation, the way of both civilian and military. This not only did not delay his training progress, but also made him more focused and efficient every time he trained. Nourishing life stance, beginner mastery 01000. The stance work had broken through. Standing in the yard, Tangwen's eyes sparkled. Exhale. He exhaled a mouthful of white air. The airflow condensed and did not dissipate, and was more than a foot long. Raising his saber to chop, he clearly felt many small, tiny muscles in his body exerting force. This was the effect of stance work reaching a certain level. Stance work itself pursued introspection, seeking to understand one's body better, and then control it. Body, 2:11:2. 41 Spirit, 2:072. 57 Not as good as the 8 Vidra arts, this breakthrough only increased his physique by 0.3, while his spirit increased by 0.5. Tangwen was slightly disappointed. Turning his head to look at his sister, who was still preparing to cook spare ribs, he stopped her, saying, "That's enough, sis, I'm not that hungry this time." "Huh? Okay." The little sister blinked her eyes and decisively put away the pot of deer ribs she was about to put into the pot, a relieved expression on her face, as if this 100 or so pounds of foxtail millet had finally been saved. Requesting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme. "Hey, I heard they're opening some kind of auction in the city." Tangwen went to the blacksmith to pick up his arrows and was stopped by Li Daniu. "What are they auctioning?" "They're selling everything. Mainly mutated beast meat and the 3 treasures of mutated beasts. They say you can even see the queen." Mentioning the queen, Li Daniu's face was full of respect. Not just him, but everyone in the camp, including Tangwen, held the queen in respect, even gratitude. In the camp, the queen established an iron rule: no bullying the weak, no harming others. And there was no room for argument. If someone deliberately provoked another, such as insulting their family in front of a man, forcing them to retaliate, and then killed them, claiming self-defense. Once they got to the guards, they had unique methods to make people unable to lie. And once they couldn't lie, the truth would quickly come out. The evildoer would naturally not escape death. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. They would be cut a few times and dragged into the mountains as bait, or they would be hung on the flagpole, wailing to death, to deter other evildoers. It was precisely this iron rule that gave countless ordinary people a sense of security, making them willing to farm. After all, the majority of people were law-abiding. As for the mutated beast's 3 treasures that Lidanio mentioned, they referred to the mutated beast's brain, heart, and liver. Eating the 3 treasures was said to make warriors stronger and even help them break through barriers. Mutated beasts were divided into strong and weak. The stronger the beast, the rarer it was, and the greater the effect of the 3 treasures. And what level of mutated beast would the 3 treasures at the auction be? Tang Wen thought of the silver wolf he had encountered before. He asked, "Can we go to the auction?" You can, but it costs 1 tael of silver to enter, and it's non-refundable," Lidanio said, uninterested.
Tang Wen wanted to go and see, mainly to broaden his horizons.
But feeling the money in his pocket, he decided against it. He had a cultivation technique and an experience panel, so the most important thing now was to seize the time to improve himself, rather than joining in the fun everywhere. Lidanio added, "There was a silver wolf disaster a while ago, and they say our queen took action personally. She captured a silver wolf and locked it up in the city.
Alive? Why not kill it? It's a waste of food to keep it." "Who says it isn't? They say it's locked up in a thick iron cage, in a basement. Aren't the people living nearby afraid?"
Tang Wen had personally experienced the pressure of the silver wolf, and even thinking about it now, he couldn't help but feel nervous. That terrifying roar even made him unable to muster the will to resist.
"I don't know, it seems the place is quite remote. And it costs copper coins to go in and see it." A new recruit from the guard team went in, and guess what happened?
"What happened?"
Tang Wen asked.
"He peed his pants,"
Lidanio said with a smile, whispering, "Don't spread it around, but that new recruit really peed.
Scared him silly. He'll never be able to hold his head up in the barracks again."
Funny, isn't it? He paid money to become a laughingstock.
Some ordinary people went in and ran out, scrambling and crawling, having nightmares every day.
"How much does it cost to see it once?" Tang Wen didn't laugh.
He figured that if he faced the silver wolf at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range, with the silver wolf's pressure concentrated on him alone,
he might pee his pants too, and crawl out. "It seems to be 10 copper coins." Lidanio looked up, stunned. "What? Are you going?" Tang Wen shook his head. "Not now, maybe I'll go see it later. After all, I'm a hunter, so it's good to see it."
Lidanio touched his bald head. "Brother, your hunting business is really dangerous.
It's better to become a guard as soon as possible. With your ability, if you train for a few years, you might be able to become a captain.
Preferably a city guard captain, getting paid in rice and meat every month, with no danger and a lot of leisure." Listening to him, Tang Wen's lips curled up. He remembered when he had just graduated from college, his elders had also advised him to take the civil service exam.
At the time, he was very resistant, thinking, how much money could he earn by taking the civil service exam?
Now, he really wanted to be a guard, because the strong among the guards could deal with silver wolves. Becoming a guard might allow him to obtain some more profound martial arts methods.
Leaving the blacksmith shop, Tang Wen didn't go home.
He took the copper badge and went to the city, asking the butcher for the exact location where the silver wolf was being held.
"What? Young man, are you going to see the silver wolf?"
The butcher's voice was surprised.
The surrounding people looked over, their eyes revealing a sense of amusement. Tang Wen remained calm. "I just want to know the location to tell my family and friends to avoid it."
Oh, the butcher seemed a little disappointed. "Then avoid the northeast corner of the city, the silver wolf is locked up in that area." Thanking him, Tang Wen detoured and headed towards the northeast corner of the city. He turned from the main street to a small road, and finally entered an alley. At the end of the alley was an open gate, with 3 guards in armor warming themselves by a fire under the gate tower. Before Tang Wen could speak, the guard opposite waved his hand at him with a look of disgust. Go, you're just a kid. What are you learning from others, coming to see the silver wolf?" Be careful you don't get scared to death. Go, go, go.
Tang Wen didn't mind at all, walking up and smiling. Thank you for the reminder, big brother.
Don't laugh at me, all three of you. I saw a silver wolf from afar in the wild before, and I was so scared that I couldn't even stand up. When I heard the silver wolf roar, I even fell hard. The three men inside the door looked at each other, and the one who had spoken earlier asked strangely, since you know you're afraid, why do you still dare to come? I'm a herb gatherer from the medical clinic, and I always have to go outside the camp, so I was thinking if I could practice my courage without seeing the silver wolf. If I encounter a mutated beast again in the future, I won't be so afraid, and I can run faster when escaping. Tang Wen's tone was sincere and calm, and the three guards were moved. The leader looked him up and down and said, "It's rare that you think like this, it's not impossible. You go inside the door and walk 50 steps, there's a hole in the house, with stairs leading down. Standing at the entrance of the hole, you can feel something different. If you're not afraid of the silver wolf suddenly roaring, you can go in and try." "Thank you, I don't know how many copper coins it costs." "It's 10 copper coins to enter." Tang Wen counted out the copper coins, carefully sticking to the wall, and stepped inside. What suddenly a roar came from underground. Tang Wen shuddered, his legs went weak, and he quickly grabbed the wall beside him with both hands.
"This kid is really unlucky," the silver wolf roared as soon as he entered.
"Ha, hopefully he doesn't pee inside." The three guards warmed themselves by the fire, talking and laughing, their expressions normal, with no reaction to the wolf's howl.
"This silver wolf, no, this environment, how should I use it? To train my skills?"
Getting rid of the fear brought by the silver wolf's roar, Tang Wen covered his wildly beating chest and began to think.
Practice the blade? But if the silver wolf howled while I was practicing the blade, maybe the blade in my hand would fly out. It's even possible that I might overreact and hurt myself. I can't practice the blade.
After thinking about it, Tang Wen carefully walked into the house, found a corner against the wall, and began to practice his stance. The 8 Vidra arts can't be exposed outside, and flying stones and flying knives are not suitable.
The most suitable thing is the stance. But the stance requires embracing the one and guarding the one, requiring a calm mind.
Looking at the dark entrance, his heart could not calm down. He couldn't help but imagine that the next second, the ferocious silver wolf would come out of the hole and swallow him in one bite, as easily as a wild boar swallowing a yam. Tang Wen forced himself not to think about the silver wolf, but unfortunately, it was useless. It was like telling an LSP, "Don't think about women." After hearing this sentence, a woman would subconsciously appear in his mind. This was almost unavoidable. After more than 10 minutes, Tang Wen found a way to fight it. Every time he thought of the terrifying silver wolf, he would imagine a steel cage, blocking it inside. The silver wolf could only rage in vain, unable to get out even with a bloody head. Huff, inhale, he squinted his eyes, barely calmed down, and was about to enter the state. Suddenly, he felt a burst of tension in his heart. Ha! Why did he always feel a chill down his back? Was it a mental warning? Tang Wen couldn't help but sigh. In the standing posture, his perception of the surroundings was more acute. He could vaguely sense that there was a ferocious sky locked below. With this, how could his mind not be on alert? Crap! This was a vicious cycle. Can't calm down while standing? A voice sounded. Tang Wen was startled, raised his head, and saw 3 guards at the door at some point, looking at him with interest. This? His pupils shrank. He didn't even hear a trace of footsteps? The 3 were definitely not ordinary guards. Well, come to think of it, the combat power of ordinary guards like Li Daniel was not as good as his. How could they be sent to guard the silver wolf? The leading guard saw that he didn't answer and didn't mind. The unknown danger is the most terrible. You are always worried and want to guard against the silver wolf's roar. How can you calm down to practice standing? Unless... Tang Wen was stunned and quickly asked for advice. This, sir, unless what? Unless you face the silver wolf directly. Ah. Besides relying on breathing and inner vision to enter a meditative state, there is another way to practice standing. Don't you know? Tang Wen looked blank. The guard leader smiled. Visualization. You can observe the silver wolf, and then outline the silver wolf's posture and form in your mind to resist its pressure.
Visualization, outline, resist, Tang Wen murmured to himself.
Seeing that he was thoughtful, the other party smiled, and the three left directly and returned to the bottom of the gate.
Old Zhao, do you think highly of this kid? The guard leader looked at the cloudy sky above his head. We all have descendants. When we are alive, we can guard this piece of sky. But more importantly, we must educate the next generation of the camp.
The two nodded in silence.
They all understood the principle. The camp's experts must not be cut off for even one generation.
If they are, the camp will be gone.
Everyone inside and outside the camp will die.
Or, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a life worse than death.
I'll bet a drink. What do you guys think? Will that kid dare to go down? The two became energetic. I think he will. Then I'll bet he won't. Inside the room, Tang Wen stood in front of the deep cave entrance, hesitating whether to go down. "Awah!" The silver wolf roared. His legs went weak, and he almost fell into the cave. Damn! This beast is so insidious. Go, I must go down.
At worst, I'll pee my pants and go home to wash them myself. Besides, I spent a whole 10 copper coins.
How can I not see it?
Thinking of this, he grabbed his long knife, held the wall, and walked down step by step. 1 level, 2 levels, 15 levels, turn down, and count all the way to 45 levels.
It's the bottom.
The stairs are much deeper than he imagined. On both sides of the underground wall, kerosene lamps were burning. Tang Wen stood at the corner, his fingers clinging to the wall, looking inside carefully.
Awah! Thump!
He didn't even have time to curse. He sat down on the ground with his butt dizzy, like a person with a fear of heights who had just finished a roller coaster. After a few deep breaths, he leaned against the wall, and the solid stone bricks gave him a sense of security. Feeling the silver wolf's roar at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme range was even more terrifying. I still have to stand in front of it, observe it carefully, and then practice standing? Forget it, don't think so much. Set a small goal. I'll take a look at it first, just one look. He squatted down, supported the ground with one hand, and the wall with the other, and slowly stretched his head out of the corner. The posture was very wretched, like a bad boy observing a neighbor's girl.
Tang Wen didn't care about these.
If it weren't for the inconvenience of sitting on the ground to look out, he would even want to sit down. As soon as he stretched his head, he happened to meet a pair of car-light-sized green eyes, which flashed with hideous cruelty, ferocity, and tyranny.
Shwa! Tang Wen retracted his head.
Awah! The silver wolf howled, its voice with irresistible penetrating power, his face turned pale, and his heart beat like a drum. The silver wolf calmed down, and Tang Wen frantically did psychological construction for himself. I have to face this thing sooner or later, unless I hide in the camp and farm.
No, it's not safe to hide in the camp and farm.
This group of silver wolves comes every year.
I also took a look just now. It's nothing special. It's far worse than Sadako, Juon, and Silent Hill. Can it float out of the cage? I'll take another look. Swish, schwa. In the blink of an eye, Tang Wen stretched his head out again and glanced at the silver wolf, and then slipped back. Awah! Feeling that the weak biped was provoking it, the silver wolf was furious. The roars came one after another. Tang Wen felt dizzy for a while, his heart was pounding, like doing some kind of fast and intense exercise. Too exciting. Clearly squatting on the ground, why is there a feeling of bungee jumping? If I take this silver wolf back to Earth and sell tickets to visit, I will definitely make a fortune. But ordinary people can't get to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme. Heart patients, the elderly, and children are not allowed in. Well, at that time, I can sell tickets by distance and stage, with different prices for first class, second class, and third class seats, and enjoy different stimuli. Thinking like this, Tang Wen was no longer afraid, but a little excited, as if he had transformed into the owner of the silver wolf and was already getting rich.
He stretched his head out again and looked at the silver wolf, 1 second, 2 seconds, and never took his eyes back. What a beautiful big guy. Except for a piece of snow-white fur on its chest, the rest of the silver wolf is silver-white. And the blood stains on its body not only did not reduce its appearance, but added 3 points of violent beauty. Hiss! The silver wolf bared its teeth. Tangwen watched and thought, well, I can launch a project to take phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme up photos with the silver wolf across the cage. Yes, and feeding, the feeding project is even more indispensable. Meat can only be bought from me, it is impossible to take it out, a pound of meat must be at least 100 yuan, right? Don't think it's expensive, no bargaining. After a series of messy associations, Tangwen slowly stood up. He could barely persevere in the face of the silver wolf's roar. This is my way to get rich. It's a bit fierce, but when you make money, who would be afraid of their own money-making project? Are fishermen afraid of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and waves? Are shepherds afraid of the smell of sheep? Tangwen moved his steps, walked past the corner, and appeared in front of the silver wolf. The silver wolf got up abruptly, and the sense of oppression came over him. I was too hasty. This wolf's height is even higher than a moose, and its body length is several meters. Tangwen stood in front of it, like a 3-year-old child standing in front of a lion. I want to visualize it and fight it? Impossible, even breathing cannot be stable in front of it. Then, why don't I do a set of 8-section brocade first? Anyway, the underground space is empty, and no one will see it. Thinking of doing it, Tangwen put on his posture. Oh whoa! The giant wolf roared. His body tilted, and his arms supported the ground in time, so he didn't fall to the ground. Hey, big guy, don't shout. You can't scare me. After all, with twice the attributes of ordinary people, Tangwen's spirit is more resilient than imagined. A trace of doubt appeared in the silver wolf's cruel green eyes. This biped actually didn't excrete? But looking at his momentum, it's not strong. Ready pose, first part, hands interlock overhead to benefit the triple burner awo. Tangwen's body swayed, his brain dizzy, but the movements that had been tempered thousands of times continued according to muscle memory. The movement was not interrupted. A set of 8-section brocade was still stumbling. The attribute panel, flapping quickly, 8-section brocade, mastery 296129793000 18 points of experience? Ha, Tangwen laughed out loud. Bang! Awu the silver wolf slammed into the cage and roared. Tangwen, who was careless for a moment, sat on the ground again, feeling ashamed and annoyed. Damn, you little trash, you attacked, you have no strength at the entrance of the alley where the silver wolf was imprisoned. You've been here quite a while, kid. Just lucky, Tangwen looked extremely weak. Look how scared you are, sweating all over. It's getting dark, hurry back. Yes. Goodbye, gentlemen. After a brief exchange, Tangwen quickly left the alley. Once on the main road, his expression changed, and he broke into a frantic run. Hungry. So hungry. Boss, how much for this dear heart? Half a tael of silver. Hey, why are you eating it raw? You haven't paid yet. Tangwen tossed him a few silver beans, holding the raw deer heart, running and gnawing. Bang, bang, bang. Arriving home, he knocked on the door and said urgently, hungry. Sis, make more food. I'm starving. Alright, why is there so much blood on your face? Are you hurt? No, I ate a raw deer heart. Oh, eat some radish first, I'll peel it for you. Tang busied herself. After performing the 8-section brocade 5 times in front of the silver wolf, his realm broke through. 8-section brocade, mastery proficiency 96,000 body, 2, 41.3. 91 essence, 2, 57.4. 07 single attribute increased by 1. 5. Crunch, spit. The radish wasn't washed and had mud on it, filling his mouth. Sweet potatoes can also be eaten raw. Crunch, Tangwen nodded in satisfaction, sweet potatoes are still tastier, with a sweet taste. Here, the red-billed Liathrix is roasted. The millet porridge is ready, add some warm water, don't burn yourself.
Roasted chicken, roasted venison.
Tang Tang deftly handed over plate after plate of food, but she felt numb inside. These 3 birds can be exchanged for 3 gene of millet, this pheasant can be exchanged for 29 gene of millet, this full 5 gene of venison can be exchanged for 60 gene of millet, sob.
Even the Queen's Guard captain doesn't eat like this.
After dozens of pounds of food were consumed, Tang Wen collapsed in the chair, not wanting to move.
Too dangerous. Almost resorted to snatching food on the street.
Well, the few silver beans he gave the shopkeeper should be exactly half a tael of silver, he didn't take advantage. He still can't break through casually outside in the future. It's good if he can find food, but if he can't, he feels like he'll starve to death. He heard that mutated beast meat is very nourishing, he wonders what it tastes like. If he gets the chance, he must try some. Mutated beast meat must have a higher energy density, maybe he'll be full after eating 2 pounds. After a simple wipe down, his sister helped him wash his hair.
Tang Wen dragged his tired body to bed. In the yard. Rise. Exhaling loudly.
Lying on the solid wood bench, Tang Wen exerted force with both hands, steadily lifting the solid iron rod. At both ends of the iron rod, large stone locks were suspended by iron chains. Homemade training equipment, even if he can't push it up, it won't crush him.
Bang!
After completing a set of 8, the stone locks landed, smashing onto the pre-laid straw mat. The straw mat didn't provide any cushioning effect, directly being smashed into the ground. After all, the single stone locks, weighing 600 pounds each, were too heavy. Tang Tang, who was practicing her blade in the yard, watched with twitching eyes. Ever since her brother came back that day and ate and drank wildly, his strength has been increasing day by day since he woke up the next day. The stonemason that day sent several pairs of custom-made large stone locks, exhausting the donkey pulling the cart to the point of frothing at the mouth. His body is getting stronger and stronger, and his appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Miss Sister's small face collapsed. Why does he have to eat several pounds of meat a day? Can't he eat millet? Tang Wen, eating rice is of course okay, but who eats rice when there's meat? Helplessly, the 2 yellow sheep originally prepared to be sent to Old Li were slaughtered by the siblings. Body, 3,99.4. 0 Essence, 4,074. 08 A month has passed since the 8-section brocade breakthrough. Tang Wen's 10 hours of hard training every day not only increased his attributes, but also increased his height by more than half a head. Although his handsome face is slightly immature, anyone who looks at him at a glance would not think he is a teenager. His tall stature and calm eyes make it easy to ignore the youthfulness between his brows.
Li's family, blacksmith shop. Tang Wen and his sister came to visit with sheep heads and mutton.
Brother, you've grown so fast.
You're almost catching up to Old Li. Li Dinyo patted Tang Wen on the back hard, his eyes full of envy.
He wasn't envious of his height, but envious of Tang Wen's strength. Li Dinyo now completely dares not compare knives with him. Not only are his skills not good, but fighting strength is even more courting death. The most new small say in 6'9" book bar first hair.
Brother Tang will definitely be selected as a guard this year. Li Dinyo's fair and dignified wife looked at Tang Wen with admiration. Tang Wen smiled. It depends on performance, it still depends on performance. Tang Tang ate the mutton in her mouth and asked, Brother Li, if you become a guard, the camp provides meals, right?
Provides meals, of course it provides meals, there is a guard cafeteria.
Tang Tang's eyes lit up. Can you eat as much as you want?
Ha, little sister Tang, don't worry. You can eat as much as you want, there are plenty of big bellies in the guard camp. When I was a soldier, I saw a guy who could eat 2 big basins of rice and vegetables in one meal. Li Dinyo gestured with both hands, as big as a wash basin.
That's good, Miss Sister nodded happily.
Based on her life experience, 2 large basins can hold about dozens of pounds of food, enough for her brother to eat his fill. There's still a month or so before the guard selection, brother, prepare well. If you need anything in terms of weapons, just tell me. Okay, I won't be polite with brother Li. Brother, you have enough strength, your swordsmanship is good enough, and you also know how to throw knives and stones.
It would be unreasonable if you weren't selected. Li Denyo had even more confidence than Tang Wen. The next day, Tang Wen took his knife and went to the inner city to see the Silver Wolf. "Greetings, gentlemen."
"Oh, it's you.
"You've grown quite a bit in a month, taller than me."
"Not as good as you, sir."
Tang Wen took out 10 copper coins.
"Be careful, that Silver Wolf has been locked up for too long and is a bit crazy."
"Thank you for the reminder, sir."
Arriving inside, without hesitation, Tang Wen lifted the wooden board at the entrance of the hole and went down the steps.
The wolf howls were constant, revealing sadness and madness. The deterrent force of the sound waves was even stronger than before.
Tang Wen's body swayed slightly, as if nothing had happened, steadily descending the steps.
Bang, bang, bang. Seeming to still remember Tang Wen and his aura, upon seeing him, the silver wolf crashed into the iron cage even more frantically.
Tang Wen ignored it, just stood quietly, carefully observing every detail of the silver wolf's body.
Ears, eyes, nose, fangs, fur, limbs.
After watching for a while, he closed his eyes and tried to visualize and outline it in his mind. His powerful mental strength allowed him to remember all of the silver wolf's appearance. Standing stance, visualization, entering stillness, all in one go. Health preservation stance, visualization, stillness stance, mastery 911-913-917-1000. Experience points increased rapidly.
Tang Wen was unaware that the silver wolf's image disappeared and reappeared in his mind, appearing and disappearing again.
Finally, it froze into a ferocious appearance that chose people to devour. He opened his eyes gleaming like lightning.
Health preservation stance, visualization, stillness stance, mastery 939-1000. Visualization, stillness stance?
It sounds a bit more powerful than the health preservation stance, but he won't know exactly how until after upgrading. Having achieved his purpose, Tang Wen left the inner city and returned home, continuing to practice diligently every day. In a flash, a month passed. It was the day of the guard selection. This was a major event in the camp, second to none, whether it was the people in the inner city or the people in the outer camp. As long as they were strong and healthy and could pay the 10 gene of grain or 10 copper coins registration fee, they could participate in the selection. The registration fee was a threshold, which originally didn't exist, but without a threshold, everyone would rush to register. Even old farmers in their 50s and 60s wanted to try, and wouldn't give up no matter how the guards persuaded them. The camp managers didn't have that much time and energy to play with them, so there was a threshold outside the gate leading from the outer camp to the city. Before dawn, a long queue had formed of people signing up for the guard selection. Many families came together, with people coming and going, almost blocking the road. Leaving the home to Li Dania, a name to take care of, Tang Wen and his sister went straight to the gate and walked towards the inner city.
Hey, why are they going in without queuing?
Someone pointed at Tang Wen, who had entered the gate, and complained to the guards maintaining order.
What's all the noise? Didn't you see his copper badge? He has status in the inner city, do you? I don't, I don't.
The crowd couldn't help but cast envious glances at their backs. These young men and women don't look very old. Li Lao, old Li, a name, was waiting by the roadside at the city gate with his beautiful young wife. When he saw Tang Wen, he first marveled at the change in his figure. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he led Tang Wen straight to the big square. On the way, Li Lao, old Li, a name, suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. That, Xiao Tang, little Tang, a name, I'm afraid you'll have to rely on yourself for the hunting team. This year's assessment has suddenly become stricter. To join the hunting team, you must have at least the strength of a level 2 martial apprentice.
What is a martial apprentice?
Before Tang Wen could speak, Tang, a name asked, blinking her big eyes. Li Lao, old Li, a name, explained, martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master. These are the standard of strength set by the guard camp and the martial arts hall. Martial apprentices are divided into 3 levels, with level 3 being the weakest and level 1 being the strongest. Above martial apprentice is the formal martial artist. The strength of a level 3 martial apprentice is that of a well-trained ordinary adult man. The average guard, after training for a year and passing the rookie period, is about this strong. A level 2 martial apprentice is required to be able to lift a 300 gene, a unit of weight, approximately 0.5 kilograms stone lock, and to run the distance of an arrow shot without weight in 15 counts, which is 15 seconds. An arrow's distance is about 200 meters. Tangwon was secretly surprised. This speed is 14 faster than the 200-meter Olympic champion. In terms of actual combat, a level 2 martial apprentice must be able to use a single knife, dagger, etc. to deal with medium-sized beasts such as wolves, and must be able to fight multiple opponents. Level 1 martial apprentices are difficult. They must be able to lift a 600 gene, a unit of weight, approximately 0.5 kilograms stone lock. The speed must be no slower than a running donkey or horse in 1 li, a unit of distance, approximately 500 meters, which is 500 meters. The key is actual combat. Without wearing armor, they must be able to defeat a team of 12 to 15 well-trained soldiers without injury. Li Lao, Old Li, a name continued, Xiao Tang, Little Tang, a name, you are a hunter and have unique skills, so you should have the strength of a level 3 martial apprentice. But it is hard to say about level 2. You are still young, so try it first. If you can't get into the hunting team, you can go to the martial arts hall and practice for a year, and you will definitely be able to do it next year. Tangwon thanked him with a smile, and thought that Dr. Li Lao, Old Li, a name was still very reliable. He only gave him a roe deer and 2 rabbits, only a few dozen gene, a unit of weight, approximately 0.5 kilograms of meat, which is nothing to him, but he thought very carefully. The apprentices in the martial arts hall are all little brats from the inner city, many of whom have practiced martial arts since childhood. They are all arrogant and want to try out for the hunting guards. Just line up at the back of their team later. Okay. The order doesn't matter. Tangwon was puzzled. Besides going out hunting, what else is special about the hunting guards? Li Lao, Old Li, a name was stunned, then slapped his forehead. My fault. I forgot that you were from the outer city and didn't know the details. The prey and mutated beasts that the hunting guards hunted are divided into 3 parts, 1 part for the camp, 1 part for the guard camp, and the remaining 1/3 can be kept by the hunting team themselves. Oh, an extra income. Tangwon nodded. Not only that, there are many secret techniques in the guard camp that are not passed on to outsiders. Guards can exchange them for contributions. Understand? Tangwon showed a look of realization. Hunting counts as a contribution. Thank you, Li Lao, Old Li, a name for the explanation. He was tempted. Cultivation methods are indeed good things that cannot be obtained outside. He originally thought that it didn't matter to be a city guard or a patrol guard, but his thinking changed. Hunting team, he must join the hunting team. The martial arts hall disciples stood in the center of the square. Each of them was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme burly or well proportioned, full of energy. There were also a few female martial apprentices, and even wearing black, bloated cotton clothes could not hide their tall, proud figures. Tangwon mixed in the last row, with a clear distance from the martial apprentices in front. The people in front turned to look at him, their eyes with calm, ridicule, and more phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme ignored. The young martial apprentices chatted among themselves. Brother Lin, a name, is there any definite news? How many people are needed for this hunting team? The boy called Brother Lin, a name was very burly, with a broad back and thick waist, more than 1.9 meters tall. He was the tallest person Tangwon had seen in the camp. It seems like 40 people. Ah! A group of people exclaimed. How can there be so few? I can't get into the top 40 in our martial arts hall. Do I have to wait another year? Listening to their discussion, Tangwon suddenly remembered the day after his college entrance examination when the results came out, and the students were chatting like this. However, if there are only 40 people? Tangwon roughly counted and found that there were definitely more than 400 martial apprentices in front of him. Proportionally speaking, the admission rate is 10%. Which is really a bit like the college entrance examination. Kaka kaka, onomatopoeia, the sound of iron armor colliding came.
Several fully armed people walked onto the high platform in the square. Is it him?
Tangwen was a little surprised that the person responsible for guarding the silver wolf was also on the high platform. It seems that his identity is higher than he thought. The other party was keenly aware, noticed Tangwen's gaze, and looked directly over with eyes like electricity.
Tangwen quickly lowered his head. Today is a big day for our flame camp.
It is the guard selection. On the stage, a general-like person in black armor spoke.
Obviously, without any means of blessing, the voice was clearly and accurately transmitted to the ears of thousands of people present.
The tone was sonorous and short.
About 3 minutes later, the black armored general directly announced, "I announce that the selection has begun.
Those who are selecting hunting guards, step forward 30 steps.
Stand in 10 rows. The remaining candidates disperse to the left and right sides."
Tangwen was shocked and thought that it was indeed the style of the military, which focused on being straightforward. He quickly followed the team forward, closely following the steps of the person in front, and stood in line. The first row, step forward 5 steps, spread out, warm up, and prepare to lift the stone lock. About 40 people stepped forward in unison. When I count to 1, everyone must lift the stone lock in front of you. Those who can't lift it, get out immediately. No quibbling is allowed, otherwise, whipping will be served. Understand?
Understood.
Everyone agreed in unison, and the atmosphere suddenly became warm.
Ready, 4, 3, 2, 1, lift.
The people in the first row gritted their teeth and used their greatest strength to grab the wooden pole and lift the stone lock.
Hold on, 3, 2, 1, try again.
Ready. There was discussion in the team, with surprise, anxiety, and frustration. This stone lock weighs 300 jin, a unit of weight, approximately 0.5 kilograms. Why do you have to lift it so quickly? A level 2 martial apprentice, the standard for the hunting camp selection is a level 2 martial apprentice. I have only just become a level 3 martial apprentice.
It's over this year. My dad will beat me to death when I go home.
The 300 jin, a unit of weight, approximately 0.5 kilograms stone lock must be lifted 3 times in a row, each time raised overhead and held for 3 seconds. If it weren't for the martial arts inheritance in this world, you wouldn't be able to train to this level even if you spent 3 or 5 years in the gym. On both sides of the square, the people who came from the outer city of the camp to participate in the selection were already stunned.
Is that big stone hollow? If it is solid, how can it be lifted? Silence. Those who make noise will lose their qualification for selection.
A voice like a loud bell echoed in the sky above the square.
The selectors stopped talking and stood up straight.
The speaker was Tangwen's acquaintance, the commander who guarded the silver wolf.
Tangwen had been secretly guessing that black armored general, with such a loud voice, was he using sonic power or something? He wondered if there were any sonic techniques among the redeemable skills in the guard camp. If there were, he would definitely learn them. The examiner was efficient, and the selection process was swift. Those who wanted another chance could have one.
But you had to at least lift the stone lock to your chest to get a chance to try again with the next group. There was no possibility of rest. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme you were promoted on the spot, or you were eliminated immediately. There was no third option.
Suddenly, someone in front failed the assessment and said they were sick. The examiner sneered, "You're sick? Good.
Then go tell the silver wolf and see if it will wait for you to get better before eating you.
Get out. Now."
A girl ran out of the line, tears streaming from between her fingers.
Some people chuckled, and other girls glared at them.
More people simply shook their heads as they watched her leave.
Not everyone is suitable to be a guard. 9th row, all forward.
The assessment progressed quickly, and on the other 2 sides of the square, the assessments for patrol guards and city guards had also begun. The 2 were not assessed separately but started running laps together. At the end of each lap, someone would stamp their wrist. 1 stamp per lap, mainly testing endurance and perseverance.
10th row, all forward.
Tang Wen strode forward in the line, steadily lifting the stone lock 3 times in a row with the examiner's commands.
After counting, the chief examiner reported loudly to the stage, "The strength assessment is complete."
418 people participated in this assessment, and 167 passed. Among them, 25 are women.
The black-armored general on the stage slowly nodded. "Well, this hunting team selection only wants strong combat power, not weaklings who will hold us back. The hunting team is only short of 45 people. Next, let's test speed." The general felt a little helpless. Who wouldn't want to train these youngsters to become talents?
But it's not that the camp doesn't want to recruit more people, it's that a martial artist's growth requires a lot of resources, and the camp simply can't afford to support too many people. Testing speed meant running. The other candidates ran around the square, while those participating in the hunting team selection ran in the middle of the square.
One round trip was about 200 meters.
The first row, 20 people, stood on the track.
Ready, run.
Watching everyone dash out like wild dogs off the leash, Tang Wen frowned.
A shuttle run? He hadn't practiced that. But the examiner didn't care whether you had practiced or not.
In the last group, there were only 7 of them.
Run. The examiner ordered.
Tang Wen took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and darted out.
This was the benefit of having high mental strength. His reaction was especially fast.
Since he hadn't run it before, he didn't hold back, burying his head and swinging his arms, using at least 70% of his strength.
Whoosh! He left everyone behind him in one start. Whose kid is this? Running so fast?
On the stage, a commander said in surprise. The other commanders exchanged glances.
The black-armored general asked curiously, "What? No one recognizes him?" "General, I know him.
He's not from the inner city, but a kid from the outer city who makes a living by gathering herbs and hunting.
He's quite interesting.
I was planning to bring him under my command and give him some good guidance," said Commander Zhao, who was guarding the silver wolf.
The others were unhappy. "Old Zhao, you want to snatch a good sealing as soon as you see one?"
"That's right, I think this kid is suitable for following my leg techniques." The other commanders didn't speak, watching the hunting camp's 3 commanders argue with interest. Before he finished speaking, Tang Wen slowed down and ran back to the finish line when the examiner counted to 11. Pairs of eyes looked at him, some surprised, some doubtful, all curious about where this guy had come from.
Damn! Overdid it. Tang Wen smoothed his hair and, as usual, went to the back of the line.
"My name is Zhang Lin, you're not from a martial arts gym, are you?" A big guy over 1.9 meters tall came over. "No, Tang Wen, a hunter from the outer city."
"A hunter?"
"Impressive," the big guy gave a thumbs up. The two didn't speak anymore, and the examiner announced the results. After the strength and speed assessments, a total of 79 people passed, 17 of whom are women.
The fastest is Tang Wen.
Whoosh!
Tang Wen once again attracted everyone's attention.
The black-armored general's voice rang out from the stage. "Tang Wen, step forward."
"Yes, sir." Tang Wen turned and stepped out of the line. "Don't be nervous. You're from a hunter background, have you practiced martial arts?" "Yes." "What did you practice?" "Who taught you?" "Big Brother Li, the blacksmith in the outer city, taught me the Gale blade."
"Old Dr. Li in the inner city taught me the Yangsheng stance," he answered truthfully. The camp wasn't big, and there was no need to hide these things.
You could find out with a little inquiry.
But everyone looked incredulous after hearing this.
Gale blade, Yangsheng stance? How should I put it?
In martial arts gyms, even dogs don't practice them. The black-armored general, Commander Zhao, and others exchanged glances, also surprised in their hearts.
The Gale blade was just a set of saber techniques for killing enemies.
If you had to evaluate it, it was ordinary, simple, practical, and easy to learn. It was the most common of common goods. Don't even mention the Yangsheng stance, it was a pure waste of time. Unless you were studying medicine, or not middle-aged or injured, who would practice it? Martial artists also practice stances, but they practiced the horse stance, to stand like a horse. The difference between the two was even greater than the difference between a peach pit and a centuries-old walnut for playing. The commanders on the stage whispered to each other, "It seems his speed is innate." Yes, it should be. Definitely, what could you possibly develop from those two techniques? The martial arts apprentices around them felt much relieved after hearing what Tang Wen said. They all knew that the next assessment would be combat ability. What combat ability could Tang Wen, who came from practicing those kinds of techniques, possibly have? The black armored general signaled Tang Wen to return to the line. "Next, take a 1-hour break. After that, we will begin the combat assessment." The assessment content: each person simultaneously fights 2 armored guards. Knocking them down wins. Weapons are allowed. "Can we wear armor?" a martial arts apprentice raised his hand. Of course not. An hour passed quickly. On the huge square, white ash was used to circle out circles, and the circles were the combat assessment sites. There were 15 in total. 30 guards, wearing iron armor and holding swords and spears, entered the arena in pairs. More guards waited in line. There were still 79 people to be assessed, so there were a total of 158 guards. Although their strengths varied, they wouldn't be too far off. Whether the candidates faced weaker or stronger opponents depended entirely on luck. Tang Wen noticed that the examiner had changed. 15 examiners, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, each had a fierce aura and stood in front of the 15 circles. The most eye-catching of them was a female examiner standing in circle number 4. She was half a head taller than the average male soldier, probably over 1.85 meters. Not to mention her hot and outrageous figure, her straight and slender legs were comparable to those of a world-class supermodel. Dressed in black, tight-fitting clothes, with a frosty face, she gave off an unapproachable vibe. Well, this was the third beauty he had seen since coming to the camp. The first was sister-in-law Li, the second was old Li's young wife. The examiner in front of him was the third. The first round of selection began. On the stage, the black armored general's voice shook the audience. "The person who takes the least time in this assessment will be the first place in the assessment. The reward is 100 taels of silver, 100 refined weapon, the opening mountain cannon fist visualization chart, with 3 opportunities to comprehend it. The second place will be rewarded with 100 refined weapon." Before he finished speaking, Tang Wen clearly felt that everyone who was about to fight was clenching their fists and cheering themselves up, becoming excited. He also keenly caught the keywords "opening mountain cannon fist visualization chart." What was that? Opening mountain cannon fist? This fist technique sounded illegal. It must be this visualization chart that was making everyone excited. Tang Wen walked up to Zhang Lin and asked, and the other party said excitedly, "Opening mountain cannon fist, explosive power unparalleled." General Zhou on the stage and the major commanders have all practiced this fist technique, and only after mastering it did they achieve their current status. The visualization chart is the only way to practice this fist technique. After mastering it, breaking mountains and crushing rocks is as easy as pissing and mixing mud. Zhang Lin spoke with spittle flying everywhere, and Tang Wen gently took a step back and tilted his head slightly. All right. It seemed he had to go all out. The first group assessment began, and Zhang Lin, who was over 1.9 meters tall, was among them. With the examiner's signal, it started. Zhang Lin, wielding a 2-meter-long horse-chopping sword, charged like a galloping horse towards the 2 fully armed spearmen. The 2 spearmen quickly separated, one to the left and one to the right, trying to flank him. Clang! The sword and spear collided. The spear in the spearman's hand was knocked high, almost causing him to drop it. The other spearman quickly attacked Zhang Lin from behind, preventing Zhang Lin from taking down one of them right at the start. Zhang Lin, eager for the reward General Zhou mentioned, wanted a quick victory and tried to overpower his opponents. But the 2 guards were clearly veterans with rich group combat experience. When one was attacked, the other immediately attacked Zhang Lin's weak points from other directions. For a moment, the situation was deadlocked. Tang Wen quickly scanned the other fields, and the situations were similar. It seemed that these martial apprentices, who had practiced martial arts since childhood, did not lack practical experience. One-on-one, they could completely defeat the guards, but the guards were not stupid. They separated to surround the opponents, cooperating with each other to avoid being defeated one by one. Seeing this, Tangwen realized, it seems that this assessment is two-way, not only selecting a hunting team but also testing the guards. Clang! Zhang Lin knocked away a spear with his sword but did not pursue. Instead, he turned around to face the enemy behind him. His long sword parried the spear as he closed in. The two guards' expressions changed drastically. The guard whose spear had been knocked away had not been able to retract it and reapply force, unable to attack Zhang Lin's back. The other guard was already facing Zhang Lin's blade directly. Bang! He kicked the guard, and the blade lightly grazed the armor. Eliminated. What remained was a one-on-one. The guard was knocked down by Zhang Lin without even exchanging a single blow. Zhang Lin wins. Time, 89. The people waiting for the assessment stirred. Damn! Old Zhang, you beast, couldn't you have gone easy on us? He has a chance to be first. That's 3 opportunities to view the visualization diagrams. On the platform, everyone turned to look at a tall commander. Congratulations! Old Zhang, your boy is much stronger than you were back then. Like father, like son. Everyone, please don't praise him too much. This is only the first round. It's too early to say. Although he said that, Commander Zhang was clearly happy, and the smile on his face could not be concealed. Come on, old Zhang, you have to treat us. Yes, you have to bring out that box of fine wine in glass bottles. Go, go, go. I think you just want to trick me out of my wine. Below the stage, Zhang Lin returned to the team, surrounded by a group of martial apprentices. They looked envious, appearing to admire Zhang Lin greatly. Only a few 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, stood silently in place. They looked solemn, seeming to be preparing to compete for first place. Tangwen listed these 3 as key observation targets. The assessment continued, and suddenly an accident occurred. In Field 7, as one guard was about to be knocked down, the other guard, in desperation, threw his spear like a javelin. Seeing that the spear was about to pierce the examinee's body, the examiner acted, crossing nearly 10 meters in one step, gently grasping the spear, stopping it behind the examinee. Go down, you lost. Yes, thank you, sir. The person looked dejected, raising his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Many examinees felt sorry for him. Obviously, he was skilled. But he didn't expect that the guard would use such an uncommon tactic of throwing the spear. Tangwen, on the other hand, felt that this person's loss was not unjustified. That guard should have specially practiced javelin throwing. Another round ended, and the 2 martial apprentices he was paying attention to went down at the same time and quickly won. Li Gangpao wins. Time, 143 seconds. Zhao Lei wins. Time, 151 seconds. Wow! In a situation where it generally took more than 10 minutes, ultimately relying on endurance to win. The 2's results were extremely impressive, ranking 2nd and 3rd respectively. But their expressions were not good. After the assessment, they still looked unconvinced. The next round began, and the woman Tangwen was particularly concerned about entered the arena. Her weapon was a spear. Different from other people's tactics, she held the spear with both hands, approaching steadily and slowly. Whenever the 2 opposing guards tried to separate, she would shake the spear, launching a fierce attack. One guard could not resist, and they could only work together to fight her. Even so, the 2 guards retreated while fighting, and the space behind them to maneuver became smaller and smaller with her steps. Point, crush, pick, deflect. The spear in her hand seemed to come alive. Suddenly, the spear blossomed, and the speed suddenly increased by a notch. Ding, ding! The 2 guards were unable to defend in time and were hit in the chest by her spear tip. And Lei wins. Time, 81 seconds. Currently ranked first. The examiner looked admiring. Wow! There was an uproar in the square. Tangwen heard the crowd's discussion. It turned out that this Enlay always traveled alone and was not very familiar with the people in the same martial arts gym. They only knew that she was not easy to mess with and had very strong spear skills. The most up-to-date novels are first published at 6-9 book bar. But no one had seen her in actual combat, let alone expected her spear skills to be so strong. Tang Wen recalled her tactics, seemingly slow but actually fast. It seemed that she was advancing steadily and slowly, but the circular arena was not large, and the 2-meter-long spear could cover a large area with its sweep. She quickly locked down the opponent's reaction space. On the platform, the black-armored general said softly, "Is this old An's daughter?"
"Yes, brother, and left early, leaving only this girl. She has been strong since she was a child and has a high talent for martial arts."
Zhang Lin's father, Commander Zhang, did not show any disappointment when his son's first place was lost. Instead, he looked at the girl below the stage with relief. "Brother An has a successor." The young martial apprentices looked at Zhang Lin one after another. The latter took a breath. Although he felt unwilling, he recalled the other party's spear skills and dared not say that he could win against her one-on-one. And Lei came out of the examination room, passed by Tang Wen. The two looked at each other and brushed past. The latter silently thought in his heart, the fourth one, this is the fourth beauty I've seen since transmigrating. Last group, step forward. This group had only 4 people. Here it comes. As the last person to enter the arena, Tang Wen gripped the knife in his hand and walked into the 4th circle. The examiner outside the circle was the 3rd-grade beauty in his heart. So big, cough cough, so white, this skin. Well, having seen her face up phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, Tang Wen silently shuffled the order of the 4 beauties in his heart. The female examiner in front of him, in terms of appearance and figure, was definitely number 1. If he were to meet her on Earth, where he had no worries about food and clothing and felt completely safe, Tang Wen could think of 3 boys' names and 3 girls' names within half a minute. But now, he should perform well and get the first place reward first. The female examiner was more than a head taller than him. His eyes glanced over her body, his gaze was frank, and he nodded slightly to show respect. The female examiner also nodded and asked Tang Wen's name in a hoarse voice. Both sides entered the arena. The 2 guards who entered the arena with Tang Wen were well proportioned, one carrying a long knife and the other holding a spear. They were covered in iron armor, covering all parts except for the face and below the calves. On their calves were military boots, tanned from animal skin, which had considerable defensive power. The bottom of the boots might even have iron plates or steel plates underneath. Even ordinary beasts might not be able to bite through them. If they bit on the bottom of the boot, they might break their teeth. Because the last 4 people were competing. The other 3 were inconspicuous, and everyone on and off the stage was watching Tang Wen. This kid runs pretty fast, I wonder what his real combat power is like. If he hones his skills in the martial arts gym for a year and has martial arts talent, he might be able to get into the top 3. It's hard to say now. A commander shook his head. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only thing that matters. If you have speed, the advantage is great. But Tang Wen had only practiced the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme breaking blade, which was taught by a retired ordinary guard. Even if he had speed, he couldn't use it. Commander Zhao smiled. Since everyone is not optimistic about him, how about we make a bet? I think little Tang can get into the top 3. Okay, I'll bet you a drink. Me too. Add a drink. They were talking lively, but Tang Wen, as the protagonist, had already tightened the strings in his heart. The female examiner shouted, "Prepare." He took a deep breath, held the knife with both hands, and posed as if he was about to rush forward. Start. Whoosh. Contrary to everyone's expectations, as soon as the examiner gave the order, Tang Wen threw the knife into the air. Ah! The whole audience exclaimed. Is this guy stupid? Who throws away their weapon at the beginning? Could it be that he hasn't been in a real fight and is too nervous? The onlookers couldn't help but have similar thoughts. Even the 2 guards facing Tang Wen in the arena were full of question marks. Like most people, they subconsciously looked up at the long saber that was thrown high into the air.
The opportunity has come. Tang Wen took out the pebbles, his hands as fast as lightning, going all out.
Many people couldn't see his movements clearly, only a blur. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A terrifying sound of air being torn apart rang out, bang, bang, bang. The two guards had just noticed something was wrong when they felt something hit their foreheads hard. The feeling was as if a 2-meter-tall man was swinging a huge mace fiercely at their helmets. Forehead. Chest. Calf. In an instant, the two of them felt dizzy, their chests felt tight, and their calves were in great pain. Staggering, they could no longer stand, and fell to the ground with a thud, unconscious. After throwing the pebbles, Tang Wen ran a few steps like a cheetah, leaped up, and grabbed the falling long saber.
He came to the two of them like lightning and put the knife to their necks. Everything happened in a flash. The square was silent. Tang Wen looked at the examiner and asked, "Is it over?"
The former came back to his senses and took a deep look at him. Tang Wen wins.
11 seconds. 11 seconds? All right. She had completely forgotten to count the seconds. She just casually gave a number that felt about right. Whoa! The discussion exploded. What's going on? How did those two fall down? Could it be that this Tang Wen has awakened some ability?
Many martial apprentices hadn't figured out what happened. First, they were only focused on looking up at the knife, and second, Tang Wen's attack was too fast. Pebbles. It's pebbles. And Lei's eyes were sharp, and she saw the pebble fragments embedded in the two guards' iron armor at a glance. What terrifying power! Li Gangpao and Zhao Lei came to Zhang Lin's side.
Old Zhang, are you confident in winning against him?
Zhang Lin glanced at Li Gangpao. Unless I and he are wearing heavy armor, and the circle is smaller.
Otherwise, even if I win, I might be blind.
The two were silent for a while, their thoughts were similar to Zhang Lin's. The people on the stage were also talking about Tang Wen. Damn it! This kid must have 500 or 600 pounds of strength in his hands? A commander who was good at strength estimated the strength in Tang Wen's hands as soon as he spoke.
Accuracy, speed, all are top-notch. Looking at him, he's probably not even 18 years old. How did he train it?
Strength and speed are good, but his martial arts don't look very good. I don't know if he has any talent for martial arts. I'm afraid it's a bit late even if he has talent for martial arts. Commander Zhao reminded with a smile, "Everyone, don't forget to treat me to wine."
Everyone pointed at him and laughed.
General Zhou said, "The actual combat assessment is over, let's take the top 45 and enroll them into the hunting team."
Some were happy, some sighed.
The eliminated martial apprentices don't need to be assessed and can join the ranks of ordinary guards on the spot. Or they can go home and practice for another year and come back. But no one can say what the situation will be like next year.
General Zhou added, "Tang Wen and Lei, Zhanglin, come forward." Tang Wen and the three came to the stage.
Zhang Lin's swordsmanship, and Lei's spearmanship, Tang Wen's intelligence.
All are good. Especially Tang Wen, born in the outer city, makes a living by hunting. It's not easy to train this skill.
General Zhou encouraged them a few words, saying that the rewards would be given after they officially become hunting guards. After that, he didn't stay long and left the square with a few guards. The three commanders of the hunting camp walked down the stage to greet the three of them.
Hearing other people's titles, Tang Wen realized that the commander guarding the silver wolf was surnamed Zhao.
Commander Zhao is one of the three major commanders of the hunting camp, and each commander has 10 hunting teams under his command.
Little Tang is not bad. He even got first place. Do you still remember that you said you wanted to join my command? Tang Wen was strange, did I say that? Commander Zhao winked secretly, and Tang Wen moved.
For him, it was of course better to join the command of an acquaintance. Commander Zhao had guided his stance training.
He immediately laughed and said, "Of course I remember."
Hearing this, the other two commanders looked at each other, curled their lips, and separated, one to find Zhang Lin, and one to find Lei. In the eyes of the two commanders, Tang Wen might not be much stronger than these two people who had practiced martial arts since childhood, and it was hard to say whether he had any talent for martial arts. In any case, Commander Zhao was very satisfied with recruiting the first place out of hundreds of martial apprentices into his command. "You kid really have a connection with me, Team Zhou. The most new small set is at 6-9 book bar first hair." He turned his head and shouted, "Here!" The voice was slightly hoarse. The female examiner who had proctored Tang Wen's exam strode over. "Let's get to know each other. This is Zhou Bing, the captain of the hunting team 1, the strongest captain in our camp. Team Zhou, Tang Wen has promised to join my command." Hearing the praise, Zhou Bing's face was still cold, only a pair of almond eyes revealed joy. She curved the corners of her mouth, and said in as gentle a tone as possible, "Our Team 1 welcomes Tang Wen's joining very much." "Okay, that's settled then." None of the three had any objections. Commander Zhao continued to select people. Zhou Bing motioned for Tang Wen to follow her. The two walked out of the square and towards the guard camp in the inner city. "Team Zhou, aren't you choosing other people?" Tang Wen was also looking for something to say. He wanted to get familiar with the captain as soon as possible. Zhou Bing replied, "If the hunting team is a sharp knife to the outside of the camp, our Team 1 is the tip of the knife. We would rather have less than have something shoddy." "I understand. I have a rough understanding of your situation. You have only practiced health-preserving stances?" Yes." She frowned. "Then you have to learn the ground fire stance during the 3 months of the recruit period." "Ground fire stance?" Seeing Tang Wen's look of eagerness to learn, Zhou Bing simply slowed down and explained it to him. "The ground fire stance is the basic stance of the fire attribute exercises in our camp. Just like the mountain opening cannon fist, the foundation of this boxing technique is inch strength, explosive strength." She spoke seriously, and Tang Wen's affection for her increased a lot. The garrison of the first hunting team was in the east of the guard camp, a row of stone houses, of which 3 were for their use. 2 were dormitories, and 1 was a meeting room, which was also a place for eating and chatting. As a recruit, Tang Wen had many things to do on his first day in the camp. Receiving identity military cards, receiving supplies, receiving armor. From boots and socks to hats and scarves, everything is issued in the hunting camp. Meeting room. Tang Wen tried on the armor he had just received, which was a complicated task, and couldn't be put on by one person. Zhou Bing guided him from the side, casually talking about the situation of the hunting team. All hunting teams are in groups of 3. The archer is in the back, the swordsman with shield is in the front, and there is another person who holds a knife or spear and freely looks for opportunities. What position do you think you are suitable for? Swordsman with shield sounds similar to the tank in the game. Tang Wen didn't want to do it. Archer, he doesn't know archery. Tang Wen said, "It sounds like only freely looking for opportunities is more suitable for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Bing took a step closer and reached out to help him fasten the buckle on his chest. Tang Wen touched his nose, feeling a little unnatural. Zhou Bing frowned sensitively. "Are you not married?" I'm only 15. This time, smelling the faint scent of soap pods on her body, Tang Wen's brain uncontrollably jumped out with several names: Tang Yu, Tang Yun, Tang Zhao, Tang Shui, etc. "What about you, Captain?" He remembered the key question he hadn't asked. Zhou Bing's frown did not relax. She fastened his armor, put down her hand and replied, "It's been 3 years." Tang Wen was disappointed. Zhou Bing secretly found it funny. "I mean, my 3rd fiancé has been dead for 3 years. Tang Wen, eh? She said leisurely, "After martial apprentice, there is martial artist, and above martial artist is martial master. Many people at the martial master stage will awaken some abilities due to the practice of exercises. All 3 of my fiancés are dead. Cursing husbands may be my ability." After speaking, she stared at Tang Wen, wanting to see how scared this 15-year-old boy would be. "Holy crap! Then aren't you invincible?" Tang Wen's face was full of shock. "What?" Zhou Bing suspected that she had misheard. When martial arts are practiced to a profound level, one refines the root marrow internally, and the root marrow mutates, granting people various abilities. For example, controlling ice, frost, flames, lightning, and so on. Tang Wen had also heard Li Daniu mention some of these, but since Li Daniu himself didn't know much, he just listened to them as stories.
He didn't expect Zhou Bing to say something even more outrageous, that her ability was to curse her husband to death? She looked serious, as if she really believed she had this ability. Tang Wen had never heard anyone self-deprecate like this before and couldn't help but make a joke. At this moment, he could only half-jokingly explain, "Captain, when you see an enemy, you don't even need to attack. Just announce that the person is your fiancé." Then Zhou Bing coldly interrupted him, "You really are just a child who doesn't understand anything. An engagement is a matter between two people." Tang Wen touched his nose. "Captain, with your looks and figure, how could those who don't know the truth not agree? If they agree, it's definitely a done deal. Assassinating them would definitely be a sure kill." "Ha?" Zhou Bing was clearly stunned for a moment, then shook her head indifferently. "Don't joke like that, and don't try to comfort me in a roundabout way." Yes. After all, it was their first meeting, and Tang Wen realized he was being a bit too forward. The two changed the subject, and Zhou Bing continued to explain some precautions. Busy times always pass quickly, and the clock in the room pointed to 6 o'clock. If you didn't have night duty, you could get off work. Our hunting team originally had 7 people, and you are the 8th. The other 6 people formed 2 hunting groups. You can act alone. After they return to the camp in a few days, I'll introduce you," Zhou Bing said as she walked, and the two quickly arrived at the gate connecting the inner city to the outer city. Tang Wen was surprised. "Captain, do you also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in the outer city?" "I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in the city, 3rd Street, house number 7. Remember it well. Come find me anytime if you need anything. Let's go." After Zhou Bing finished speaking, she led the way towards the outer city. Captain Zhou, you don't need to send me back. I'm at 5th Street, number 6 in the outer city." She didn't stop walking. "I rarely go to the outer city. I have to familiarize myself with how to get to your house, in case there's an emergency military situation and I need to notify you." "Am I the only one in the team who lives in the outer city?" "Yes, once you've established yourself in the hunting team, you can also move in." Stepping out of the gate, it was already dark. There were still many people who hadn't dispersed at the gate, excitedly discussing. Their children and husbands had become guards today and were still lining up in the guard camp to complete the procedures and hadn't come out yet. Tang Wen and Zhou Bing walked out wearing the leather armor that guards usually wear, receiving many admiring and excited gazes. "They are also guards. My man is one too." "Baby, our family's days are going to get better, they're going to get better," a woman said, holding her child. For ordinary people in the outer city, if one person in the family becomes a guard, his family of 7 or 8 people can eat a full meal every day. But that's all. If they want to eat their fill every meal, the others also have to farm and work. The familiar wooden door appeared in front of him. "Captain Zhou, do you cook for yourself?" "I eat at the guard cafeteria." Tang Wen secretly guessed. It seems that Captain Zhou may be the only one in her family. "Oh, my sister should have made dinner. Let's eat together." "Sis, we have a guest, make some more food." Without giving Zhou Bing a chance to refuse, Tang Wen quickly pushed open the door and shouted loudly. Zhou Bing frowned, and heard a young girl's voice coming from inside. "You got selected? That's great. Hee, little one is awesome. We have a guest. Zhou Bing, the captain of our hunting team." "Okay. I heard you." Tang rarely didn't even blink, and went back into the house, carrying out a piece of lamb chop. The lamb chop was already processed, from the best yellow sheep. Stewing it only requires adding salt, and roasting it doesn't require adding spice, and it can make people swallow their tongues. Tang Wen, I won't stay. Remember to report to the guard camp early tomorrow morning." "Eh? A woman?" Tang turned her head sharply, and her eyes lit up again. "That figure. That face. And she's the captain? How can Captain Zhou not eat?" She greeted while stuffing the lamb chop into the red brick oven. "The lamb chop will be ready soon. Captain Zhou, please come inside." Saying that, her eyes shining, she went to the door to pull people in. This? I am Tang Tang. My name is Zhou Bing.
Captain Zhou hesitated. Tang Tang reached out and grabbed her wrist, dragged her into the yard, and then dragged her from the yard into the house. The yard was neat and orderly, and the house was warm and clean, refreshing Zhou Bing's understanding of the outer city. The table was full of dishes: millet porridge, lard fried shredded potatoes, roasted sweet potatoes, lamb stewed with radish, and roasted wild pheasant.
Wow! More sumptuous than what I eat.
Zhou Bing sat down without being polite.
She and Tang Wen would be comrades in arms in the future. It would be good to get to know each other while eating a meal.
Tang Tang took out half a jar of sweet potato liquor, and without asking Zhou Bing's opinion, she smiled and poured a bowl for each of them. Sweet potato liquor. In winter, everyone phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals FN often / phoneme drinks it when performing tasks outside.
Then drink more, there's more at home. Little one has become a guard, so we must celebrate properly. There's more at home? When did my sister become so generous? Sweet potato liquor is more expensive than meat.
Tang Wen calmly glanced at Tang Tang, picked up the bowl, and toasted the captain.
He drank it all. Zhou Bing was equally forthright.
You guys drink slowly, I'll go tell Brother Li's family the good news. After filling the two up again, Tang Tang ran out the door in a puff of smoke. She first ran to the blacksmith Li's house, said a few words, and asked Li Dania to go out and help her buy wine. Hearing that Tang Wen had become a hunting guard and the family's captain was coming to eat, Li Dania didn't dare to neglect it, took the silver Tang Tang stuffed over, and bought 3 whole jars of sweet potato liquor. Tang Tang carried the 3 jars of wine into the house, with a small bag of peanuts given by sister-in-law Li slung over her shoulder. Zhou Bing looked at her, a trace of suspicion flashed in her eyes, and she reminded Tang Wen, you can't be greedy for drinks usually, drinking too much can easily phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals lead / phoneme to mistakes. Tang Tang quickly spoke up for her brother, no, Captain Zhou, it's just that Brother Li and the others are too enthusiastic and insisted on giving it to us. Little one has only drunk less than half a jar of wine all winter. Today is a happy occasion, so drink as much as you want. After saying that, she directly opened the black seal of a jar of wine. Holding the jar, she poured it for the two of them. Zhou Bing didn't care, casually chatting with Tang Wen about things in the hunting camp, Tang Tang occasionally toasting, and she didn't refuse anyone. In a world lacking entertainment, drinking was one of the few pastimes. She was a martial artist, and usually stayed in the military camp every day, inevitably developing a bit of a drinking habit. Sweet potato liquor is a local method of brewing wine. The alcohol content is not high, and it is very smooth to drink, but the after effects are not small. After drinking half a jar, Zhou Bing herself had drunk almost a jar. On that pretty face, the ice melted, white and rosy, and her eyes couldn't help but reveal a bit of charm. Tang Tang's heart was full of excitement, and after serving tonight's hard dish, roasted lamb chops, she opened another jar of wine and frankly said, Captain Zhou, why don't you just stay tonight and sleep in the same room with me? We sleep on a heated kong, which is very warm.
A heated kong? There are also some in the inner city.
Yes, yes. The young lady nodded, filling the wine. I just found out that it was so difficult to get into the hunting team. Captain Zhou, as a girl, is really amazing.
Are you usually very busy? Are you married yet?
Tang Wen lowered his head to drink, thinking, sister, you've been setting this up all night just to ask this question, right?
Then you're going to lose sleep tonight. Miss Tang Tang is definitely a smart person. She knows what she can and cannot do.
She strongly supports what her younger brother does and is frugal in managing the household. It can be said that she is a very clever girl. However, she is inevitably limited by her knowledge. In Tang Tang's view, for a big girl like Zhou Bing to eat at another man's house, if nothing else, she definitely hasn't married. She would never have imagined that things would be so complicated.
3 husbands? Ability? A jinx, a jinx? After hearing this, the young lady sat blankly on the stool. Is this martial arts training? Isn't this screwing people over?
Looking at the dispirited Tang Tang, and then at Tang Wen, who had just been warned by her, Zhou Bing found it amusing, worthy of being siblings. In fact, she had gotten a little used to it over the years. At worst, she would just be lonely her whole life. Maybe before long, she would die in submission, saving her from being lonely when she got old. Tang Tang poured herself a bowl of wine. She picked up the bowl and clinked it with Zhou Bing's, "Heaven is jealous of talent, heaven is jealous of talent." She was a bit tipsy, drinking bowl after bowl. In the end, Zhou Bing didn't leave. According to the original plan, Tang Tang arranged for the 7/10 drunk Zhou Bing to sleep on her brother's bed. Then, she drove her brother to the inner room where no one was sleeping. In the early morning, Captain Zhou woke up and noticed something was different. How come the smell of this bedding has a man's scent? Tang wins? No way. Hadn't she made herself clear enough to these siblings? Didn't they believe her? Sister Bing is awake? Did you sleep well yesterday? Were you cold? I also drank too much and forgot to give you my bed. Tang Tang got up and put on her clothes. Zhou Bing also got up and put on the clothes that she had warmed up on the heated brick bed. She had to say, this feeling was very good. It was much better than living alone. But after getting off the heated brick bed and looking back at the quilt, she always felt something was weird. For breakfast, Zhou Bing and Tang Wen didn't eat at home. The two set off for the inner city guard camp. Tang Tang waved goodbye to them at the door. After they entered the city, she took Tang Wen's clinic identity plate and walked towards the inner city. She walked quickly, muttering, "I have to find out, how can there be such a strange ability? It's obviously not in line with common sense." Has no one ever suspected it? Tang Tang believed that Zhou Bing's 3 fiancés had died, but she didn't believe that there was such a strange ability in the world. On the road, Zhou Bing felt strange. She slept in Tang Wen's quilt all night. And the other party was walking beside her, and would return to that quilt to sleep at night. Thinking of this, the skin on her body inexplicably began to heat up. Phew! Zhou Bing, don't think wildly, have some ambition. She shook her head and coughed, skillfully pretending to be cold. Tang Wen, starting today, let's start practicing stance work. Practice for a month first. Okay. Thank you, Captain Zhou, for your guidance. Tang Wen was excited at the bottom of his heart, not knowing that the other party had so many inner thoughts. It's my duty. Arriving at the camp, Tang Wen opened the door for Zhou Bing. The warm rays of the sun happened to hit his profile. Zhou Bing suddenly froze, ebony-like black hair, bright eyes full of spirit, a handsome nose, fine hair slightly emerging under the nose, petal-like lips. Phew! Zhou Bing forced herself to look away. Zhou Bing. Have some ambition, Zhou Bing. He's still a child. You'll only hurt him. She didn't look again, striding her long legs and walking into the room. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After eating breakfast in the camp, Zhou Bing took Tang Wen to a training room. This was a place shared by Hunting Team 1 and Team 2. Stone locks, wooden racks, long benches and other training items were all available. Zhou Bing began to explain the earth-fire stance to Tang Wen. Earth-fire stance, with the legs rooted in the earth, the strength is like a flame gushing out, reaching the limbs and bones. Stand in a horse stance, you must be alive, you must truly stand like a horse. As the saying goes, earth-fire is the root, the waist is like a galloping horse, enter into meditation, and the gods will bless you. Zhou Bing spoke clearly, word by word. Entering into meditation is a shortcut to stance work. If you want to break through from a martial apprentice to a martial master. In addition to hard work and strength training. As long as you meditate and enter into meditation with earth-fire stance, you can quickly break through. Even learning boxing techniques, such as the mountain opening cannon fist, can be twice as effective with half the effort. Tang Wen listened with excitement. A month ago, his health-preserving stance was guided by Commander Zhao, and he successfully entered meditation. The health-preserving stance has also changed to meditation stance. Later, he meditated on the silver wolf every day, and his experience increased rapidly at the beginning. But after a few days, the experience became meditation stance 10001000, and it never moved again. Now he understood that although he could meditate and enter into meditation, it was not enough to only have the health-preserving stance. It must be practiced in conjunction with the earth-fire stance to be effective.
He listened more carefully. Zhou Bing continued, entering into meditation is very difficult. There were hundreds of martial apprentices who came from the martial arts hall at the same time as me. Not to mention that in the 3 years in the martial arts hall, only a dozen people could enter into meditation. Even now, there will not be more than 50 people. The others have never broken through the threshold of martial apprentices in their entire lives and become martial artists. After a narration, she personally demonstrated, at the beginning, the items you outline in your mind should be the ones you are most familiar with. For example, what I meditate on is a wooden knife sheath that I have played with since I was a child. She stood in a horse stance, her waist swaying gently, and her ponytail also rose and fell with it, like ripples on a lake swaying in the breeze. Tang Wen didn't think much, looking at her posture, feeling the rhythm between her breaths, he was a little fascinated. Involuntarily, he squatted down like her, and in his mind, he naturally meditated on that silver wolf. In less than 3 minutes, just when Zhou Bing opened her eyes and stood up, wanting to say something, Tang Wen's body began to fluctuate slightly. This? Successful meditation at once? Zhou Bing held her breath, and the shock in her heart surged like a tsunami. She succeeded in entering meditation in 3 months that year and was called a genius by the martial arts hall master. It is said that the queen entered meditation in 1 day when she first learned martial arts and was a peerless genius. But this Tang Wen actually entered meditation at once. Doesn't this mean that his talent is still above the queen? Is this possible? Half an hour later, Tang Wen slowly opened his eyes. Meditation stance Earth Fire Stance Meditation, proficiency 13,000 U, could it be? Captain, I have successfully entered meditation. Looking at the shock in her big eyes, Tang Wen explained, I have successfully entered meditation before. Commander Zhao guided me to meditate on the silver wolf to enter meditation, and I have practiced it for a long time. In fact, his 8 Vidra arts broke through at that time, his mental power greatly increased, and he successfully entered meditation in just a few hours. He hadn't practiced it for a few days at all. Zhou Bing's expression softened, so that's how it is. That's good, no, that's not right. Her voice suddenly became several degrees higher, you are meditating on the silver wolf? The mutated beast silver wolf? Yes. Then you must be able to resist the roar of the silver wolf? Tang Wen nodded, he was practicing to resist the silver wolf's roar. Zhou Bing smiled, like spring flowers blooming, I found a treasure. I found a treasure. The other 2 commanders will regret it to death when they know, no wonder Commander Zhao, letting go of that girl and Lei, insisted on pulling you into the team. Through her words, Tang Wen gradually understood. The Silver Wolf Pack has a long-standing feud with the camp. In recent years, they have come to eat people every year. Humans have martial arts, and mutated beasts have talents and abilities. Among the Silver Wolf's talents and abilities, in addition to its strong body, the most troublesome thing is sonic attacks. Every time they roar, not to mention that the guards are all martial apprentices, even the martial artist level captains who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme, the team can't resist it. Dozens of captains have died in the mouths of silver wolves. For this reason, General Zhou and others have repeatedly captured silver wolves back for research, trying to find a way to resist their roars. Later, they found that, in addition to hard training and improving their strength, there is another way, that is to find a martial apprentice who has not yet entered meditation and let him meditate on the silver wolf to enter meditation. Meditation is to exercise mental power. Meditating on ordinary items can make mental power purer and more powerful. And meditating on fierce, living silver wolves. Once you successfully enter meditation, you will naturally integrate the silver wolf's aura into your own. When you face its roar again, you will not be afraid. But this is only theoretically possible, and it is almost impossible in practice. Because martial apprentices who have not entered meditation cannot get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause/phoneme to the silver wolf to observe. As long as the other party roars, it is considered good quality if the martial apprentice is not scared to pee his pants. No one has done it in the past 2 years. Until Tang Wen, who first had strong mental power, and then went to observe and meditate, he succeeded in one fell swoop. Gurgle, 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 his stomach growled, Tang Wen's face stiffened, eating, I have to eat quickly. Body, 4005. 5 Spirit, 4086. 08 Zhou Bing didn't know how Tang Wen succeeded, she exhorted. In any case, success is good. While the state is still there, consolidate it several times now. Gurgle, gurgle, hunger struck, Tang Wen's face turned pale. Following up is very important. Please, readers, move your little fingers every day to take a look. After it is put on the shelves, it will definitely explode. Are you hungry? Didn't you eat enough this morning? Zhou Bing asked, amused. Tang Wen silently calculated that running home from here would require his sister to start a fire and cook. He would not only be starving but would definitely end up eating raw sweet potatoes and millet. There was a cafeteria in the guard camp, and he was sure they had ready-made staple food. Captain, I'm a little hungry, I could probably eat 100 steamed buns. Do we have that in the cafeteria? 100 steamed buns? Should I go get them for you? Zhou Bing asked, puzzled. Tang Wen's face rapidly paled, and his lips began to dry and peel. Captain, hurry. It's hard to explain my current state. His legs were weak, and he couldn't stand steadily. What's wrong? You wait here. Zhou Bing rushed out like a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals win wine / phoneme, ran to the back kitchen, where the chef was just steaming buns. She said a few words, tossed out a silver ingot, and directly moved the chef's 10-layer steamer back to the training room. Many people stared at her along the way. I'm such an idiot for believing that kid's nonsense. Could this be some kind of illness? What if this happens during a mission? Smelling the aroma, Tang Wen rushed over in 2 steps and lifted the steamer, grabbing a bun and stuffing it into his mouth. Zhou Bing silently counted, becoming more and more astonished. The steamed buns in the guard camp were large and filled with plenty of stuffing, about the size of an adult's 2 fists. The soldiers in the camp were all big eaters, but they could only eat a maximum of 50 in one meal, and that was only if they were extremely hungry martial artists. Ordinary martial apprentice level guards would stop at 30, no matter how hungry they were. The 10-layer steamer she brought back had more than 20 buns in each layer. Watching Tang Wen eat through the 7th layer, exceeding 150 buns. Zhou Bing got up to pour him water and couldn't help but ask, is that enough? Tang Wen gulped down the water. These buns are really good, enough. What exactly is going on? Why are you suddenly so hungry? Zhou Bing felt a sinking feeling in her heart. Tang Wen had just successfully entered meditation and was a potential genius destined to break through to the martial artist level. The reason for his sudden hunger had to be clarified, or the consequences would be unimaginable if this happened during a mission. It would be a disaster for the entire team. Zhou Bing looked at Tang Wen with a hint of sympathy. Tang Wen chewed a few times and said the reason he had just made up, it's an ability. I'm like this every time I break through, I need to eat a lot, and then my strength will increase a bit. Increase strength? Zhou Bing didn't understand for a moment. She even thought that Tang Wen wouldn't be able to leave the camp in the future. Really? Are there any side effects? Tang Wen shook his head. The side effect is that I have to eat dozens of pounds of food each time, with a lot of meat. No wonder you're so young and have so much strength. After saying that with emotion, Zhou Bing asked again, how phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals FN often / phoneme does this happen? This was related to whether Tang Wen could go out on some long-term missions. Don't worry, Sister Bing. Generally speaking, it's controllable. I'll have a premonition long in advance. Tang Wen warned himself in his heart that he must pay attention in the future and never break through when food was insufficient. That's good. Zhou Bing felt complicated. She had just thought that Tang Wen might be useless. Now she envied his ability. He could increase his strength by eating a lot without having to work hard. If this were spread, how many people would be envious or even jealous? Don't tell anyone about your ability, I'll help you keep it a secret. As Zhou Bing spoke, she thought of her own ability and felt bitter in comparison. Captain, I'm full, I need to sleep for a while. After eating 10 steamers of buns, Tang Wen patted his stomach and stood up. Zhou Bing took him to her room. There were more men than women in the team, or rather,
she was the only female soldier, and the other room was full of male team members. She had no choice but to let Tang Wen phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme with her.
Tang Wen slept until 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
When he woke up, he saw Zhou Bing packing her things to go home.
It's time, come earlier tomorrow.
Oh, right, here's a pocket watch for you.
Every recruit in the hunting team gets one. See you tomorrow.
Zhou Bing felt uncomfortable seeing Tang Wen crawl out of her bed. I slept in his bed last night, and he slept in mine today, so that's even not at all. Zhou Bing didn't dare to think too much and left in a hurry. The hunting team had very good benefits, with a monthly salary of 3 taels of silver, plus 200 caddies of meat and 100 caddies of rice. This was even better than the benefits of a small team leader in the ordinary guard. Dinner at the camp cafeteria, pork stew with cabbage, millet cornbread, and plenty of potatoes. Tang Wen ate a shallow basin and, touching his stomach, returned home to continue standing in the stance and entering meditation. Shawan, I went to the inner city today, Tang said mysteriously before going to bed.
What's the matter?
Tang chuckled, I went to inquire about your Captain Zhou's situation.
Ah?
The young lady said clearly, she did have 3 fiancés. The first one was weak and sickly from childhood. The second was a guard who encountered silver wolves during the first winter the silver wolf came. The third was a merchant who traveled to the surrounding camps. He was killed by scavengers 3 days after the engagement.
Tang Wen exclaimed, Good heavens, sister, you inquired in great detail. It sounds like these 3 were very unlucky.
Tang nodded and continued, It is said that Sister Bing was originally a martial arts fanatic and wasn't very familiar with them.
The first fiancé was a marriage arranged by her father.
But that man was too weak to practice martial arts, and the 2 were not very familiar.
What about the ones after that? The marriage atmosphere in the camp was not uniform. The latest novel is first published on Lujiu Shuba.
There could be free love, but more phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme it was the words of parents.
The second one came from another place to escape the disaster. He had some skill in his body.
After gaining a foothold, he asked someone to propose marriage to Zhou Bing.
But I found out that your Captain Zhou's uncle is a big shot.
Others said that this man was trying to curry favor with the Zhou family. The last merchant was also in this situation. It is said that the 2 had never even met a few times.
Tang Wen fell asleep listening to these gossips. Humph. Not concerned at all, when will you be able to marry a wife? The young lady was very dissatisfied with her younger brother.
In the morning, Tang Wen quietly changed his underwear before getting up to stand in the stance. The washed black underwear hung on the clothesline, swaying in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme. He thought while standing in the stance, did he really have to marry a wife at the age of 15?
Forget it, let's improve my strength first.
During the recruit period, there was no need to go out on missions for 3 months.
The only task was to train and grow.
There was no need to hunt to support the family, there was a salary, the cafeteria provided food, and there was a beautiful, hot, cold outside and warm inside captain directly guiding martial arts. It was a guaranteed good harvest, there was no need to risk one's life, and no one would say anything if one was late or left early. Life was simply too comfortable. Tang Wen phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme lamented that he was too stupid when he was on Earth and should have gone to get a secure job.
This afternoon, in the courtyard of the training room.
You use a saber, I use a spear, you can attack as you like, and I'll see how your saber technique foundation is. After speaking, Zhou Bing picked up the spear, held it horizontally in front of her, and signaled Tang Wen to begin with her eyes.
Okay. Captain, be careful.
Tang Wen approached in a few steps, holding the saber with both hands. Zhou Bing swept the spear horizontally.
Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Tang Wen's movements didn't stop at all.
After one saber strike ended, the saber body bounced back, and he exerted force again, slashing down with another saber. When facing a long spear with a short weapon, one must not let the opponent create distance.
Clang! 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 Tang Wen's strikes were faster and heavier with each strike.
After several collisions, Zhou Bing's wrist went numb. This brat's strength is indeed greater. She changed her tactics, no longer colliding head-on, but dodging and counterattacking.
The two moved and shifted, but Tang Wen still couldn't break through Zhou Bing's defense range.
Zhou Bing also couldn't force Tang Wen away to fully exploit the advantages of the spear.
5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour passed in a flash.
It was the first time Tang Wen had fought so heartily.
His constitution of 5. 5 exerted its power, one move fast, every move fast. Not giving Zhou Bing any chance to breathe and adjust.
Captain Zhou was physically and mentally exhausted. Tang Wen was like a perpetual motion machine, the saber light connected into one piece, and the offensive didn't weaken at all.
Stop.
Stop, I roughly understand your saber technique level. After another half an hour, Zhou Bing was covered in fragrant sweat. In order to maintain her captain's dignity and not lose completely, she seized the opportunity to call a stop.
Captain, am I okay? Didn't I disappoint you? Tang Wen was still immersed in the pleasure of exchanging blows. Zhou Bing.
It's not a question of whether you're okay or not, you're too okay now.
As the captain of the hunting team, a dignified martial artist, I can't stand your stamina. Are you not going to get tired? Tang Wen didn't notice her strangeness. In just 1 hour. The skill experience of breaking phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme saber greatly increased. Breaking phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme saber. Proficient 517-799-3000. He looked at Zhou Bing and said excitedly, Captain. Let's practice against each other for an hour every day in the future. Zhou Bing didn't speak. She supported her body with the spear without showing any emotion and secretly decided to call back all the team members tomorrow. Seeking further reading, seeking phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme. It was just dawn when the meeting room and the guard barracks buzzed with anticipation. The tall and sturdy Wu Tian chuckled, our team finally has a new recruit? Ha ha. We'll have to give him a good workout later. Old Wu, don't scare the poor kid. Heard he's not even 15 yet? Whether he's 15 or 16, a soldier needs to be ready to face death. Still, we need to take it one step at a time. Our team needs warriors. If he can't handle it, he should get out early, don't want him screwing up on the battlefield. The argument grew louder, neither side willing to concede. Captain? What do you think? Zhou Bing calmly observed her 6 subordinates, secretly amused. Just a bit of hazing, let them have at it. All of you, take turns. Ah. The short and stocky Zhang Yuan was slightly surprised. This wasn't like the captain at all. Could the kid have offended the captain? The 6 men exchanged glances, ready to give Tang Wen a hard time. Bing Jia, my sister asked me to bring you half a roast chicken, with chili. A handsome young man pushed the door open. He froze, seeing the room full of people. Captain Zhou, everyone's here. Tang Wen smiled at the group. My name is Tang Wen, I'm the new guy in hunting team 1. If you're free tonight, I'll treat everyone to drinks. Ha! The others watched as Zhou Bing expertly took the roast chicken and started tearing into it. They were a little confused. Judging by Captain Zhou's reaction, she didn't seem angry. After Tang Wen introduced himself to everyone, Wu Tian, who was easily over 6 feet tall, stood up and said, I heard you're the top recruit of this year, Tang Wen. How about we go outside and spar a little? Tang Wen's eyes lit up. Sure, big brother Wu, I'll go get my blade. Wu Tian didn't realize the gravity of the situation. He still said with a grin, good, that's the spirit. I like old Wu. Inside the room, the other 5 and Zhou Bing secretly shook their heads. The other 5, he's a newbie after all, doesn't know how ruthless old Wu can be. Zhou Bing, Wu Tian, you walked right into this one. Everyone went outside. Tang Wen and Wu Tian stood facing each other in the yard, each holding a long blade. Be careful! Wu Tian roared and charged forward, slashing his blade horizontally at Tang Wen. Tang Wen braced himself, holding his blade to meet the attack. The 5 onlookers whispered and chuckled, this little Tang doesn't seem to have much practical experience. Yeah, he's being so reckless. Old Wu's size is right there, how can he try to meet him head-on?
Wu Tian was the undisputed shield bearer in the hunting team, a top-notch sword and shield expert in the hunting camp. His strength was greater than even a wild boar. During camp competitions, few were willing to face him head-on.
Clang! Metal clashed. The 5 onlookers almost popped their eyes out. Blade against blade, a contest of strength.
Old Wu retreated 3 steps, barely managing to steady himself.
Tang Wen only swayed slightly.
He was secretly satisfied, this strike only used 50% of my strength, and it stopped his momentum.
Wu Tian's face flushed red, he worked his aching wrist, and tried to save face. Good kid, you've got some skill.
I only used 60% of my strength just now, I was careless.
So that's how it is.
The 5 teammates felt relieved.
So Wu Tian underestimated him.
Pfft, Zhou Bing spat out a chicken bone, saw Wu Tian's slightly trembling blade, and said nothing.
60%?
Tang Wen was secretly delighted, another evenly matched opponent after Captain Zhou. Brother Wu is so strong, take my blade. His leg muscles suddenly exploded, he stomped the ground repeatedly, leaving clear footprints on the hard surface.
Boom! Tang Wen slashed upwards, Wu Tian chopped downwards. The 2 blades collided, a loud bang, Wu Tian staggered backwards. Tang Wen pressed his advantage, about to continue the attack, when he suddenly noticed Brother Wu's footsteps were unsteady.
He had to slow down his attack slightly. Thump, Wu Tian lost his balance and sat on the ground, his arms trembling uncontrollably.
Brutal. This newbie is too damn brutal. Even if I faced a wild donkey head-on, I wouldn't be this miserable. The atmosphere froze slightly.
The other 5 stared, not yet recovered.
Zhou Bing said calmly, Old Wu might not be in good shape, try again tomorrow. Lu Su, you're up.
Wu Tian patted his butt and stood up, gratefully looked at the captain. Lu Su, who was named, was holding a steel spear. He was very fast, and his role in the team was to look for opportunities and attack from the flanks.
Clang clang clang. As soon as he started, Lu Su launched a fierce attack.
Based on his rich experience, great strength must mean slow speed.
Blades and spears clashed, sparks flying. The spear fell like a rainstorm. Tang Wen perked up and wielded his blade, blocking the attacks one by one. Clang! He seized the opportunity and slashed the spear shaft. Lu Su staggered, his footing was unstable, and his tiger's mouth was sore. No, if I keep fighting, I'm afraid I'll get injured. He directly placed the spear on the ground, and said with a complex expression, I didn't expect Brother Tang Wen to be not only strong but also extremely fast. Tang Wen smiled naively, and said nothing. The remaining guys who hadn't played finally reacted. This newbie is so strong? Zhou Bing finished the roast chicken, wiped her hands, and said to several veteran members, does anyone else want to go? The people were silent, some looking down at their toes, some looking up at the treetops, and some squinting their eyes, not knowing what they were thinking. Zhou Bing, I think you've been slacking off lately. From today onwards, everyone must spar with Tang Wen at least once a day. Understand? Understood. Louder. Understood. X6 Tang Wen looked at Zhou Bing gratefully. With so many free sparring partners, wouldn't my experience points skyrocket? Joining the hunting team was the right decision. In the evening, the hunting team had a dinner in the cafeteria. Various barbecued meats, stews, steamed fish, and fish soup were brought up like water. Special treatment for the hunting team, a dinner once a month, no matter how much fish and meat you eat, it's all free. If you want to drink alcohol, you have to pay for it yourself. The 8 people drank 6 jars of sweet potato liquor. The 6 men, after drinking, did not go home, but squeezed into a dorm room. Tang Wen, slightly drunk, was worried about his sister being alone, and still wanted to go back. Zhou Bing, who was also drunk, followed Tang Wen back home, not knowing what she was thinking, dizzily. Tang was very happy to send her younger brother back to the inner room to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme again, and helped Zhou Bing take off her clothes and stuff them into her brother's quilt. In the morning, Zhou Bing woke up, everything seemed familiar. No, this time there were even fewer clothes.
Leaving the Tang family, she was upset. Where did her unlucky ability come from? It is said that if martial arts strength is strong enough, you can control your ability. I wonder if it is true.
Tang Wen's recruit life was on the right track.
The veterans of Hunting Team 1 have the strength of a first-class martial apprentice.
If one person can't deal with Tang Wen, then two will come together. The situation immediately reversed, and Tang Wen became the one in a flurry.
Since the hunting team will not have new recruits in a short period of time, Tang Wen's partner is Zhou Bing. The two-person combination has one less person than the three-person group, which requires the two to be as versatile as possible. Tang Wen must learn archery to provide long-range support for Zhou Bing, who is charging in front.
Stance, grip, knock, draw, aim, release.
Li Mi, the archery master in the hunting team, instructed Tang Wen in archery every afternoon. Skill, archery, beginner 377500. He has a lot to learn, not only archery, but also horseback riding, making traps, tracking prey and other skills. After understanding these, Tang Wen sighed, so the hunting team is a simple version of special forces. Tang Wen accepted everything and stayed in the camp from morning till night, learning various skills like a sponge absorbing water. The people in the same team exclaimed that he was a pervert.
Wu Tian, doesn't this kid ever get tired? Envy.
When I didn't marry 4 wives, I was like that.
Have you guys ever thought that the captain and him seem to be Shu?
They are in a separate dorm room. I saw it with my own eyes that day. Captain Zhou took a new set of bedding in, but Captain Zhou's ability, isn't it?
I think those are all rumors, but Captain Zhou is much older than Tang Wen, right?
Well, little Tang is not even 15, strictly speaking, he is a child, hiss.
So Captain Zhou is such a Captain Zhou.
The first month of Tang Wen's recruit period passed, and Tang Wen's experience panel was brand new. P.S. Please keep reading. Keeping up with the new book is very important, readers. The author is already saving the manuscript. There will definitely be an explosion when it is put on the shelves. Name, Tang Wen. Age, 15 years old. Body, 5 spirit, 608 skills, farming, mastery 7191000. Flying locust stone, proficiency 2939300. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme breaking blade, proficiency 2717300. Flying knife technique, proficiency 1531300. Vidra divine arts, proficiency 5175600. Earth fire stance meditation, proficiency 5133000. Archery, mastery 11000. Tracking, novice 411500. Hunting traps, novice 303500. Writing, mastery
371000. Morning, on the way to the guard camp. Tang Wen was planning his next stage of training goals.
8 Vidra divine arts and earth fire stance meditation remained the highest priority. Next was the flying locust stone, which was about to break through. He wondered what the next level was after proficiency and how powerful the higher level flying locust stone would be. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme breaking blade, which had improved the fastest, and the other skills could be trained normally. His reward for being the number 1 recruit finally came down yesterday.
20 silver ingots, 100 taels of silver. 100 refined tiger head steel saber. The blade was 1
meters long and weighed 22 pounds.
Holding it in his hand, it was heavier than the 1.5-meter long horse chopping saber.
When the saber was distributed, even Zhou Bing looked very envious, saying that if it were sold, it would definitely be worth 500 taels of silver. And Tang Wen's most anticipated, the third reward, the mountain opening cannon fist visualization chart, with 3 opportunities to comprehend it.
The mountain opening cannon fist visualization chart was hidden deep in an underground quiet room in the inner city. Tang Wen could comprehend it 3 times for free. 3 times meant 3 days.
Each time he went to comprehend it, he had to make an appointment with the quartermaster in advance.
Hearing these harsh conditions, he immediately asked, "What if I can't learn it after using up the 3 opportunities? Are there any more learning opportunities?"
The guard captain who delivered the reward told him, "After using up the 3 opportunities, you must make a breakthrough. Only after showing the breakthrough to the camp commander will you be qualified to continue learning. The learning price is 100 taels of silver per day." Hearing this price that could make his sister faint, Tang Wen secretly resolved to prepare well before going to learn.
As for how to prepare?
Then he would have to ask his captain and commander Zhao. Arriving at the camp, he first found Zhou Bing.
I knew you would ask.
Zhou Bing smiled slightly, the iceberg melting for the first time. Tang Wen was stunned.
Follow me, don't stand there dumbfounded.
Zhou Bing glanced at him, her steps light.
Inside the training room, Zhou Bing asked, to learn a boxing technique, you must understand it. Do you know why the camp took out this boxing technique as a reward? Tang Wen thought of the information he had learned before and said, great power, and all the commanders know it?
Zhou Bing shook her head, great power is good, but not all the commanders know it.
It's those who know it who can become commanders. The cause and effect cannot be reversed.
The reason why this boxing technique is used as a reward is also because it is difficult to master. Seeing Tang Wen's puzzled expression, she explained, boxing techniques that are difficult to master cannot be hidden.
More people must be allowed to come into contact with and learn them.
Only then can the opportunity to pass on the boxing technique from generation to generation be seized. Not just you, all the good seedlings in the guard camp, more or less, have the opportunity to come into contact with this boxing technique. This way, the camp can cultivate more experts.
Tang Wen secretly sighed at the wisdom of inheritance, and nodded after a while. I understand, Sister Bing, have you also practiced it?
For some time, Zhou Bing had gone to Tang's house for dinner several times and stayed overnight twice. When there was no one else around, Tang Wen no longer called her captain. Zhou Bing did not speak, came to the wooden dummy, sat in a horse stance, and punched the wooden dummy.
With a bang.
The wooden dummy fell apart, as if it had been hit by a large caliber pistol. Looking at Tang Wen, who was dumbfounded and leaning his head back, Zhou Bing said calmly, this is the mountain opening cannon fist.
Coach, I want to learn. What? Sister Bing, I want to learn. Learning the cannon fist requires a visualization chart.
I'm just letting you see the effect of the cannon fist's explosive force.
Tang Wen said eagerly, Sister Bing, I haven't seen the visualization chart, and I haven't learned boxing. What are the difficulties of the mountain opening cannon fist?
I'll prepare in advance. Zhou Bing's face showed a look of reminiscence. The word cannon in cannon fist is said to be a weapon used for bombing. The most difficult to understand, and the most difficult to imagine part of the cannon fist is what is a cannon, what is bombing and blasting.
Don't know what a cannon is? Don't know what bombing and blasting are?
Tang Wen was slightly stunned, and a series of cannons such as machine guns, rocket launchers, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme and weapon systems, howitzers, and Italian cannons appeared in his mind in an instant. He had seen the artillery in videos. As for bombing, he had seen a documentary about the atomic bomb explosion.
Look, you don't know phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme, do you?
Not answering directly, Tang Wen touched his nose and tentatively said, if you know what a cannon and bombing are, you can learn the cannon fist? How can it be so simple? At most it can let you understand a little bit of the visualization chart.
Just not wasting every opportunity.
Zhou Bing added, what other questions do you have? Ask quickly, I'm going to a training camp for the next month or two, I can't take care of teaching you.
The latest novel is first published on Lujiu Shuba. Training camp?
Yes, we in the Black Mountain Camp have a fight every 2 years to determine the ownership of a coal mine at the border of the territory. The martial arts competition is scheduled for 2 months later. All hunting captains may participate. So there will be concentrated training. Tang Wen was stunned. Black Mountain Camp. I heard that their camp leader is very powerful. Only after becoming a guard did he know that there was a Black Mountain Camp hundreds of miles away. As the saying goes, how can others be allowed to snore beside one's bed? In the world of doomsday, resources are scarce, and there is direct competition between the two camps. Their hunting team, in addition to hunting mutated beasts, must also face competition with hostile camps at any time. The two sides will not fight each other, but ambushing each other's teams and killing a few people happens from time to time. Tang Wen heard that the Black Mountain Camp is a slave camp, where the strong do whatever they want. Ordinary people are treated like beasts of burden. The leader of the Black Mountain Camp, claiming to be the Black Mountain Old Demon, is said to have practiced very evil skills, especially good at night battles. He is weird, but his strength is not as good as our queen.
Zhou Bing's calm tone was tinged with faint pride. Tang Wen believed this: if the flame camp did not have enough deterrent power, the other party would have already come to burn, kill, and loot. The next day, Zhou Bing and a dozen hunting captains were called away by Commander Zhao to receive training. Regarding this martial arts competition, Tang Wen inquired about it. The facts were much crueler than Zhou Bing said. First of all, the martial arts competition is a death match. Secondly, since the flame camp was the winner last time, the rules of this competition are set by the other party. Although it seemed to have nothing to do with him, Tang Wen couldn't help but feel worried. In this chaotic world, why is it so difficult to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a stable life? Strength. After all, strength is the only reliance. Tang Wen, who had not enjoyed a few days of lying flat, recorded all the details Zhou Bing told him about the mountain opening cannon fist in a notebook. Explosive force, he can understand, it is the concentration of power at one point, released instantly. It is inch strength, it is explosive power, it is penetrating power. In the evening, Tang Wen came to the armory of the guard camp and bought a weighted vest. The weighted vest is shaped a bit like a life jacket, filled with sand, and after wearing it, the whole person will swell up, making it inconvenient to walk. It is something that captains and commanders use to exercise strength and body control. Carrying the weighted vest, Tang Wen went to the grocery store to buy a knife of craft paper and a knife of yellow paper. Back home, he lowered the position of the clothesline to chest height, and then used thread to hang the yellow paper and craft paper on the clothesline in the yard. Under his sister's strange eyes, he put his wrist 10 centimeters away from the yellow paper and punched it out with a snap. The fist hit the paper, and the yellow paper broke. Tang Wen still went to hit the craft paper. Snap. The craft paper shook. Come again. Snap. The shaking range is even greater. But it is still far from being penetrated and broken by the force. After hitting it for a long time, he didn't master the essentials. Tang Wen thought about it, first practiced with yellow paper, then found sandbags to increase the weight, tied them to his arms, and continued to punch the yellow paper. Before going to bed, he lay on the bed thinking, explosive force is inch strength, it is explosive power, then what is booming force? P.S. Today, add another update, it has been promoted to the second round of PK recommendation. Thank you for your love and support. Remember to follow up, remember to follow up, remember to follow up. Important things are said 3 times, please bosses. Before dawn, Tang Wen was standing in front of the hung yellow paper again. He had a dream last night about martial arts competitions and the Black Mountain camp, which amplified his unease. If Zhou Bing, as his captain, were to attend a martial arts competition, would he go alone or with the entire team? Tang Wen believed it would definitely be the latter. Even middle school students gathering for a fight over a girlfriend know to call for backup. Moreover, in a life or death struggle between forces, would they really send only a few people alone? He had to master cannon fist and improve his strength as soon as possible. After breaking 100 sheets of yellow paper under his sister's disgruntled gaze, Tang Wen put on his weighted clothing, slightly widened his stance, and began practicing the 8-section brocade. After completing one round, he looked at the panel, 8-section brocade, proficient 521352276000 good effect. Recently, practicing the brocade has yielded very little experience. Tang Wen wondered if he could add weight all over his body to increase the difficulty. Now it seems feasible. He practiced the 8-section brocade again and again. The sun rose, and the temperature gradually increased. He washed up and came to the camp. He ate breakfast and practiced meditation with the earth fire stance. Ordinary people have significant limitations when practicing the earth fire stance. Even someone as strong as Zhou Bing can only meditate for a little over half an hour each day. Forcing oneself to practice further can cause throbbing pain in the temples and easily damage the mind. But Tang Wen was different. His mental strength was enough to support him for half a day. After 10 in the morning, the members of Hunting Team 1, except for Zhou Bing, gradually arrived at the camp to train. Little Tang, come help. It was Wu Tian, carrying a huge knife on one shoulder, staggering with each step, obviously because the knife was too heavy.
Tang Wen quickly stepped forward, exerted force with both hands, and took one of the knives.
Wu Tian muttered, "Forgot to call you kid alone. How about it, can you swing this 100-pound heavy knife? Shall we spar?" "What spar? This broken knife is front heavy and light in the back. Can you even swing it to complete one set of knife techniques?" "Okay." Tang Wen took the knife and walked to an open space. He found that everyone's enthusiasm for training was particularly high today. He casually asked, and Wu Tian looked at him in surprise, "Didn't the captain tell you?
"We're having another martial arts competition with the Black Mountain Ghosts. Our captain has to participate, and we have to go with him."
"So that's how it is." Tang Wen's heart sank slightly. "Even if we don't have to compete, there's still danger?" "Danger? Hee, at least 10 or 8 people will die. Don't be nervous, more will be crippled." "No, I mean, more of them will die.
We can achieve a kill ratio of 2 to 1.
Tang Wen didn't say anything else, and began to practice with the heavy knife with difficulty.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme splitting saber, proficient 271727213000 increased by 4 points, not bad.
Proficient level skills basically don't gain experience just by practicing once.
If he hadn't been practicing the saber with the hunting team every day, it would have taken at least a year for the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme splitting saber to reach its current level. 2 hours passed, and Wu Tian rubbed his arm and went home. If he continued to practice, he wouldn't be able to recover by tomorrow. Before leaving, he saw Tang Wen using flying stones to attack the arrows shot by Li Mingming.
He couldn't help but curse, "Freak." Lu Su finished practicing his spear and looked at the energetic Tang Wen, cursing as he left.
One after another, the members of Hunting Team 1 finished training and went home. Only 2 archers were left, taking turns practicing flying stone with Tang Wen.
Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and Tang Wen aimed at the white feathers at the tail of the arrow. Swish! He missed. He missed 8 out of 10 times. The training efficiency was a bit low.
The initial velocity of the arrow shot from a 60-pound strong bow was too fast.
Moreover, the archer randomly chose the direction. If the difficulty was too high, he could lower it. Tang Wen discussed it with Li Mingming.
The latter took out a 30-pound short bow. Buzz, the bowstring vibrated, and the arrow shot out.
Swish, bang!
The flying stone successfully hit the tail of the arrow, knocking it to the ground.
Flying locust stone, proficient 294929513000, not bad.
After 15 arrows, the flying stone hit 7 times. The efficiency was good, and he gained 14 experience points. Seeing that he was about to break through, Li Mingming rubbed his sore arm. "You're too much of a freak.
Let's practice again tomorrow." Tang Wen smiled and didn't insist. He looked at another archer, Li Yang.
Li Yang, who had also been training all morning, smiled wryly, picked up his bow and arrow, and practiced 20 arrows with Tang Wen. The flying stone hit 9 times. Flying locust stone, proficient 2984300. The latest novel is first published on Lu9 Book Bar.
Breakthrough was imminent, but Li Yang couldn't pull the bow anymore. The 2 archers left, and only Tang Wen was left in the training yard. He simply closed the door and hung up the yellow paper and craft paper. He practiced his fist strength with a series of bangs. From afternoon to evening, the panel didn't give any information. Maybe he had to change his training method? Tang Wen went to the cafeteria, ate a meat pie the size of a round table and an inch thick, burped, and left the camp. On the way, he picked his teeth and thought that he had been eating meat pies every night for a week. There were too few types of food in the cafeteria. Should he take some time to guide the chef and make something like rigiamo? The camp also grew sweet potatoes, which could be used to make vermicelli. Passing by the butcher shop, a bloody smell wafted over, and the boss greeted him at the door, saying he had just slaughtered a fat pig. Tang Wen walked over, chose 50 pounds of pork belly, and bought another 50 pounds of white fat, put them in a burlap bag, and walked home leisurely. "I usually eat alone at home. Why are you buying so much meat?" Tang looked at her brother with a look as if he was wasting money. "I eat at home by myself, you don't know how frugal I am. It's enough to eat a balanced diet of meat and vegetables. Tang Wen smiled and said, Sister, I want you to try making a snack. The young lady squinted her big eyes and became vigilant. Snack? What snack? Didn't you eat enough in the cafeteria? Well, sister, although we have some money on hand, it won't be enough to move to the inner city and for you to get a martial arts gym. We lack a stable source of income. Why not make snacks and sell them? Maybe we can make some money. Make money? Are you talking about earning millet? Can I earn it too? Tang Tang's eyes lit up. Probably. Tang Tang automatically ignored the word probably, grabbed her brother, and said eagerly, Tell me quickly, how do we earn it? Tang Wen roughly told his sister about the methods of making rugiamo and vermicelli. Rugiamo is not difficult. The difficulty of vermicelli lies in alum, but it is available in pharmacies in the inner city and is not expensive. He knew how to make vermicelli because he had seen his neighbors in his hometown make vermicelli using local methods when he was a child. The raw material used was sweet potato. Tang Tang recorded every step in detail. When recording alum, she learned without a teacher and summarized, buy more alum at once and keep it for later use. I hope this vermicelli will be delicious. She was full of energy. 3 days passed in a flash. Camp, in the training yard. Tang Wen frowned as he looked at the flying locust stone, proficient 30003000 information. Flying locust stone had been stuck for 2 days. No matter how he practiced, there was no sign of a breakthrough. Li Mingming looked at him and smiled, Don't be dissatisfied, kid. Your flying locust stone, coupled with your strength, can cause considerable damage even against opponents in full iron armor. What are you still not satisfied with? Tang Wen shook his head and smiled wryly. He practiced diligently every day, and Li Mingming felt very good about him, and continued to persuade him, Okay, kid, take a break and come see my special move. Special move? Tang Wen became interested. After all, he also practiced archery. Li Mingming drew out 3 arrows, and with a buzzing sound, the bowstring vibrated, and 3 arrows were fired in quick succession. The 3 arrows hit the target almost simultaneously. Good. Awesome. Everyone applauded, and Li Yang also cast an envious look. As an archer himself, he could only fire 2 arrows in a row. Tang Wen's heart moved. Bows and arrows can be fired in succession, so can flying locust stone. At this time, he saw Li Mingming draw out a spiral arrow. The arrow shot out with a shrill whistle, and with a chi sound, the half-foot thick wooden target covered with iron skin was shot through with a large hole under the spiral force. Spiral arrow? Tang Wen's eyes flashed. Outside the camp, the snow had not yet melted. There were many footprints on the ground. These were left by scavengers who, driven by hunger, had come out to find food and hunt. Tang Wen arrived at the frozen stream, shattered the ice with a rock, and using the iron tongs for charcoal, began to pick up pebbles of all sizes from the frigid water. The stones were not large, he gathered about 100 or so, each the size of an egg. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He started with a triple shot. The first stone struck the tree bark, the second followed closely, hitting the first pebble, and the third immediately crashed into the first 2. With a bang, they slammed into the hard tree trunk. Tang Wen went forward to inspect and found that the 3 stones had penetrated the trunk more than half a foot. This was a tree. What if it were someone wearing iron armor? He took out a string of iron armor plates from his basket, wrapped them around the tree, and tied them securely. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The pebbles, aligned in a straight line, struck the iron armor, producing a metallic clang. He went forward to check and saw that the armor was severely twisted and deformed, with the middle part damaged, and the pebbles embedded a few centimeters into the tree. He pulled the armor from the tree, and the stone powder cascaded down. Even someone wearing iron armor would probably die from these 3 hits. Aligning them in a straight line was easy. Next was the spiral force. At the moment of throwing, he twisted his wrist, and the pebble shot out, hitting the tree. Sizzle! The pebble drilled into the tree trunk, making a sizzling sound like a red-hot branding iron on flesh. Tang Wen approached and saw that the wood emitted a burnt smell,
and the pebble had drilled a hole about 5 centimeters deep. The panel flickered. Flying stone, proficient expert 16,000 many throwing techniques and skills flooded Tang Wen's mind. After absorbing them all, he picked up a thin stone, perfect for skipping. With a swoosh, he threw it. Whoosh! The sound of rushing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme roared. Sonic boom? It was actually that fast? Bang! A tree as thick as a bowl was snapped in half, and the stone continued its momentum, flying 100 meters before hitting a large rock, bursting into a series of sparks. It shattered, Tang Wen said, his eyes filled with excitement. If this hits someone. Well, even if it hit a martial apprentice or martial artist wearing armor. The destructive power would be terrifying. However, hitting a martial apprentice might be easy, but hitting a martial artist would require even greater speed. Tang Wen felt a little excited because this proved that as long as the skill level was high enough, even the ability to throw stones could kill experts and masters. Bang, bang, bang. He continuously picked up pebbles to experiment, the explosive sounds of impact echoing repeatedly. Nearby beasts fled in all directions. The excitement of the skill upgrade passed, and Tang Wen came to the stream to observe the footprints of animals. Now, his strength far surpassed what it used to be, even wandering outside the camp at night. Never mind. He focused on a donkey hoof print on the ground and tracked it, finding a wild donkey after a while. The wild donkey glanced at him and ran away frantically. Swoosh! The donkey lost its footing and tumbled to the ground. In the evening, Tang Wen led a donkey with a limp back home. Tang was excited and conflicted. I heard donkey meat is delicious. But, it's starting to warm up, and you usually eat in the cafeteria. We won't be able to finish that much. Tang Wen nodded. He had considered this problem. Donkey meat is also rare, so it can be used to make rojamo meat sandwiches. Ha! Not bad. Then we have to price it higher. For the first 3 days, we can make it a little cheaper to attract more people to buy. Cheaper? No. Tang shook her little head like a rattledrum. That won't do. You don't understand business. Tang Wen? For these 3 days, Tang was not idle. She first went to the carpenter's house and ordered a handcart similar to the ones used to sell roasted sweet potatoes. After that, she felt that if she was selling things in the inner city, she couldn't make them in the outer city. Otherwise, pushing a pot of such fragrant meat from the outer city to the inner city every day would inevitably cause trouble. So, yesterday, she didn't know how she contacted Zhou Bing, who was in training, got the keys to her house, and directly put the place for cooking the meat in Zhou Bing's yard. This arrangement was quite suitable. Zhou Bing's yard was only occupied by her, but it had several rooms, including a main room, east room, west room, plus a kitchen, firewood room, and a large yard. Tang cleaned up the east room, where she could usually rest. She cooked meat and made bread in the kitchen, and then took them to the entrance of the martial arts gym or the street to sell. However, the inner city has its own rules, and it's not okay to set up stalls casually. Tang Wen carried the first batch of rojamo made by his sister, a full 30, to the street office of the guard camp. He showed his hunting team identity card and gave the rojamo in his hand to several clerks in the room. He quickly obtained a flag that an embroiderer had rushed to embroider. The front was a circle with the character Tang inside. The back had the 3 characters rojamo. After eating 3 rojamo, the clerk, his mouth full of oil, patted his chest and assured Tang Wen, "Brother Tang, don't worry. This thing was invented and made by your family, we all saw it with our own eyes. Unless you agree, there won't be a second seller in the camp." This guarantee was very well phrased. Tang Wen smiled knowingly, chatted with this clerk named Zhang Li for a while, and then took his leave. The next morning, the siblings pushed a brand new wooden cart and appeared in front of the martial arts gym. The old man guarding the martial arts gym just frowned and was about to speak when Tang handed him 3 rojamo. Smelling the fragrant meat and looking at the crispy bread with the sauce red minced meat, he swallowed his saliva, his face a little conflicted. In principle, the martial arts gym master had instructed that no one was allowed to set up stalls at the entrance. Tang quickly introduced Tang Wen's identity and, seeing Tang Wen's badge, the old man's expression improved a lot. But a hunting camp guard was clearly not enough to make the martial arts gym break the rules. So, Tang Tang added, I'm currently living in Zhou Bing's house, but I don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme there for free. I'm just thinking of selling some food to supplement our household. The old man recalled for a while and smiled. Little girl, are you talking about Zhou Bing, the captain of the first hunting team? That's easy to handle. You wait. After receiving a positive answer, he walked into the martial arts gym and, a few minutes later, came out with a bald, burly man. Seeing Tang Wen's appearance, the strong man immediately understood that the person behind him should be General Zhou's niece, Zhou Bing. He was there at the scene for the selection of hunting guards that day. He witnessed Tang Wen taking first place and saw him leave with Zhou Bing at the end. So, there was no questioning it. The bald, burly man stepped forward, and the gatekeeper followed to introduce, this is our Curator Wu. Tang Wen, right? Hello, Curator Wu. Yeah, the meat smells good, but don't set up a stall on the road. Go there. The bald man turned back and pointed, and Tang Wen looked at the relatively wide eaves of the martial arts gym. It was a place that could provide shelter from the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme and rain. Thank you, Curator Wu. You're welcome. Give me 2 to try? Okay. In the early morning, martial arts students came one after another. Seeing Tang Wen's siblings cart at the entrance, they couldn't help but be attracted by the aroma of the meat. Someone went over to ask the price. 4 copper coins for 1, 10 copper coins for 3. Tang Tang smiled slightly. This pricing was not cheap. 4 copper coins could buy 4 pounds of white flour. If you bought millet, you could get 2 more pounds. But the martial arts students from the inner city didn't even blink. Give me 3 to try. Ro jiamo were only palm-sized, 1 was not enough to eat. 3 ro jiamo wrapped in double-layered yellow paper were handed over. The martial arts student took them in his hand. Was the yellow paper damaged? Whatever, so fragrant. Give me 3 more. Here's the money. Okay. Martial arts students were big eaters. Others saw him eating so deliciously and came forward one after another. No one bought just 1, the minimum was 3. If the girls couldn't finish them, they would buy 3 and share them with their friends. Tang Wen stayed with his sister until noon. Except for the dog guarding the martial arts gym, all the martial arts gym apprentices knew that the girl selling Roja Mo was the sister of Tang Wen, the #1 recruit. Seeing that Tang Tang was getting better and better at it, Tang Wen left with peace of mind and came to the guard camp. Quartermaster's office. Tang Wen found the quartermaster. I want to sign up to comprehend the mountain-splitting cannon fist visualization chart once. The quartermaster looked up at him, took out a notebook, and flipped through it. The earliest will be in 7 days. No problem. Then register. Okay. Oh, you're Tang Wen. Not bad. Prepare to come back on the 8th day. You have to stay for 12 hours. Thank you for the reminder, sir. PS, seeking phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme. Seeking follow-up reading, please, everyone. 1, 2, 379, 80 subtracting the costs of flour, lard, meat, and firewood in the evening, the little miss counted on her fingers, occasionally scribbling on paper. Without a doubt, Tang Wen and his sister were literate. There was a free school in the camp. Children under 15 could go to learn for 3 to 4 hours every afternoon, free for 3 years. But very few children studied. In the eyes of the adults in the camp, a 6 or 7-year-old child could help look after younger siblings, and 2 years later, they could weed and work in the fields. What was the use of learning to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme? I've calculated it. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, Tang Tang's eyes sparkled. Tang Wen always felt that there was a golden glint in her eyes, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Is it 101? Ha! 210 Rojiamos only earn 101? Tang Tang stood up, crossed her arms, and looked down at her younger brother. Then 200? Ha! 210 Rojiamos only earn 201?
the little miss struck a pose of you know nothing about power. There were very few people doing small business in the camp. Even fewer who made a living purely by setting up stalls. As for the business environment, it was like China in the 80s. As long as you had a source of goods and dared to set up a stall, you could make money selling anything. Tang Tang raised her neck and announced, 331. A whole 331. Tang Wen clapped in cooperation, congratulations, sister, on earning over 10,000 a month. But this is just the beginning, everyone thinks it's new, maybe in a few days I don't listen, I don't listen, I don't listen. Tang Tang glared at her brother, covering her ears. Then if we use Sister Bing's house, under her name, are you going to split the money with her? Tang Tang lowered her hands, of course. I think Sister Bing's place is so big, we can totally give her rent and move in. Tang Wen was surprised. Houses in the inner city weren't cheap, but his sister agreed so readily. As Tang Wen predicted, after a few days, the novelty wore off, and the Rojamo business declined significantly. But they could still earn more than 100 copper coins a day. Over a month, that was several taels of silver, a very good livelihood. 7 days passed in a flash during training. In the evening, the quartermaster sent someone to inform Tang Wen to go and study the visualization chart early the next morning. The next day, Tang Wen stuffed the parchment into his pocket, took the clothes rack that could stand on the ground, and carried a large bucket of water to report to the quartermaster. What are these? Personal preference, can't I bring them? The quartermaster shook his head in confusion. It's not that you can't, as long as you don't damage the visualization chart, you can bring anything in. But if you make the room dirty, you have to clean it yourself. Tang Wen nodded repeatedly. The quartermaster instructed, comprehending the visualization chart consumes a lot of mental energy. Don't be impatient, don't force yourself. When you feel dizzy, or your temples throb, rest immediately, take a nap. It's not too late to visualize after your energy recovers. Tang Wen silently noted it down, cupped his fist, and thanked the other party. He arrived at a heavily guarded courtyard gate. Tang Wen showed his identity token. The guard carefully checked it, let him alone into the courtyard, and came to the only house door in the courtyard. The visualization chart is inside. After the guard finished speaking, looking at the things in Tang Wen's hand, he added, damage to the visualization chart is not allowed. Tang Wen nodded in agreement and pushed the door open. Sunlight shone in, falling on the wall directly in front, where red murals were carved. The guard closed the door and left. Several bright kerosene lamps were lit in the room. There was a man-high black wooden dummy, and a stool for resting. Besides, there was nothing else. Tang Wen was not in a hurry to look at the visualization chart. He first stood the clothes rack he was holding on the ground and hung the parchment on it. Then, he put the bucket full of water on the stool. Next, he assumed a horse stance, held to the one, and entered stillness with the earth-fire stance. When the impetuousness in his heart was completely gone, and his whole person was completely calm, he opened his eyes, stepped forward, and stared at the largest mural in the middle of the wall. That was the visualization chart of the core strength of the mountain-splitting cannon fist. Buzz! Tang Wen's eyes blurred, light and shadow flowed, and the visualization chart on the wall seemed to come alive. The earth was cracked and dry, and the cracks were bottomless. Huff! Flames spewed out. Danger! Tang Wen retreated quickly, and with a bang, his back hit the stone wall. He was shocked to realize that he was still in the stone house. What powerful methods! After a few minutes of meditation, calming his mind, he stepped forward again. The flames spewed out, turning into a ball of fire, flying obliquely, and hitting a towering mountain, the fire soaring into the sky, producing a violent explosion. Tang Wen felt dizzy, couldn't stabilize his mind, and withdrew from the picture again. The visualization chart was indeed magical. It was clearly a carved mural, but it could show a dynamic scene like a movie. But how to use it? Again, he meditated to adjust his mentality, and watched intently. The latest novels are first published on Lujio Shuba. The picture repeatedly appeared, the fireball flew and hit the mountain, and the sky was filled with fire.
After several times, Tangwen suddenly thought, people in this world have almost no chance to see any explosions. Could the purpose of the visualization chart be to tell martial artists what is flame blasting a mountain, what is an explosion? In other words, is this repeatedly appearing scene of a fireball hitting a mountain the scene I need to visualize? He immediately took a horse stance, breathed into stillness, and visualized this scene in his mind. The fireball shot out from the ground, slammed into the mountain, the fire engulfed the mountain, and the mountain shook and collapsed. Huff! Visualization succeeded, stillness failed. The scene that needs to be visualized is too long. Unable to enter stillness, unable to connect the pictures. Tangwen tried again and again. Because his mental attributes were much higher than ordinary people, he did not experience dizziness like others. After failing in times, he took out his pocket watch. He found that 4 hours had passed out of the 12 hours of comprehension time. Time was tight, he had to change his strategy. Tangwen sat on the ground, thinking hard for a long time. Suddenly he thought of a keyword comic strip. Then he thought that when he was studying, he would secretly draw stick figures in the lower right corner of the book. Drawing a different action on each page, punching or kicking, after drawing a dozen pages, quickly flipping the pages, the little man would move. The happy memories of childhood gave Tangwen inspiration. Since the visualization picture is too long, then visualize one picture at a time, or one frame. For example, the fireball shoots out. It can be changed to a red glow in the cracks of the ground, firelight rushes to the ground, it turns out to be a fireball, the fireball flies diagonally into the sky. Each segment of the picture is decomposed in this way. After being proficient, string them together and play them in your mind. 2 hours later, the comic strip in Tangwen's mind successfully visualized the second before the fireball was about to hit the mountain. But as soon as he stood up, he immediately felt dizzy and his temples throbbed. He quickly stopped visualizing, came to the corner of the wall and sat down, wrapped in his coat and slept. When he woke up, he immediately took out his pocket watch. Fortunately, he only slept for an hour and a half. He got up and came to the bucket, splashed his face with cold water. The water was bone-chilling, he couldn't help shivering, and immediately became energetic. Continue to visualize, the fireball hits the mountain. Once, twice. Visualization succeeded. Boom! Tangwen seemed to hear a roar in his ear. Then, a warm current full of heat flowed out from the top of his head. Subconsciously, he threw a punch. Bang! Whizzing sound. The bucket was torn apart, and the water in the bucket was spilled all over the ground. Tangwen was stunned. Just now, his fist was clearly a little distance away from the bucket. How did he explode the bucket? It was at this time that the panel suddenly flickered. Skill, Mountain Splitter Fist, Beginner 0500. The level is a bit low. Only after Beginner is entry level. But no matter what, I've finally learned it. Tangwen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of satisfaction as if he were playing a game and finally saw the boss's health bar. He recalled Zhou Bing's teachings in his mind. Mountain Splitter Fist is a fist technique that relies on full power bursts. Each punch consumes a lot of stamina. Generally, a third-rate martial artist, if they can learn it, can barely throw 3 punches before their stamina is almost exhausted. Moreover, these 3 punches cannot be thrown consecutively, otherwise, if they fail to severely injure the enemy, they will be exhausted and at the mercy of others. A second-rate martial artist can unleash about 7 or 8 punches. As for a first-rate martial artist, as long as they don't unleash more than 10 punches, they can continue fighting. Tangwen came to the black wooden training dummy, visualizing the scene in his mind, fireballs flying, impacting the mountain, and a violent explosion. He threw a punch, and with a bang, the wooden dummy's head shattered. This? He was both delighted and surprised. In the visualization diagram, there were also scenes of the mountain shaking and collapsing, which he had not visualized in his mind. He only visualized the violent explosion step, and the mountain splitter fist was considered complete? He recalled the effect Zhou Bing created when she punched. It seemed to be about the same as his fist force? She's a martial artist, but she's not much stronger than me. I can also enter a meditative state while standing. Perhaps I am also a martial artist? Tang Wen shook his head and dismissed these thoughts, continuing to look at the visualization diagram in the middle of the wall. The scene in the diagram of the mountain shaking violently and collapsing after the explosion couldn't be useless. After thinking for a while, he continued to visualize and outline the final scene according to the comic strip method. After the explosion, the mountain collapsed. Bang! Lowering his waist and assuming a horse stance, Tang Wen punched the wooden dummy's chest. The headless wooden dummy shook. That's it?
It's not as powerful as a casual punch.
He shook his hand, moving his wrist.
Something seems wrong?
Forget it, I won't think about it for now. There are still many fist technique visualization diagrams I haven't looked at.
There are only 2 hours left.
He took out a few pieces of cold roast meat, chewed a few times, and swallowed them whole.
He turned his attention to the first visualization diagram.
Mountain Splitter Fist First Style, Mountain Splitter Cannon. There are no fancy movements, just slightly bending the legs, sinking the shoulders and dropping the elbows, and throwing a punch with a firm stance. Tang Wen assumed the posture and threw a punch, like a fireball rushing towards the mountain in the visualization diagram, exploding head-on.
Bang! Tang Wen smashed into the wooden dummy's left arm, the wood cracked, and debris splattered. The panel flashed. Skill, Mountain Splitter Fist, Beginner 051500. So much experience? 1/10.
He raised an eyebrow, visualized the scene, and threw another punch.
Bang! Mountain Splitter Cannon. Skill, Mountain Splitter Fist, Beginner 515250. No increase? Something strange. He looked up and counted the visualization diagrams on the wall. There were 7 in total.
The largest one in the middle was for visualizing the core strength. The other 6 diagrams were fist technique moves.
Maybe the experience value will only increase significantly after learning each fist technique move? His eyes fell on the second visualization diagram.
Mountain Splitter Fist Second Style, Overhead Cannon. In the visualization diagram, an ordinary-looking person takes a step, lunges forward, and throws a punch straight ahead, while uttering a low roar.
Overhead Cannon, also known as Overhead Cannon Roar.
Coordinating the punch with exhaling and shouting can intimidate the opponent and improve the effect. There are no strict rules about what to shout. After all, the visualization diagram is just a picture and cannot be heard. After trying a few times, Tang Wen took a step back with his left leg, grunted, and still visualized the scene of a fireball hitting the mountain in his mind. The wooden dummy was ravaged once again, and its headless neck was smashed to pieces. Skill, Mountain Splitter Fist, Beginner 52102500. Sure enough, the experience will increase greatly with each new move learned.
After mastering this move, he continued learning.
Mountain Splitter Fist Third Style, Half-Step Bombardment. The visualization diagram is clean and neat, advancing while bracing the elbow and striking upwards.
Bang! The elbow strike was extremely fierce, directly smashing a bowl-sized hole in the dilapidated wooden dummy's right chest.
Skill, Mountain Splitter Fist, Beginner 107157500. Experience surged.
Tang Wen's enthusiasm for learning soared.
The feeling of the system immediately providing feedback after learning a new move is really great. If I had such a learning panel back in high school, I could have been admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University. What repeaters, what top scorers in the college entrance examination, are all younger brothers. Mountain Splitter Fist Fifth Style, Dragon emerges from water. See bed tremor. Tang Wen was not surprised to jump from the third style to the fifth style. Zhou Bing had said that the Mountain Splitter Fist in the camp was not complete. Several moves have been lost for a long time. In the fifth style visualization diagram, a person strikes the water with both fists, and suddenly layers of huge waves rise on the calm sea surface. Tang Wen followed suit, and the picture he visualized became smoother and smoother. But after several attempts, he only managed to make the dilapidated wooden dummy shake and drop debris. It was far from reaching the power that this fist technique should have. Half an hour passed with no progress. Tang Wen stopped struggling and his eyes drifted to the second to last visualization diagram. Mountain Splitter Fist 7th Style, 8-Armed Divine Fist. After visualizing for a while, he found that this was a fist technique that pursued attack speed, requiring coordination with footwork to use terrifying fist speed to strike the opponent's front, back, left, and right. In the visualization diagram, the fist speed was so fast that it created afterimages, as if several pairs of fists were punching at the same time. Therefore, this move is called the 8-armed divine fist. After pondering for a long time, he realized that the key to this move lies in the speed of visualization, which he could not achieve for the time being. So, he memorized the moves and footwork and went to see the last move. Mountain Splitter Fist 10th Style, Mountain Bombardment Cannon. In the visualization diagram, this is an ordinary punch, but the mountain collapsed. Tang Wen gave up the idea of learning it after only one look. Because the person in the picture had a layer of thin flames wrapped around their fist when they punched. This is simply not a power that martial apprentices, martial artists, or martial masters can possess. Unless they are born with fire abilities, they will never be able to master the essence of this move before surpassing the martial master realm. Whoosh! The time was up, and the guard opened the door. He saw the mess on the ground, was stunned for a moment, and frowned. You smashed the wooden dummy with a wooden bucket? Tang Wen touched his nose. Guard, pay a fine of 50 copper coins. Okay. Dropping a silver bean, Tang Wen walked out the door. The guard behind him muttered, the iron wooden dummies are very strong. Isn't this kid the first time learning fist techniques? Those captains who have mastered the fist techniques can't break the iron wooden dummies. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme? Hearing this, Tang Wen quickly quickened his pace and walked out of the courtyard. Above the night sky, the starlight illuminated his way home. Back in his own yard, he hung up the craft paper and continued to practice his fist techniques. Miss was packing things. Let's move tomorrow. Okay, have you told Brother Lee and the others? I told them. They will also come to help tomorrow. I borrowed a carriage from the martial arts hall, and it will come early tomorrow morning. Okay. Tang contacted Zhou Bing yesterday and told her that they wanted to move to the inner city. In fact, it was to rent the empty room in Zhou Bing's courtyard. Zhou Team, who clearly didn't like being disturbed, agreed without saying a word. After all, he is my subordinate, and I should take care of him. What's more, I get along well with Tang, Zhou Bing thought silently while eating rujiamo. The next day, with the help of Brother Lee and sister-in-law Li, Tang Wen and his sister transported their belongings in 3 trips from the outer city to Zhou Bing's house number 7, lane 3, inner city. Tang Wen moved into the east room, and Tang moved into the west room. The most spacious main room was still occupied by Zhou Bing. As for the rent, Zhou Bing had casually said before 10 rujiamo a day is fine. After a busy day, just as the siblings had finished tidying up their new home, the courtyard door was pushed open. Sister Bing, why are you back? The person who came was Zhou Bing. The time for the competition with the Black Mountain Camp has been brought forward, and I am back to gather the team. Clang. The spoon in Tang's hand fell to the ground. Without bothering to comfort her, Tang Wen asked, brought forward to win? It's in 3 days. It's just a martial arts competition, sis. I'm not even participating. I know. Tang gloomily picked up the cleaver and chopped at the donkey bones with a kakaka sound. She practices the 8 Vidra arts every day, and recently, Tang Wen taught her meditative stance training. Plus, she has sufficient food and nutrition. Tang's strength is now comparable to that of an average adult male, and she has even grown taller by more than half a head. Zhou Bing went door to door to notify her subordinates. Half an hour later, she and 6 other team members besides Tang Wen entered the door together. It smells so good. Captain, what are you treating us to? Treating? Tang's big eyes narrowed instantly, looking at the group of people who came with vigilance. Treating means eating and drinking for free. Zhou Bing shook her head. This is the meat to be used for making roja mo. Hearing this, Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Sister Bing wasn't a spendthrift like her brother. Otherwise, how would they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the future? Through the promotion of the young martial apprentices in the martial arts hall, people in the inner city knew that there was a kind of snack with a good taste called roja mo recently. Lu Su, the oldest member of the hunting team, said, Captain, this is a team meal before the mission, it's team building, the camp can pay for it.
Yes, yes, yes. A team meal, this is a team meal. Wu Tian, who was tall, quickly agreed. Zhou Bing didn't speak. Lu Su quickly asked, how much does it cost to buy 100 Rojanmo? 334 wen, and I'll give you 10 pounds of big bones as a gift. Just consider it my brother's treat. Lu Su smiled and shook his head, how can that be? 100 Rojanmo, plus 20 pounds of bones, and 3 jars of sweet potato wine. Everything will be charged at the highest price, we can get reimbursed. Highest price? Reimbursement? What a great pair of words. Tang Tang smiled, thoughtfully, as if she understood something. If all of these can be reimbursed? She looked at the wild chickens and red-billed liathrix that had been collected for a long time at home. These were brought back by Tangwen in the deep winter, but now that the weather is getting warmer, it would be a waste if they weren't eaten. Oh, and there are some white radishes, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. They should all be dealt with, originally intended to feed the only 2 remaining yellow sheep. But now, a group of martial apprentices and martial artists like them should be able to finish them, right? In the house, a wide square table, 8 people sat around. Zhou Bing introduced the situation. This morning, the Black Mountain camp requested to start the gambling fight ahead of schedule. Will our general agree? Everyone had this doubt in their hearts. It would be unwise to respond to the battle without adequate preparation. The Black Mountain camp said that if we win this time, we can mine the open pit coal mine for 2.5 years. If they win, they can still mine for 2 years. But the martial arts competition must be advanced to 3 days later. Such a big concession? Why? Could there be some conspiracy? Zhou Bing said calmly, the gambling method is the same as before, both sides send people to take turns, 11 rounds, 6 wins. Black Mountain Ghost is probably up to no good. It does feel wrong, Captain Zhou, you have to be careful. Zhou Bing stretched out her hand and pressed down, and everyone was silent. Compared to before, there is one difference, that is, after one person wins, they can choose to leave the field, or they can continue to fight until they can't hold on, or die in the ring. Everyone was silent for a while, with a hint of worry hidden in their eyes. Tangwen gnawed on the big bones cooked by his sister, but what he was thinking about was how to use the remaining 3 days to improve his strength. The team members drank wine and ate meat, changing the subject. Zhou Bing quietly pulled Tangwen to the yard. Your recruit period hasn't passed yet. I can take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and say you are sick, allowing you not to participate in this operation. Tangwen looked at her bright almond eyes, and was very tempted, but he knew even more that escape would only make him cowardly. He practiced martial arts desperately. It is true that he wanted to survive, but what he wanted was not to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme like a rat, hiding in the East and Tibet. Pretending to be sick? Tangwen smiled. When he was in school, he would occasionally use pretending to be sick to avoid the morning exercises. Thinking of this, he shook his head. We are a team, I will participate in this mission, but I want to quickly comprehend the mountain opening cannon fist visualization map once, and, Sister Bing, do you know where there is a clean and safe pond? A strange color flashed in Zhou Bing's eyes. She pondered. There should be no problem comprehending the visualization map. As for the pond, if you want to take a bath, there is a large bathtub at home. Speaking, she gestured the size. It is the kind of oval bathtub that can allow 185 people to lie in it together. The bathtub won't work. I need a pond that can submerge my whole body. I may have to stay for 2 days. There is a pond in a garden. The water should be considered clean. Zhou Bing thought for a while before saying, why don't we go and see tonight? There are only 3 days left. Tangwen couldn't wait. Okay, now? Okay. Tangwen went back to the house, put on his bamboo basket, took the tiger-headed steel knife, said hello to his sister, and walked out the door with Zhou Bing. As he walked, he found the road a little familiar. This seems to be near the courtyard where the silver wolf was previously held. Who's there? A guard walked out of the darkness. Hunting Team 1, Zhou Bing. The latest novel is first published on Lu Nine Shuba. Zhou Bing stepped forward and said a few words. The guard looked at Tangwen's chest badge. After confirming their identities, he let the two into the yard.
In the yard, there is a pool the size of a room, and the water is still clear. It turns out it's used to grow lotus roots. Zhou Bing ordered the guards to move a tin stove and some dry firewood. Without being pretentious, Tang Wen moved around, took off his coat in front of her, leaving only a pair of shorts on his body. His strong physique didn't make him feel too cold. But when he bent down and scooped up the water from the pond, slowly pouring it on himself, the cold water quickly took away his temperature, coupled with the North phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals wind whine / phoneme blowing, that feeling. Zhou Bing wanted to shiver just looking at it. She didn't leave, her beautiful eyes staring at Tang Wen. Well, this body is quite good looking. After several enhancements, Tang Wen's body proportions can be described as perfect. Even at night, even from the side, he is full of charm. Zhou Bing couldn't move her eyes. Well, maybe she drank too much just now, she seems a little hot. Until Tang Wen took the knife, stepped into the water shivering, and could no longer see those 8-pack abs. She slowly turned and left. Soaking in ice water on a cold day is naturally for practicing martial arts. This inspiration came from Mr. Jean. Recently, he has been practicing swordsmanship with an iron knife weighing hundreds of pounds. The phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals wind whine / phoneme breaking saber progress bar is rising fast. The water flowed. Tang Wen stirred the knife, stirring up bursts of water. After practicing it once, phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals wind whine / phoneme breaking saber, proficiency 28152826300011 points. The phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals wind whine / phoneme breaking saber only has 8 moves, and it takes a very short time to practice it once. He roughly estimated the time. He felt that there was hope for a breakthrough. But even if he broke through, he would only be better at swordsmanship. Clang! He threw the knife on the shore and practiced the 8 Vajra arts underwater. 8 Vajra arts, 563156526000 well, 9 points of proficiency. Tang Wen approached the edge of the pond and took out the weighted sand clothes from the bamboo basket. The dozens of pounds of sand clothes, gurgling bubbles and absorbing water, were completely soaked in a short while. The water-soaked sand clothes weighed hundreds of pounds. Tang Wen became a lot more stable because of this. Another round of 8 Vajra arts. This time it was more difficult, but he felt it more deeply. The resistance of the water allowed him to clearly feel the force of each muscle and experience the smoothness of each movement. 8 Vajra arts, proficiency 565256836000 experience sword. Tang Wen was unaware. Continue practicing, again and again. P.S. Please follow up. Please give phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals det data / phoneme. The author is now starting to save manuscripts, save more, and have a big explosion when it is put on the shelves. Ugh, ugh. Tang Wen opened his mouth wide, devouring 3 Rujiamo in quick succession. Watching him gobble them down, Tang's eyes gradually lost their sparkle, and she muttered something under her breath. Zhou Bing curiously leaned closer to listen. 3 Rujiamo cost 10 won. That could buy 15 jin of millet. Xiao Wen is eating 10 when worth in 9 bites. Even the commanding officer in the inner city wouldn't dare eat like that. Zhou Bing couldn't help but laugh. Tang stopped and stared at her intently. Zhou Bing quickly said, "It's an expense. Tang Wen's food will be included in our dinner expenses from yesterday. We'll submit it together." "That's great. Little brother, is 100 enough for you? Eat slowly, don't choke. I'll go get you some soup." Tang's eyes lit up instantly. She jumped up and ran to the kitchen. Reimbursement. The person who invented that word must be a genius like the queen. Tang used a wooden tray to bring 3 large bowls of donkey meat soup and a basin of large bones. Zhou Bing glanced at the bowl in front of her. This can also be reimbursed. 20 won a bowl? Deal. Tang Wen remained indifferent to their interaction. He ate the Rujiamo voraciously, washing it down with sips of soup from time to time. After sleepless, weighted underwater training, the 8-section golden bodyguard had broken through once again. 8th Section Golden Body Art, Expert 111-8000. The experience for the expert level requires a full 18,000 points.
I wonder how they calculate it.
It's more than the total experience required for all previous levels combined.
Body 557. 5 Spirit 6088. 08 Crack, crack, crack. Pooey, pooey. Amidst the two women's surprised gazes, Tangwen crushed the donkey bone and sucked the marrow into his mouth. Tang Tang, little brother, are you going to grow taller again? Tangwen is 15 years old and over 1.7 meters tall. He's taller than many adult guards.
Before Tangwen could answer, Tang Tang looked down at Zhou Bing's long legs, which were more than a meter long, and nodded, saying, "It's good to be taller.
You should strive to be like Sister Bing."
Zhou Bing quietly retracted her outstretched legs, frowning slightly. Could I be too tall? After eating and drinking his fill, and taking a quick rinse, Tangwen went back to his room to rest. When he opened his eyes again, it was pitch black outside. He took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. Only slept for 6 hours, and I'm fully recovered?
Thinking about his 7.5 body stat and 8.08 spirit stat. It doesn't seem that strange.
With such powerful attributes, it would be a problem if he couldn't quickly recover his spirit and stamina. It seems that I have to say goodbye to sleeping in from now on. Tangwen had been practicing martial arts in the water from last night until this evening, when the golden body art broke through. It took him a night and a day in total. At this time, there are only 2 days left until the fight with the Black Mountain camp.
But the camp's entire team will depart for the fighting location in 1 day.
So, he only has 1 day left to train.
I won't try to comprehend the visualization diagram for now.
I'll go practice boxing in the water. He wrote a note and left it for Zhou Bing and his sister. He carried his knife and waded sand clothes and returned to the courtyard with the pond again.
Coming to practice again? The two black armored guards exchanged glances and couldn't help but click their tongues.
As night watchmen, they knew better than anyone how cold it was at night. Hard work, brothers. The black armored guards shook their heads and opened the door for Tangwen. Tangwen took off his clothes, put on his weighted clothes, and walked straight into the frozen pond under the admiring gazes of the two guards.
The water isn't as cold as it was yesterday. This is his feeling after his physique was strengthened. First, practice the gale blade.
Practicing in the water while wearing sand clothes can be said to maximize the difficulty. After practicing once, his experience jumped 17 points.
Gale blade, proficient 282628433000. When the time it takes to practice the gale blade once is shorter than the 8th section golden body art. Tangwen stepped into the deep water area, letting the icy water go over his head. He held his breath and concentrated, wielding his blade as usual.
On the surface of the water, whirlpools continued, as if large fish were swimming.
Gale blade, proficient 2843-28613000-2861-2879-3000.
The sky was beginning to turn a pale gray.
Unsurprisingly, he was stuck at the note again.
Gale blade, proficient 3000-3000, but this time, he had a plan. He visualized a fireball colliding with a mountain in his mind, and at the same time, he slashed out with his blade. Swish! The blade slashed through the water surface, leaving a deep knife mark on the stone wall. Tangwen exerted force with his legs and jumped directly from the several-meter deep pond. He landed firmly on his bare feet. Gale blade, expert 06000. He broke through. The guards at the door heard the sound and looked over, their pupils constricting. This kid, how does it feel like he's gotten a lot taller? It feels a bit like when the commander and them are competing, the feeling it gives me. The most up-to-date novel is available at 69 shu.
Calm, is practicing in the water that effective?
The two were tempted.
Maybe they should try practicing like this another day. Good swordsmanship.
A third person's voice came.
Who?
The two were startled.
Ah, General. Greetings, General. General Zhou raised his hand. Is this person Tangwen?
Yes, General. Miss Zhou Bing brought him here.
Bingera,
A trace of regret flashed in General Zhou's eyes, then he shook his head and left. Prepare some food for him.
Tang Wen didn't notice this interlude. He was standing in a meditative stance. A quarter of an hour later, he opened his eyes and found a wooden food box next to him, containing roasted meat, side dishes, and porridge. He didn't stand on ceremony and finished it all in the blink of an eye. His swordsmanship had broken through. There's still almost a day left. He can't waste it. Tang Wen jumped into the water to practice boxing.
Visualize a fireball crashing into a mountain. Punch, the water flows and rolls up, the fist can't hit the speed, failure. Skill, mountain opening cannon fist, beginner 157 158,500 failure also gets 1 point of experience.
Visualize, punch.
The water flow is disturbed, failure. Visualize, punch, failure. Tang Wen practiced boxing with concentration, constantly repeating this process. Until he felt dizzy and his stamina was exhausted, he climbed to the shore, took off his sand clothes, and changed back into his own clothes. Skill, mountain opening cannon fist, beginner 158,253,500 experience comes much less than imagined.
In his muddled brain, Tang Wen reflected on himself, recalling 2 sentences: haven't learned to walk yet? Want to fly? Take 1 step at a time. If you take too big of a step, crack. It's easy to pull your groin. He smiled self-deprecatingly. Wasn't he just too impatient?
The explosive force of the mountain opening cannon fist not only consumes stamina but also drains the spirit.
Tang Wen went home and slept before recovering. The note you left me said you weren't going to comprehend the mountain opening cannon fist visualization diagram? Zhou Bing held tea and took a small sip. Tea is a luxury, 1 tael of silver for 1 tael of tea.
Not to mention people outside the city, even the hunting team members in the city rarely buy it to drink.
Yeah, can't bite off more than you can chew.
Tang Wen picked up the teacup and was a little dazed when he saw the large tea leaves that had been soaked open in the cup.
Selling tea is really profitable.
This tea, put on earth, no one would want it even for a yuan gene. But he still took a sip. The bitter and astringent taste filled his mouth, feeling somewhat familiar.
Sister Bing, are there soft armors in the guard camp? Zhou Bing cast a questioning look.
It's the kind of armor worn inside clothes to prevent others from sneaking up on you.
We will all put on armor uniformly tomorrow.
I know, but it's best to have an extra layer of insurance.
Inner armor is very heavy. Our armor weighs 60 jin. You still want to wear inner armor? Forget it, come with me to get us set. Thinking of Tang Wen's abnormal strength, Zhou Bing drank the tea in her hand and walked out the door first.
The two came to the camp's quartermaster.
Inner armor?
Of course, we have it, but the inner armor is not light. The quartermaster opened the warehouse, dragged out a wooden box, and smiled maliciously at Tang Wen. Boy, do you want to wear this 60 jin one? Or this 80 jin one? Tang Wen didn't answer, reached out and picked up the 80 jin half-body heavy armor that looked like fish scales, and looked at Zhou Bing. Captain, can you pierce it with 1 shot?
Yes, but to kill people, you don't necessarily have to pierce the armor. Understood. Tang Wen looked at the quartermaster. Is there anything heavier, with better defense? Quartermaster. Zhou Bing. You're quite afraid of death, aren't you? The quartermaster said, amused. Tang Wen smiled. Who isn't afraid of death? Humph.
The heaviest scale armor weighs 120 pounds.
Even regular guards can barely walk in it. Not to mention you'll also be wearing a 60-pound suit of armor. How would I know if I don't try?
Captain Zhou, you're letting him mess around like this. Zhou Bing's face was cold, and he didn't say a word.
Fine. I'll see if you can even move in it.
With the heavy scale armor on, Tang Wen immediately felt a little more secure.
Why didn't I think of this earlier? Wearing this daily to train would make progress faster. As for the 120 pounds of weight, he didn't even take it seriously.
Tang Wen tightened the scale armor, making it fit snugly against his inner clothing to ensure it wouldn't make noise when running. Watching him spin, jump, and not stop for a long time,
the quartermaster couldn't help but open his mouth wide. After the two left, he turned around to check the scale armor in the wooden box. Could he have gotten the weight wrong just now? Did he give him the lighter one? Back home, the two drank tea and rested, while Tang Tang was busy in the kitchen. The next day at dawn, Tang Wen put on his inner armor. When he put on the outer armor, he found a cloth bag sewn on the inside, stuffed with a package. Taking it out, he saw large chunks of brown sugar wrapped in craft paper and a few thick pieces of dried meat, with a pair of flint stones inside. It was heavy, weighing 6 or 7 pounds. Not to mention the dried meat, brown sugar was a very valuable item. Not much cheaper than tea. Tang Wen silently stuffed the package into his armor, secretly guessing how much money his greedy older sister had spent to prepare these sweets. When the two went out, Tang Tang's door was closed, even though she usually woke up early. Tang Wen looked at her room, opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end, and left with Zhou Bing. This trip won't be peaceful. He inexplicably had a premonition. Just like the feeling he had when he first encountered the tracker in the forest. Therefore, he had to wear inner armor. Giddy up, giddy up. Captain, the front is safe. Good, stay alert. After leaving the camp for 30 miles, Tang Wen's hunting team was scattered out as scouts. Wu Tian, Lu Su, and others were in the front checking the road conditions. Tang Wen and Zhou Bing were slightly behind. Tang Wen held a hand crossbow in his hand, with a signal arrow on it. If there was a problem, his primary task was to shoot the signal arrow immediately to alert the rear troops. As for possible attacks, Zhou Bing would block them for him. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful. 11 hunting teams, plus General Zhou and Commander Zhao, a total of nearly 200 people, arrived at the open pit coal mine area at a little after 4 in the afternoon. Nay. After running for hundreds of miles, the tall horse under Tang Wen was panting heavily. The coal mine's logistics groom came to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme the horse, looking puzzled. This young man, although his chest muscles are bulging, he is not considered fat. How could the horse be so tired? Is it not full? Or is this horse old? The mining rights for the coal mine are now in the hands of Tang Wen and their flame camp. The workers and guards in the coal mine are all their own people. General. Hot water is ready, 3 fat pigs and 3 goats have been slaughtered. Let the brothers of the hunting team have a good meal, and then soak their feet to relieve fatigue. Good. Teams 10 and 11, be on guard. The others enter the camp to rest. Yes. 2 teams, more than 30 people, stepped forward. The number of people on the hunting team and the camp varied. Few, like Tang Wen's team, had only 8 people. Most of the teams had nearly 20 people. Tang Wen asked Zhou Bing on the road how this difference in numbers came about. Zhou Bing said calmly, I can take on 10 of them alone, and the remaining few will be taken care of by Wu Tian and their trio. Tang Wen calculated quickly, and said wittily, then the 4 of us can just applaud. I am good at applauding. Zhou Bing glared at him. Probably because of the preferential treatment for elites, they were not needed for night duty. Everyone in the team slept in the same room, wearing armor. Zhou Bing and Tang Wen slept on the bed, and the others slept on the straw. Although they were in the same room, everyone was silent and had no interest in chatting. Woo! In the early morning, a low horn sounded. The workers on the coal mine were about to start work. The hunting team got up early. When eating breakfast in the coal mine cafeteria, someone looked outside, and then more and more people looked outside. Tang Wen looked out through the mist. On the distant hills, a group of cavalry came. People from the Black Mountain camp are here, the 11 hunting team captains stepped forward. Zhou Bing and other captains stood in a row with their weapons in hand. Tang Wen noticed that none of them were wearing armor. The newest novels are first published on Lujiu Shuba. Thump 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 thump. The sound of horses' hooves sounded, and the people on the other side came in greater numbers than expected. There were more than 400 of them. Except for the 3 leaders who were wearing silver armor, the rest were wearing black armor. That's not right. Commander Zhao's serious voice rang in everyone's ears. I am not familiar with the aura of half of the people.
General Joe snorted, the Black Mountain ghosts are probably going to cause trouble. Whoosh! A cavalryman with a black mask on his face approached and shouted, the Black Mountain King has ordered to change the rules of the competition. Only people under the age of 24 are allowed to participate in the competition. The other rules remain unchanged. Ha ha! What a coincidence, I am 23 this year. Commander Zhao's voice vibrated. Tang Wen and the others laughed. Zhao, you old bastard, don't be shameless. You are already 53. A silver-armored man on the other side scolded forcefully. Commander Zhao snorted, hey San. Who the hell is shameless, can't your Black Mountain ghosts afford to lose? The rules have been changed again and again, and only those under 24 are allowed to play. Why don't you ask your 4-year-old children to fight a match? Your Fireseed camp has won 3 times. What have our Black Mountain men said? This is the first time we have changed the rules this year. Can't we change them twice? Who can't afford to lose? Why didn't you notify us in advance about changing the rules? It's not too late to say it now, it must be under 24 years old, male or female. The competition can be postponed for 3 days, you can go back and call people. Ha! Tang Wen and his teammates looked at each other. If you say the other party is playing tricks, it seems that they are quite frank. They also allow you to go back and call people. But since only those under 24 are allowed to take the stage, why didn't you say it earlier? Could it be that you just wanted to change the rules temporarily? Commander Zhao didn't speak, and things were beyond his expectations. I thought the Black Mountain ghosts were going to play tricks, but I didn't expect that it could be postponed for a few days. It's too much trouble to call people. I am really 23 years old, do I not look like it? Commander Zhao took off his helmet and looked back at his men, winking. Like. Commander, you are too young. Huh, Commander, you just had your 22nd birthday yesterday, I can prove it. The people in the flame camp laughed loudly. The other side cursed. After making noise for a while, the silver-armored general in the middle of the Black Mountain camp rode out, Joe Dadu, you have been practicing martial arts for half your life, you can't even feel the bone age? I can let you personally check the people on my side who are going to play. General Joe opened his mouth, I don't want you to check my people. No need. Speaking of this, a middle-aged man walked out of the Black Mountain camp's team and looked at General Joe and Commander Joe and said, you two are in your early 51s and the other is 47 and a half. Commander Zhao's face sank, they came prepared. General Joe looked calm, there are many crooked ways, what else do you have, let's draw them out together. Okay. I won't hide it from you, Joe Dadu. This time our arena will be a bloody battle to the end, our Black Mountain King is going to add some chips. If our people can win 6 consecutive games, we want 6 years of mining rights. Conversely, if your people can win 6 in a row, you can mine coal as much as you want for the next 6 years. We have no objections to digging this place empty. How about it, do you understand? The people on the hunting team looked around, their eyes suspicious and uncertain. Are the Black Mountain ghosts so sure? Could it be that they have produced a powerful young master? 6 years is too long. 2 years is too long too, how about 1 year? General Joe bargained aggressively. You, surnamed Joe, I set the rules. Listen to me, you can't handle such big rules. Let me, old Joe, take care of it. Joe Big Head. The other party cursed angrily. Black Old Ghost. Whoosh. The two generals' eyes met in the air, neither yielding, their auras colliding. It was as if 2 invisible giant waves crashed into each other. The guards on both sides felt the murderous intent rushing towards them, their hearts shuddering, slightly agitated. Tang Wen was shocked by the aura that rose from nowhere. With such strength, if they attacked him, he probably wouldn't last a single move. Their aura was much more terrifying than the silver wolf. Joe Big Head, if you can't make the decision, you can go back and ask your flame woman. Black Old Ghost, you should go back and tell your godfather directly, this is impossible. Don't even think about it. I'll take a step back, 5.5 years. Okay,
I'll also give way, 2 years and 1 day. Damn you. Joe Big Head, do you call that giving way? You son of a verbal swordsmanship, haggling. Until noon, they hadn't discussed anything concrete. Tang Wen was enjoying the show.
So it turned out that Commander Zhao and General Zhou, who were so serious in the camp, were all shameless rascals outside.
To fight for benefits, they would say anything. They wouldn't hesitate to curse like a shrew. Black old ghost. I'm hungry. When you go back to eat cold food, use your wooden head to think carefully. 6 years? Even if we dare to agree, would you dare to believe it?
In the area where the two camps were located, people could freeze to death in winter.
If they didn't get coal for 6 years, they would definitely fight. Humph.
As a general, Black Mountain Ghost naturally understood this.
He rode forward and came to the middle of the two armies.
General Zhou also slowly rode over. Their lips moved slightly, discussing silently. Some members of the hunting team looked puzzled.
A captain explained, secret voice transmission. No matter how phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme others are, they can't hear what's being said. It's a skill that only generals can master. Secret voice transmission.
The guards showed expressions of respect or longing in their eyes.
Tang Wen was calculating silently in his mind.
Martial apprentices were hunting guards, martial artists were hunting captains, and martial masters were hunting camp commanders.
So what realm were generals? After martial master, were there grand martial master, martial king, martial emperor, martial venerable, martial emperor? Then 3.5 years. I want the thing now.
Suddenly, General Zhou's tone was firm, interrupting Tang Wen's wild thoughts.
Thing? What thing? Bring it up, Black Old Ghost ordered.
A stone slab-like object covered with a black cloth was carried out by the people from the Black Mountain camp.
Commander Li, you come.
General Zhou didn't look at it and named a commander to come forward.
Joe Big Head, you're still so timid, Black Old Ghost said with a sneer.
Commander Li strode forward, uncovered the black cloth on the stone slab, and pondered for a while.
He waved his hand and called over 2 more captains. The 3 of them studied it together. The 3 of them looked for a while, then lowered their heads and discussed something.
The hunting team guards were curious.
They speculated about what it was. Seeing one of the captains assume a horse stance and enter a meditative state, Tang Wen realized that the stone slab might contain a visualization diagram. After a while, Commander Li said to General Zhou, I'm not sure. Bring a few more people. Zhou Bing, you come over. Zhou Bing obviously guessed it too. He gave Tang Wen a look, signaling him to follow.
All 11 captains were present. Everyone had practiced mountain opening cannon fist, and they knew at a glance that the stone slab depicted a visualization diagram.
No one said anything.
Everyone exchanged glances and frowned in unison, as if facing some kind of problem, their faces full of doubt. In fact, even Tang Wen, who had only comprehended the fist technique for 1 day, could determine that this thing was indeed a cannon fist visualization diagram. And it was part of the core power visualization diagram. But Commander Li and the captains insisted on putting on an act as if they were looking at a book written in the sky.
Tang Wen concentrated and looked at it. He saw that in the visualization diagram, the firelight dissipated, and the mountain body was shaking, as if it was about to collapse in the next moment. The content ended there, very short. This segment should be connected to the cannon fist visualization diagram, after the fireball explodes and before the mountain collapses. But he was still puzzled. What was the meaning of this segment of the scene?
He narrowed his eyes and repeatedly visualized it in his mind in a standing meditative posture. At this time, Commander Li began to mutter to himself, this visualization diagram is similar but not quite.
What exactly is going on?
A quarter of an hour passed, half an hour passed, and it was past noon.
An hour had passed. The people from the Black Mountain camp finally realized what was happening. Black Old Ghost said angrily, Joe Big Head. You're taking advantage of us and you're not even ashamed. Are you practicing on the spot? Hurry up and agree to my conditions. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you today. Noisy. General Joe glared at him. How would I know if it's real if I don't practice? You want to kill me? Come on. Do you think I'm scared?
Black Old Ghost's eyes were red, and black mist was surrounding his hands. General Joe smiled coldly, and the surrounding air suddenly became hot. The guards, seeing this, each gripped the weapons in their hands. After a few minutes of confrontation, Black Old Ghost squeezed out a sentence from between his back teeth. Fine. You tell me a time. When can you give me a definite answer? 3 more hours of looking at it should be about right. Bah! You have the nerve to say that. Half an hour at most. The two generals cursed at each other, and the flame camp gained another hour to identify it. The people from the Black Mountain camp retreated to rest. The hunting camp also retreated. More and more people gathered in front of the visualization diagram, but it was still orderly. Except for the 11 captains in Tangwon, who had successfully entered a meditative state. The rest only had 5 minutes to observe. In 5 minutes, unless you were exceptionally gifted, you could only get a superficial look. Waves of people walked away. Tangwon opened his eyes. He had found a clue, but not much. He guessed that even with the addition of the current part, the visualization diagram of the mountain opening cannon fist might still be incomplete. But this segment gave him a lot of inspiration. It made him realize what the other power of the mountain opening cannon fist was, besides the explosive power. It was the shock power, or rather, shock, vibration, shock fist. Bombing will produce shock waves. Everyone who has watched a serious war movie knows that. However, knowing is knowing. Tangwon was also clueless about how to use it specifically. After eating lunch in batches, an hour quickly passed. General Joe accepted the visualization diagram and formally agreed to the other party's conditions. First, in this competition, only people under the age of 24 are allowed to participate. Second, if someone can win 6 matches in a row, directly determining the outcome, then the winning party will have the right to mine the coal mine for 3.5 years. The hunting camp has 1 hour to select people. In a remote place in the coal mining area, Commander Zhao, who was selecting people, was in trouble. Among the 100 or 200 people who came, there were many under the age of 24. But there weren't enough 6 captains under the age of 24. There were only 5 at most. You need to know that practicing martial arts is not better the earlier you start. Children's physique, knowledge, and spirit are not up to par. It's okay to build a foundation, but advanced martial arts such as visualization diagrams are impossible to practice. The martial apprentices in the inner city martial arts gym are all around 15 years old. Most of them are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme almost 20 years old when they become first-class martial apprentices. Most people will be stuck in the martial apprentice stage for many years. If you can break through to martial artist before the age of 25, you are considered an elite. Like Zhou Bing, who is now 23 and has the strength of a peak martial artist and a half-step martial master, is a genius in everyone's eyes. Martial artists under the age of 24 who are confident in their strength, step forward. Commander Zhao shouted. Step, step, step. 4 people stood out. Tangwon saw that there were 2 acquaintances. It was Lei, the lancer who was second in the hunting team's selection, and Zhang Lin, the big guy who was third. The other 2 should be veteran hunting team members. Before anyone else could say anything, Zhou Bing looked over and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Tangwon, what are you doing? Stand out. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Commander Zhao said in a deep voice, Team Zhou, are you optimistic about him? In this competition, I'll say the ugly things first, we can lose, but we can't let them win 6 in a row. Commander Zhao was not an unrealistic person. Black Mountain Ghost did not hesitate to take out the visualization diagram to get them to agree to their competition rules. Even a fool would know that the other party was absolutely confident and determined to win this competition. Looking at Tangwon and the others, Commander Zhao said directly, time is tight, each of you show me one move. As the saying goes, the gun hits the bird that sticks its head out, the protruding rafters rot first. When a man is higher than the shore, the waves will surely destroy him. I'm not one to be urged by the waves. Is it necessary to stick my head out? Tangwon lowered his head and stood at the end of the line.
feeling unwilling in his heart. Suddenly, footsteps sounded, and General Joe arrived with his men. Everyone performed well. If we win, each person who participates will receive 300 taels of silver, and can freely choose 6 cultivation methods from the camp. They will also have 6 opportunities to comprehend the visualization diagram of the mountain opening cannon fist. Even if we lose, as long as we don't let them win 6 consecutive matches, there will be 16 of the reward. Swish! General Zhou's empty promise succeeded. The eyes of those preparing to participate lit up. Well, as the saying goes, when things come to a head, one must be bold. A man who does not display his ambition is wasting his 8-foot-tall body. I still remember my youthful ambition, once promising to be the best in the world. He hefted the bag of stones, as if he were hefting 300 taels of silver. 1 move per person. The first archer made his move a triple shot. The arrows flew out in a triangular formation, Dodo nailing into the tree, sinking in more than a foot. Next. Commander Zhao said non-committally.
Zhang Lin stepped forward, slashing out a blade, sparks flew, and the blade cut the stone in half.
Next.
Tang Wen looked at the black long knife in his hand, feeling that it was no worse than his own, as expected of someone from a martial arts family.
Soon, only Enlai and Tang Wen were left.
Enlai's spear moved like a dragon, using skillful force to lift a giant rock weighing several hundred pounds in front of her, and with a swing of her spear in the air, she shattered the giant rock into several pieces. Zhang Lin silently lowered his head, muttering, "Who would dare to marry this?"
Not bad, Tang Wen. It's your turn. Coming to the front, Tang Wen bent down and picked up a few stones. Throwing stones again?
General Zhou frowned slightly.
Commander Zhao's face was ugly. Wouldn't this kid not have improved? Ha! Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of sonic booms exploded in everyone's ears. 3 stones, like meteors from the sky, crashed into the giant tree dozens of meters away. An explosive-like sound rang out, and the giant tree was broken in half, the remaining heat causing the giant tree to spontaneously combust. The scene was silent. Not far away, the coal miners heard the movement and quickly ran to put out the fire with buckets. This place is not far from the coal mine, so you can't catch fire. Commander Zhao took a deep breath. Are you even human? General Zhou came back to his senses. It's you. You go last. Zhou Bing is in front of you. Go last? Be the finale? That's a lot of pressure. General, actually it's okay for Sister Bing to be in front of me, maybe it will be more conducive to me to exert my strengths. After determining the candidates, at 3 o'clock, the 2 sides met as scheduled on the arena. The arena was just a flat stone ground. Tang Wen took off his outer armor and stuffed the food prepared by his sister into his inner armor. Following the steps of Captain Zhou Bing and the 5 others, they came to the middle-aged man sent by the Black Mountain camp to distinguish their ages. There are quite a few young martial artists in the Flame Camp. 23 years old, 22, 21, 23, 23, The middle-aged man took a few more glances at the cold and beautiful Zhou Bing, but when he saw Tang Wen, he was stunned before saying, 17 years old? A 17-year-old martial artist? Zhou Dadu, your Flame Camp has some tricks.
He Lao Gui smiled insincerely, his eyes flickering, and he felt murderous in his heart. The genius of the Flame Camp is only a good genius if he is dead. He didn't deliberately hint at anything. Because this time, he came to kill people. A person walked out from the rear of the Black Mountain camp. He had an ordinary appearance, a medium build, holding a half-person high giant shield in one hand and a blood-colored short spear in the other. General Zhou personally examined his bones to determine his age, around 20 years old. You are still abiding by the rules. Pay attention, this short spear thrower has a lot of strength and may have something strange. In a life-and-death fight, don't hold back. General Zhou turned his head and specifically transmitted his voice to Tang Wen and others. Both sides stepped down. One person threw a stone into the air, and after a while, the stone landed, and the competition began. The captain of the second hunting team, holding double knives, went straight to the opponent. Fall. As the opponent shouted, the spear in his hand was shot out at the same time. A strange situation appeared. The second team captain actually said ouch and fell head over heels.
The blood-colored javelin pierced through his heart with a puff. Instant kill.
The people of the flame camp, as if in the cold winter, were poured a basin of cold water.
Old Hei-Gue. Are you playing dirty tricks with me?
General Joe was furious and punched out, and the air shook.
Hei-Gue didn't dare to take it head-on.
He jumped on his horse and dodged the punch. But the horse that stayed in place was beaten into a cloud of blood.
Damn it! Joe Datu, what the hell do you want to do? Are you still following the rules? Prepare for war. In an instant, the two sides were at daggers drawn. Commander Zhao issued a warning, don't move.
Don't go down without my order.
Second team, carry your captain down.
With one encounter, a captain was killed. Commander Zhao had nowhere to vent his anger.
Tang Wen came back to his senses and secretly hoped that the two sides could fight.
The most new small set in 6-9 book bar first hair. Although war is dangerous, it is better than fighting that awakened.
The opposing 400 people lined up.
On the flame camp side, 11 hunting teams plus 100 or so people guarding the coal mine, almost 300 people, were also ready for battle.
Both sides are elites. Once a fight breaks out, the flame camp will obviously suffer. Moreover, the two sides have been fighting for many years, and the little trust they have managed to accumulate will be completely dissipated once they start fighting. After that, there will be endless wars.
Okay. This time, I'll count you, old Hei-Gue, as reasonable.
Continue.
General Joe did not dare to start a war lightly.
Hei-Gue showed a ferocious smile. Then you send someone up to continue fighting. Damn it.
Gritting his teeth, Commander Zhao quickly instructed, the person on stage phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals IR either slash phoneme has telekinesis, you can understand it as him having a pair of invisible hands that can pull your legs from the air. Or, he has more troublesome abilities. You have to be careful to defend, maneuver with him, and if necessary, admit defeat in time and don't be brave.
Directly admitting defeat is an escape.
The Black Mountain Camp has produced such an enchanting genius, who is not only at the peak martial artist level at the age of 20, but more troublesome is that he seems to have awakened his abilities in advance. In this way, his combat power is not inferior to that of a martial master. If you don't take advantage of the fact that the opponent is young and not strong, find out his details, or kill him.
What will they use to contend with when the other party grows up in the future?
The situation is tricky, and the captain of Hunting Team 7, who was originally scheduled to appear later, went on stage in advance. He was short and stocky, with a set of 200-pound plate armor covering his body, carrying a fine steel shield and holding a single knife, steadily stepping onto the arena like a tank.
Ha! Wearing an iron turtle shell, I can't kill you. The awakened approached with a blood-colored short spear, and with a flick of his hand, he swept it onto the shield. Clang! Captain 7 took a step back to resist. Slip! The awakened shouted.
With a thud, Captain 7 suddenly lost his footing and knelt on the ground. But he reacted extremely quickly, immediately shrinking his head behind the shield, letting the steel shield and armor block the opponent's attack.
Puff!
Blood splattered. The short spear pierced through the armor on his shoulder, leaving a bloody hole.
Captain 7 struggled to retreat. Splits! The other party shouted again.
Captain 7, who was retreating, uncontrollably slid his hind legs, as if stepping on an invisible banana peel.
Crack, the armor was pulled. The legs split forward and backward. I admit defeat. Captain 7 threw away his single knife and rolled on the spot with his shield.
The other party seemed not to have heard, and the short spear in his hand stabbed out after images. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously, and the steel shield protecting Captain 7's role was pierced with transparent holes one by one.
Enough! Stop! He has already admitted defeat. Is that so? He. Sorry, I didn't hear it.
The awakened shrugged casually, with an arrogant face. He shook off the blood on the spear, spat at Captain 7, and looked at Tang Wen and the others. Which shrinking turtle is going to die next?
P.S. Please follow up. The follow-up and recommendation tickets are very important in the new book period. Don't drop the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data / phoneme. The author has already saved 6,000 words. Strive to launch a big explosion on the shelves, and work hard to save the manuscript. Please readers to follow up. The seventh captain, known for his excellent defense, was carried down the stage. The physician removed his armor and bandaged his wounds. He endured the pain and said, "It's strange. When I fell, I didn't feel anything pulling me." The ability he awakened might not be telekinesis. Every time before I slipped, he pointed at me and said, "Slip." Could it be a curse? Generally speaking, an awakened's abilities don't come from nowhere. They are related to their cultivation methods. For example, martial artists from the flame camp phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme awaken fire-related abilities. Black Mountain Camp practices something called Black Knight Divine Fist, so their general's abilities are related to darkness. It's said they excel at night battles. The awakened on the stage is an anomaly who awakened early, or rather, a genius. Their abilities might not be related to cultivation methods. They might only be related to the genes of their parents and ancestors. Alright. Get well soon. Commander Zhao patted him and had him carried away. After each match, there's a 10-minute break. Commander Zhao said to Tangwen, Zhou Bing, and the others, "You've all seen it." Although his ability is instantaneous, it's not entirely indefensible. Next, the strategy is still defense-oriented. Watch his mouth. The moment he opens it, be careful. After he finished speaking, the third captain was about to go on stage. Suddenly, Zhou Bing stood up first. "Let me go first, maybe I can expose more of his weaknesses. Among all the captains, she is the strongest." Commander Zhao slowly nodded, "All right." After saying that, he suddenly paused, as if listening intently. Half a minute later, he spoke, "General Zhou just told me that the mission has changed. The goal is no longer to prevent their winning streak. The goal for everyone going on stage is to train themselves and figure out the person on stage's ability." The others silently nodded. Tangwen also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, praising General Zhou for being a good person, adjusting the strategy immediately when things were impossible. When the time came, Zhou Bing prepared to go on stage. Tangwen couldn't help but advise, "Be careful, don't be reckless." The Ice Beauty's lips curved slightly. "My ability is to curse husbands to death, his ability is to make people unlucky. Maybe I can restrain him." Ha! Everyone was stunned. It seemed to make some sense. But Tangwen didn't believe she had that ability at all and quickly said, "Don't think that way, you have to act as if you have no ability to fight him. Don't worry." Zhou Bing flicked her ponytail, strode forward with her long legs, and walked onto the stage. Commander Zhao looked Tangwen up and down. This kid has some courage. On the stage, Zhou Bing, as tall and slender as a supermodel, was more than a head taller than the awakened opponent. The awakened's face was gloomy. "A woman who looks like a mare or a cow, if you kneel down and beg me now, maybe I'll spare your life." Zhou Bing ignored him. His face became even more unsightly. Clatter. A small stone fell to the ground. Zhou Bing's almond eyes were deep, unaffected by the opponent's trash talk, holding her spear and steadily approaching. Fall. The awakened used his ability. Her feet faltered, and her whole body lost balance, about to fall backward. Zhou Bing didn't panic, using the butt of her spear to support the ground, twisting her waist, immediately regaining her balance. Clang! The long spear and short spear collided. The awakened held the spear with one hand, his tiger's mouth numb, gaining no advantage. Seeing Zhou Bing approaching, he continuously shouted, "Fall, slip." After shouting, he charged up again. Zhou Bing leaned back, her feet slipped, looking like she was about to fall flat on her back. But she didn't resist, and while falling backward, she swept her long spear horizontally, directly towards the opponent's throat. Trading injury for life. The awakened had to give up his attack, using his shield to deflect the spear tip. Zhou Bing performed an iron bridge, rose up, and the long spear in her hand bloomed with spear flowers, intercepting the stabbing blood spear. Good. The watching flame camp cheered loudly. Tang Wen also felt slightly relieved.
This mare really has some skills. Zhou Bing's round of strong attacks made the awakened much more cautious.
Not far away, Black Old Ghost said gloomily, "Zhou Big Head, is this your niece? Why not marry her to my brother? We can join hands to kill Flame Woman, and you can be the camp leader, how about it?"
General Zhou glanced at him. "Why don't you just recognize me as your godfather?"
"Wouldn't that be better?" Black Old Ghost wasn't angry. "What's so good about your broken camp?
Look at our Black Mountain camp. Martial artists have wives and concubines in droves, living high and mighty.
If we lack anything, we just go and rob it. If we see a beautiful woman, we just take her as a concubine. That's what I call enjoyable. That's called being a beast."
General Zhou directly interrupted.
Hee, you're still so ungrateful. Maybe when your camp is finished, you'll have a time to bow your head. You won't see that day.
While the two were arguing, the situation on the field changed. The Blood Spear awakened, with his strange ability, also had decent martial arts skills. He threw the shield aside, held the spear with both hands, and fought Zhou Bing head-on, exchanging blows.
Slip. In a battle between experts, a mistake is fatal.
Zhou Bing was prepared, bending over and lowering her head to dodge quickly. The blood spear brushed past her head, picking off the hair tie on her head.
Black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Beautiful and full of heroism.
Slip, splits. The awakened had rich combat experience, and with 2 words spoken, Zhou Bing's legs slipped apart at the same time, splitting into a straddle split, sitting on the ground. She could only barely raise her spear to block upwards.
Clang, clang, clang.
The blood spear slammed down continuously and violently. Zhou Bing wasn't known for her strength, and in her hasty defense, she resisted the opponent's attack head-on, suffering a significant loss.
Die.
The awakened swept his spear horizontally, her body's blood energy fluctuated, her movements were a beat slower, and just as she raised her spear, the blood spear arrived.
Bang!
Zhou Bing, along with her spear, was swept out several meters away.
Put. A mouthful of reversed blood spurted out. I admit defeat. Strain.
The 2 sentences sounded at the same time.
The awakened flew up and thrust out his spear.
Zhou Bing frowned, her left arm was a little unable to lift up, obviously strained. In the nick of time, she could only grip the spear with her right hand and throw it out violently.
She was gambling. Gambling that the opponent would dodge.
The awakened indeed didn't want to risk it, waving his spear to open the long spear first, and when he wanted to stab again, Commander Zhao had already arrived in front of Zhou Bing. He could only hatefully retract his blood spear.
Tang Wen followed closely, glared at the opponent, bent down and picked up Zhou Bing, and walked back to the rear.
"Spear, my long spear!" Zhou Bing shouted in his arms.
Wu Tian from the team ran over to pick it up and delivered it to Zhou Bing's hand.
Zhou Bing's long spear was of good quality, passed down from her father. Behind, next to the carriage, a physician was waiting early. "After a diagnosis," he said, "Miss Zhou only suffered some shock to her lungs and viscera. It's good that she spat out the blood. I'll go and decoct the medicine now. After drinking the medicine, pay attention to rest."
"All right. Thank you."
Tang Wen gently placed Zhou Bing on the carriage, placing a cushion behind her. Zhou Bing felt a warmth in her heart. "I'm fine. The opponent's strength is formidable, but he also has his limits. He doesn't seem to be able to use his ability 3 times in a row, otherwise, I would have been dead. Also, he needs to have a short interval before using his ability each time." She held Tang Wen's hand, telling him everything she had observed one by one.
Cough, cough. Commander Zhao coughed. Zhou Bing withdrew her hand, feeling slightly disappointed.
"Commander Zhao, Team Zhou fought well, the opponent was exhausted quite a bit. I saw it, that bastard's eyes were red. Just now we sent up all phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme combat fighters.
Next, Tang Wen, it's your turn." "All right." Tang Wen didn't decline.
Getting up to walk away, he suddenly saw Zhou Bing's black hair blocking her vision a bit. He walked to a nearby tree, broke off a chopstick-length branch, pulled out his flying knife and peeled off the bark. Returning to the carriage, he put up her long hair, making a bun.
This? Everyone was watching. All right. Let's go. Tang Wen nodded to Zhou Bing, whose face was red and her body was stiff. Leading the way to the arena.
Zhou Bing covered her face with both hands, her oval face burning hot.
But the next moment, she became frustrated again. No. I can't hurt him.
When Tang Wen stepped onto the stage carrying a bag of stones and his long saber, the blood spear awakened was sitting on the ground, holding a metal flask and pouring a medicinal-smelling liquid into his mouth. His eyes were bloodshot, obviously indicating that the continuous bursts of his ability had caused him a considerable mental strain.
It's cold on the ground, don't sit there. Tang Wen said with a sincere expression.
The surrounding people were stunned.
Why is he showing concern for his enemy? Tang Wen continued, kneel instead. Come on, face me. You're courting death. Ha! Come on. Let's start now, 1 second later and you're a turtle spawn. Tang Wen sneered. The awakened was furious, but he immediately realized, such an obvious provocation, do you think I'd fall for it?
He revealed a grim smile, staring at Tang Wen's handsome face that he found so annoying, thinking that he would definitely pierce his throat first, never letting this pretty boy admit defeat.
Tang Wen scorned, what provocation? What difference does resting for 5 more minutes make? I think you just want to be a turtle's grandson.
He carried 3 bags of stones on him, both openly and secretly, his fighting style different from the others before him. He speculated that he should be the least affected by the opponent's ability. Therefore, he was fearless and kept cursing. The awakened looked at him with murderous intent, no longer in the mood to calm down and recover his spirit. Thinking of himself, a favored son of heaven, how could he endure such humiliation? A few minutes later, the stones were tossed into the air. The awakened smiled coldly, seeing that Tang Wen also had stones in his hand. He sneered, only children throw stones when fighting. He didn't notice that after he said this, Commander Zhao, including Zhou Bing who insisted on watching the competition, all showed very unnatural expressions. Thud, the stones landed. The competition officially began. The awakened was about to say more harsh words when he suddenly heard a terrifying roar in his ears, buzz, buzz, buzz. Tang Wen went all out from the start, launching a sonic boom-level stone, a 3-shot burst. The awakened's face changed drastically, and he quickly raised his shield to protect his face. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if he had been hit head-on by a battering ram. The awakened retreated 7 or 8 steps, back to the edge of the arena, barely managing to hold his ground. He was furious, insidious, too insidious. Before he could say anything, the sound of something cutting through the air rang out again. He hurriedly shouted, pulled muscle. Pulled muscle. After shouting twice, he felt dizzy. After all, even though the ability was strong, it still relied on mental strength. Today, he had fought many battles in a row, and his energy was already insufficient. But the ability was as effective as usual. He saw the annoying pretty boy frowning and shaking his hands, looking like he dared not throw again. In fact, just as he shouted that he pulled a muscle, Tang Wen's experience panel flashed. Nothing happened. Tang Wen swung his hands, confirming that everything was normal. But he had an idea, hugged his arm, and pretended to be very uncomfortable. He took a few chaotic steps backward. Slippery. Exiting the arena meant losing. The awakened was determined to kill Tang Wen. How could he allow him to easily admit defeat and leave? Thwack! In his panic, Tang Wen dropped the bag of stones. Ha ha! Fool! The awakened mocked loudly. Not to mention the opponent, even Commander Zhao shook his head. This Tang Wen is still too young and lacks combat experience. He stepped forward 2 steps, ready to save him. The people of the Flame Camp felt it was a pity. If the opponent's ability wasn't so abnormal, Tang Wen might have one. Wu Tian from the same team clicked his tongue, feeling that Tang Wen shouldn't have thrown away the bag of stones. Even scaring the opponent would have been good. Tang Wen retreated quickly. The awakened shouted, slip. While shouting, he jumped up and attacked, the blood-colored spear like a bolt of lightning,
cutting through the air, heading straight for Tangwon. Obviously, he wanted to replicate the scene from the first battle. Tangwon, without a shield or a long saber, would definitely be nailed to the ground by his spear, just like before. Not good. Commander Zhao and the others exclaimed, as if they were seeing the tragedy play out again. Tangwon. Zhou Bing's vision went dark. In a flash. Tangwon suddenly didn't panic, dodged the blood spear, reached for his waist, and took out another bag of stones. Swish, 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 sonic speed 3-shot burst. This is impossible. Ah! The change came too quickly. The awakened was stunned. He was in the air, not yet fully landed, facing Tangwon's attack. Although he reacted quickly, using his shield to block his body, he inevitably neglected some areas in his haste. His left foot, exposed outside the shield, took a solid hit. As if hit by a large caliber hand cannon, his left foot burst into minced meat, splattering everywhere. Clang, the shield landed. The crowd was stunned by this reversal, mouths agape, eyes filled with astonishment, like a flock of dumb geese. Tangwon had no intention of showing mercy, firing a sonic stone at the bottom of the shield. After a loud noise, the awakened staggered, the bottom of the shield heavily hitting his foot, the shield tilting, his forehead was exposed. At this time, he finally understood what had happened, screaming, "You are not affected by my ability, you are not affected by the spell of misfortune. This is not possible, thwack." Before he could finish speaking, a stone flew over, and he suddenly felt a lightness on his head, a cool feeling like he had shaved his head bald. Then his whole body and the shield fell to the ground together. The crowd didn't look at him, but subconsciously stared at his flying skull. Tangwon turned his head and smiled at the stunned Zhou Bing. Zhou Bing didn't look at the skull, she looked at Tangwon, her mind echoing that sentence, "You are not affected by the spell of misfortune." The scene was silent for a full 10 seconds. Ah! We won! We won! The flame camp's formation began to cheer. The big guy Zhang Lin jumped up, wanting to give and lay beside him a hug. But he was scared off by the other party's eyes, so he had to turn his head and hug his own captain. Damn it! General Zhou was surprised to find that Black Ghost unexpectedly didn't fly into a rage. No one from the Black Mountain camp came forward to collect the body phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. Instead, the middle-aged man who could see through ages earlier, walked out with a dazed expression, leading his men. Young master! Young master! What are we going to do? General Zhou had extraordinary hearing, and his expression changed slightly. He's not one of yours. Who did you guys hire? Black Ghost lowered his voice. Things have gotten out of hand, the water here is very deep, your camp can't afford it. Like this, you secretly hand over that kid on the stage to me. This matter may not affect you. Hearing him say this, General Zhou was relieved instead. If it was really a big deal, Black Ghost would have already taken action. He smiled and urged, "We won, send your people up." Black Ghost pressed his temples. In order to invite this young ability user, to make this plan, they spent a lot of money. Now that the person is dead, and it seems that they may not be able to get the mining rights for the coal mine for 3.5 years. Could his godfather, the Black Mountain King, spare him? His heart sank, constantly calculating something. His eyes drifted to Tangwon, who picked up the bag of stones, and his mouth twitched. This kind of genius, if you don't kill him early, what are you waiting for? Waiting to be annexed by the Flame Camp? Smiling coldly in his heart, he made a decision. The competition continued. Bang! The person from the Black Mountain Camp, holding a shield and stepping onto the stage, felt that what crashed over wasn't a stone, but a mad bull-like beast. He couldn't stop retreating with his shield, retreating out of the arena, and sitting down with a thud. Tangwon won 2 games in a row. The third person stepped onto the stage, and 2 stones rolled out. 3 more people stepped onto the arena one after another, and quickly rolled down again. Tangwon won 6 straight. We won, we won. 1 against 6. He's from our team. Tangwon is awesome, Zhang Lin shouted loudly. And Lei looked admiringly, raised her spear high, and cheered with everyone. Tangwon was excitedly patted on the shoulder by everyone. Everyone who patted him hard on the shoulder couldn't help but frown.
How could this kid's shoulders be so hard? He came to Zhou Bing and looked up slightly.
Sister Bing, we won. You are not affected by the spell of misfortune? Ha! Tang Wen frowned, nodding with a slightly puzzled expression. Sister Bing, the point you care about is a bit off, right? Really unaffected?
On the way back to the coal mining area, Zhou Bing repeatedly confirmed.
Thinking about the experience panel, Tang Wen had no choice but to say, yes, I can feel it. Even if his ability is stronger, it won't be of much use. No use even if he's stronger? Zhou Bing's eyes sparkled. No use.
I was pretending at the beginning, just to lure him into removing the shield and exposing a flaw. Otherwise, I could defeat him, but I couldn't kill him. After Tang Wen finished speaking, he thought about which cultivation methods he should choose to practice after returning to the camp. Speaking of which, I've made a great contribution this time, so there should be extra rewards, right?
A house. I need a house with a pool. Is 300 taels of silver a little too little?
His mind wandered. He didn't notice the brilliance in Zhou Bing's eyes. I also participated, and my husband-killing ability was completely suppressed by the opponent's art of misfortune. And Tang Wen's ability to immune to misfortune completely countered the opponent. Therefore, husband-killing U003C art of misfortune U003C immune to misfortune. So, myself and Tang Wen.
Brother Tang Wen.
Their thoughts were interrupted. Zhang Lin and Enlei walked over together with several familiar people.
Tang Wen lagged behind slightly and greeted them.
This girl is very beautiful. Zhou Bing narrowed her eyes, sat up straight, and looked all the way up Enlei's legs. She didn't relax her straightened posture until she saw above the other party's waist. Judging from Tang Wen's inadvertent glances in daily life, the other party is a threat, but not a big one. But looking again at the slightly indifferent beautiful face and the similar temperament to herself, she couldn't help but stick out her chest. I should be better, right? Zhou Bing quietly pricked up her ears, listening to them talking behind her. Enlei didn't say much, but in her words, she was always inviting Tang Wen to practice martial arts together.
Practice martial arts together?
Zhou Bing uncontrollably thought of the perfect figure under Tang Wen's coat.
No.
They must not practice martial arts together. In this instant, Captain Zhou thought of many ways to prevent it, such as having the team members take turns drilling Tang Wen every day. Assign him tasks so he can't spare time. And she personally goes down to the water to practice with Tang Wen, etc. While daydreaming, they arrived at the open pit coal mining area. The news had already spread back, and there was a burst of laughter here. The coal miners were originally preparing to move back to the camp and go home to farm. Unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better, and they could continue to be workers. How could they not be happy? Being a worker is better than farming. Although digging coal is hard, it includes meals. Every meal has oily food, you can eat your fill, and you get paid. With such a good job, who would want to go back to the camp to plant millet? General Zhou was very happy. He first praised everyone who participated in the competition. He also focused on praising Zhou Bing and Tang Wen. Everyone's eyes were cast over, and the two became heroes of the camp. The dinner was rich. A stew, millet, a type of cornbread, and roasted sweet potatoes were enough. It's called rich, mainly referring to the stew, which had many things, including mushrooms, fatty meat slices, chicken chunks, vegetarian meatballs, and a variety of other things. It's so bitter. Zhou Bing was stunned after saying this. It's just a bowl of medicine. Why am I being so pretentious? Well, I have brown sugar. Tang Wen took out a piece of brown sugar from his pocket, put it in the bowl, poured hot water, and handed it to her. Smelling the aroma, before even drinking it, Zhou Bing magically found that she didn't feel bitter anymore. Taking a sip, it was fragrant and sweet. It's better than honey water. Honey water? Does the camp sell honey? Tang Wen asked casually. The Black Mountain camp has it. We brought a lot of things on the carriage this time, maybe we'll exchange some honey with them. After drinking the warm sugar water, Zhou Bing felt warm all over, feeling very comfortable. It seemed like even her internal injuries were healed. camp's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme trade and exchange what they have. As long as they are not in a state of war, the flame camp's own caravans are also running business outside all year round. Don't relax your vigilance at night, Commander Zhao walked over and told everyone. Turning his head, he said to the two of them alone, "Are your injuries okay, little Tang? Have you eaten enough? Come to my house with your sister Bing later." Yes, okay. Tang Wen went from being called by his full name to being affectionately called Little Tang. Commander Zhao took people to set up the night defense. Turning around, General Zhou came in person. He is second only to one person in the camp. Uncle Binger is good. After General Zhou looked at his niece, he turned to look at Tang Wen, who was standing upright. Little Tang fought very well. After praising a few words, he changed the subject and said, "I saw you on the stage just now. It seems that you were completely unaffected by the opponent's art of misfortune?" Tang Wen nodded, thinking that they were worthy of being uncle and niece, focusing on the same point. "Yes, General, I speculate that I should be able to be immune to this type of misfortune ability." "Immune? Are you sure?" General Zhou asked. "You still need to go if you encounter this kind of enemy in the future." "Sure." When he opened his mouth to curse me, I clearly felt a slight difference, but it was like the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme, it passed with a blow. Good, that's good. Go back and train hard. Come to my house for dinner with Binger when you have time. The latest novel is first published at 9. Seeing General Zhou off, Zhou Bing's face was hot, and Tang Wen came to his senses. What does that mean? Isn't it what I think it is? He shook his head, thinking that he should be thinking too much. Sister Bing definitely doesn't have the ridiculous husband-killing ability. Others don't understand, but someone as powerful as General Zhou must understand. He should know that I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme with Sister Bing and think that we have a good relationship, so he asked me to go to dinner. Shaking his head, throwing away unreliable thoughts. He turned his head and asked, "Sister Bing, does our camp have any basic cultivation methods? The kind that strengthens the body." "Zhou Bing, don't you want to ask something else?" At this moment, Tang Wen really didn't want to. This martial arts experience aroused a sense of insecurity in his heart. After all, seeing figures like General Zhou, they have to compromise outside. Zhou Bing, as General Zhou's niece, also had to go on stage and fight desperately. And himself, he also went up and fought. If the experience panel hadn't unexpectedly played a role, this battle would have been difficult. If things went wrong, getting injured would be a minor thing. With all these factors combined, it would be strange if he could have a sense of security. After eating and drinking his fill, Tang Wen lay on the haystack, reviewing today's martial arts competition. The opponent's ability was strange, otherwise he probably wouldn't have been able to beat Zhou Bing. Overall, he was quite satisfied with his performance. Tang Wen really doesn't like this kind of competition in public. He prefers to do assassinations quietly, such as opening Muzu and sneaking into the opponent's lair, focusing on a field of corpses, but never letting the opponent know who sneaked in. Competing in public is easy to be targeted. But all in all, it's still a lack of strength. Otherwise, wouldn't it be fun to kill directly? At night, the other members of Hunting Team 1 went to night duty. Tang Wen and Zhou Bing rested in the house. The former sleeps on straw, the latter sleeps on the bed. Zhou Bing said they could be together, but Tang Wen shook his head and refused, saying that patients need to rest well. Swish, in the middle of the night, Zhou Bing heard some movement. Opening her eyes, in the darkness, Tang Wen stood up from the ground. She took a closer look. Tang Wen was putting on armor. "What are you doing putting on clothes in the middle of the night?" "Sister Bing, you're awake, I feel something is wrong," Tang Wen said seriously. "What?" Zhou Bing sat up, her fair neck like a swan. Tang Wen explained, "I am very sensitive to danger, and I just woke up from a dream. Something might be about to happen." After he simply finished speaking, he helped Zhou Bing put on her armor as well. Pulling her, they quietly went out. P.S. Dear bosses, please follow up and ask for phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme. The manuscript has already reached 10,000 words.
It will explode when it is put on the shelves. First, let the author June finish the recommendation. The better the results, the more motivated the update. Tang Wen, we should find Commander Zhao. Zhou Bing grasped Tang Wen's hand back. Commander Zhao should be on night duty. Let's find my uncle. Go directly to the general? Aren't you afraid my premonition is wrong, Sister Bing? Lives are at stake. What does it matter if it's wrong?
Zhou Bing pulled Tang Wen straight towards the house where General Zhou was resting. While talking to the guards at the door, the lights inside the house came on.
General Zhou was awake and let the two in. Tang Wen explained his premonition.
General Zhou pondered, this is a coal mining area, and the closest front line to the Black Mountain camp.
Let's just treat it as an attack drill and wake everyone up. It's not bad.
Before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically. He rushed out like the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme.
Tang Wen and Zhou Bing looked at each other blankly and followed closely behind.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a sound of rushing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme came from the dark night sky.
Night attack. It's a catapult. Release the signal arrows. Hunting teams, assemble.
The shouts were deafening.
The entire camp was awakened. Then, to Tang Wen's shock, General Zhou unleashed several fist shadows into the air from a distance.
Zhou Bing gripped her spear, wanting to intercept the falling objects as well. Tang Wen held her down, and stones flew from his hands, smashing towards the sky. Even if he couldn't block these stones, he could still change their trajectory.
Crack, crack. The sound of jars breaking rang out. What? What was falling from the sky wasn't stones. Tang Wen began to doubt his ears. But the next second, liquid sprinkled down from the sky.
The two quickly dodged, but inevitably, they were splashed.
What is this? The unease in Tang Wen's heart grew stronger.
The night phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blue, and a fragrance wafted over. Zhou Bing raised her arm and smelled it, her expression becoming strange. It seems to be flower honey.
The fragrance is very strong.
Before she finished speaking, someone in the distance said, General, everyone, it's 100 flower honey.
The jars flying through the sky are filled with honey. What? How could it be flower honey? Did those idiots mistake honey for kerosene at night and throw it over? Impossible. The Black Mountain Devils aren't that stupid.
The mining area became chaotic.
The hunting teams were fine, they rested together as a team at night.
They could leave now, surrounded by trusted comrades. Moreover, they were well trained and wouldn't experience the chaos of ancient armies panicking at night and slaughtering each other.
Alternate guarding. Half of the people should first find a way to remove the honey scent from their bodies. Ordinary miners in the mining area, evacuate the mining area according to emergency regulations. Evacuate. General Zhou's order rang out.
He stood in front, as if facing a formidable enemy.
Rumble.
The earth was shaking. As if thousands of horses were galloping.
Tang Wen and Zhou Bing exchanged glances, seeing disbelief in each other's eyes.
This was mountainous terrain.
Opposite them was a forest. How could horses or other mounts gallop through the forest? Black Mountain Devils. Get out here! Commander Zhao, standing on high ground, roared.
Swish swish swish, each team of archers occupied favorable positions and began to tentatively shoot arrows into the forest.
Roar! A huge roar.
Zhou Bing, who was cleaning the honey off her body, felt her brain go dizzy and almost fell to the ground.
The others were the same.
Those with weaker strength simply sat on the ground.
Mutated beast. It's a tyrant bear.
There was a hint of tremor in Commander Zhao's voice. A tyrant bear with the strength equivalent to a general-level expert. Its terrifying combat power was enough to make 10 hunting teams despair. After shouting, Commander Zhao snatched a bow and arrow from the person next to him and shot 3 arrows in a row at the tank-like figure.
Beast! Come find me!
Commander Zhao drew his bow and shot arrows, jumping off the high ground.
Tyrant bear? Tang Wen frowned.
Hearing the name and seeing Commander Zhao's reaction, he knew it was not to be trifled with.
You two retreat first. Take the small path directly back to the camp. The Black Mountain Devils are also coming for you.
A figure flashed before their eyes. General Zhou crossed a distance of dozens of meters in one step and arrived in front of the two. Tang Wen immediately turned around, but Zhou Bing hesitated.
This is an order. I will use you to attract pursuers. Run as fast as you can.
Hearing this, Tang Wen's expression changed again. He grabbed Zhou Bing and turned to flee. The two had just run away from the mining area when they faintly heard a voice echoing behind them. Each hunting team, new recruits, retreat quickly, abandon the mining area.
Abandon the mining area. Things were so serious?
The two exchanged glances and lowered their heads to accelerate, their armor clattering. There might be ambushes on the main road we came from.
The dark forest in front of him made Tang Wen feel uneasy. We'll take a detour.
The sounds of fighting rose behind them. The two left the main road leading directly to the camp and ran diagonally into the depths of the forest. They ran for more than 10 miles in one breath. Zhou Bing's face was pale. She stopped and waved her hand at Tang Wen. You go first and return to the camp to find someone to pick me up. Her injuries had not healed, and her internal organs could no longer withstand the shock.
I'll carry you. It's still far from the camp. You go first.
The unease in Tang Wen's heart had not dissipated.
How could he leave her alone? Quick!
He forcibly grabbed Zhou Bing's hands and placed them on his shoulders.
All right. She knew that Tang Wen had considerable endurance and didn't say more.
She proactively wrapped her legs around his waist, freeing his hands.
Her whole person was like an oversized koala, hanging on Tang Wen.
Zhou Bing was a martial artist, with solid muscles all over her body, plus the weight of her armor and spear. She weighed at least 200 pounds. Tang Wen carried her on his back, but his speed did not decrease at all. He continued to run wildly. At the same time, the people from the flame camp retreated from the mine. Commander Zhao led people to barely entangle with the tyrant bear. General Zhou was nowhere to be seen. He should have gone to intercept the Black Mountain camp's general. The Black Mountain camp entered as if entering an uninhabited land, coming from the mining area to the forest. There were two people in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme, a middle-aged man with a dull expression and a man dressed as a hunter. The hunter took a deep breath and then held his breath for half a minute. He pointed in the direction Tang Wen and Zhou Bing had fled. Among the people who fled in that direction, there is a woman. They have a strong honey scent on them. The middle-aged man immediately waved his hand. Chase after them. If there is a target, send a signal.
Understood. A group of 6 people tracked in that direction.
Go, let's go look elsewhere. There was still snow in the forest, and the ground was damp.
The trackers followed the footprints on the ground, far behind Tang Wen and the two. Something's not right. Tang Wen suddenly stopped. What's wrong? I feel like someone is chasing us from behind.
Zhou Bing turned her head to look at the ground. Our footprints are too deep.
Listen to me, you go first. You're fast, go get reinforcements. Even at his fastest, it would be too late. Tang Wen knew she didn't want to burden him and shook his head. The danger isn't great. Should we set up an ambush? It's a bit risky. Should we find a mountain path to take? Okay.
After speaking, Tang Wen observed his surroundings and suddenly discovered that the pine tree branches overhead were connected. How about we confuse them first?
Listen to you, but if things are impossible, you must go first. Tang Wen pretended not to hear the second half of the sentence.
He had run dozens of miles and still didn't feel tired. He used both his hands and feet, climbing the tree like a monkey. He stood on the thick tree trunk, took a few deep breaths to adjust, aimed at the target, and suddenly exerted force, leaping out 7 or 8 meters.
Pa!
The two simultaneously grabbed the thick branches of another tree. Crack, 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 the branch suddenly sank, making a sound as if it couldn't bear the weight. But at least it held on.
Phew!
Zhou Bing breathed a sigh of relief, gently released her hand, and grabbed Tang Wen's shoulder.
Can you still hold on?
The impact of the jump was greater than running.
I'm fine.
Okay, hold me tight. She didn't speak, silently tightening her arms and slender legs. After a few jumps, Tang Wen slightly changed direction and ran towards the mountains.
The ground in the mountains was hard and wouldn't easily leave footprints.
Arriving at the mountain road, after running for a while, they heard the sound of water. A frozen stream appeared in front of the two, with water flowing slowly beneath the ice.
The mountain road was particularly exhausting. Tang Wen stopped and found a cave nearby.
He carried Zhou Bing into the cave.
Has the danger not disappeared? Tang Wen nodded. The enemy probably has tracking methods.
Smell it, we still have a faint honey scent on us. The two's armor and clothes were covered in honey. After a run, it had long since dried. But the smell didn't dissipate and was difficult to deal with. There's water here, but no fire.
We can't dry after washing.
Let's throw away the armor, Zhou Bing said, taking off her helmet.
I have a fire starter.
Sister Bing, wash off the smell on your body here, and I'll go to the back to lure them away. Zhou Bing didn't agree, but Tang Wen didn't listen to her. He took off his armor and threw the fire starter and brown sugar to her. Wait for me for an hour. You, be careful. Tang Wen strode towards the way he came, his intuition telling him that the pursuers behind him couldn't be shaken off.
He could only kill them.
P.S. Kneeling for follow-up reading in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme. I have already saved 12,000 words. I'm waiting for a big outbreak when it's on the shelves.
In the darkness, the mountain contours undulated like a row of fallen giants.
The surroundings were deathly silent, chilling to the bone. Tang Wen ran swiftly, covering several miles before hiding behind a massive rock. Soon, a group of people appeared in his sight. He arranged a dozen or so pebbles, preparing to send them to their graves. A total of 6 people. He counted them, but didn't act rashly, patiently observing his opponents. His enhanced physique had already granted him considerable night vision.
Even from a distance, he could see clearly.
The leader carried a small, birdcage-like object. The second was a swordsman with a shield, the third. The fifth one was the problem.
He held a crossbow. Possibly with signal arrows.
Kill him first.
Tang Wen gripped a pebble, ready to strike, but then glanced back. Wait, there's a 6th person. This one holds a long tube. Could it also be for sending signals?
Possibly, can't be careless. If they send a signal, the experts behind them will chase after us.
They are much faster than me. If that happens, Ice and I will surely die. Tang Wen patiently observed again, making sure nothing was missed.
Just as they came phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, the leader suddenly stopped and looked toward Tang Wen's hiding place.
Tang Wen's expression changed, and he leaped up.
The pebbles in his hand shot out like a swarm of locusts. No, the word was barely out of his mouth.
The crossbowman's hand was only halfway up when his entire arm exploded.
The crossbow fell to the ground, firing as it hit, the signal arrow burying itself in a crack in the rock, failing to make a sound. The 6th person was indeed a signalman. He held a long tube, about to pull the string, but his neck was broken, and he collapsed to the ground.
6 people in total, 5 first-rank martial apprentices, 1 second-rank martial artist. Tang Wen's dozen or so pebbles struck, leaving no one alive. The surroundings fell silent once more.
He reached back to touch his back, which was covered in cold sweat. 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme. If he had been slightly unlucky, that signal arrow would have flown into the sky.
Tang Wen's life would have been uncertain today.
The fight was short, but his mind was extremely tense. Adjusting his breathing, he drew the long knife from his back and poked at the bodies on the ground. After thoroughly confirming that there was no danger, he reached out and searched them, finding several dozen taels of silver. In addition, they were wearing leather armor, which was also worth some money, but difficult to carry.
Tang Wen picked up the birdcage, which was not large, and the green bird inside was even smaller, lying in the cage, its life unknown. This is a hummingbird? Hummingbirds feed on nectar. Being tamed by ability users to track nectar might not be impossible. Tang Wen didn't care whether it was dead or alive, grabbed a stone, and smashed the cage and bird into a mess. Coming to the sixth person, he saw a long tube firework-like thing with a white string at the bottom. His intuition told him that as long as he pulled the white string, a signal flare would shoot out. Tang Wen took this thing and hurried back to the cave. Who's there? Ice, it's me. The figure inside visibly relaxed. Are you hurt? Don't worry, I took care of everything, and even got their signal tube. Tang Wen walked in. Behind the fire, Zhou Bing was wearing only a single layer of clothing. Her graceful and curvaceous figure was fully exposed. Good, that's good. Hurry and take off your clothes, I'll wash them for you. The nectar was mixed with other things, and the scent permeated through the armor, getting onto your clothes. Zhou Bing strode over to Tang Wen, reaching out directly. Ice, time is short. No need to wash them, right? It's easy to dry them. As she spoke, she clumsily took off Tang Wen's coat, removed his inner armor, then slipped her fingers into his chest, leaving him without even a single layer of clothing. Tang Wen shivered, hugging his arms and hiding next to the fire. At this moment, the two of them together had only 4 pieces of clothing. The armor was wiped clean, the clothes were washed, and the water was wrung out. Indeed, as Zhou Bing said, it was easy to dry them. She burned some relatively flat stones until they smoked, then ironed the clothes on them. The steam hissed, and they were dry after a few passes. Are you cold? Come closer. I'm okay. Zhou Bing's every move was full of temptation. Tang Wen didn't dare to look too much, hugging his knees, slightly restrained. He was a young man full of vigor. How could he withstand this kind of temptation? The latest novels are first published on Lunine Shuba. The two of them were delayed for nearly half an hour. Zhou Bing baked the clothes and personally put them on Tang Wen. I'll do it myself. He didn't dare to get up. You? Zhou Bing's almond eyes widened. No, mainly I. Tang Wen's expression was embarrassed, for a long time, but couldn't say anything. Okay, you put them on yourself. Zhou Bing's eyes dimmed. No, okay, Ice, you put them on for me. Tang Wen closed his eyes, stood up abruptly, and spread his arms in a self-abandoning manner. Seeing the abnormality, Zhou Bing's pretty face flushed red, her arms trembled, and her eyes involuntarily moved downwards, before finally managing to put Tang Wen's coat on. The women in the camp, influenced by the environment, whether they were fierce or cold outside, were virtuous to their men at home. Take Wu Tian and the others, for example. They had multiple wives at home, but on their days off, they still went to the Yihong brothel, and their wives at home would grumble a few words, but never made a fuss. Old Dr. Li was even more exaggerated, spending half of each month at the Yihong brothel, leaving the young beauties at home, alone in empty rooms. Won't there be a problem? Zhou Bing was a little worried. Tang Wen smelled the faint scent on her body, his mouth was dry, and he quickly put on his armor. I'm going to wash my face. The two set off again, Zhou Bing lying on his back, her heart pounding, and couldn't help but think, did Tang Wen really have a problem? As dawn broke, the two saw the camp gate in the distance. Zhou Bing jumped off his back and entered the camp together. It's Captain Zhou Bing. And Tang Wen. The guard, holding a telescope, saw them from afar and shouted excitedly. The two came to the door and found that there were 3 times more guards at the gate than before. There was also a doctor waiting here. Have General Zhou and Commander Zhao returned? Zhou Bing asked eagerly. No, many commanders have gone out. Old General Zhang has also gone out. Now the Queen requires that captains and ordinary guards are all forbidden from leaving the camp, and more people are dispatched to patrol day and night. The old general and the Queen have both taken action? The two registered, separated at the intersection. Tang Wen went home to report his safety, and Zhou Bing went to the guard camp to explain the situation they encountered, and to hand over the fireworks signal stick that Tang Wen had obtained. Tang Wen hurried back home. The door was closed, and a copper lock hung on it. She must have gone to sell Rujiamo. He took out the key, entered the house, took off his armor, locked the door, and trotted to the entrance of the martial arts hall, his eyebrows furrowing. There was no one here. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. The gatekeeper noticed his gaze and took the initiative to say, "Young man, are you just back from outside? There's a market today." Tang girl went there. Thank you. There was a market in the inner city, held every 3 days. Tang Wen had known this for a long time, but he was busy practicing every day and had never been there. A dozen minutes later, after asking for directions twice, he finally saw the moon gate of the market. A familiar figure at the door, skillfully collecting money, taking Rujiamo, and finally saying, "Come again if it's delicious." The stone in Tang Wen's heart finally fell. Xiao Wan? Seeing him, Tang rushed towards him, but couldn't leave her stall, and stepped back 2 steps. She waved to her younger brother, signaling him to come over. "Okay, I'm not as important as a Rujiamo stall," Tang Wen complained and walked into the market. The young lady grabbed his arm, looking him up and down, jumping up and down with joy. "This trip was a bit dangerous, but it's okay. It's just that Ice went up to compete and suffered some internal injuries." Internal injuries? Tang frowned, no longer selling Rujiamo. Picking up the stool, she was about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the stall and go home. A few words convinced Tang that Zhou Bing was okay. Tang Wen wasn't in a hurry to leave phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. He took the Rujiamo from his sister and strolled through the market while eating. The market ground was marked with white rectangles, about the size of parking spaces. Some people, like Tang, pushed wooden carts displaying needles, thread, bamboo chopsticks, wooden bowls, paper, and cloth. Combined, it resembled a general merchandise store. Moreover, they accepted not only copper coins and silver but also bartering. Bustling and haggling. Tang Wen's spirits immediately lifted. The negative emotions from a day and night of fighting and fleeing were gradually diluted by the atmosphere and vitality of the marketplace. Perhaps the guards were risking their lives outside, hoping their families could have the leisure to stroll here. And Tang Wen, he hoped that everyone who came would buy one of his Rujiamo. His attention was drawn to several books on the ground. Iron palm, iron elbow, iron head. Tang Wen stopped. The stall owner, an old man, greeted him. "Young man, if you fancy any, feel free to pick them up and have a look." "What's the price for each?" Tang Wen asked casually. The old man looked at Tang Wen. 15 before he could finish, Tang Wen started to walk away. 10 copper coins, just 10 copper coins each. All right, he turned back leisurely and squatted down. He casually flipped through these martial arts manuals, feeling rather speechless. Iron palm involved poking sand, and it mentioned needing to soak hands in medicinal herbs, but it didn't specify which herbs, only saying to ask at the clinic. Iron elbow and iron head were much the same, with similar training methods. He shook his head and stood up. Although the old man was unwilling, he didn't try to stop him. Clearly, he also knew the quality of the secrets he was selling. After wandering around, Tang Wen noticed a stall selling hairpins. The stall owners were a grandfather and granddaughter. Their clothes were clean but faded. The old man seemed unable to speak, communicating with others through gestures. The granddaughter was about 13 or 14, with a pair of small pigtails and a shy smile. Tang Wen approached for a closer look. They were all wooden hairpins. "Young man, you're handsome. Buying a hairpin for your sweetheart? This old man's hairpins are cheap and beautiful. Pick a few more. You sly fox, you can't take your eyes off a handsome young man. Selling a few more for you to wear?" A cheerful and flirtatious voice, accompanied by a fragrant and warm breeze, wafted over. A group of women wearing fur coats, red lipstick, and scant clothing in the biting cold, walked over, giggling. They dispersed around Tang Wen in 2s and 3s. Their fox-like eyes scrutinized him from head to toe. Tang Wen felt a little uncomfortable. These teachers, no, these special workers. Why were they wandering around the market so early in the morning instead of sleeping? This group of women had an extremely discerning eye for men. They sensed Tang Wen's hidden embarrassment and moved even closer to him.
They squeezed together, with people on both sides.
Ouch!
Young man, you bumped into my sister.
What should we do?
What to do? Of course, the young man should compensate with his hee-hee.
Ha 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 ha! The commotion was considerable, attracting many people's attention.
Go, 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 all of you.
What do you look like?
A composed and dignified woman stepped forward and shooed her sisters away. She lowered her head and apologized to Tang Wen. I'm sorry, my sisters are used to fooling around. Please don't take it to heart.
If you like any of the hairpins, I'll buy them for you as compensation.
Tang Wen noticed that although they wore expensive fur coats, they had simple wooden hairpins in their hair. And looking at the stall-owning grandparents, he saw gratitude in their eyes.
Tang Wen shook his head. I'm giving it as a gift, it's better to buy it myself. With that, he picked out 2 wooden hairpins with relatively unique designs.
He dropped 10 copper coins, stood up, and prepared to leave. The dignified older woman smiled. Handsome young man, next time you go to Yihong brothel, just ask for Lun Yang.
I'll properly make amends then. Tang Wen's heart fluttered. We'll see.
He hurriedly walked away, only silently remembering the name Lun Yang in his heart. Of course, this was just simply remembering the name and had no other meaning. Behind him, the women watched his back, talking and laughing,
as if betting on whether he would go.
Tang Wen snorted in his heart. I, a dignified official member of the hunting squad, would definitely not go to such a place.
Well, at least not anytime soon. At the market entrance.
Under Tang's curious gaze, he magically produced a wooden hairpin with a flip of his hand. What a waste of money, this little piece of wood is worth 7.5 caddies of millet. The little sister snatched it away and smiled, her eyes curving. Confiscated.
What else did you buy? Tang Wen wordlessly took out the other one. Tang was a little angry, then immediately realized, it's for Sister Bing?
Yes. Then it's too cheap, a little embarrassing to give. Thinking this, Tang began to worry. Her family didn't have a house in the inner city, her younger brother's status and martial strength weren't as high as Sister Bing's, and her family background wasn't as good. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme.
What to do? Would Sister Bing agree?
Tang Wen didn't know what she was thinking, stood aside, and helped sell Rojia Mo. Handsome young man, so you and Miss Tang are family.
Give me 3 Rojia Mo, save 1 for me.
A group of women chattered and winked playfully at Tang Wen and Tang's stern gaze, then walked away with their Rojia Mo. Tang looked at their enchanting backs and muttered a few words, not striving for improvement. They're young now, what will they do in the future? The siblings sold out their Rojia Mo early, and Tang Wen pushed the cart towards home. Back home, Zhou Bing was already waiting for them. After the 2 women exchanged concerned words, Zhou Bing said to Tang Wen, starting tomorrow, everyone in the team except you and me will be going out on patrol.
Has everyone returned?
Yes, everyone in our team has returned.
That's good. The 2 spoke with a heavy tone, and Tang Wen's relaxed mood became tense again.
The matter was not yet resolved. Zhou Bing led the siblings to her master bedroom, lifted the wooden board under the table, revealing a steel plate. Opening the steel plate revealed a dark hole in the ground.
This? Tang Wen and his sister were a little confused.
They had lived in the house for so long, and had been to the master bedroom, but didn't know there was a secret passage here. Zhou Bing explained, we haven't figured out the origin of that awakened one yet, but we've confirmed that the 2 of us are the primary targets. Commander Zhao and the general sent word back, telling us not to go out and to protect ourselves.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in the underground passage?
Although they hadn't been down there, they could imagine that it would be dark, cold, and damp.
No.
This underground passage isn't just a shelter.
It also leads directly to the general's mansion.
We'll go out at noon to buy some things, creating the illusion that we're staying indoors. In reality, we'll go to the general's mansion through the secret passage.
At that time, this place will become a trap. Tang Wen understood, there might be people from the Black Mountain camp in the inner city.
It was normal to think so. Their guard camp phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme received news from the Black Mountain camp.
Everyone was the same. Tang Tang asked worriedly, "Can I still sell Rojiamo?"
Tang Wan and Zhou Bing exchanged glances. The latter smiled. "Let's go to the general's mansion to practice martial arts first.
We'll talk about it after this period passes." Practice martial arts? All right. Tang Tang nodded in agreement. At noon, the three went out.
Amidst the surprised gazes of passers-by, they bought back 2 whole carts of food. Then they locked the door from the inside. Like squirrels fleeing, the three carried large bundles on their backs and stepped into the underground passage.
P.S. Seeking tracking.
There are already 15,000 words of saved manuscripts.
There will be a big outbreak on the shelves.
Let's strive for a burst of 30,000 to 50,000 words on the shelves.
After descending dozens of steps, they arrived underground. Team Leader Zhou, Sister Zhou, Commander Zhang, everyone. A team of people was waiting in the underground tunnel.
Zhou Bing greeted them and introduced Tang Wan and Tang Tang.
"We've heard.
Young brother Tang was able to kill an awakened one at such a young age. Your future is boundless." It was just luck, all thanks to Sister Bing and the team leaders for exhausting him quite a bit. Killing an awakened one, defeating 6 people in a row, thwarting the Black Mountain camp.
Tang Wen's deeds had already spread within the guard.
Everyone now knew that he was a new recruit this year, and it was said that the 3 commanders argued over him during the selection, with Commander Zhao ultimately pulling him into Team 1. Commander Zhang was followed by a group of red-armored soldiers. They sized up Tang Wan with curiosity in their eyes, but more so with dissatisfaction. A kid from the outer city surpassed them, this group of elites among elites. Of course, they were unconvinced. Noticing the arrogance in their eyes, Tang Wan smiled, followed Zhou Bing, and walked into the depths of the tunnel. The tunnel was wide, 3 to 4 meters high, with a subtle flow of air inside, not stuffy.
Tang Wan was a little curious.
Zhou Bing shook her head and said, "I only know that there are a few air vents disguised as wells." However, when he reached out his hand, a breeze passed through his fingertips. This ventilation effect probably couldn't be achieved with just a few air vents.
Turning a corner, Tang Wan asked again, "Why were those people wearing red armor?"
"I don't think I've ever seen red armor in the guard camp. They are the Imperial Guards, not guards."
Tang Wan nodded thoughtfully.
Zhou Bing walked ahead, holding a kerosene lamp on her spear.
After the 4th turn, the space ahead suddenly opened up. A vast underground square, very brightly lit. Even Tang Tang, who didn't have night vision, could see the walls 100 meters away at a glance. This? Tang Tang's eyes widened, staring unblinkingly.
The square was circular. Around the walls, a ring of fireplaces had been hollowed out, with transparent glass installed on the outside. Many chimneys extended from the fireplaces, leading upwards. This avoided both smoke and the consumption of underground air due to burning. Building fireplaces wasn't anything special, but there was actually such high temperature-resistant glass? Also, it would be quite difficult to send air down from above, right? Tang Wan was slightly surprised. The level of civilization in this world was truly a bit of a mystery.
The design is really ingenious.
Zhou Bing rarely showed a smile. I was also shocked when I first saw it.
Tang Tang was shocked. How many pounds of millet could be exchanged for the coal burned in a day?
The other two were silent for a moment. Zhou Bing then said, "Our camp has a coal mine.
Besides, it's not burned like this every day." A maid-like person came over. "Are you team leader Zhou, Tang Wan, and Tang Tang?"
"This way." She led the 3 to another exit of the square. Turning a corner, a row of underground stone houses appeared before them. "Door number 001, there are 2 rooms inside." The maid handed over 2 keys. She also introduced to the 3 where to eat, where to bathe, where the toilet was, and so on. She didn't leave until the 3 had no more questions. Door number 001 was near the square. Opening the door and entering, the room was very simple, with a wall in the middle and a bed on each side. Fortunately, the bed was big enough to sleep 2 people without any problems.
just as Tang Wen was hesitating whether to put the baggage directly on the ground. There was a knock on the door. It was the maid from before, bringing in 2 wooden cabinets, 3 chairs, and a table with 2 red armored guards. After settling in, tidying up the clothes, and making the bed, Tang barely hid the family's silver in the house. The 3 went out and came to the cafeteria. Many people were sitting at dozens of square tables. Most of them were Imperial guards in red armor. Tang Wen. Over here. The big guy Zhang Lin waved familiarly. Tang Wen? All the diners turned their heads in unison. 2 women and 1 man. Everyone knew Zhou Bing, she was even more beautiful. This handsome young man is Tang Wen? He was the one who killed and awakened one head-on? Inevitably, a few doubts appeared in everyone's eyes. I knew you and team leader Zhou would come. Hello, are you the girl who sells Rojianmo? The 3 sat at an empty table next to Zhang Lin, who naturally started chatting. I am Tang Wen's older sister, Tang. The maid brought over a few basins of food. Looking at the vegetable basins the size of wash basins, Tang was surprised and gratified. There's plenty to eat here. That can save a lot of food. Stewed potatoes with meat, radish ribs, a full basin of millet rice, and 3 clean wooden bowls. Tang Wen looked at the same large portions on every table and asked the question he had wanted to ask for a long time. Are there farms in the inner city? Yes, they are in the mountain hollows outside the city, even farther than the millet fields. The cut weeds in millet bran are all used to raise pigs and sheep. However, these pigs and sheep are generally only supplied to the guard camp, the hunting camp, and here. It was Lei who answered. Tang Wen smiled at her. Zhang Lin was very surprised. After knowing her for many years, it was the first time he had heard Lei say so much in one breath. Eat ribs. Zhou Bing glanced at her, picked up a rib, and put it in Tang Wen's plate. Okay, good. They became much more familiar with each other during the meal. After eating, they walked back to the stone house together. There was no one in front or behind them in the corridor. Zhang Lin said in a low voice, Brother Tang, you should be careful. Those Imperial guards know that you killed an awakened one. They are very unconvinced and want to find an opportunity to compete with you. Oh? Is that so? Tang Wen's eyes flashed. The free sparring partners are coming again? Amidst Zhang Lin's incessant chatter, he learned a lot of information. For example, the person who guided their training in the underground square was a General Xia. He was very old and experienced. It was said that he was a predecessor of General Zhou's predecessor. The people from the hunting camp who came underground were all potential stocks in the camp. They were favored by the commanders and could at least become martial artists, or even martial masters. Tang Wen also learned something about the origin of the Imperial Guards. It was said that they were the guard children cultivated by old General Xia from a young age. The success rate of the Imperial Guards was even higher than that of the hunting camp. They usually trained secretly and were responsible for guarding the queen, the general's mansion, and some places that ordinary people could not enter. Imperial Guards, the name was really not chosen wrong. The red armor on their bodies was made by incorporating a rare metal. It was lighter and stronger. The only disadvantage was that the color was too flamboyant and the production was too small, so it could only be used by the Imperial Guards. In the afternoon, Tang Wen and Zhou Bing took a nap in the bedroom. Tang came to the square and, together with a few boys and girls aged 13 or 14, followed a middle-aged female teacher to learn martial arts. These boys and girls were the children and relatives of the commanders. The commanders were desperately fighting outside, and the camp had to take good care of their families. Tang was a beginner in martial arts, but the teacher discovered that her physique was actually the best among this group of people. Whether it was strength or flexibility, she was good. She was a natural talent for martial arts. Learning that she was Tang Wen's older sister, the female teacher couldn't help but show an icy expression. The younger brother is a genius. The older sister is also suitable for learning martial arts, it's simply too reasonable. Ugh. In the room, Tang Wen stretched and sat up. At this time, Zhou Bing came back from outside and handed Tang Wen a piece of paper. Take a look at this.
He took it, and several lines of nouns were written on it: tiger claw skill, forest penetrating leg technique, shadowless divine fist.
After reading the first line, Tangwen looked up in surprise. Is this a list of cultivation methods?
Yes, it's the reward for our martial arts competition. You can choose any 6, but it's best not to choose so many.
I understand, don't bite off more than you can chew.
Tangwen lowered his head and continued to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme.
Second line, life snatching spear, 13 styles whip technique, poison dragon swordplay.
The first line is fist and foot kung fu, and the second line is weapon practice. Third line, breathing method, 3 words, crossed out. Sitting next to him, Zhou Bing, who was eyeing his muscle lines, explained, "You are now a formal member of the hunting team, and the breathing method was originally going to be taught to you. After the breathing method is hard qigong, striking art, sandbag kung fu, and so on.
All are exercises to enhance resistance to strikes. If there is time, you can learn them all. But with strong enemies surrounding us, several generals and commanders have not yet returned. Do I have this time? What ability do I need most now?
First of all, I need speed, or rather, the speed to escape, to be faster.
The corresponding exercises are lightness skill or leg techniques.
Secondly, is defense. The hard qigong in the third line needs to be practiced.
Equally important as speed and defense, and even more important, are basic exercises.
Such as stance work 8-section brocade, which can increase attributes. Tangwen will take all kinds of life-nurturing exercises, but it's not on the list. Right now, although stance work 8-section brocade are strong, it takes too long to upgrade to the next level.
But with strong enemies outside, what we lack is time.
It is better to practice a new exercise, which can quickly enhance attributes. Although it increases less, you can practice more. As for other kung fu, saber technique, spear technique, and the like,
he doesn't plan to learn new ones.
If he has that kung fu, he might as well practice the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme breaking saber more. Tangwen briefly summarized his thoughts and told Zhou Bing. The latter didn't know much about these exercises. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, so she simply took him to see General Xia.
So you're Tangwen. Not bad, not bad.
Old Xia held a wine pot in his hand. He was not tall and had a slight hunchback, just like an ordinary old man. He sat on the steps, watching a group of guards training in the square. He looked like the old grandpa next door, sitting in a rocking chair, watching the children play hide and seek. Hearing Tangwen's request, old Xia glanced at him and said casually, "In that case, you can learn trace less step for lightness skill, put some weights on your body, and practice it.
Then choose a hard qigong for defense. As for the life-nurturing exercises you mentioned, let Bing Bing girl take you to the clinic to ask. Those old fogies should have a lot of life-nurturing exercises." "Thank you, General."
"Don't thank me, let me feel your pulse first." Tangwen saw a blur before his eyes, and the old man opposite him had already stood up and placed his hand on his wrist.
"This?"
He looked at Zhou Bing, who was also full of confusion. Tangwen didn't dare to move rashly, and his desire for power in his heart grew stronger.
This is the strength of a general level. He could hardly resist a single move.
Strange, kidney qi is sufficient, yang qi is strong, and the body is extremely healthy.
What are you practicing life-nurturing exercises for? Tangwen didn't expect the old general to care about his health. He bit the bullet and explained, "Isn't it good to be healthier the more you practice life-nurturing exercises? Don't waste your time. When you're young, practice mountain-splitting cannon. When you're old and your qi and blood decline, you won't be able to practice even if you want to."
Yes, yes, yes.
After being lectured, Tangwen finally got away. He walked to the underground clinic with Zhou Bing. In the clinic, several male doctors were chatting idly. Hearing the reason for Tangwen's visit, and seeing Zhou Bing's appearance and figure, they all showed knowing smiles. Good women cost men. They have been there.
Zhou Bing felt uncomfortable being watched and turned around and left.
"Hey, young man. Come to the bed."
The oldest doctor slapped the bed covered with white sheets.
Tang Wen repeatedly stated that he was not deficient and that they had misunderstood. The doctors nodded, "We understand. Not deficient, not deficient." "Ha, no one said you were deficient."
"Young man, remember, a man can't say he's deficient, he has to say he wants to be stronger."
A group of married men, staying underground, were bored to death. How could they let Tang Wen go when they finally met him?
They unanimously demanded that the young man not be shy. "Come, let us give you a physical examination."
Tang Wen refused, saying he only wanted the exercises.
The oldest doctor became even more energetic. "As long as you let us examine you,
we will immediately give you the exercises and teach you personally. If you learn quickly, you can learn it tonight." "This?" Tang Wen hesitated. "What exercises do you all know?"
He. The doctors looked at each other and said proudly, "Benefit Yang skill.
Wall facing Yang returning stance. Han Yuan sleeping. Sleeping stance."
"Good fellow, you all have unique skills."
The elderly doctor asked, "Young man, which one do you want to learn?" "I want to learn them all." Tang Wen blurted out. "These exercises sound very exciting. There is no reason not to learn them."
The room was silent.
The newest novel is first published in 699 book bar.
The doctors burst out laughing, and the clinic was filled with a happy atmosphere. The elderly doctor praised with a smile, "Good.
Looking at your appearance and temperament, you have the demeanor of my youth.
It just so happens that I have nothing to do tonight, so we will teach you, and see how much you can remember depends on your luck."
Tang Wen cheered up. Wall facing Yang returning stance is a set of stance work.
First, find a smooth and flat wall, with your toes slightly outward. Yes, like this, squat down.
Tang Wen followed suit.
He was physically strong and had excellent flexibility, and he quickly grasped the main points of the movement.
Wall facing Yang returning stance sounds domineering, but in fact, there are only a few movements back and forth.
The focus is on practicing the muscles of the waist, buttocks, legs, and a certain special part. After a while, he learned this skill. Wall facing Yang returning stance, entry 1500. "I can learn the next one."
Good boy, you learn very quickly. Practice hard.
I think you can handle at least 3 more concubines besides the beauty just now.
3 concubines? Wouldn't that be 1 wife and 3 concubines?
Looking at the old doctor's energetic appearance, it is definitely based on experience. Tang Wen silently noted this number, for no other reason than to simply remember it. Learning wall facing Yang returning stance took a total of half an hour. He was satisfied in his heart. Because his mental strength was high enough, he could observe the doctor's movements in detail. When imitating and learning, he could better understand the subtle exertion and changes of the muscles throughout his body.
"Come, let me teach you Han Yuan sleeping."
Saying that, a middle-aged male doctor lay directly on the desk.
Tang Wen took the initiative to go to the hospital bed and lay down in a somewhat enchanting manner, imitating his appearance.
Han Yuan sleeping, Han Yuan 1 Qi becomes, Dantian Yang Qi flourishes.
Listen to my command, exhale, inhale. There is also a set of breathing methods.
Tang Wen memorized the rhythm and began to try it himself.
After about a few tens of minutes, the experience panel flashed, Han Yuan sleeping, entry 3500. "Do you think I practiced correctly?" Tang Wen posed and practiced for a while. The middle-aged Dr. TSK marveled, talented. You're amazing.
I've taught others, and it takes them at least 3 days to master the essentials.
How long have you been using it?"
The elderly doctor also said, "I didn't expect to underestimate you.
Practice hard, 1 wife and 6 concubines are not a problem. Good fellow. Practicing 1 set will add 3 concubines?
Doctor, I want to practice 10, no, 100 sets.
Next is sleeping stance.
Sleeping stance and Han Yuan sleeping have the same effect. In addition to the lying posture, it also requires breathing coordination.
Before 10 p.m., sleeping stance, entry 3500. Genius.
In the underground clinic, 4 male doctors in white coats surrounded Tang Wen, who was lying on the hospital bed practicing, and issued sincere praise.
Tang Wen opened his eyes and looked at the elderly doctor with some kind of desire. The latter lived up to expectations, stretched out his hands and waved 10 fingers, shouting, 9 concubines. At least 9 concubines. You are really a talent. Tang Wen smiled from ear to ear. I'm not pursuing this, I just love practicing. Understand. The doctors in our clinic also have their own hobbies. Oh? Tang Wen looked at everyone curiously. Dr. Li loves to listen to music in brothels. Dr. Zhou loves to drinking with prostitutes. Dr. Bai is the most amazing, he likes widow, likes to appreciate the charm of mature women. What is this? Brother Lin, you are even better. Tang Wen. P.S. Ask for follow-up reading only after learning the last set of Yi-Yang exercise. Tang Wen still didn't understand what made old Dr. Lin so superior. Yi-Yang exercise was the most difficult, some postures requiring great flexibility. The last middle-aged male doctor laughed as he taught, practicing this with your woman will give you double the pleasure. In Tang Wen's mind, Zhou Bing subconsciously appeared in such a pose. Hiss. Too stimulating, he almost embarrassed himself. By the time he finished learning this set of Yi-Yang exercise, it was already dawn. Tonight, the middle-aged male doctors witnessed the birth of Tang Wen, a genius of kidney cultivation, health cultivation. Everyone was overly excited and somewhat tired. After instructing Tang Wen to practice diligently and complete his small goal of having dozens of concubines, the 4 doctors patted him on the shoulder and went back to their dorms to sleep. On the way back, the panel suddenly flashed, detected a mergeable cultivation method, do you want to merge? After merging, the grade of the cultivation method will be increased. He was stunned and looked down at the information. The ones that could be merged were the newly learned Yi-Yang exercise, wall-facing Yang return stance, Hunyuan Lai, sleeping stance exercise. Merge. There was nothing to hesitate about. He learned cultivation methods to obtain attribute improvements. But if he didn't merge, these 4 extremely singular and highly similar cultivation methods probably wouldn't add many attributes even if he mastered them. The information for the 4 newly appeared skills disappeared. What followed was a new message. Skill, Hunyuan stance, beginner 5500 im, it has the feel of the 8 Vajra power. Tang Wen closed his eyes for a moment and gained a completely new method of practicing this Hunyuan stance in his mind. It was still breathing techniques combined with stance work, as well as movements in bed. It seemed even more powerful. He went back and practiced silently, and by the next morning, he already felt significant results. This motivated him even more. He practiced all morning. Skill, Hunyuan stance, beginner 45500 at this rate, it wouldn't take many days to level up. Bang, bang, bang. Commander Zhao is back. Go to the square for a meeting. A muffled knocking sound rang out, and someone shouted outside the door. Commander Zhao is back? The 3 of them were closest to the square and arrived earliest. There weren't many people in the underground palace, and everyone arrived within a few minutes. Commander Zhao and General Xia stood together. I know you're concerned about the situation outside, so I'll briefly explain it. Our opponents, besides the Black Mountain camp, also include an out-of-town group. They're in cahoots with that dead awakened one. They were hired by Black Mountain Ghost at a high price. They originally wanted to scam our open pit coal mine, but we beat them so badly they couldn't raise their heads. In short, everything is still under control. You guys should rest well and practice your skills. After speaking, he left directly. It was as if he came in a hurry just to appease everyone. The situation is probably not optimistic. Tang Wen and Zhou Bing exchanged a glance. The latter suddenly said, my internal injuries haven't healed, so I can't temper my body. Can I learn the Vajra power that you and Tang are practicing? Of course. In the morning, Tang Wen taught her hand in hand. Zhou Bing learned somewhat slowly, and it wasn't until 7 days had passed, and Tang Wen's iron skin skill and traceless step had both reached the entry level, that she barely learned it. This morning, the 3 of Tang Wen appeared in front of the bulletin board on time. 2 guards were posting the latest battle report. General Zhou killed 13 enemies, Commander Zhao killed 27 enemies. Like the previous few days, the battle report only reported good news and not bad. It only mentioned the number of enemies killed, and not a word about the casualties of the flame camp. The three exchanged glances. They practiced even more diligently every day. Pa, crack. Two guards swung bamboo poles hard at Tang Wen's chest and back, and with a crack, the wrist-thick bamboo pole broke. Brother Tang, this is the 10th one broken today, take a break. Yeah, Tang Wen. You're not tired, but we're tired. Near the wall of the underground square, Tang Wen was bare-chested, revealing chiseled muscles. A combination of aesthetics and explosiveness. Coupled with his face, the lethality was not bad. Even aloof beauties like Zhou Bing and En Lei couldn't help but look at him. Thank you both for your hard work. Tang Wen wiped away sweat with a towel. I'll use pebbles to help you train your reaction speed later. Okay. The two waved their arms and quickly left. Iron Skin, entry 359500. Tang Wen rested for a while, drank some salt and sugar water, put on his clothes and scale armor, and then put on a special phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme suit weighing 200 pounds, and a pair of metal shoes weighing 100 pounds on his feet. He came to the plum blossom piles and practiced the traceless step. Too ruthless. What day is it? The 9th day, also the 9th day we've been down here. Is there a problem with him training like this? General Xia said he has a unique talent. Only he can train like this, we can't learn it. Look, Captain Zhou is also resting. He's a freak. A group of guards talked about Tang Wen. Their eyes towards the latter had changed from the earliest suspicion and dissatisfaction to the current admiration. Of course, this was just admiration for his training attitude. What would happen in a real fight, that would only be known after fighting? This was the pride of a martial artist. After 9 o'clock in the evening, the guards who had been training for a day went back to their dorms to rest. Only Tang Wen reappeared in the square and practiced boxing in front of the wooden dummy. Clear sounds of air being torn apart rang out, and the cannon fist was unleashed inch by inch. The mountain-opening cannon fist consumed a lot of physical strength and mental energy. Tang Wen, who had been training for a day, unleashed 27-inch bursts in a row at night, and was already drenched in sweat, so tired that he just wanted to collapse on the ground. But he found that if he could insist on practicing the 8 Vajra power or practicing the Hunyuan stance in the room at this time, the effect would be much better than usual. Pa! The last punch was unleashed, and he didn't control his strength well, and the head of the wooden dummy shattered. He leaned against the wall, supported his knees with both hands, and panted heavily. After a while, he straightened up, glanced at the dark passage, and dragged his tired body back to the dormitory. This kid, does he train like this every day? When I first learned the cannon fist, I was exhausted after being able to unleash 10 punches in a day. This kid unleashed more than 20 punches? He's a little monster. I suspect he awakened a dual talent in physical strength and energy. Good seedling. Good seedling. After Tang Wen left, 2 people walked out of the dark passage. One was General Xia, whom they saw every day, and the other was the one who praised Tang Wen as a good seedling, Sang Zhanglin's father, Commander Zhang. Unlike before, one of his sleeves was empty and swayed back and forth as he walked. General Xia looked at his arm and sighed softly. This kid, Bing girl, your son, and the infamily girl, are all the seeds and hope of the camp. Zhang Tong smiled. What's losing an arm for them, for the future? The two were silent for a while. On the ground, in the forest outside the city, outside the tent, a bonfire burned. General Zhou, Commander Zhao, and others sat around in a circle. Black Mountain Ghost wants to negotiate? What do you all think? Humph. They should spit out the coal mine first. And the visualization method, the cannon fist visualization method, they have to take out another copy. Old Zhao, you talk. Commander Zhao raised his head, a clear black scar on his face, as if he had been injured by a red-hot knife, deep enough to see the bone. Let's talk. We don't lack coal, we can do without the visualization method, but... Old Zhao. Are you being a coward after being cut? This doesn't sound like something you would say. Listen to old Zhao finish. Raising his head slightly with difficulty, Commander Zhao said in a low voice,
it's been unseasonably cold this month, and logically, it should snow at least once.
What? Several commanders frowned, they didn't understand what the old brother meant? Could it be that he's really afraid? A month and a half, it hasn't snowed for a month and a half.
There may be a severe drought this spring. With a swish, like a bolt of lightning, General Zhou, who had been closing his eyes to rest, opened his eyes, give the coal mine to Black Mountain Ghost, and asked them for food.
Good. Everyone agreed in unison. Younger brother, what kind of kung fu are you practicing? Why does it look so strange? Tang Wen was on the ground, striking a pose similar to yoga, not responding to his sister's words.
Tang watched for a while and then ignored him.
Half an hour later, a hint of excitement appeared in Tang Wen's eyes. Hunyuan stance, breakthrough.
Skill, Hunyuan stance, entry-level beginner 11,000. Perhaps because his body was young and he worked hard enough, 15-year-old Tang Wen had a slight increase in his attribute values after this period of hard training. Attribute values increased to Physique, 757. 55 Spirit, 8088. 1. Although not much, it also proves that exercise still has some effect. Of course, this increase is far less than the breakthrough of Hunyuan stance.
Physique, 7, 55 8. 05 Spirit, 8, 18. 6. The two major attributes each increased by 0.
5. Don't underestimate the small numbers. You must know that with Tang Wen's current abnormal physique, it is extremely difficult to increase by 0. 1. Just in time, it was approaching noon, and Tang Wen came to the cafeteria early to start showing off his eating. Tang and Zhou Bing hadn't started eating yet, but he had already eaten 2 large basins of vegetables and a large basin of rice. Then, patting his belly, he drank millet soup and said, 30% full. Zhou Bing beckoned, and the maid brought a few more basins of food. In less than half an hour, Tang Wen finished eating again. The maids and the surrounding guards were surprised.
The former stepped forward and asked, "Will you prepare according to this amount of food in the future?"
"No, just bring half a basin more vegetables."
The maid stepped back, obviously relieved.
Watching Tang Wen eat this time, Tang didn't feel bad at all, and felt that Tang Wen was eating too little, and it would be better to eat enough. She has recently started practicing martial arts, and her appetite has increased significantly. It is not a problem to eat half a basin of rice and vegetables by herself. Touching her abdomen, Tang strengthened her determination to continue practicing martial arts. There is no way out. With the 3 people in the family having this appetite, the money she earns from selling Rojimo, Chinese hamburger, may not be enough to eat.
Practice martial arts and become a guard. Must be a guard. Only by becoming a guard can you have free food.
In the heart of the young lady who has been shrouded in hunger for more than 10 years, eating enough is more important than anything else.
In a blink of an eye, a week has passed. Tang Wen's iron skin skill and traceless step have successively broken through from entry level to mastery level.
Iron skin skill, mastery 311000, traceless step, mastery 71,000. The mastery level is still very low, and it cannot increase much combat power.
Need more quenching and exercise. Do you think there is a more effective way to exercise? At the dinner table, hearing Tang Wen's words,
Zhang Lin, who was talking about something, was instantly stunned.
Tang glared at him. "How much faster do you want? Do you want to be beaten with iron bars?"
Zhou Bing quickly shook his head and comforted him. "Don't worry, exercise is not a matter of overnight."
Zhang Lin also quickly persuaded him.
The guards at the next few tables shook their heads and smiled bitterly when they heard Tang Wen's words.
This freak. Wait until the end of the month, when old Xia conducts the end-of-month assessment. I don't know if Tang Wen and the others will participate. Definitely participate. Old Xia has always treated everyone equally. Then see you in the ring. Let's see what his strength is. Yes, practicing martial arts is for killing people. Hard work alone is useless. Hearing this, Zhou Bing gave them a cold look. Several guards stopped talking and bowed their heads to eat. In the afternoon, Tang Wen ran to ask old Xia the same question. The old general frowned. If an ordinary person came to ask, he would just scold him.
Practicing martial arts is a gradual process. Whether a punch is delivered with 20 years of skill or 3 to 5 years of skill will determine your life and death. There is no shortcut, there is no effective or ineffective, just practice. But Tang Wen came to ask, and he felt his gums hurt. Other kung fu can't be figured out, but for traceless step, if your body can handle it, you can wear heavy armor for training all day long. Integrate exercise into daily life? Hi! Old man, you are really high. Having an old man in the family is like having a treasure. Feeling that the method was feasible, Tang Wen sprinkled beautiful words from his mouth without spending money. The wrinkles on the old general's face blossomed with a smile. This kid Tang Wen is not only talented and hard-working, but also speaks so nicely. Promising, worth cultivating. Getting guidance, Tang Wen immediately did so. He borrowed Zhou Bing's name and received a larger inner armor of 120 pounds. 2 sets of inner armor were worn together. The 200-pound weighted phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme suit on the outside was also replaced with a heavier one. Metal boots as usual. Usually when not exercising, just wear it like this. The most new small say in 6'9" book bar first hair. So, next, except for bathing, sleeping, and practicing other kung fu, he even wore weights when eating. The guards whispered. Captain, do you think Tang Wen is suddenly so desperate because he knows he is going to be selected as a leader? The captain's brows furrowed into a Chuan character. Zhou Bing is headache enough, how come such a freak has emerged? This is an opportunity that I have been waiting for a long time. If you perform well, you may be able to directly become the commander of the outer city. Want to? Some thoughts flashed through his mind and were dismissed by himself. General Xia can't tolerate sand in his eyes. Besides, the camp may not have only lost one commander. As guards who patrol and guard the dungeon every day, they are much better informed than Tang Wen and others. Zhang Lin's father, Commander Zhang, although he has not appeared in the square since his arm was broken, some guards have still seen him. When the guards were on duty, they learned from his conversation with General Xia. After this war, he wanted to retire. In this way, the position of commander of the outer city will be vacant. According to the usual practice, it must be a martial arts selection. After all, martial arts is the foundation of the camp's foothold in this land. As for daily official duties, a certain routine has long been formed, and naturally clerks will handle it. Noon, cafeteria. Tang Wen picked up a pair of chopsticks as long as his forearm and ate his meal. There is no way, he is carrying too much weight, and the scale armor phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme clothes are too thick, and his arms are difficult to bend. I can only use longer chopsticks to make up for it. Squeak, crack. After protesting a few times, the stool suddenly shattered and fell to the ground. Tang Wen took a step back, stabilized his body, and made a stance of squatting. After a while, the maid brought a new stool. Tang Wen was about to sit down when he suddenly had an idea and said, "No need, it's just right to practice horse stance." Ah! The maid covered her lips, stunned for a few seconds, before retreating to the wall. Today, the cafeteria is serving roasted mutton, some coated with honey, some smeared with salt, and some with red chili powder. Take a bite, with scallions, that taste is amazing. The guards came to the cafeteria early on purpose, and they are eating happily at this time. Suddenly I heard Tang Wen's sentence, "just right to practice horse stance." Suddenly his face was complicated, and he looked at Tang Wen. I saw this guy sitting at the door, wearing a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme coat that looked extremely heavy. Pretending to be suspended in the air, his feet rooted, and he started to squat. Damn! This day can't be passed. Can't you take a break? You practice so hard and for so long, we are very anxious. Watching Tang Wen pick up the mutton with chopsticks and chew it slowly. They felt that the mutton in their hands was not fragrant. They all remembered when old Xia trained them recently, one bite at a time. Look at Tang Wen, you skinny dogs, are you tired from this amount of training? Are you okay, little skinny dogs? When to rest. When the Black Mountain Ghost cuts off your head, you can rest however you want. Skinny dogs.
Skinny dogs, skinny dogs, skinny dogs. Being scolded as skinny dogs all day long, the guards' heads are getting bigger. Fortunately, they don't know that skinny dog is the new term Tang Wen gave to old Xia, otherwise, there might be a group fight in the cafeteria. P.S. Ask for tracking. Ask for recommendation tickets. The underground plaza was filled with people. I have an announcement to make.
Old Xia stood on the steps, taking a swig from his wine gourd. This month's guard assessment is cancelled. Next month, everyone will participate in the martial arts assessment together. Zhou Bing, Tang Wen, and other hunting team members will also participate. After he finished speaking, he looked behind him. A middle-aged man walked in from around the corner.
Father, your hand?
Zhang Lin was initially overjoyed upon seeing the person, but then his body turned cold, and he became somewhat panicked. There was some commotion in the plaza, but it quickly quieted down.
Tang Wen looked at Zhou Bing and his sister, his face grim.
The commander lost an arm, who knows how many other captains and team members were killed or injured.
Commander Zhang glanced at his son, not hiding his empty sleeve.
He looked around at everyone and said calmly, "In this war, we have lost many brothers and sisters.
Of course, I am also crippled.
Next month's assessment is not just an assessment of your martial arts progress, but also a selection. A selection of outstanding people to assist the queen and the general in managing the camp."
Whoa! This time, even the guards couldn't help but stir. Everyone discussed, some saying, "Has the situation deteriorated to this extent?" Some were secretly clenching their fists, seeing it as a rare opportunity. Tang Wen and Zhou Bing were the type to avoid trouble and had no ambition.
They didn't care about the selection, but they were worried about the situation outside. A cloud of worry couldn't help but hang over their hearts.
"Let's practice boxing together tonight,"
Zhou Bing said calmly.
Tang Wen thought of something. "Sister Bing, are you going to break through?" "Yes, I've accumulated enough."
During this time, Zhou Bing originally wanted to advance her relationship with Tang Wen. Since his ability could restrain the awakened Dumart, it could definitely suppress my curse of the widow.
Of course, to be safe, no engagement or marriage.
I can still call him Tang Wen, little one, or little brother. In short, we've shared a bed at different times, he can't escape. But unexpectedly, after arriving at the underground palace, Tang Wen's crazy enthusiasm for practicing kung fu unknowingly infected her as well. Plus, with Tang around, it wasn't convenient. She had to suppress her thoughts and practice kung fu with Tang Wen every day. As a peak martial artist, with combat power comparable to a half-step martial master, she felt that the threshold had recently loosened. Having been a hunting team member for several months, Tang Wen already knew the difference between a martial artist and a martial master.
To put it in one sentence, can you use the mountain opening cannon fist in actual combat, anytime, anywhere?
Or, can you use the cannon fist's power to perform spear techniques, saber techniques, and other weapons? You should know that for profound martial arts like the mountain opening cannon fist, learning it doesn't mean you can use it in actual combat.
Tang Wen had a deep understanding of this.
All in all, he had learned it for quite a few days, but every time before using it, he still had to sink his shoulders, sit on his horse stance, first enter a state of tranquility, then outline the visualization diagram, and then guide the power to his arm before he could blast it out. After hard training, he could complete this set of actions in just 2 or 3 seconds, but 2 or 3 seconds is enough for the enemy to kill him several times in a life and death battle. Therefore, after Tang Wen learned the mountain opening cannon fist, he had been training and had never used it in actual combat. Speaking of which, it's a bit like when he learned a lot of mathematical laws when he was in school, but he never used them in life. Similarly, Zhou Bing was also in this situation. She always used spear techniques to kill enemies and had never used cannon fist. However, she learned cannon fist earlier and practiced it more skillfully. In the evening, they practiced boxing until they were exhausted. The two returned to their dorm, and Tang was already asleep. Zhou Bing came to Tang Wen's room and sat on the edge of the bed to exchange experiences in practicing boxing. Many leaders have said that they unanimously believe that the difficulty of cannon fist is how to quickly visualize the scene, how to evenly accelerate every picture outlined in the mind, and quickly exert force to punch.
Evenly accelerate? Tang Wen's mind flashed with the 2x speed screen when watching a movie. If there was a mobile phone, it could be done. As long as you can record the scenes in the visualization diagram. Ha! Wait. I seem to be able to draw the scene, right? A flash of inspiration flashed in Tang Wen's mind. Anyone who has drawn villains in the lower right corner of books when they were in school knows. If the villain on your book page only changes one action on each page, then the more you draw, the more the villain will move when the page is turned, and the comic will be more beautiful and realistic. However, if you are lazy, and each villain's posture is different on each page, then when it moves, it lacks the intermediate transformation steps, just like accelerating. This is uniform acceleration. Tang Wen immediately jumped off the bed and rummaged through the cabinet. Zhou Bing was stunned. He only heard him say quickly, "Sister Bing, help me see if there is any yellow paper in our luggage." Yellow paper? Zhou Bing didn't understand, but she still walked back to her and Tang's room and took out a stack of rough paper. "Will this work?" "Yes, it works great." "Is there a charcoal pencil?" "Wait, there's coal outside." Tang Wen took the long coal block, sharpened it with a dagger, and then sat at the table and began to draw. Zhou Bing didn't leave, didn't ask any questions, and still sat on the edge of the bed, watching Tang Wen drawing seriously. The more I look at it, the more handsome he is. Fireballs fly out, fireballs leave countless afterimages in the air, fireballs hit the mountain and explode. Tang Wen used stingy ink to depict 3 pictures in the lower right corner of a stack of yellow paper. Sister Bing? Sister Bing? Is there something on my face? He touched his face. No. I'm thinking about you, thinking about things. Zhou Bing, who was in a daze, hurriedly moved her gaze away. Tang Wen excitedly showed her his newly completed masterpiece. Turn the 3 pages one by one. What is this? Zhou Bing looked at it for a long time, but didn't understand what it meant. Tang Wen looked at it himself and was a little embarrassed. There were too few pictures. Even if it moves, it doesn't have the effect of a comic strip at all. Sister Bing, wait a moment. Okay, no rush. Zhou Bing gently picked up her handkerchief and wiped the non-existent sweat on Tang Wen's forehead. The latter began to draw villains, a matchstick figure with a knife. After a while, he drew a thick stack of paper. In Zhou Bing's curious eyes, he divided the paper into 2 stacks, one stack of 16 sheets, put them together, and flipped them quickly. The villain moved and practiced a set of Gale Blade. The other stack of paper only had 8 sheets, put them together and flipped. The villain quickly practiced a set of Gale Blade. This? The black and white apricot eyes of the Ice Beauty blinked. Tang Wen flipped it for her again and again, comparing the 2. Zhou Bing immediately understood, this is a shortcut to cultivating visualization. Her tone was filled with great shock. Well, I just thought of it. Little one, you are really a genius. Zhou Bing's eyes were full of splendor, her excited body leaned forward, revealing a large area of snow white on her chest, and she grabbed Tang Wen's arm with both hands, looking at him as if she were looking at some rare treasure. Cough cough, I'll draw the visualization diagram in more detail. The faster the flipping speed, the faster the scene moves. Okay. Tang Wen drew the picture, and Zhou Bing's moist beautiful eyes looked at him up and down. After a stack of visualization diagrams was drawn, she gradually calmed down, looked at it back and forth for a while, and closed her eyes to visualize for a while before putting down the picture and said, I want to retreat for a few days. Don't show this picture to anyone for now. Tang Wen directly handed it to her, it's for your retreat. Yeah, Zhou Bing looked at his lips, not thin or thick, and resisted the urge to kiss him. She turned around and left. I'll apply for a retreat stone room. I'll talk to Tang tomorrow. Okay. Don't be impatient. Zhou Bing smiled slightly, walked to the door and opened it, suddenly turned her head again, and dropped a sentence, wait for me to come back. Tang Wen was confused, only thinking that she was too excited because she was about to break through. The next day, Tang Wen and his sister went to exercise as usual. But Zhou Bing was missing by his side. Tang was okay, but Tang Wen always felt that something was missing.
At night, he practiced boxing alone. His punching speed improved, and he turned his head excitedly. Sister Bing, I. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Wen touched his nose. There was no one around, and the entire underground plaza was empty. Only the flames behind the glass were jumping. If she's in retreat, it shouldn't take a few days. He shook his head and continued to practice boxing. Bang! The wooden stake was blasted into sawdust. Skill, mountain opening cannon fist, beginner entry 11,000. The boxing technique that had been stuck for 2 days has been upgraded. Bang! Another wooden training dummy shattered. Tang Wen silently calculated that after advancing, his punches were about 1/3 faster than before. Well, with my current punching speed, if I get a chance, like catching an enemy's mistake, I should be able to land a punch in actual combat. No. If the enemy makes a mistake, wouldn't it be better to just kill them with a knife or smash them with a stone? Why waste energy and effort to give them a punch? He looked at the headless wooden stake, his eyes deep. Fist techniques still need to be practiced. This is just the beginning. When I reach the mastery level, maybe it will be practical for combat. After 30 punches, Tang Wen's physical strength and spirit were both exhausted. However, he could consciously accelerate visualization, and his experience points increased a lot. Skill, mountain splitting cannon fist, beginner 451000. Back in the dormitory, he fell asleep. The next day, at 5 in the morning, he woke up. He didn't get up, but started practicing the Hunyuan stance first. Then he put on his clothes and practiced the 8 Vajra exercises. At 7 o'clock, he arrived at the square on time and practiced the earth-fire stance with everyone. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to do anything else in the morning after practicing these 3 major exercises. Eating, returning to their rooms, and recuperating their spirits would be their only choices. But for Tang Wen, this day's training was just the beginning. It is worth mentioning that, except for the more difficult Hunyuan Gong, he practiced the other 8 Vajra exercises and earth-fire stance with hundreds of pounds of weights. This made everyone on the square try to squeeze forward when practicing the stances, trying not to let Tang Wen appear in their sight. It was too demoralizing. Cafeteria. Heavy footsteps sounded. Without turning their heads, everyone knew that Tang Wen had arrived. In the morning, the guards rubbed their hands and approached Tang Wen with ill intentions, holding clubs. Tang Wen, we won't be polite. Feel free to hit me. To be honest, the guards who want to hit you are lining up. Ha ha. The sound of banging rang out. Tang Wen held his breath, letting the clubs fall on his body. When dozens of thick wooden sticks were broken, the guards shook their sore wrists, cursed him as a freak, and shook their heads and walked away. There was no sense of accomplishment in hitting him. Where could they complain? Iron Skin Skill, Mastery 490-1000. After practicing Iron Skin Skill, he put on a double-layered scale armor and weighted clothes, and walked into the cafeteria with a thud. After lunch, he rested for a while. In the afternoon, Tang Wen came to the plum blossom piles early. The plum blossom piles were of different heights and sizes. He jumped up and exercised his footwork on them. Fortunately, the plum blossom piles were metal copper pillars. If they were made of wood, they would have to be replaced every day. Huff, huff, huff. Half an hour later, Tang Wen came down panting. The weight was too heavy, and he couldn't handle it. He took off the 500-pound phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead phoneme clothes. He turned around and changed into a 400-pound phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead phoneme clothes. He immediately had a floating illusion. He felt that he could do it again, come again. Another 20 minutes passed. After resting for a while, he changed into 300-pound phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead phoneme clothes, then 200-pound, 100-pound, until he didn't wear any at all. He still had 2 pieces of scale armor and a pair of metal boots on his body. Adding up, it also weighed 300 pounds. But Tang Wen. Relying on the extreme squeezing training method, the experience value of the traceless step increased the fastest. In the evening, he returned to his room to practice Hunyuan stance and Vidragon, ate dinner, continued to practice stances, and practiced mountain-splitting cannon fist after dark. The day was full. One day was like this, every day was like this. Zhou Bing's seclusion time was much longer than Tang Wen expected. On the seventh day, she still hadn't returned, and Tang Wen finally couldn't help but prepare to look for her. As a result, Zhou Bing asked old Xia to bring a message to Tang Wen. After she left seclusion, she was directly taken away by Zhao Tong to participate in actual combat. How can she participate in actual combat directly after just breaking through? Tang Wen was a little dissatisfied. The whole afternoon, he didn't go to exercise for the first time. This made Zhang Lin and several familiar guards come to see him, thinking he was sick. Being interrupted by them, Tang Wen slowly calmed down. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that it should be so. Zhou Bing broke through to the level of a martial master, and it seems a bit unreasonable to hide in the underground palace. Attention everyone, stop training this afternoon and go to the warehouse to move things. Attention everyone, this afternoon. The latest novels are available at 69 Books Bar. Several guards shouted in the corridor, and knocked on the doors of each room. Move things? Why are you suddenly moving things? That's not right, are we moving into the camp, or out of the camp? Thinking that the outside of the camp was still in a state of war, everyone inevitably worried. The guards led the way, and Tang Wen, Zhang Lin and the others came to the warehouse door under the underground palace. They saw many guards already busy, carrying bags of heavy objects from the ground. It's millet. Tang moved her small nose, her eyes widened more than anyone else. She muttered to herself, as if calculating how many years it would be enough to eat. It was moved in from the outside, so it seems that we won, or at least we didn't lose. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to help with enthusiasm. Tang Wen also came to the ground along the steps, and the cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme blue, making him refreshed. I haven't seen the sun for a long time. Tang Wen stretched. The people who came up from the underground all had one posture, opening their arms to embrace the sun. Tang Wen smiled. No matter how safe the underground is, how good the environment is, people still have to bask in the sun frequently, and should still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme on the ground. Where they were located was a large courtyard, full of grain trucks. The guards saw Tang Wen and joked, "Here comes a capable one." Tang Wen, how many bags are you going to move at once? The burlap bags were larger than ordinary bags, and one bag weighed more than 100 pounds. Tang Wen looked at the environment and suddenly pointed to the thick cloth on the ground and asked, "Is this strong?" Strong. This is rainproof. What, are you going to pack a few bags and carry them down? Tang Wen shook his head, since it's strong, I have a faster way. Come, Zhang Lin, help. They found 4 people, 2 holding the 2 corners of the rainproof cloth at the entrance of the underground palace on the ground, and throwing the rainproof cloth down the steps, and 2 people in the underground palace also holding the corners of the cloth. The 4 exerted force and held the rainproof cloth tightly. Using the height difference, a simple slide was made. Sliding the rice bags down the cloth slide was much faster than moving them down. Commander Zhang saw it and praised, "Little Tang is smart. Come, Team 1 and Team 2, help hold the cloth. Team 3 and Team 4 are on top. The remaining teams, all go down to pick up, and then move them into the warehouse." The efficiency suddenly increased a lot. Commander Zhang pulled Tang Wen to chat, "You kid is from the outer city. After the assessment next month, do you want to come back and manage the outer city with me?" Tang Wen respected those who lost their arms on the battlefield and protected the camp. "If there is a chance, of course I would. But I am just an ordinary soldier, and I have to listen to our captain." "That's easy to say, your captain can come with you." Tang Wen nodded repeatedly and asked in a low voice, "Did we win?" He, how do you think it counts as winning?" Commander Shang's words had a hint of testing. What counts as winning? Of course, the other party was defeated, suffered heavy casualties, ceded land and paid compensation, and begged for mercy on their knees. But after thinking about it carefully, he found it impossible. If the other party can't beat you, won't they run away? The Black Mountain camp is a slave camp, and the high-ranking rulers are mostly experts.
Experts are difficult to kill. If they can't beat you, they will run away. At worst, they don't want the camp.
In turn, they will sneak attack you every day, kill your people, and burn your camp.
Who can stand it? So, in this cruel environment, what counts as winning? Seeing Tang Wen fall into deep thought.
A trace of appreciation flashed in Commander Zhang's eyes. He didn't answer hastily and say some fighting words.
This calmness has surpassed 90% of the people in the barracks.
After thinking for a long time, half of the hundreds of cars of grain were moved. Tang Wen raised his head. I think, fewer casualties, resources coming in, and being able to grow stronger is called winning. The appreciation in Commander Zhang's eyes turned into strong surprise. Good.
Good. You kid is very good. He sighed in his heart, if my kid had this talent and insight, let alone losing an arm, even if he died in battle this time, there would be no regrets.
After moving the grain, life in the underground palace returned to normal.
Martial arts became the only thing.
A month later, the day of the assessment arrived as scheduled. This morning, Tang Wen got up as usual. With the Han Yuan stance breakthrough imminent, he practiced a little longer than usual, making him later than usual when he went out. When he put on his weights and arrived at the underground palace square, he found no one practicing stances. Everyone was standing neatly, listening to old Xia speak. Therefore, today's assessment will take place on the ground square in the inner city. After breakfast, all those who want to participate in the selection should stand over here. All right, dismissed. Gather here in an hour and a half to register. Selection. It's finally starting. This is the commander selection, and theoretically, anyone can sign up. Old Xia also said just now that the war against the Black Mountain camp is basically coming to an end. The troublemaking out-of-town gangs have been wiped out. Their flame camp won this war. The war is won. The opportunity to become a commander has also arrived. Everyone couldn't help but excitedly talk about it, discussing who had a chance of being selected, and whether they should sign up. Tang Wen overheard a bit and, knowing that the war was won, felt relieved. He casually found an open space behind the square, relaxed his shoulders, lowered his hips, and began practicing the horse stance. During the discussion, someone inadvertently turned his head, saw Tang Wen, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn! Still practicing with weights today?" The voice was loud. After he shouted, everyone slowly turned to look at Tang Wen. The underground palace square instantly became much quieter. Looking at Tang Wen, their eyes were complicated. Tang Wen didn't open his eyes, he was used to seizing the time to practice. Otherwise, when you encounter a strong enemy, and then say that you wasted your time and failed the attribute panel, that would truly be like meeting Tony Leung on Andy Lau's rooftop wanting to be a good person, but it's too late. The enemy won't let you go home and practice for 3 years before having a final showdown with you. Tang Wen's center of gravity was like Mercury, and Mercury is smooth and adaptable. He seemed to be on a wave, rising and falling slowly, with a strong sense of rhythm. If someone who had never practiced martial arts or stances came to see it, they would feel that he was practicing with great beauty. In the square, some people laughed, some shook their heads, some had gloomy faces, and some even wanted to kick him. But they just slowly turned around and left the underground palace. An hour later, Tang Wen appeared in the cafeteria. He was no longer wearing weights. A guard put away the smile on his face. I knew it. He practices so hard, he'll definitely participate in the selection. Great. I think the spots for this commander selection will be taken by those two. It hasn't even started yet. We'll see after the fight. Fight? Ha! Tang Wen ignored the gazes of others, greeted those he knew, and sat down at the table with his sister, and Lei, and Zhang Lin. You're not wearing weights, so it seems you're saving your energy to prepare for the selection? Zhang Lin's voice was neither loud nor soft. Tang Wen picked up a cornbread bun and took a bite, non-committally, and asked, What about you? Are you also participating? Zhang Lin nodded heavily. Captain, my small goal is to first become a captain. What about you? Those who heard this quietly perked up their ears.
Tang Wen glanced at him. To be honest, I don't really want to leave the underground palace. Here, the food and lodging are good, and I don't have to do anything every day except practice. If I encounter problems, I can directly ask old Xia, it's so comfortable. Zhang Lin laughed. Good heavens! Find you a wife, and you could stay here for the rest of your life, right? Tang Wen suddenly thought of Zhou Bing, recalling what he saw in the cave that night. It was still unforgettable to him. If he had such a wife, it wouldn't be bad. What am I thinking? Practicing martial arts and skills is the most important thing. After eating, they went to the underground palace square. Tang Wen, Zhang Lin, and Lei, and many unfamiliar guards, a total of 20 or 30 people, stood out to sign up for the selection. Good. Those temporarily staying here from the hunting team can pack up and go home. The ordinary soldier assessment is in the morning, and the selection starts at 2 p.m. Everyone is not allowed to be late. The assessment is aimed at the hunting soldiers and guards to see how their martial arts training has been recently. It's like a student's final exam or a salaried worker's performance review. If you don't do well on the test, if you don't meet the performance goals, you'll have your allowance or salary cut. The same goes for hunting soldiers and guards. The assessment is recorded. If you fail once, for example, if your strength or speed declines, you'll be placed under observation. After a period of time, you'll be assessed again. If you still fail, you'll be demoted to the ordinary soldier camp. When you've practiced enough, you can apply to come back. It's a bit like the repeating system in some schools. Bad grades? Pay to repeat the year. Didn't do well on the college entrance exam? Pay to do another year. The three of them didn't have much stuff. They packed up Zhou Bing's clothes and bundled them into a large package. Tang Tang carried a package on her back and Tang Wen followed behind, carrying 2 packages. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shu. Come. They went back the same way they came. The siblings still walked through the tunnel. When they got home, they swept and cleaned the courtyard, and by the time they were done, it was noon. Tang Wen was about to take his sister to the hunting camp for a free meal. Suddenly, the door opened. Sister Bing? Tang Tang was pleasantly surprised, ran over and hugged Zhou Bing, jumping and bouncing. The ice beauty smiled and hugged Tang Tang for about 3 seconds, and then opened her arms. Eh? Tang Tang blinked, she still had a lot to say. Looking at Zhou Bing again, she had already turned and opened her arms, pouncing on Tang Wen, hugging him tightly. Hiss! This figure, Tang Wen's throat rolled. After hesitating for a moment, he also wrapped his arms around her waist. Sister Bing, you and I are life and death friends, don't test me like this. I can handle anything, except temptation. On the other side, Tang Tang opened her mouth, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. Let me hug you for a while. Okay. Tang Wen was suffering and happy. When he first transmigrated, he was as skinny as a stick. After several attribute enhancements, his height finally reached 1.7 meters. But in front of the supermodel level Zhou Bing, it was still not enough to see. His cheek sank into her fragrant softness, and his hands couldn't help but hug her tighter. Tang Tang had already silently counted to 300 in her heart, and seeing that the two hadn't separated yet, she tiptoed over and closed the door. But the wooden door creaked, bringing the two back to their senses. Zhou Bing noticed Tang Wen's change, blushed, and quickly turned around to talk to Tang Tang. Tang Wen bent over, as if remembering something he hadn't taken, and hurriedly returned to the house, coming out after a while. Was this trip dangerous? It's just training. It was all right. Then it sounds dangerous. Zhou Bing smiled helplessly. On the way to the cafeteria, the three were talking. After finishing lunch, the three of them came out of the hunting camp cafeteria, slowly walking towards the inner city square. Along the way, they met many comrades and guards. Tang Wen and Zhou Bing constantly greeted others. To their surprise, Tang Tang also knew a lot of people, and many acquaintances exchanged greetings. At 2 o'clock, the assessment of hunting soldiers and guards came to an end. Tang Wen, Zhou Bing, and the others who participated in the captain and commander selection entered the field.
Commander Zhang, Commander Zhao, General Zhou, and even old General Xiao were present.
Isn't the queen coming for this kind of event? Tang Wen had never met the queen before.
Today was the commander selection, and the position of commander was definitely considered mid to high level in the camp.
For such a position, when a new person is appointed, shouldn't the queen come to meet them?
A strange look flashed across Zhou Bing's face. She didn't hide it in front of Tang Wen, and whispered, "The queen doesn't like these tedious affairs.
You can go to see the queen after you become a commander."
There were some things she couldn't say.
Tang Wen didn't ask any further.
As long as the queen, the highest combat power, didn't have any problems, everything else was fine. Speaking of which, the reason why Flame Camp can exist, have a certain degree of fairness, and even have mobility between classes, allowing people from the outer city to see Hope, is fundamentally due to the queen's combat power and character. He had heard from the merchants that among the 20 or 30 camps and villages they had visited, the common people lived most comfortably in Flame Camp. In the others, to varying degrees, there was a touch of slavery.
Ordinary people's lives were no different from livestock. Warriors basically didn't take them seriously.
Even without warriors, they would starve to death in famine years. Just like the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme blowing through the grassland, there would always be grass falling. It was precisely because the queen's combat power could defend against enemies from outside, and her character could ensure internal fairness, that Flame Camp has its current state.
Tang Wen really wanted to meet this queen and see what kind of demeanor she had.
Hearing his words full of praise, Zhou Bing's eyes were strange and a little wary. Her Majesty the Queen, she is 30 years old.
Huh? Tang Wen was about to ask what this had to do with age. 30 years old, that's still very young.
Suddenly, a voice of silence came from the stage.
Commander Zhao spoke. The voice was steady and not loud, steadily transmitted to everyone's ears. This?
Before Tang Wen could ask, Zhou Bing leaned over and said in his ear, "Commander Zhao has broken through." She had said during dinner that Commander Zhao was ambushed, and barely escaped after a deadly battle, leaving a scar on his face. He broke through between life and death. Tang Wen lamented that Commander Zhao was indeed a fierce general, originally faintly holding the position of the number one person below the general.
Now, this number one position is probably going to be confirmed.
In this camp war, we lost many brothers, but the final victory still belongs to us. The Black Mountain Devils personally killed the helpers they brought, and came to us for peace. The grain they sent has filled the large and small granaries inside and outside the city. Even Her Majesty the Queen's garden and the General's mansion are storing grain. After Commander Zhao finished speaking,
the audience cheered.
The war had enveloped them for 2 months, suppressed them for 2 months, and now it was all released. Even though this grain was exchanged with the Black Mountain Camp for 2 years of coal mining rights. However, it was true that the Black Mountain Camp killed people to sue for peace. The victory was unquestionable. Flame Camp had this strength. After the war started, the Queen, General Zhou, and the former general all came out. Then the commanders led a group of captains, forming an elite team that was the main force on the battlefield. On the other hand, the Black Mountain Camp, the Black Mountain King, and General Black Mountain Devil dared not show up directly, and could only barely contain the Queen and General Zhou. They constantly sent martial apprentices and martial artists to their deaths, and finally dispatched a few martial masters, wanting to ambush Commander Zhao. As a result, Commander Zhao burst out and killed 2 of them.
After that, they could only admit defeat.
Commander Zhao raised his hand and pressed down, and the guards on the square gradually quieted down. The hunting camp and the guard camp are now preparing to expand their scale. This selection will select 10 commanders and 100 captains.
Wow, there was a burst of discussion in the square. Tang Wen's eyes flickered slightly. This is to expand the army.
As for why the expansion, he can probably guess the reason. The world is chaotic, and the camp must always have sufficient reserve forces. Next, Commander Zhao explained the rules. The selection rules are very simple. Those who want to become captains of the hunting camp must challenge a current captain. You don't need to defeat the opponent, you just need to show a balanced match to be promoted. As for who challenges which captain, it needs to be decided by drawing lots, which is also to prevent someone from colluding to play a fake game. After all, where there are people, there are inevitably human relationships. After listening to the rules, Tang Wen frowned. He's not interested in being a captain. He wanted to challenge the commander, but he was not sure. Mainly, he had never seen any commander use their full strength. Without comparison, naturally there is no confidence. After Commander Zhao finished speaking, he took a step back. Just when everyone thought the selection was finally about to begin. Another person stood up. It was General Zhou. Before the selection begins, I announce several appointments issued by Her Majesty the Queen. There was a slight commotion in the square, but without anyone reminding them, it quickly quieted down. Although the Queen doesn't care about things, her prestige is really high. Zhao Long, Commander Zhao, has repeatedly made military exploits in this battle. He is promoted to hunting general for his merits. He commands the hunting camp. Congratulations, General Zhao. Congratulations, General Zhao. The people below shouted. The latest novel is first published at 6-9 Book Bar. They shouted more than a dozen times in a row, until the last 3 times, they finally shouted this sentence together. The people on the stage also congratulated General Zhou. They knew this news for a long time, but it was just officially announced. General Zhou, on behalf of the Queen, issued tokens, badges, and new armor to General Zhao. The latter took them one by one. The 2 old comrades in arms smiled at each other, and everything was unspoken. Tang Wen clapped and smiled with everyone. Zhao Long, Commander Zhao, no, General Zhao, this name is really down to earth. However, it seems that the names of the people in the camp are quite simple. The square was very lively for a while. General Zhou let everyone finish cheering before continuing. Zhou Bing, Tang Wen, come forward. Is there anything else for me? Does Sister Bing not know phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme? Tang Wen looked over and happened to see Zhou Bing winking at him. Okay, it seems she knows. The 2 came to the stage. General Zhou announced, Tang Wen and Zhou Bing achieved a great victory in the martial arts competition with the Black Mountain Camp. Among them, Tang Wen defeated 6 opponents in a row, thwarting the opponent's conspiracy. He has won important benefits for the camp. Today, he is promoted to commander. Skip the captain and be directly promoted to commander? Tang Wen was pleasantly surprised. He thought that this military merit would give some other benefits, but he didn't expect it to be a promotion across ranks. Zhou Bing, in this war, you killed 3 enemy commanders. Your military merits have accumulated, and you are promoted to commander. You 2, come to the stage. The 2 jumped lightly onto the high platform. General Zhao issued tokens and badges to the 2. Tang Wen took the black metal token, with his name engraved on it, and a burning flame carved on the back. The badge is red, bright and eye-catching, with the words Tang Wen Commander engraved on it. Zhou Bing also has the same things. The 2 learned from General Zhao's appearance just now and showed it to the people below. Congratulations, Commander Tang. Congratulations, Commander Zhou. The crowd below shouted again. Turning around, Tang Wen looked at the crowds of people below, and his mind was in a trance. He was cheering below just now, and now he has become a leadership class above. This feeling is indeed different. No wonder so many people are racking their brains to climb up. It turns out it's this feeling. Not bad. He waved to everyone, and his feet floated lightly as he followed Zhou Bing to a corner. General Zhao stepped forward and announced, the assessment is about to begin, all commanders, please come forward. The commanders came one after another, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the position below the stage. Those who want to become commanders must challenge them. At this time, General Zhao suddenly turned around and pointed at Tang Wen and Zhou Bing and said, what are you 2 doing in a daze? Come forward. Everyone let out a good-natured laugh. Didn't we just become commanders? Have we turned from those being assessed to examiners? Tang Wen hesitated and walked over from behind. Zhou Bing was fine, but Tang Wen had never been an examiner. His hesitant steps, in the eyes of those below the stage who wanted to become a commander, were a sign of insufficient confidence. For a time, everyone who wanted to pass the selection and become a commander wanted to draw Tangwon. A newly promoted commander, was there a better opponent to challenge? Dozens of captains under the stage stared at Tangwon with burning eyes. The leadership on the stage noticed this. General Zhou smiled. "Commander Tang, then you can be the first." "Yes, General." Tangwon agreed, and under Zhou Bing's concerned gaze, walked off the stage and went straight to Area 1 in the center of the square. Along the way, many people cast eager glances at him. Tangwon felt depressed. "These guys, they all see me as an easy target." The number 1 assessment area was as large as a standard basketball court. He stood in a stance, quietly waiting for the start. In less than 5 minutes, dozens of people had finished drawing lots. 5 people drew the number 1 lot. "I drew it." Seeing that they had drawn Tangwon, the other examinees couldn't help but cast envious glances. "These guys are really lucky." "Yeah, fighting Tangwon, not to underestimate him, but I think I can win. I have been studying the mountain opening cannon fist for several years, and I am only 1 step away from breaking through." "What about Tangwon? Has he practiced the cannon fist?" "He only joined the hunting camp a few months ago, and he just became a formal guard not long ago." "Do you think he has a chance to practice it? If all 5 of them defeat him, what do you think will happen?" "Stop it, have you forgotten what Tangwon looks like when he exercises? Exercise is exercise, and actual combat is actual combat." "That's right, he must be the weakest among so many commanders." "Yes, it's impossible not to practice the cannon fist." "How do you know he hasn't practiced it?" As I said just now, he only became a guard a few months ago." "Can he understand the visualization diagram?" "It seems that the few people who drew Tangwon are all experts from the Imperial Guards and the hunting camp." "There's a good show to watch." Tangwon thought about his tactics, opened his eyes, and looked around. He saw 5 examinees with excited eyes. "These guys, are they excited?" "What? Do you think you can last long enough under my hands?" Looking to the side again. The examiner at assessment point number 2 was Zhou Bing. Also facing a newly promoted commander, the person who drew Zhou Bing did not look relaxed. They even felt that they were too unlucky. It was normal for them to have such thoughts. Even if they didn't know Zhou Bing before, they just heard General Zhou introduce her battle achievements: killed 3 enemy commanders. Killed enemy commanders, and 3 of them. Commanders are not roadside weeds that you can kill with a wooden stick as a sword. The 2 Imperial Guard captains who drew Zhou Bing looked at each other, very depressed. The other 3 in the same group felt something was wrong and asked them about it. The Imperial Guard captain told the truth. This Commander Zhou, she only participated in the war for more than a month. "What? Before, she trained with us in one place. She only went to participate in the war at the end of last month." "And then she killed 3 enemy commanders?" "Yes, and when she was a captain in the hunting camp before, she was the most capable captain." Everyone's views on Tangwon and Zhou Bing were completely different. "Examinees, come on stage." With General Zhao, who was acting as the referee, giving the order, a gun-shield soldier walked towards Tangwon. The gun was a fine steel short spear, and the shield was a heavy steel shield. Clang! The steel spear struck the thick shield, making a sonorous echo. The gun-shield soldier's eyes were full of expectation. Defeat the commander and become a commander, it's today. Start! The gun-shield soldier immediately pounced towards Tangwon, wanting to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the distance. One of the reasons why these people fought Tangwon was easy to bully. Was that the story of Tangwon defeating the Awakened with stones was well known in the guard camp. Everyone also knew that he was good at throwing stones and was a mid to long range expert. If you fight him in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme combat, as long as you stick to him, wouldn't you win? Not only win, but win big. However, to everyone's surprise, Tangwon did not take out the stones. In the blink of an eye, the gun shield soldier was in front of him. Tangwon pulled out the long knife from his back, took a step, and slashed horizontally.
Clang! The knife and spear clashed. Ah!
The gun-shield soldier cried out in pain.
The steel spear flew out of his hand.
The violent collision made his tiger's mouth numb, and then this pain spread throughout his entire right half of his body. Before he could react, Tang Wen kicked him hard on the steel shield he had erected. In the horrified eyes of the surrounding people, the gun-shield soldier who lost his spear flew out of the selection area.
Damn! That's so exaggerated. The onlookers leaned back in shock.
General Zhao twitched his lips, selection, unqualified. Looking at the unlucky guy who flew out of the field, he didn't even know what his real level was. There was no way, he didn't play at all, he was killed in one face-to-face encounter. The gun-shield soldier fell dizzy, his head buzzing, lying on the ground with a look of disbelief, with an expression of who am I, where am I, what am I doing?
This? Was Tang Wen's knife so fast, and his strength so great? The onlookers watching the excitement were dumbfounded. Everyone looked at each other, opened their mouths, and couldn't speak. Rest for a quarter of an hour.
After General Zhao finished speaking, Tang Wen shook his head and said, "General, no need to rest, there are still 4, it's better to finish it earlier."
Are you sure? Tang Wen nodded. Today, in order to participate in the selection, I haven't practiced many of my skills yet. I'm in a hurry.
General Zhao was amused. Good kid, so participating in the selection, such a big deal, is not as important as your exercise. A selection rest for a quarter of an hour.
5 people rest 4 times, that's an hour. Tang Wen felt it was unnecessary.
General Zhao was speechless after hearing this, and felt like he was being shown off by this kid.
Second one, get ready. Come on stage.
The second person, from the Imperial Guard, was tall and thin, holding 2 knives in his hand. At first glance, he was an agile warrior. But agility was still useless in front of Tang Wen. For more than a month, he had been practicing with a load of several hundred pounds every day, and the traceless step had already been upgraded. Traceless step, proficient 927-3000 at this time, he only had 2 inner armors weighing a mere 240 pounds. This weight did not affect his speed and explosiveness at all. Swish! The twin knife Imperial Guard, who was wandering around looking for opportunities, only saw Tang Wen's figure sway, and then he came directly in front of him and slashed down with his knife. He was shocked and raised his twin knives to meet him fiercely. Having just watched the game and learned about Tang Wen's strength, he did not dare to hold back in the slightest. However, the next second, Tang Wen suddenly retracted his knife. Was it a feint? The twin knife Imperial Guard's heart skipped a beat, and it was too late to withdraw his move. Tang Wen kicked him in the waist and kicked him directly out. With a plop, he landed outside the circle. The surroundings were silent. In just a few breaths, another one was defeated. The faces of the people who had been discussing Tang Wen before turned red and white. Some people cast questioning glances at them. Didn't you say that Tang Wen was very weak? Didn't you say that the people who came to challenge were all experts? Didn't you analyze it so well just now? Weren't the people who came up experts? As a result, 2 people in a row couldn't even last 2 minutes in total? That's it? These people were ashamed, lowered their eyebrows, and couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. General Zhao covered his forehead and announced helplessly, "Selection, unqualified." In fact, it was not difficult for his vision to see. The 2 people who fought against Tang Wen were both elite figures with considerable strength. But unfortunately, they met Tang Wen, a pervert. Stop for a moment. General Zhao said to Tang Wen, "Commander Tang, you have to let the examinees show their abilities." That was to hold back. Tang Wen nodded, "Okay, come on, no problem." With General Zhao's words, the 3 people who had been desperate immediately cheered up. Because they saw that Tang Wen had thrown away the knife. Opportunity. Wasn't this opportunity here? Whoosh! The heavy executioner's blade whistled through the air, cleaving down at Tang Wen. Tang Wen, with his hands behind his back, tapped his foot and darted backwards several meters like a flying bird. The executioner's blade advanced for another attack, and Tang Wen nimbly dodged again. 1 minute passed, 5 minutes passed, 15 minutes passed.
Tang Wen's hands remained behind his back, never once coming out.
He merely moved his legs, toying with the man wielding the executioner's blade, running all over the field. The opponent stopped, using the blade's handle to support himself, panting heavily, his eyes filled with despair as he looked at Tang Wen.
Untouchable. Completely untouchable. Tang Wen didn't attack, didn't block, and didn't even have a weapon in his hand.
He just wandered around in this small circle, while the other man, with his 2-meter-long executioner's blade, had every advantage, yet couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes.
Tang Wen glanced at General Zhao.
The latter, with a complex expression, called a halt to the match. Let's stop here. Your executioner's blade technique is quite proficient, but your speed and explosive power are lacking.
Go back and practice properly.
Thank you for your guidance, General, the executioner said dejectedly as he left. Looking at the other fields, the selectees and commanders were all putting up a good fight. He felt even more disheartened. Turning back, General Zhao said to Tang Wen, "You have to fight them head-on, you can't keep using your speed to bully people."
The latter nodded indifferently.
After the 3 consecutive matches, he had a general idea of these people's levels. And he also understood his own level. The 4th person to enter the arena, after watching Tang Wen's match with the executioner's blade and seeing that Tang Wen had no weapon in his hand. He also temporarily switched from a steel shield to a smaller steel round shield, carrying a long sword as he walked into the arena.
Fully equipped?
Tang Wen smiled.
Begin.
In the blink of an eye, Tang Wen closed in. The examinee, though surprised, didn't panic, slashing the long sword towards Tang Wen's eyes. The latter raised his fist and smashed upwards, the fist hitting the sword's body with a crisp sound. The sword's body was bent, and the examinee could barely hold the hilt. Before the opponent could react, he sank his shoulder and lowered his stance, his mind quickly conjuring the image of a fireball flying up and bombarding a mountain.
Warm energy surged, and a heavy punch landed. Mountain opening cannon fist. Boom!
The fist struck the steel shield heavily, and with a bang, the steel round shield shattered into pieces. The examinee staggered, trying to maintain his balance, but eventually tripped and fell to the ground. As for his right hand, which held the shield, it was completely limp.
Cannon fist? When did you learn cannon fist, kid?
General Zhao was full of surprise and even forgot to treat the injured examinee immediately. The latter hugged his arm, his face covered in cold sweat, gritting his teeth and not saying a word.
Tang Wen didn't answer, quickly waving for a physician to come. Well, it's not a big problem, just that the arm is broken into 3 pieces.
Come, take him away and put him in splints at the medical center.
Tang Wen breathed a sigh of relief.
As fellow guards, he didn't want to cause anyone irreparable harm.
I say, when did you learn the cannon fist?
Just these past 2 days.
Just happened to learn it. He wasn't lying.
The difficulty of mastering the mountain opening cannon fist exceeded his imagination. Mountain opening cannon fist, mastery 121-30002. 2 months of hard training. Even though the fist technique had broken through to the mastery level, he still used it very awkwardly. Only when the opponent revealed a flaw, like just now, did he dare to visualize the punch. If the opponent were to attack suddenly, he wouldn't be able to do it in time.
How many times did you look at the visualization diagram?
General Zhao asked expectantly. Every request to view the visualization diagram was recorded, and Tang Wen told the truth. It's not a matter of how many times, I stayed there for a whole day.
So, you only looked at it once?
His voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. The surrounding people all looked over.
Keep it a secret. Keep it a secret, you know.
General Zhao quickly lowered his voice again.
Another true genius.
Tang Wen looked at him speechlessly. You're the one who shouted it out loud. While the two were talking, the last waiting guard captain had already despaired. He racked his brains, trying to figure out how he could last a little longer. It wasn't that he was incompetent, but that this Commander Tang was too abnormal. General Zhao's eyes were full of joy, and he waved his hand and said, "All right. Seeing that you're not good at assessing others, I'll do this." Tangwen followed his phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme. I'm still lacking in many areas and need to learn from the general.
Stop with that nonsense. General, I'm sincerely learning from you. Go, stand outside. Let the examinee come on stage.
Seeing his smiling face, Tangwen secretly noted that General Zhao liked this kind of thing. After the martial arts assessment ended, in addition to Zhou Bing and Tangwen, only 3 new commanders were selected. Even with them too, they were still half the way from the goal of selecting 10 commanders. The goal of selecting 100 captains, on the other hand, was completed. Many elite members of the hunting guards or imperial guards had been practicing martial arts for many years and had levels phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to martial artists. They were ready-made captains.
The assessment and selection ended. Tangwen, Zhou Bing, and the 3 new commanders followed General Zhou and other seniors to the Queen's palace. After arriving here, Tangwen was somewhat disappointed. Although it was called a palace, it wasn't much different from the residences in the camp. There was no grandeur befitting the residence of a great figure. Ordinary houses, just with heavier stones and slightly higher roofs. General Zhou took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and walked into a room with a plaque that phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read slash phoneme council hall. It was empty.
A large round table, dozens of chairs, and a terrain sand table in the middle of the room.
Everyone, please sit.
A rustling sound of chairs being pulled.
Tangwen and Zhou Bing sat near the door.
After some polite greetings and words of encouragement, General Zhou began to assign positions.
Lu Sha,
Zhang Mian, Chen Lai, please introduce yourselves to everyone.
2 middle-aged men and a young man stood up.
They were the other 3 new commanders. The 2 middle-aged men first gave self-introductions. They came from ordinary guard camps and were originally captain-level positions, serving in the outer city. Because their jobs were very easy, they had plenty of time to practice martial arts. After years of diligent work, they finally mastered the mountain opening cannon fist the year before last. After 2 years of hard training, they could finally use it in actual combat. Therefore, they passed the assessment and became commanders. Generals Zhou and Zhao looked at each other in disgust before asking, given that you have relatively little combat experience, you will now be assigned to General Zhao's command in the inner city. You will jointly phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme hunting camp 1, each leading 10 teams.
Yes, General. The 2 stood at attention, their backs straight.
The younger Chen Lai stood up third. He came from the Imperial Guards and was less than 25 years old, a true genius.
When asked where he wanted to serve,
Shendong thought for a moment and said, Generals, I still want to return to the Imperial Guards, but I think the current state of the Imperial Guards needs to change.
We lack actual combat. Well, we've also noticed the problem you mentioned.
In the next step, the Imperial Guards will rotate in and out of the city, so there will be no shortage of actual combat.
Then you can go back to the Imperial Guards. Thank you, General.
All 3 had finished speaking. It was Zhou Bing and Tangwen's turn. Zhou Bing basically didn't need to introduce herself. People with status in the inner and outer cities all knew her.
The camp's #1 beauty, Jinx, genius, General Zhou's niece.
Anyone with even one of these identities was a well-known figure in the camp. The Ice Beauty had gathered all 4. She said a few simple words, and General Zhou didn't arrange a position, signaling Tangwen to stand up.
Tangwen's introduction was even simpler. There's no one left in my family, just an older sister.
As for where I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme, I'm currently staying with Sister Bing. There's nothing to say about martial arts, it all depends on my own hard work.
What hard work?
You kid mastered the cannon fist at 15, you're a genius, General Zhao said with a smile and a curse.
General, I'm not a genius.
I just used the free time that others used to drink tea to practice martial arts. The people in the room were stunned, feeling that these words seemed to be modest, but also seemed to have other meanings, and they couldn't help but look down at the tea in their cups. Well, should I quit drinking tea in the future? A few seconds later, General Zhou coughed, breaking the silence. Alright, let's talk about the positions that Zhou Bing and Tangwen will be responsible for. Zhou Bing, Tang Wen, you two will take a portion of the current hunting camp members and select some city guards from the outer city to form the outer city hunting team.
While Tang Wen is assisting Zhou Bing, he will also assist Commander Zhang in managing the outer city.
Go to the outer city? 2 deputy positions? Tang Wen pondered that in this case, he could slack off as much as he wanted. Tell Sister Bing that Commander Zhang has arranged something.
Then tell Commander Zhang that Sister Bing is too busy to handle things.
Wouldn't that be very leisurely?
Wait, I finally became a leader, shouldn't I be thinking about throwing my weight around? Why am I always thinking about slacking off?
After the work was arranged, General Zhou stood up and said, "Let's go, we'll go to the main hall together to pay respects to the Queen."
Rattling sounds of chairs. Tang Wen and Zhou Bing were fine.
The other 3 stood up helplessly, their faces nervous and expectant.
Tang Wen was curious and asked in a low voice, "It's understandable that the 2 original outer city captains haven't met the Queen, but how come Chen Lai, this guard, hasn't phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals ir either / phoneme?"
"Well, the Queen, she is always in seclusion." Zhou Bing's tone was a bit unnatural.
Tang Wen glanced at her but didn't say much.
The 2 followed behind the generals and commanders, arriving at the main hall together. The main hall was also in the style of a council hall, with a half-person high stone platform in the middle towards the back, on which was placed an exquisitely shaped chair. In front of the stone platform, on both sides, were rows of seats.
"Your Majesty, the new commanders have arrived."
A woman resembling a female official called out towards the side door of the main hall. Slight footsteps approached.
Immediately afterward, a stunningly beautiful face entered everyone's eyes.
"Everyone has worked hard, please sit." The crisp and melodious voice revealed a hint of irresistible majesty. But no one sat down until she lightly flicked her red dress and sat in the main seat, then everyone sat down one after another. Lu Sha trembled as he stood up first, introducing himself to the Queen in a not-so-fluent manner. His excitement, reverence, and the feeling of being amazed by the Queen's appearance were vividly displayed.
The Queen smiled and nodded in encouragement.
This old brother sat down with an excited expression.
Zhang Mian was not much better than him. Qian Lai's performance was slightly better.
After he finished speaking, he evoked the Queen's impression of him. "Not bad, the little guard from back then has grown up." Qian Lai looked excited and couldn't help but express his loyalty. "The guard will always be the sharp blade in your hand." "Yes," the Queen nodded, appearing to affirm him.
Zhou Bing stood up.
The Queen's smile was as bright as the sun. "Binger, you don't need to introduce yourself. Stay behind later." The 3 people just now all turned their heads, their eyes filled with envy. Envy at the Queen's closeness to her relatives.
Tang Wen curiously looked at the expressionless Sister Bing, feeling even stranger in his heart. "Your Majesty, I am Tang Wen."
"I know you," the Queen praised, "a young genius."
Not at all, not at all.
In front of your Majesty, there is no such thing as a genius. You are young and killed and awakened on the arena, naturally you are a genius, don't be modest."
Tang Wen was even more modest. "I just used the time that others enjoyed on martial arts training."
"The others, good. Stay behind later and tell me how you usually practice martial arts." The Queen restrained her smile.
Agreeing, Tang Wen retreated to his seat.
He also gained the envious gazes of the 3 new commanders. It seems that these 3 can be considered loyal fans of the Queen. After introducing the newcomers, the Queen stood up, her red dress like fire, and said in a serious tone, "Everyone, the drought is coming."
"Ha!"
Except for the 5 newly promoted ones, the others were not surprised at all, obviously they already knew. General Zhao stood up and said, "After investigation, the water levels of the large and small rivers and streams around the camp, as well as the large lake in the west, are all lower than in previous years.
It hasn't rained or snowed for a full 3 months from winter to today.
This year, the millet will definitely have a reduced yield in late spring. According to experienced old farmers, the yield will be reduced by more than half."
Upon hearing this, everyone frowned.
Everyone knew in their hearts that reduced grain production phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals FN often / phoneme meant the beginning of turmoil.
"You few speak first?"
General Zhou looked at Tang Wen and the other 5, obviously testing them. After all, Commanders can't just know how to fight, they also need to understand camp management and disaster prevention. Lu Sha and the other three looked at each other, and no one spoke. They quietly lowered their heads, not daring to look at the eyes of their seniors. A look of a bad student who doesn't dare to look at the teacher's eyes after the teacher asks a question. Zhou Bing frowned, thinking about something. "Little Tang, you go first." Tang Wen organized his words and said, "The scavengers outside the camp may riot. They have been hungry for a winter, and if they can't eat the fruits of the forest, the wild vegetables and mushrooms on the ground in the spring, they won't be able to survive. People can do anything before they starve to death. Even if they don't riot, the Black Mountain Camp will instigate them to riot." The newest novels are first published on 69 Shu.
Come. Commander Zhang asked, "Is there any way?"
Way?
What way is there to think about this?
Many people in the hall have only one word in their minds: kill them all. But Tang Wen felt that the camp should focus on strengthening itself, draw out areas outside the camp in advance, set up villages. All scavengers who are willing to work can come into phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme.
Then, find a vacant lot by the lake and let them reclaim wasteland. As for those scavengers who rob and oppress others, they will be executed immediately upon discovery. What about food?
General Zhao asked. Reclaiming wasteland is heavy physical labor, and it can't be done without eating food.
Tang Wen also knew that the camp couldn't provide too much food to the scavengers. He had thought about this question. As for food, concentrate on collecting what can be eaten in the wild. For example, tree bark, leaves, flowers, mixed with a small amount of grain, ground into flour, and made into hard cakes. Eating one should last half a day. I don't expect them to reclaim any wasteland in the first year, as long as they don't cause trouble, survive the drought season, and wait for the sky to rain. They can not only support themselves, but also supply us with some food. Do you mean we have to provide seeds and farm tools? People who are extremely hungry will even eat the seeds.
Tang Wen shook his head and said, "When it's time to sow, we'll send people to work for a few days. The farm tools can be lent to them, and when they have a harvest, let them use the grain to repay us."
Why is it so troublesome? If they dare to cause trouble and attack the camp, can't we just kill them all?
Tang Wen knew that some people would think this way. He said, "Yes, we can, but people are very important resources."
What benefits can we get from killing them? By recruiting them, we can strengthen the camp.
Of course, how to do it specifically, we still need to ask Her Majesty the Queen and the two generals to decide together. General Zhao nodded in affirmation. It is certainly simple to kill them, but it is indeed a waste, and it will also cause epidemics later.
After a major disaster, there will be a major epidemic. We must also pay attention to epidemic prevention. Your Majesty, what do you think?
Queen Yu held her fair cheek with her jade hand and frowned. The idea is good.
But we must first calculate the number of people reclaiming wasteland, how much grain is needed, and is our grain enough? What if the drought continues?
General Zhou opened his mouth. Our grain reserves are enough for the inner city to eat for more than 3 years under the rationing system.
If we add the people from the outer city, it will only last less than 2 years.
The inner city is wealthy, and each household has its own surplus grain, but the outer city is in suspense. After discussing, Tang Wen realized that he was still thinking too simply. Flame Camp still doesn't know how long the drought will last, and whether it can smoothly survive the disaster year.
Now is not a good time to recruit the scavengers outside the city. After an hour or two of discussion, everyone basically reached a consensus.
And Tang Wen's suggestion was also partially adopted. That is, the coarse grain cakes, he said, can be made first. When spring comes, there are many trees, flowers and plants in the forest. Pick them back, mix them with a little flour and make them into dry and hard cakes, which can also be regarded as a kind of stored grain. P.S. Seeking phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme. Seeking follow-up reading. There will be an extra update today. I beg all readers to give some recommendation tickets. Please. In the council hall, the two generals and the commanders took their leave, leaving only the Queen, Tang Wen, and Zhou Bing in the room. Once everyone was gone, the Queen's dignified demeanor vanished. She stretched languidly, revealing the perfect curve of her waist, completely abandoning her image. Immediately afterward, the queen turned back and shouted at the maid, "I was dying of holding it in."
"Wine, bring wine, where's my wine?"
Zhou Bing sighed and gave Tang Wen a helpless look. Clearly, she had seen this uninhibited side of the queen before. The maid handed over a metal wine pot, and the queen raised it, gulping down half of it. Then, with a hiccup, she walked towards the two of them.
He. Binger, this is your little lover, eh? Quite handsome. I heard he's not even 16 yet, he, you naughty girl.
The queen squinted at Tang Wen, her eyes like those of idle men on the street, staring intently at a beautiful woman. Tang Wen felt uncomfortable all over. The queen's unrestrained and unconventional behavior gave him the feeling that his goddess had fallen from grace.
So, her wise and generous image from before was all an act. No wonder Bing Jie always had a hesitant expression whenever she mentioned the queen. Zhou Bing's cheeks flushed red. "What little lover?" "We are completely innocent, your majesty. Call me auntie." "Anyway, auntie, don't talk nonsense. The queen is Bing Jie's aunt?" Tang Wen quietly sized them up. Although both were stunningly beautiful, they didn't look alike at all. Really completely innocent? The queen suddenly moved closer, the smell of wine and fragrance mixing together, rushing towards him. There was an indescribable allure. Tang Wen leaned back slightly, his throat bobbing slightly. "I'm still here." Zhou Bing lowered her voice, "Ray, really?" "Well, at least they're innocent now," she added in her heart. "That's good, he, the queen said, stroking her chin with an evil laugh. "This queen has been on the throne for many years, and there isn't even a ghost in my harem. Today, I see that little Tang has a handsome face." As she spoke, her jade-like fingers were about to touch Tang Wen's face. The latter seemed stunned and didn't even dodge. "No way." Zhou Bing slapped her hand away, stood between them, and glared at the queen with puffed cheeks. "Why not? This queen has been working tirelessly for the camp, and I can't even take a male consort to play with?" The queen's expression was exaggerated, as if saying, "If this isn't allowed, is there any justice left in the world?" Tang Wen looked at the queen's beauty and figure, which were no less than Bing Jie's, plus her mature charm, and felt a little bit willing in his heart. "He's mine." Zhou Bing was forced into a corner by the queen's aggressive words and couldn't bother with pretending to be reserved. He, aren't you completely innocent? You wouldn't be innocent even in bed, Zhou Bing reached out and covered her mouth, turned her head, and dragged Tang Wen away. "Ungrateful Bing girl, you forget your aunt once you have a lover." The queen shouted from behind. Zhou Bing grabbed Tang Wen and ran straight out of the palace. Tang Wen's expression was complicated. Who would have thought that a seemingly proper queen was actually a female madcap? "Bing Jie, are you and the queen relatives?" The redness on Zhou Bing's face hadn't faded yet, and strands of hair hung down, obscuring half of her pretty face. "When my mother was around, she was good sisters with her. The queen was born with this kind of personality. She loves to drink, loves to fool around, is afraid of trouble, and doesn't like to manage things. But she just happens to have extremely high talent in cultivation." "I see. Since she likes to fool around, then it seems that the male consort thing was purely a joke." Tang Wen was slightly disappointed. After all, which proper man doesn't have a dream of being a kept man? Turning his head, looking at Zhou Bing's shy and delicate jade face, Tang Wen's heart stirred slightly. Bing beauty is also very good. What did she just say? I'm her person? He. Looking at her curvy figure, Tang Wen was secretly delighted. Isn't this soft rice coming right up? He quietly reached out his finger and hooked Zhou Bing's slender palm. The latter was stunned, turned to look at Tang Wen abruptly. Their eyes met, and she turned her head away as if electrocuted, her cheeks becoming even redder. There's something. What? Tang Wen held her hand and gently rubbed it. The two of us are the most talented people. Before becoming awakened, we can't. In Tang Wen's puzzled gaze, Zhou Bing's little head was about to bury itself in her chest, and she couldn't say why. You mean we can't do things that couples do? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. What if we can't break through forever? Tang Wen stopped.
If you can't awaken before the age of 30, there's no hope for life.
Tang Wen was stunned. I'm only 15 this year, right? Zhou Bing quickly said, we will definitely be able to break through. Yeah. He didn't doubt this. For happiness, he must break through.
But he didn't want to wait 15 years.
For the development of the camp, let's set a goal, Bing Jia, half a year to break through, how about it? What?
Zhou Bing was stunned, and then understood. Her cheeks flushed immediately. She his hand and ran forward. No way.
Little rogue. Little rogue?
Tang Wen curled his lips. Even the old lechers and old doctors in the clinic envy my extraordinary talent.
Commander Zhou, welcome home. Ha ha ha, Commander Tang, welcome home.
Ding ding ding. Tang didn't know where she got a gong from. When she saw the two of them coming home, she started hitting it at the door. Her little face was even smiling so hard that you couldn't see her teeth. Her cheering attracted neighbors to come out and watch. With Tang's publicity, they learned that the courtyard where the husband-killing woman lived actually produced two commanders. The husband-killing woman also became a commander. Their originally disdainful eyes immediately changed and they began to congratulate her. Tang gave rock candy to the children, made a fuss for a while, and then closed the door and went home. The food was naturally prepared long ago. There was wine, meat, and vegetables. At the dinner table, Tang Wan and Zhou Bing talked about their positions. Tang listened excitedly and drank 2 bowls of sweet potato porridge, making her little face flushed and her head dizzy. The newest novel is first published on the 6-9 books bar. But her math was still amazing, and she kept saying things like how much silver and millet can be received in a month. The next day, Zhou Bing selected 30 hunting camp soldiers and planned to use them as the backbone to form the outer city hunting camp. 1 day of preparation passed, and the two were about to officially take office. Early in the morning, at the gate connecting the inner city to the outer city, the one-armed Commander Zhang and several subordinates were here to welcome them.
Commander Zhang. Commander Tang, Commander Zhou. Everyone. Greetings, Commander Zhang.
As Tang Wen and the others led the team out, one of the people behind Commander Zhang was first puzzled, but later, when he heard Tang Wen's name introduced, his whole body shook.
This is the kid who sent me a pheasant? No, he is Commander Tang Wen.
Li Ji pinched himself, and when the pain came, he hurriedly stood up straight and adjusted his mentality. At the same time, he secretly told himself that this was Commander Tang Wen, a high-level leader of the camp who could take him down with one sentence. Soon, Commander Zhang introduced Li Ji, and he quickly bowed, lowered his head, clasped his hands, and took a step forward. Greetings, Commander Tang Wen, I am Wang Li, you can call me Ali. I am mainly responsible for the outer city rent collection, and I hope you will give me more guidance in the future. His tone was sincere with a slight hint of flattery. Seeing that he obviously recognized him, Tang Wen sighed in his heart, the previous Li Ji, the current Ali. He shook his head slightly and said with a smile to Commander Zhang, Li Ji, I have dealt with him before, he is experienced and measured in his work.
Commander Zhang's subordinates are all elite soldiers and strong generals.
After a round of greetings, the two sides got to know each other.
Tang Wen and the other 3 commanders took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and walked towards the outer city barracks.
The hunting team followed closely behind. Li Ji deliberately fell behind, and the heart hanging in his chest relaxed slightly. This Tang Wen has a lot of bearing. No wonder he can rise to such a position. He shook off the complex feelings in his heart and strode to catch up with the team. That night, a banquet was held in the cafeteria to entertain Tang Wen, Zhou Bing, and the others from the hunting camp. Everyone toasted and drank happily. After taking office as commanders, the two were not busy. How could leaders be busy? The hunting team members brought by Zhou Bing were all elites. Among the 30 people, there were 10 captains and 10 deputy captains. The remaining 10 people were the guards. The new team was formed, and the captains themselves were responsible for picking people from the city guard. Zhou Bing also asked for favors and pulled a group of martial arts students from the inner city martial arts hall to join the newly established hunting 10th camp. Guarantee that each newly formed team can have considerable combat power. Joining the hunting camp directly is also a good choice for martial arts students. The only thing they complained about was that the hunting camp had more than doubled in size due to the large-scale expansion. Therefore, the treatment of the new hunting team members was not as good as before. It probably shrank to half of the original. Fortunately, the martial arts students had no other choice. They complained, but they still had to come. The team lined up on the playground. Tangwan looked at their young faces, and occasionally heard them complain a few words in his ears. Suddenly, a feeling of inspecting the company rose in his heart. He was almost drawing a few cakes. Not only was the treatment reduced, but Tangwan also found when eating in the cafeteria that meat was no longer supplied openly. Now, a team member only has half a basin of rice and vegetables per meal, and you have to pay extra for more. Of course, this is for ordinary hunting team members. For the commanders, as long as they want, they can still refill the basin infinitely and eat until they are full every meal. Commander Zhang, it seems that it is still early for the drought to reduce production? Why is food starting to be rationed and controlled? Commander Zhang looked at the face that was too young and shook his head. You are young after all, you don't know how difficult the drought is to endure. Tang Wen didn't understand. Commander Zhang said, according to past experience, and the deduction of dozens of old farmers in the camp who have been farming for a lifetime, the drought may last longer than expected. After all, we have had several years of good weather, and it is time to suffer. It's time to suffer? What kind of bullshit is this? Tang Wen wanted to retort. Commander Zhang shook his head, went back to the house and took out a yellowed record book for him. He took it in his hand and was surprised to find that the book was actually made of sheepskin. Such a thick sheepskin book can be regarded as a luxury. It seems that the maker wants to save the content on it for a longer time. Take a look. It records the disaster situation. Commander Zhang walked away with a teacup. Tang Wen opened it and flipped through it for a while, and found that it was recorded in years. On the first page, the earliest content came from 53 years ago. P.S. Do you like such a queen? Inside the leather book were historical records. 53 years ago, 52 years ago, 51 years ago, there were 3 years of favorable weather. The camp had a great harvest, and the faces of the outer city people were no longer pale or sallow, showing some color. Just when people thought that life would continue to be so good. 50 years ago, in May, there was a torrential rain that lasted for a month. The seedlings in the fields all died, and the stored grain sprouted and became moldy. Many people died of diarrhea after eating the spoiled grain. Subsequently, the plague spread. In the outer city of the camp, 9 out of 10 houses were empty. In the inner city of the camp, the population was halved. The situation improved 49 years ago, and in the next 5 years, the camp successively received many scavengers who had fled to seek refuge. The population gradually recovered. Then, 44 years ago, there was a severe drought. The fields cracked, and there was no rain for half a year until winter came. People survived for a year on stored grain. The following year, 43 years ago, the first season, because no seeds were sown last year, the fields were still barren. In early summer, the rainfall returned to normal. But when the millet seedlings had just grown to knee height, hail fell from the sky. There was another crop failure. The simple houses in the outer city were smashed, and the inner city was also severely damaged. Many people died of hunger and disease. The next 3 years were slightly better. Although not every year was smooth sailing, there was always some harvest each season. People could barely feed themselves by farming. After all, farmland without breeding, fertilizers, or pesticides cannot produce much food. 39 years ago, there was a flood. Countless people were killed or injured. After the flood, the bodies in the outer city were not cleaned up in time, and the epidemic broke out. This is not history, this is clearly a history of blood and tears, a history of disaster. Tang Wen frowned deeply. The natural disasters in this world are too frequent. Not only is it like this nearby, but it is also like this in other places. According to the records in the leather book, there is a cycle every 7 or 8 years, and there are also many short-term minor disasters in between. Survive in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, fail to survive and die. Tang Wen recalled that his parents had brought his siblings to the camp to escape the famine.
Calculating the time, it has been less than 10 years. Now, the signs of a severe drought are showing again.
No wonder the camp is so nervous, and they started controlling food consumption early. Tang Wen felt bitter in his heart and looked outside the city. No wonder so many people would rather be scavengers, would rather wander, than find a place to farm peacefully.
Making a living by farming in this kind of unpredictable weather. It's no different from gambling with your life.
What's more, for ordinary people, farming in the wild can be fatal at any time by a sudden mutated beast. But, how could there be such strange weather? Has the natural ecology also been severely damaged, or is there some other reason? How long will this last?
One question after another popped up. Tang Wen was full of doubts. Humans are too fragile in the face of nature.
Feeling a burst of blockage in his heart, Tang Wen forced himself to continue reading. In the record book, natural disasters continued. But there is also good news. About 10 years ago, the efficiency of farming was improved, and the yield per mu was higher. At that time, many refugees fled from various places and became farmers in the outer city. They brought some advanced experience, that is, composting and fertilization. The fertility of the land increased, and the yield reached a new level.
Pa!
Tang Wen closed the book, looked at the crowd, and sighed silently. So, the flame camp has only really had enough to eat in the past few years.
Drought is coming, I have to hoard food and meat. After becoming the commander, Tang Wen was assigned a residence in the inner city.
There are not many houses, but the yard is very large. It is only a wall away from Zhou Bing's house. Originally, someone lived there, but the person in charge of distributing the yard quietly inquired about Tang Wen's situation. He decisively came to the door and offered the condition of exempting half a year's rent for moving. So, the tenant moved out happily.
The yard was smoothly assigned to Tang Wen.
He lived comfortably in Zhou Bing's house, and he had no intention of moving at all.
But now, he plans to use the yard. Let's dig a cellar first. Tang Wen came to a row of stone houses in the guard camp.
Commander Tang, a familiar figure, trotted over.
Oh, brotherly, he saw who it was. Oh, no, I can't afford it. If you have anything, Commander, just tell me to do it. Wang Li bowed slightly and stood respectfully beside Tang Wen.
Tang Wen thought for a while, and gestured, I want to find someone to dig a very large cellar. Wang Li readily agreed, no problem, Commander, the construction team is idle.
Okay, then please find them for me. It should be.
After a while, Wang Li brought back a middle-aged man with dark skin and an honest and simple face. The other party looked nervous until he heard Tang Wen's request to dig a cellar, and then he relaxed.
A 3-story cellar for storing things? No problem, leave it to us. How long will it take to build? 1 month. Tang Wen frowned.
The middle-aged man immediately changed his words, it's okay to work overtime for 20 days, but you have to provide food, and give us some rice. Wang Li turned his head sharply and glared at him. Tang Wen reached out to stop him, it's easy to say, I'll give you copper coins. In addition to providing food, 3 copper coins per person per day. Give me 3 times the number of people and get it done in 7 days.
Okay. No problem at all.
The middle-aged man bowed repeatedly excitedly. Immediately, Tang Wen took the 2 of them into the inner city and came to his yard. He stuffed Wang Li a tale of silver and asked him to be responsible for purchasing building materials. Wang Li declined a few times, and finally accepted it, and said with a wry smile, I don't know why recently, the camp is strictly checking the accounts, otherwise, why would the commander have to pay for it? The construction team, who got the copper coins and ate a full meal, started working with all their might that day. The workers were numerous, and the yard was not spacious enough to work in. So they worked in 3 shifts, day and night. The scene was like a construction site during a real estate boom. The construction yard was only a wall away from Tang's bedroom. The young lady couldn't stand the noise and temporarily moved to Zhou Bing's house. 5 days later, Tang Wen was practicing Hunyuan stance in the guard camp commander's lounge.
Again and again, he didn't go out until noon.
Zhou Bing curiously looked at the door, and was very confused at first, feeling like a health exercise.
As Tang Wen began to practice the bed movements, she realized, Xiao Wen, what kind of exercise are you practicing? Why does it look so indecent? Tang Wen didn't look at her, and hummed, isn't it you who will enjoy the blessings in the future? Bah!
The beautiful woman's cheeks flushed, but her eyes didn't move away at all. After a while, she quickly went out and brought a few pots of food from the cafeteria. Hunyuan stance, entry mastery 13,000 Hunyuan stance broke through. It can only be said that Tang Wen deserves to be a genius unanimously favored by several middle-aged and elderly male doctors. Usually, when he practices Hunyuan stance, he always feels particularly comfortable, and the speed of gaining experience is also fast.
At this rate, wouldn't it be just around the corner to have one wife and 30 concubines? The food is here. Come and eat. Tang Wen didn't move, and looked at the attribute panel. Body, 8058. 65 essence, 869. 2 Ha? Only increased by 0. 6. Is it because the stamina of the exercise is insufficient, or what is the reason? Hunyuan stance, shouldn't it be similar to Vajra skill? The attribute should increase by about 1. 0 for the second upgrade. Could it be that my attributes are too strong, causing the effect of the exercise to weaken? Goo goo goo.
Hungry, Tang Wen stopped thinking about this question and ate first. He came to the dining table, and the plates and chopsticks were already set. There was also a large jar of tea next to it. Tang Wen reached out to pick it up, blew on it, took a sip, the temperature was just right. He drank half a jar of tea in one breath. After a burst of gobbling, Tang Wen stretched and burped. Zhou Bing, who had already eaten her fill, bent down and skillfully cleaned up the messy cups and plates on the table. Appreciating the wonderful curves she inadvertently revealed, Tang Wen's face was full of satisfaction. If it were in the previous life, without the strength of 4 companies, 3 babysitters, and 2 cleaners at home, wanting to marry this level of beauty would be a dream. Conservatively estimated, Zhou Bing could also become an international supermodel based on her figure. If you add her skills, it would be amazing. After being full and warm, Tang Wen couldn't help but stand behind the beautiful woman, helping her clean up together. Squeezing together, Zhou Bing gave him a spoiled look, go back to the room and sleep, stop making trouble.
How can it be making trouble? Tang Wen refused to let go, and showed a look of intoxication on his face. Go, go, go.
Zhou Bing pushed him into the bedroom to rest. She had summed it up, Tang Wen's strength increased greatly, not only did he need to eat a big meal, but he also had to sleep well. In the evening, Tang Wen woke up. He didn't see Zhou Bing's shadow inside or outside the yard. He caught the gatekeeper and asked, only to find out that something had happened. Recently, the guards have repeatedly received reports from scavengers,
saying that some people are missing from their scavenger camp. At first, the guards didn't take it seriously, it's too normal for scavengers to go missing.
It's as normal as a cat eating fish and a dog eating meat. But as the scavengers reported more times, a guard went to take a look. Immediately discovered the abnormality. The missing people were missing from one family after another, and they all lived on the west side of the scavenger camp. Now, more than 100 earthen houses and shacks there are all empty. There are no special traces on the ground. The guards felt something was wrong and reported the news to their hunting camp in the afternoon. Zhou Bing had just taken people out to check.
Missing? Tang Wen was surprised. This doesn't seem like something a mutated beast could drive out.
Prepare a horse, phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead lead / phoneme the way.
He was also going to take a look.
Walking back to the house, he put on 2 layers of scale armor, and then a leather armor over it. 2 guards led the way, and the group of 3 riders headed straight for the scavenger camp. The sound of hooves echoed. Those who had just returned from outside, and the scavengers on the road, hearing the sound of hooves, quickly moved to the sides of the road. A distance to the west of the camp was the scavengers' settlement. Further west from there was a large lake. Tang Wen rode his horse to the shore of the lake and met his subordinates from the hunting camp.
Commander Tang.
Commander Joe led the men in chase down the small path.
Chased? Tang Wen asked in surprise. Yes, we found boot prints in the forest ahead. The missing scavengers were taken away by someone. Tang Wen raised his thick eyebrows, wondering if the Black Mountain camp was short of slaves.
It was possible, as they had obtained a coal mine and were in need of manpower. It seemed the missing scavengers were going to be worked to death in the coal mine. Truly, in troubled times, people are worse off than dogs in peaceful times. He sighed, with no intention of rescuing the scavengers. The sun set, and the dense forest before him was silent. Caw, caw, a red-eyed crow flew overhead, as if announcing death.
Following Zhou Bing and the others' tracks, Tang Wen walked into the small path.
In less than half an hour, he met Zhou Bing and the others who were returning.
Any discoveries?
After smiling at him, Zhou Bing shook her head and said, the other party came prepared. They first made the people walk, and then further ahead, they brought horses and carried the people away. The two walked back side by side, and Tang Wen shared his guess. Zhou Bing agreed, also thinking it was the Black Mountain camp who did it. The two were in agreement. It seems the Black Mountain devils haven't learned their lesson. They're grabbing people right at our doorstep. Back at the camp, the two analyzed the situation with Commander Zhang, who was in charge.
The latter immediately sneered.
He had a severed arm because of the Black Mountain camp, so he naturally advocated teaching the Black Mountain devils a harsh lesson. Commander Zhang said, in the Black Mountain camp, only one general-level Black Devil is active on a daily basis, and he won't go out easily. So, the guys who came to steal people at night are at most led by a commander.
Why don't we catch a wave of them first? Tang Wen and Zhou Bing exchanged glances, and the former said unhurriedly, it's no problem to lie in wait, of course.
But a lion still uses all its strength to catch a rabbit.
We should inform General Zhao.
The message was reported, and in less than a quarter of an hour, General Zhao arrived, followed by two commanders.
This group of Black Mountain devils is getting very jumpy.
General Zhao's eyes were full of murderous intent.
Tang Wen explained, it's just a guess at the moment, there's no evidence yet. General Zhao waved his hand and said, evidence?
Our words are the evidence. Looking at the others who look like that's how it should be. Tang Wen shook his head and said, in any case, we still have to figure out the purpose of their kidnapping.
If it's just for mining, it doesn't matter. I'm just afraid there's something we don't know about.
General Zhao frowned and thought for a while, then said, all right, then we'll split up and lie in wait tonight. Arrange a few hunting teams to guard the road to the Black Mountain camp.
Okay, I'll arrange it tonight.
I'll also send a few people to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the scavenger camp. After speaking, seeing that no one in the room objected, Tang Wen said to General Zhao again, General, just in case, please come to the outer city camp to keep things in order for the next few days.
Okay, I'll stay here tonight. Hearing this, Tang Wen breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, according to his analysis, the Black Mountain camp was secretly doing this kind of kidnapping.
It was unlikely that even a commander level would be dispatched. After all, firstly, the experts care about their reputation, secondly, ordinary soldiers are enough to deal with a group of scavengers who can't get enough to eat.
Dispatching hunting guards is already overkill. But what if? Tang Wen didn't want to take the risk. Imagine, after the guards discover the incoming people, they fire a signal arrow. He foolishly rushes over to take a look, only to find a general-level powerhouse. What would he do then? Would he kneel down on the spot?
Shouting, when, wandering for half my life, only hating. He shook his head and turned to let the messenger call all the captains of the hunting camp's 10 squads. Soon, the 10 captains arrived. General Zhao arranged everything according to what he had just said. One team went to lie in wait in the coal mining area, waiting to see if any slaves were sent there.
The second team lurked on the only way to the Black Mountain camp.
The third team's task was to lie in wait in the scavenger camp every night to see if they could block the incoming people. They were all surveillance missions, with no difficulty. One squad was enough, and they could take turns day and night. The 3 captains went down to prepare. The other 7 hunting teams couldn't be left to roam free. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. At least half of them had to stay in the camp every night before the matter was resolved.
Tang Wen and Zhou Bing also had to stay in the camp. However, 3 days passed in a row.
There was no movement at all. General Zhao couldn't stay any longer. The drought is coming. I have a lot of things to do. I can't stay in the outer city all the time.
You two should pay more attention. After giving a few instructions, he left with his men.
Tang Wen was unwilling in his heart, but he had no reason to stop him.
On the 4th night, he was on duty, sleeping in the lounge in a daze, never sleeping well. Fortunately, nothing happened all night.
Seeing that 5 days had passed, the supplies brought by the 3 hunting teams were used up, and the food was eaten up. They sent people back to report one after another, saying that they hadn't seen anything suspicious in 5 days. There wasn't even a ghost in the wild, let alone people. No one had disappeared from the scavenger camp. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme.
Zhou Bing guessed, could it be that the Black Mountain Devils didn't need many people, and after taking those 100 or so people, they had enough manpower? Would it be such a coincidence?
Tang Wen didn't believe it, but it wasn't a solution to keep letting the teams do this kind of surveillance. The drought had already begun, his 3-layer cellar had been built, and he was about to carry out the next step of the grain storage plan. He had no time to protect the scavengers.
He decided, withdraw. Notify teams 1, 2, and 3, withdraw today. Yes. The sentry took the order and left.
Seeing that only the 2 of them were left in the room, Tang Wen said to Zhou Bing, "Next, I want to let 3 teams go to the wild for training every day."
Training?
The Ice Beauty hadn't heard of this word. Tang Wen grabbed her slender, jade-like palm, played with it, and said, "Currently, the wild beasts in the forest have not migrated due to the drought.
We need to store some meat."
Zhou Bing glared at him reproachfully, shook her head, and said, "Hunting is okay, but the meat can't be stored, it's not winter, and even if you use salt to marinate it, where will you get so much salt? The salt in the camp is rock salt, from the mountains, and purification is not easy. There is no problem to ensure that everyone has salt to eat. But if you want to take hundreds or thousands of pounds to marinate food, it is impossible." Tang Wen didn't answer, but pointed outside the city wall and said, "The trees around our camp must be cut down, otherwise they will dry up and easily catch fire in the drought. It is just right to use these green branches to make smoked bacon."
Bacon? Zhou Bing didn't understand, another new word. Tang Wen said, "I also learned it by chance.
Smoked meat does not need too much salt, and the dried meat can be stored for more than half a year."
Okay. Since you want to do it, then we'll try it.
Zhou Bing had never heard of smoked meat, but she unconditionally believed in Tang Wen. Tang Wen raised his hand and rubbed her smooth face, the jade-like skin, the temperature rising, a blush.
"Let's go find the chef. It's so late. The sooner the better." Regarding the issue of eating enough, Tang Wen dared not delay.
Early on the 6th day, he led 3 hunting teams out of the city. One team was arranged to cut down trees. The other 2 teams plus him, a total of 21 people,
divided into 7 groups, into the forest to hunt.
Speaking of which, the forests in this world are dense, but the products are not abundant. The place where the flame camp is located, the climate is somewhat like the Northeast in the previous life. But there is no rich produce of hitting roe deer with sticks, scooping fish with ladles. Tang Wen has been hunting for several months, and has not seen animal groups a few times, only a few animals, and they are all difficult to catch. He speculated that one is that the mutated beasts eat a lot, secondly, the environment is harsh. Natural disasters are not only a test for people, but also for animals. In the evening, the hunting team's harvest was average. More than a dozen martial apprentices, placed in the previous life, were at least boxing champion level experts. After a day, each person harvested less than 10 pounds of meat. The food eaten has not been consumed much. But the accounts are not calculated like this, the food they eat is supplied by the camp. And the prey they hit is their own. On the 7th day, continue hunting. But as soon as they went out, the omen was not good. A red-eyed crow followed them all the way,
Tangwen raised his hand to shoot it down. But the archer in the team said that killing this thing is unlucky, and its meat is too sour and not delicious. Tangwen gave up. The harvest of this day was indeed average. On the 8th day, Tangwen was about to go out hunting. Suddenly a guard came to report, "Commander Tang received news that in the scavenger camp last night, someone disappeared again." "Whom?" Tangwen turned his head sharply, his eyes sharp. "People just left, and someone went missing again? Commander, could it be a coincidence?" The reporting guard captain asked. Tangwen sneered, "Coincidence?" He was angry inside. He didn't really care about the lives of scavengers and couldn't manage them all even if he wanted to. But their inexplicable disappearance, preventing him from hunting, smoking bacon, and stockpiling food, was unbearable. "Two commanders, what's the next step? Should we go to the site to take a look?" Seeing Tangwen thinking, Zhou Bing signaled the guard captain to be patient. After a few minutes, Tangwen said, "This is definitely not a coincidence. The scavenger camp is crowded and chaotic, and there might be spies among them." "Very likely." Tangwen continued, "Like this, send a few hot-tempered people to vent some anger in the scavenger camp. Accuse the scavengers of having internal spies. Then openly tell them that we have no time to deal with it." The guard captain thought he understood. "Then we secretly send people to infiltrate the scavengers." "Ahem, no need to be so troublesome. Those scavengers can be bought off with just a handful of millet. We can't tell who's the informant." After hearing Tangwen, the guard captain's eyes showed admiration. "I was thinking too simply. Just send people to watch the road to the Black Mountain camp." The matter was settled. 4 hunting teams quietly left the city, one team ambushing on the road to the Black Mountain camp. The other 3 teams were scattered around the scavenger camp, not getting to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme. Caw, the hunting team, wearing armor, left the city, the sound startling a red-eyed crow. "Damn it! Bad luck, running into this thing as soon as I leave. Damn bird." Someone in the team raised a bow and arrow, and the red-eyed crow turned and plunged into the forest. "Damn! It's quite clever. This kind of crow is a low-level mutated beast. Because of its unpleasant cry, black feathers, and blood-red eyes, people consider it ominous. As for how it's ominous, no one knows. It's basically the same as black dog blood warding off evil and black cats being able to communicate with spirits." After the hunting team went out, Tangwen and the other commanders were not idle. That night, Commander Zhang was on duty, and Tangwen and Zhou Bing slept in their respective restrooms. The night passed, but nothing happened. The one-armed Commander Zhang sat alone in the council hall until dawn. In the morning, the hunting team reported that there was nothing unusual, not even a wild beast. The 3 commanders were silent. Commander Zhang, who hadn't slept all night, rubbed his temples and said irritably, "Forget it, report it directly and prepare to fight those Black Mountain ghosts." Obviously, this was just an angry outburst. Tangwen waited for him to calm down before saying, "This is not at all like the Black Mountain ghost style. If we go to war with Black Mountain, the people hiding in the dark will probably laugh in their dreams." "People in the dark?" Commander Zhang was shocked, realizing that this was indeed possible. He took a deep breath and calmed down. Zhou Bing also felt that it was unusual. She speculated, could it be that someone has been watching our camp gate in secret? As soon as they see the hunting team leave, they don't act. They only act after we withdraw our people. Possible. Tangwen stroked his chin, thought for a while, send a few teams of hunters disguised as ordinary people, leaving the camp from the inner city. Let them monitor and withdraw the current guards. Okay. Good idea. Half an hour later, 4 hunting teams took a detour and left the camp, scattering from the inner city gate. They wandered around in the forest outside until dusk before gathering at the agreed location and going to various locations to lie in ambush and observe. And the 4 hunting teams that left the city last night stepped into the camp gate with unpleasant expressions, cursing. And that night, still nothing happened. The next day, Tangwen drew out 3 hunting teams as usual to hunt, cut trees, and cooperate with the camp cafeteria cooks to smoke bacon. Nothing happened that night. Another day passed, and Tang Wen changed 3 hunting teams to go out hunting. In the evening, everything was still peaceful. No one went missing from the scavenger camp, and the hunting teams monitoring various locations did not find anything unusual. 5 days later, Tang Wen and Zhou Bing recalled the 4 hunting teams responsible for monitoring. As a result, that night, dozens of people went missing from the scavenger camp again. This is slapping us in the face. Upon receiving the news, Commander Zhang was furious. Zhou Bing's pretty face was stern, and the faces of the hunting captains were very ugly. Tang Wen, who had lived 2 lives, was calm. He was even satisfied with the result that no one in the hunting team was injured. Now that things have reached this point, they definitely need to ask the inner city for help. And before asking for help, his hunting team had seen the enemy's strangeness and cunning without paying any price. That was already good. In the afternoon, Tang Wen reported his work to the general's mansion in the inner city. He explained the whole story of the scavenger disappearance in detail. Inside the room, a group of knowledgeable commanders looked at each other. Obviously, they couldn't figure out how the enemy did it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. A hot-tempered commander shouted, "Just go and grab someone from the Black Mountain Ghosts to ask." Yeah, no matter what the situation is, just beat up the Black Mountain Ghosts, that's definitely right. I think it's okay. Okay, what's okay? Shut up. General Zhou glared. The commanders immediately stopped talking. General Zhou had been powerful for a long time, and no one dared to argue with him. After a slight pause, General Zhou spoke to ease the atmosphere. It hasn't rained for dozens of days, and the millet seedlings in the farmland outside the city are almost withered. We don't know how long the drought will last, so it's really not suitable to start a war. Tang Wen nodded secretly. The 2 generals in charge of the camp were both sensible people. But everyone understands the truth. But the scavengers keep disappearing, and the hunting camp can't catch the culprit. The matter is not big, but it makes people feel irritable. Tang Wen understood this feeling the most. He looked at Zhou Bing, thinking that he possessed a treasure, but had no use for it. It phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme made him feel uncomfortable. Shandong, the commander of the Imperial Guards, suggested, "I think we should send the hunting camp to patrol every night to see if they dare to come again." Scaring the other party away is not a bad solution. But the risk is even greater. After the other party figures out the strength of your patrol team, they might send experts to directly eat them. At that time, the flame camp will suffer even greater losses. After discussing for more than an hour, they didn't come up with a reason. The 2 generals let Tang Wen and the other 3 stay and dismissed the meeting. After the other commanders left, the atmosphere in the room became even more depressing. The 2 generals looked at each other, and General Zhou asked with a serious face, "Do you think it is possible that there is a problem within us?" Tang Wen, Zhou Bing, and Commander Zhang looked at each other. Finally, Zhou Bing shook her head and said, "It should be impossible. The elites I brought from the hunting camp in the inner city, the martial arts apprentices from the martial arts hall, are all veterans in the camp. Their whole family's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here. Doing this kind of thing, making the camp panic, what good is it for them? What about the outer city guards who were newly absorbed into the hunting camp?" General Zhou asked again. Commander Zhang said, "I dare not say anything else, but the outer city guards have families and mouths to feed, and they are basically very reliable. The guards are similar to iron rice bowls with a government job, and their status is high, so there is almost no reason to cause trouble. The camp's promotion system is all in the open. If you want to be a captain or commander, then practice martial arts well. As long as you have the strength, it's hard not to be one. The clues are broken, and things are at a stalemate. Little Tang, what's your opinion?" Tang Wen thought for a long time, and when he heard his name called, he immediately said concisely, "Send out commanders to try." His tone was natural, and his problem-solving ideas were straightforward and direct. It's like a regimental commander facing the question, what if a 50mm grenade launcher can't take down the opponent? He would naturally answer, bring up a larger caliber.
Bring up 100mm grenade launchers and 155mm grenade launchers for me.
For Tangwon, the hunting camp captain is a 50mm grenade launcher. A third-class martial master level commander is a 100mm grenade launcher. A second-class martial master level commander is a 155mm caliber.
As for a first-class martial master,
it's probably comparable to a 203mm giant cannon.
He explained, although I don't know how the people in the dark did it, the fact is that our hunting team can't touch their shadows at all. The two generals whispered a few words, and General Zhou said decisively, okay, in addition to you and Zhou Bing, send out 4 more commanders.
Zhou Bing and Commander Zhang unloaded the burden in their hearts. With 6 commanders dispatched, they should be able to find out the enemies in the dark, right? But Tang Wen didn't think so. It's still that sentence, what if the other party has a general-level expert?
If I's sister and I leave at the same time, someone still needs to be in charge of the outer city.
Saying that, he looked at General Zhao. General Zhou felt that what Tang Wen said made sense. Old Zhao, then would you mind making a trip?
Okay, General Zhao agreed readily. Before it was dark, General Zhao and 6 commanders gathered at the outer city guard camp. Tang Wen assigned tasks to the commanders, arranging them in pairs to keep watch on the scavenger camp, a section of the forest west of the hunter camp, and the small path in the lakeside forest. After these disappearances of scavengers, their footprints had appeared in the above 3 sections. In the afternoon, the camp master chef gave Tang Wen and the others a special treat. After a satisfying meal, it was completely dark. General Zhao came to see them off before they left. Tang Wen suddenly had an idea. Looking at the high stone wall of the camp, he said, everyone, let's not go through the main gate, let's climb over the wall.
Ha! Climb over the wall?
Everyone immediately nodded in agreement. The 6 commanders greeted the guards and sneaked down from the stone wall. Watching the disappearing figures, General Zhao showed a satisfied smile, turned to Commander Zhang and said, this kid Tang Wen has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and can always come up with new ideas at crucial moments. Hopefully everything goes smoothly for them. To the west of Flame Camp is the scavenger camp. Further west is a large lake. The lake water is bottomless. According to common sense, there must be fish and shrimp. But even the most hungry scavengers would not come here to fish. Firstly, the shore is a cliff several meters high. It is smooth and steep, with nowhere to gain a foothold. Going up and down is very dangerous. Secondly, in the summer, many scavengers used rope ladders to climb down and swim. As a result, giant creatures appeared under the lake water, with sharp steel teeth and mouths as big as boats, swallowing people whole, and the lake water was dyed red. Since then, everyone has kept a respectful distance from this large lake. Tang Wen and the other person looked over from a distance. In the dark night, the lake water was dark and black, like a bottomless abyss. Tang Wen whispered, no matter how severe the drought is, such a large lake won't dry up, right? If the lake doesn't dry up, we can find a way to irrigate the farmland. Like making a manual water wheel or something? Just as his thoughts were diverging, he saw Zhou Bing gently shake her head. The old people in the camp said that as long as it doesn't rain for a while, this lake will dry up. It seems to be connected to some underground river. Tang Wen sighed in disappointment. The two stopped talking and moved forward along the lake, walking quickly. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the place where the scavengers' footprints were found. The forest at night was even darker. But it did not affect their vision at all. On the ground, large and small footprints were mixed together. There were adults and children, all barefoot. It's really outrageous to kidnap even such small children. Maybe they grabbed the children first, and then threatened the family, Tang Wen said casually. The scavengers are extremely hungry, and it is common to exchange children for food, so they may not be threatened by this. If it's not coercion, is it enticement? A combination of both. Tang Wen nodded, that makes sense. Anyway, those scavengers have nothing to lose. The two stopped communicating, leaned against the same tree, and silently observed their surroundings. The forest at night was as silent as a morgue. Whoosh! A black shadow flew overhead. Zhou Bing looked up and whispered, Red-eyed crow. Tang Wen frowned and looked in the direction it disappeared. I seem to have seen this kind of crow several times recently.
Yes, I saw it too.
This red-eyed crow is also called a blood crow.
Why is it flying around everywhere so late at night?
Zhou Bing casually speculated. Blood crows usually fly in flocks, this one should be a loner.
Tang Wen still frowned, with a bold idea in his mind. Could it be? Could the eyes monitoring the hunting team be blood crows? Could the ability of that awakened person in the dark be beast control?
Zhou Bing, who was looking up at the sky, suddenly felt her palm being held. Then, Tang Wen brought his head phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to her fair and delicate earlobe, and a warm breath hit her. Zhou Bing felt a slight ripple in her heart, and her heart was pounding like a deer. No way, no way?
We're on a mission. Here? The next second, Tang Wen used a soft voice to say his guess.
The little deer in Zhou Bing's heart calmed down.
You think it's a blood crow?
She felt incredible.
Tang Wen said, if you eliminate all possibilities, then the only remaining explanation is the truth, no matter how outrageous it is.
Zhou Bing paused for a while, and looked at him. Okay, if it's a blood crow, what do we do now?
Well, you go back to find General Zhao, and then we'll chase after them.
No.
As expected, Zhou Bing didn't agree.
She wanted to stay, and Tang Wen didn't agree. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Zhou Bing tightened her grip on his hand. Let's go back to find General Zhao together. After all, it may involve an awakened person, so we need to be cautious.
This was the answer Tang Wen wanted. Let's go, Shu. The newest novels are first published on Lujiu Shuba.
Before he finished speaking, Tang Wen suddenly raised his finger and gently squatted on the ground. Zhou Bing also noticed something, and followed his example. The two put their ears phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the ground. Tat tat tat, a slight but rhythmic vibration came. It's the sound of horses' hooves, they should be wrapped in thick cloth, Zhou Bing judged with her rich experience.
Whoosh! A blood crow flew over again in the opposite direction.
The two remained motionless, squatting on the ground. Tang Wen felt with his heart. There was no heart palpitations, and he didn't feel any unease or danger.
The enemy hasn't discovered me yet?
He thought for a moment. The enemy is using blood crows to avoid the previous hunting guards.
This shows that they definitely don't have very powerful experts.
Otherwise, they could just come forward and talk to Flame Camp directly.
There's no need to be so secretive.
So, is this awakened person who controls red-eyed crows a general-level expert?
Tang Wen shook his head.
General-level experts come and go without a trace.
Does this kind of strong person need to deliberately avoid his subordinates' hunting team?
I'm afraid the hunting team would be dead in a breath. He had a clear idea in his mind, and said to Zhou Bing, you go back to report, I'll follow them. Without waiting for Zhou Bing to object, he quickly said, I'm fast, I can fight and run. And at your speed, it won't take more than an hour to go back to the camp to report to General Zhao.
I won't do anything in this 1 hour. Really?
Yes.
Wait for me to come back.
Zhou Bing touched his cheek and left like an elegant and agile female leopard.
Tang Wen cheered up and walked into the darker forest.
He made up his mind to just follow from a distance, and he would never take action until the general arrived.
Even if the other party looks weak, he can't take action. What if he startles the snake? This is a clue that he finally managed to squat down.
Thinking of this, he chose a large tree with lush branches and climbed up. A few minutes later, Tang Wen saw through the gaps between the leaves that a team of 10 people, leading dozens of ponies, walked through the forest. He narrowed his eyes. At first glance, they don't seem strong. Looking closely, they're not even as strong as they looked at first glance. They walked past him, and he didn't feel any heart palpitations at all. Intuition told Tang Wen that if he took action unexpectedly at this time, he might even have a chance to win steadily.
But Tang Wen had no plans to take action.
After the other party walked away, there was no sign of blood crows in the sky. He slowly scurried down the tree, listening to the sound to follow the other party. It doesn't matter if you can't see people, as long as you can hear them and don't lose them. But just a few minutes later, suddenly, the sound of horses' hooves stopped. The sound of horses' hooves disappeared.
Tang Wen became alert. Have I been discovered?
He gently pinched a pebble with his fingers, slowed his breathing, and prepared behind a large tree. Once someone approached, he would greet them with a quick burst of attacks, and then take the opportunity to escape.
The direction of departure definitely couldn't be straight towards the camp. The opponent should anticipate that.
Seeing danger approaching, Tang Wen's thoughts were very clear.
But he waited on the left, and no one came. He waited on the right, and no one appeared.
He poked his head out from behind the tree, carefully observing. The surroundings were still dark and empty. He looked up again, towards the sky. There was no shadow of a blood raven phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme.
Huff, a false alarm. Tang Wen put down his hanging heart and continued tracking.
In the forest, there was a faint yellow light flickering.
Ha! How arrogant. Daring to light a lamp in the dark.
After repeatedly confirming that there were no traps on the ground, and no tripwires connected to bells or other warning devices,
Tang Wen tiptoed closer and saw the scene next to the lamplight clearly. Dozens of ponies stood quietly in place, occasionally snorting. Only 2 people were next to the horses.
No wonder there were no hoofbeats. It seems they had split their forces. This place wasn't too far from the scavenger camp. Getting closer could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to being discovered. These people probably wanted to use coercion and inducement to bring the scavengers here first, and then tie them to the horses and take them away. At this moment, the sound of conversation came intermittently. Too far away, Tang Wen detoured closer to hear the conversation between the 2 people clearly. 2 voices, one young and one steady. The young voice said, "What Flame Camp, Flame Queen, aren't they just being led around by the nose by us?"
Shoo! Keep it down. Hey, you guys, why are you so timid?
In this area, Crow Old Man already released blood crows to search several times.
Guarantee it's clean, not a single person. The young voice was a bit louder. Better safe than sorry.
The Flame Camp isn't easy to mess with, so keep your voice down.
TCH.
After a pause, the young voice was slightly envious. I wish I could raise blood crows too.
With the world so big, where couldn't I go? Tell me, what would Crow Old Man want to accept me as a disciple? Teach me the skill of raising blood crows? How would I know? Crow Old Man, blood crows, raising blood crows. How, the skill of controlling blood crows? Isn't it some awakened ability? But a method that anyone can learn? Tang Wen's mind became active. Which man could refuse a pet that can scout the environment? Or a flying pet?
He carefully sized up the 2 people guarding the horses.
1 minute passed, 5 minutes passed.
The 2 were still talking, completely unaware. Tang Wen initially determined that the martial arts level of these 2 people was definitely not martial master. Martial masters are very sensitive to this kind of scrutinizing and malicious gaze. But he worried that these 2 people were acting. He couldn't completely rule out this possibility. After thinking about it, he picked up a dry twig, and with a clever twist, threw it near the pony herd. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The ponies noticed something. Their hooves stomped on the ground, causing a commotion.
What's going on? One person asked vigilantly.
After a few seconds, seeing nothing unusual, the young voice said unhappily, "Nothing, don't scare yourself.
This forest is awfully dark." Yeah.
It seems they really are 2 dunderheads.
Tang Wen took out his pocket watch and glanced at the time.
At this time, 17 minutes had passed since Zhou Bing left. Then there was no hurry.
Wait for the rest of this team to go further away.
In the blink of an eye, another 10 minutes passed. Tang Wen put away the pebbles in his hand, stuffed them into his pocket, and approached the 2 people silently. Seeing that he was approaching within dozens of steps,
the conversation between the 2 was crystal clear. You said our 4th boss, clearly is more powerful than 3rd boss. Why is he 4th boss?
I also heard that 3rd boss gave 4th boss a woman.
You know? 4th boss has 18 women at home. 18. So many? The same question popped up in Tang Wen's mind. 18, can he keep up? What level of person has my talent? Tang Wen smiled silently, stomped his feet on the ground, and suddenly launched an attack. The two were about to discuss something else. Suddenly they felt a chill behind their backs, and turned their heads to look. They saw a black shadow, like a ghost, suddenly attacking. The two were immediately shocked. One reached into his pocket, and the other grabbed the spear in front of him, wanting to block Tang Wen. However, it was too slow. In an instant, he arrived. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme. In Tang Wen's mind, a fireball rushed towards the mountain with rolling heat waves, and exploded. He punched the spear. The wooden gun barrel broke instantly. Put! The broken gun barrel, wrapped in tremendous force, plunged into this person's chest. The most new small set in 6-9 book bar first hair. The person flew out horizontally. Retracting his fist, Tang Wen clenched his fist like lightning, from bottom to top, and slammed it on the other person's chin. The chin shattered, and the cheeks deformed. Tang Wen shook his hand, feeling like he had crushed a bird's nest woven from small, dry branches. Effortlessly. The two fainted. The pony stirred. It gradually quieted down after a few minutes. Tang Wen tied the two up and took them to the depths of the forest. He first woke up the person who was knocked away. Oh! This person's mouth was blocked, and he could only groan miserably. Tang Wen hit the wound on his chest with the back of a knife. The pain made him twitch all over, fainted twice, but immediately woke up from the pain again. After tossing him around mercilessly, Tang Wen took the cloth out of his mouth. This person said tremblingly, "Sir, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. What do you want to know?" The feeling of being in pain to the point of dying several times had worn away his spirit. How many people came in total? 10 people. What did they come for? To catch scavengers. Continue. Tang Wen said impatiently. Yes, we are a slave-catching group. Now we are camping in the mountains, catching scavengers to pull them to Gushan City to sell. Tang Wen compared what he said with what he already knew. After judging, he asked again, who is leading the team? Third boss and fourth boss. Who raises the blood crows in the sky? This, you know about this? Hiss. Crow old man, it is Crow old man. He's in the village, the one who looks very old. Tang Wen scattered the questions and asked them again. The answers obtained were consistent. What is the strength of your bosses? The big boss is an awakened, and the other 4 bosses are all martial masters. The speaker tried hard to squint his eyes, hoping to see Tang Wen's expression clearly. After the questions were asked. Bang! Tang Wen slammed a knife hand on his neck. Crack, a crisp sound. This, won't it kill him? Tang Wen's face was embarrassed, his knife hand technique was not proficient. After figuring out the strength of the enemy, Tang Wen felt a bit more calm in his heart. After all this, the enemies are just 2 martial masters. A hint of a smile flashed in Tang Wen's eyes. At the horse tethering place, the yellow kerosene lamplight flickered, the horse herd was still there, and the people from the slave-catching gang had not returned. But Tang Wen didn't plan to continue ambushing here. When the others returned, they would be able to find that the 2 left behind were missing at a glance. Even if they were stupid, they would be vigilant. Move forward. Immediately, he ran along the lakeside path towards the scavenger camp. He ran and looked back, until the light of the kerosene lamp became faint, and then stopped. Looking for a suitable place nearby to ambush, ready to strike. According to common sense, the slave-catching group should feel relieved when they arrive here and see the lights. The lights mean 2 things. First, the horses left in place are fine, and they can immediately ride the horses and take these scavengers who can't even walk steadily to quickly return to the mountain stronghold. It also shows that the flame camp people have not discovered this place. They are safe. Once they have these 2 thoughts, the strings in their hearts will relax. That would be the best time for Tang Wen to launch a surprise attack. He found a good position, climbed up a crooked neck tree in a few steps, used the tree trunk to conceal his figure, and lay in ambush. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Tang Wen on the tree opened his eyes.
In the distance, a group of dark figures was approaching, with a crowd of people, about 100 people. Tang Wen perked up and observed carefully. The ones walking in the middle were obviously scavengers, their mouths were tied, and their bound hands were connected together by a long rope. If they want to run, unless a row of people runs in the same direction with great understanding. Otherwise, running around can only turn into a ball. Tang Wen took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and staring at the two people who opened the way in front. Of these two, one held a spear and the other held a knife and shield. The remaining 6 people were scattered in the back, left, and right. These 8 people surrounded hundreds of scavengers, leading the rope steadily like sheep. Judging from the pace under their feet, the person on the left in front has a steady and powerful pace, and hardly leaves any traces when walking. Obviously he has superb footwork. He must be a martial artist. Another martial artist was blocked by the crowd, pressing down at the rear. Tang Wen stared at him for a few times, but the other party did not respond. This gave Tang Wen a judgment in his mind that there are also strengths and weaknesses between martial artists, but the other party's perception is not strong, and his strength is not too strong. Calculating the time, the general should be arriving soon. I also figured out the enemy's reality. If you don't take action now, what are you waiting for? He reached out and took out 3 smooth oval pebbles, and buckled them in his hand. After many experiments, this shape of pebble is not only hard, but also the fastest flying speed after throwing it out. In case it is blocked by hard objects such as weapons, it will collapse into enough fragments. Can form sufficient lethality? The enemy is getting closer and closer. It is better to break 1 finger than to hurt 10 fingers. Kill the front row martial artist first. Tang Wen's eyes flashed with cold light, his hands released the trunk, and his legs exerted force to kick on the trunk. The whole person appeared horizontally in the air a few meters high like a gliding nighthawk. What is it? Gaga! The martial artist shouted violently, and the blood crow crowed. Buzz! The shouting and screaming were suppressed by the terrifying sound of breaking through the air. Be careful! The leading martial artist subconsciously judged that the hidden weapon was coming towards him. His reaction was not unpleasant. Faced with the hidden weapon flying in a pyramid shape, knowing that he could not avoid it, he did not hesitate to kneel on one knee to avoid one hitting his head. At the same time, he raised the round shield with his right hand, and waved the steel knife with his left arm. Dang, dang! After 2 loud and chilling collisions, screams came. The round shield was hit by a high-speed flying pebble, and the 2 shattered at the same time. The shield protected its owner well. However, the wrist and arm holding the shield instantly withstood the terrifying impact, and the palm was completely broken, revealing pale bone stubble. At the same time, the blade also split another pebble, and the knife broke and the stone shattered. The stone collapsed in front of his face, cutting his left eye, and his face was covered in blood. Buzzing. Tang Wen took advantage of the situation and did not forgive others, and the flying stones were continuously thrown out. The leader showed despair, rolled around in pain trying to avoid it, but was still a step slow, and was hit on the chest by a stone. Without saying a word, his eyes went dark, and he lay on the ground in a big character, fainted. Third leader. There is only one person. Surround him. Use arrows. Crossbow arrows broke through the air and struck. Tang Wen pulled out his long knife and knocked them away one by one, landing on the ground with both feet. Before he could stand firm, a figure rushed from behind with the momentum of destroying trees and mountains, and punched straight at his chest. Second-rate martial artist. It seems that he is the stronger 4th leader. Locked by the opponent's murderous aura, Tang Wen's hairs stood on end. Like a beast encountering a natural enemy. In a critical moment, his mind was clear, and he quickly outlined the picture. The fireball flew up and bombed the mountain. After outlining, he held the knife in both hands and slashed down. Boom! The airwave surged, and the dead branches and leaves on the ground were rolled up by the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme from the collision between the two, and collapsed around. Tang Wen's hands were slightly numb, before he could breathe. The sound of bowstrings vibrating came. Damn archer! The 4th leader used his fist to resist his long knife, even with steel fist gloves, he still suffered a small loss. His momentum was blocked by Tang Wen's knife, and he was now regaining his strength. He didn't expect Tang Wen's such a young face to be able to use the power of visualization with a long knife. This is a sign of a senior martial artist. What's more, he didn't expect that Tang Wen's hasty knife that hadn't stood firm was so powerful. The crossbow arrow flew. Tang Wen judged the position by the sound, avoided it, and visualized again, raising his hand and another knife. This time, his feet were firmly on the ground, and his explosive power, dozens of times greater than ordinary people, was fully exerted. With a bang, the tiger-headed knife cut through the steel fist gloves and crushed the opponent's right fist finger bones. The fourth leader retreated again and again. Shichichi. Tang Wen's footsteps were stagnant, and he was hit by 3 arrows. The fourth leader showed joy. I use armor-piercing arrows, he is dead. Tang Wen, hanging with 3 arrows, was like a madman, regardless of it, approached in large strides, and slashed down with his knife. Ha! The fourth leader sneered, no longer resisting, and exploded with strength under his feet to distance himself from him. This young martial artist is about to fall. He knew very well that the archers in the team were very dark-hearted, and the arrows must have been smeared with poison. In that case, why fight head-on? Buzz. The sound of breaking phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme rose again. He rolled on the spot and hid behind the tree. The flying locust stone missed and smashed into the dark distance. Tang Wen dodged the arrows and inserted the knife into the ground. He turned out stones with both hands and burst towards the surrounding archers and others. Boom boom boom, the ground was dusty, like artillery plowing the ground. Be careful. Ah, can't dodge. A series of screams sounded, and 3 archers were taken away by the flying locust stones one after another. The cautious few dodged one after another, not daring to show their heads. As for the scavengers, since someone screamed, they unanimously hugged their heads and squatted on the ground, like ostriches. It can only be said that this is also a kind of survival wisdom. The fourth leader took people to rush towards Tang Wen, and the battlefield was slightly away from them. Instead, these people were saved. Tang Wen stretched his arms and shook his scales. The armor-piercing arrow is indeed extraordinary, but facing the 120 kilograms of heavy scale armor on his body, it can only barely penetrate 1 layer. And the same heavy scale armor, he wore 2 layers. Even if both armors are broken, he still has hard qigong. Arrows are destined not to hurt him. Ah! Tang Wen found an unlucky gunner behind the tree, cut off his spear with 1 knife, and the knife's momentum did not weaken, and he cut open his iron helmet again, and under heavy pressure, the Tianling cover, crown of the head was deformed. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 8 people were dead and 2 were injured. 2 martial artists, 1 lost his combat power, and the other was injured in his hand. Why hasn't the poison taken effect yet? The fourth leader, hiding behind the tree, felt his heart sink. Damn it! Could it be that those 3 wastes forgot to put poison on the arrow? While he was suspicious, there were a few more screams. But someone was crippled by Tang Wen. The fourth leader panicked even more. No, I can't wait any longer, those wastes may really not be poisoned. He shouted, the situation is not good, escape separately. As soon as he finished speaking, the last person in the team darted out from behind the tree and ran away. The fourth leader hid in place, not moving at all. Buzz. The sound of the stone breaking through the air and the screams of his subordinates sounded at the same time. Then he broke out under his feet, flashed out from behind the tree, and went straight to the way he came. His eyes flickered. This kind of throwing stone technique, with such barbaric power, must be an explosive stunt of visualization. Since it is a stunt, the consumption is not small. Even if Tang Wen is a martial artist, how many times can he explode under the condition of being injured by an arrow? So, I will definitely be able to leave alive. Little brat. Wait for me to come back. His eyes showed ferocity, and he did not spare any effort under his feet, pouring the strength of visualization into his legs, making continuous bursts. The whole person was like an arrow off the string that accelerated many times, and disappeared into the forest. Tang Wen chased after him in a hurry. He can only use the cannon fist visualization method on his fists and weapons at present. He doesn't know anything about speed explosion, chasing the opponent. He can only rely on his strong and perverted physique, and the proficient level traceless step. Even so, Tangwen was gradually shortening the distance. Whoosh! The fourth leader cursed inwardly Tangwen for being perverted, took off the damaged fist gloves and threw it back. Tangwen tilted his head to avoid it, and his speed did not decrease. The next second, he launched a flying locust stone. The stone broke through the air, without the previous terrifying power. He's exhausted. The fourth leader who was fleeing in front was overjoyed, and jumped to avoid the stone, and continued to flee. The stone comes again. Hearing the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme in his ear, he urgently circled the tree, and the stone hit the tree. Tangwen fired in succession flying locust stones in the back. The fourth leader who was fleeing put 90% of his energy on defending against the attacks from behind. Even the direction of running was subconsciously chosen to return the same way. Pa! Avoided another stone. Seeing that the front is where the horses are. Hope arose in his heart. As long as the two guys who stayed behind entangle the monster behind him a little, he will be able to escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flying locust stone made him hard-pressed, unable to think. Suddenly, his temples jumped throbbing, and he felt extremely uneasy. Shie! A long spear thrust out obliquely from behind the tree, like a poisonous snake spitting its tongue, and the cold light pointed directly at his waist. Ambush! A matter of life and death. Feeling the killing intent from behind, the fourth master instead felt a sense of relief. He forcibly mustered his last bit of energy, completing his mental visualization in an instant, applying force to his legs, and suddenly leaping up, using the momentum to kick off a tree, hoping to gain a second boost to escape. Unfortunately, the spear also suddenly accelerated. Although his burst of speed was fast, the spear tip still pierced his thigh. The sharp spearhead pierced into his muscle just as he leaped. A burning pain shot through his lower body. His right leg was like lard meeting a hot knife, completely sliced open by the spearhead. Blood splattered. The second-rank martial master staggered, then suddenly felt a numbness in the back of his heart. Looking down, he saw a section of a shining spear tip protruding from his chest. Such fast spear. His mouth was full of blood as he turned his head and saw a cold-faced beauty. Her beauty was like an ice and snow fairy. This fourth master had never cared for money or power in his life, only for women. At this moment, the hundreds of beauties he had encountered in his life flashed before his eyes, but he sadly realized that none of them could compare to the person before him. He couldn't confirm if he was seeing things correctly, and he said in a daze, so beautiful, ugh. The spear vibrated, ending his life. Xiao Wan. Are you all right? Zhou Bing withdrew her spear cleanly, went to Tangwen, grabbed his hand, and looked full of worry. Sister Bing, why are you here? I'm fine, these arrows didn't even pierce my scale armor. Zhou Bing carefully pulled out the arrows one by one. She was completely relieved after confirming there was no blood on the arrowheads. Sister Bing, how did you get here so fast? Well, before Zhou Bing could speak, another person said, she came so fast, of course, because your sister Bing went to beg me. Dressed in red like fire, the queen floated down from the sky. She made a perverted hee-hee-hee sound, touched her chin, and looked at the two playfully. Paired with her exquisite face, the laughter and expression were extremely incongruous. Tangwen quickly saluted the queen. Before he could say anything to them, Tangwen suddenly turned his head and looked back. You kid is really bold. 1 against 10, and you just went for it? A figure approached from afar, accompanied by a displeased voice. General Zhao. Tangwen touched his nose, feeling strange. It was the first time he had been called bold. But he couldn't argue. Could he tell General Zhao that he had calculated the timing perfectly? Your arrival now just proves that I managed my time well. He couldn't say it, so Zhou Bing said for him, General, Xiaowen did it for the sake of the camp. Suddenly, the bigger picture came into view. Tangwen changed the subject. General, this slave catching can control blood crows. Now, the blood crows have probably flown back to report the news. Oh, don't worry, Zhou Bing and I arrived long ago. Some crows were flying towards the southwest, but I killed them.
The queen interjected casually. In that case, the enemy's camp shouldn't have received the news yet. Tang Wen told the three of them the information he had obtained from the prisoners. The queen immediately became interested. Are you saying that this method of controlling crows can be learned by anyone? General Zhao also looked at Tang Wen with anticipation.
Controlling flying beasts, whether for an individual or a camp, was of great significance.
For example, exploring terrain or tailing enemies. There were so many uses.
Tang Wen said, the third master who led the team this time shouldn't be dead yet.
We might as well interrogate him again. Good. General Zhao nodded in praise. Not bad, you obtained a lot of information, you planned this in advance.
Tang Wen lowered his head, feeling a little embarrassed. General, you must have misunderstood something. What boldness, what planning in advance?
I'm just cautious and careful. Please don't have any undue expectations of me. The queen also looked at Tang Wen with satisfaction. Brave and resourceful, not bad.
Looking at Zhou Bing again, the admiration and love in her eyes were almost overflowing.
All right.
The description of brave and resourceful, which sounded very dangerous, seemed to be confirmed. He sighed helplessly in his heart and said dryly, knowing the enemy and knowing yourself will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to victory in every battle.
Well said.
Therefore, we must get our hands on the ability to control blood crows.
The queen waved her hand domineeringly.
The other three looked at her, wanting to hear what the queen had to say.
The newest novels are first published on 69. Without delay, after finding out the location of their camp, let's set off overnight.
I'll be the vanguard and leave them without a single piece of armor. After she finished speaking, she raised her slender jade neck and looked at the three expectantly. Zhou Bing covered her forehead, with a look of I shouldn't have expected that, looking troubled.
Humph.
The queen was dissatisfied with her expression, but she couldn't do anything about it. She had no choice but to look at General Zhao and Tang Wen with a gloomy face. General Zhao immediately said, I'll go interrogate him immediately and find out the location of the enemy's camp. After speaking, he left like a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. The queen narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes, staring at Tang Wen. Xiao Wen, tell me, what do you think of this queen's plan?
Speak boldly.
Tang Wen trembled and quickly searched his mind for words. The queen is intelligent, decisive, and her plans are naturally foolproof.
This action will definitely be foolproof. Feasible, absolutely feasible.
Zhou Bing glared at him with annoyance.
He, the queen laughed, putting her hands on her waist. I just thought of it on the spur of the moment, it's not that good. He. Tang Wen disagreed. Yes, absolutely.
With you sweeping through the stronghold alone, the casualties of our guards will be minimized. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was no problem with this plan, because he didn't have to take any risks. Just follow behind the queen, touch the corpses, and scavenge for valuables. It was simply perfect.
But the queen frowned, touched her chin, and thought for a while, saying, wouldn't it be a little inappropriate? Zhou Bing said unhappily, of course it's inappropriate. How can the leader charge into battle every day? The opponent's camp isn't that strong, you can just oversee the battle. This is a good opportunity to train the troops. The queen pouted, unhappy.
But she knew that Zhou Bing was right, and she couldn't vent her anger. There was no one else around, so she looked at Tang Wen again and asked in a sinister tone, Xiao Wen, what do you think?
Which of our plans is better? In a trance, Tang Wen seemed to hear the fatal question, if I and your mother fell into the water, who would you save first?
He didn't expect that even though he had escaped to another world, he still couldn't escape this kind of Shura-field-like question. Looking at the queen's appearance, as if she would throw a tantrum if he didn't answer well. Tang Wen's brain raced. The queen loves the people like her own children. According to your method, not only will the camp have no casualties, but we can also quickly take down the opponent.
And Sister Bing's idea is very consistent with her identity as a commander. If you want to train the troops, then adopt her method. The queen's furrowed brow did not relax. Tang Wen had no choice but to add, I support your idea.
The queen smiled and flicked her red sleeve. You kid has some knowledge. Looking at Zhou Bing again, she was not angry, only giving him a doting look.
My beautiful Bing is still the best. This night was destined to be sleepless.
Knowing that the queen was going to take action, General Zhou arranged for 2 veteran generals to guard the house, and brought 3 commanders, and more than 100 hunting guards, to the scene. At this time, General Zhao finished interrogating the 3rd master and straightened out all the information. Recommend a book from a friend, also an apocalypse novel, following the apocalypse technology phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme. If you are interested, you can check it out. This group of people comes from Black Cloud Fort, formerly a slave-catching gang. It seems they offended someone and fled from Ganshan City to here. However, a leopard cannot change its spots. After discovering the scavenger camp, they couldn't resist returning to their old ways. General Zhang first introduced the origins of this group. So they're newcomers, no wonder they dared to provoke us. They're courting death, let's wipe them out. Several commanders were immediately filled with righteous indignation upon hearing about the slave-catching gang. Slave-catching gangs are absolutely notorious in this world. They regard people as slaves, as livestock, wantonly capture and kill, and trade them at will, which is simply insane. Where is their stronghold? The queen asked coldly. She was already filled with murderous intent. General Zhao immediately replied, it's not difficult to kill them, their leader is just an awakened one. However, we must obtain their method of raising blood crows. Before we get it, we should not launch a large-scale attack. How do we get it? The queen was eager to kill. General Zhao simply said, sneak in, find that crow elder, and take him away. I'll go, the queen said again. This? General Zhao and General Zhou exchanged glances, somewhat embarrassed. They couldn't indulge the queen's habit of charging into battle. The queen was dissatisfied with their silence and looked at Tangwen. Commander Tangwen, what do you think? Everyone was stunned and looked at Tangwen. Tangwen smiled wryly in his heart, I don't want what I think, whatever you think is fine. Unfortunately, under the queen's gaze, he only dared to think about such words. He analyzed, of course, it would be foolproof for the queen to go, but do you know how to sneak in? Kill everyone, and leave that crow elder alive, wouldn't that be enough? Everyone fell silent for a while. It seems, the queen has a point. Tangwen pondered, it would be a waste to kill these people directly, it would be better to use them to lure mutated beasts. That's right, it's too good for them to die like this. Yes, let them die in agony. Everyone's eyes were full of killing intent. Tangwen interrupted, since that's the case, since our strength is several times greater than theirs, I think, why not sneak in together? Isn't that just attacking? How can that be considered sneaking in? General Zhao glared at Tangwen. The latter smiled, sneaking in. As long as all the enemies we encounter are subdued by us, that's a perfect sneak in. He was just joking. Unexpectedly, the queen took it to heart, that makes sense. Let's do it that way. Under the queen's insistence, this seemingly absurd action plan was decided. There was no time for discussion. Once the slave-catching gang discovers that the people who went out have not returned for too long, they will be alert and might even flee. General Zhou stood up and began to deploy the mission. Of course, the queen could not go to capture a beastmaster, she had to capture the enemy's general alive. Half an hour later, the queen, General Zhao, Tangwen, and others, along with 10 hunting team captains, appeared in the forest, in front of a towering mountain wall. There were no guards here. According to the 3rd leader's account, they had to follow a stone crevice, winding and turning for hundreds of steps, before they could enter the fortified village inside the mountains. After searching for a while, the queen, with her eyesight, was the first to discover the deep and secluded stone crevice that only allowed 2 people to enter side by side. Is it here? I'm afraid so. If they hadn't told us, I wouldn't have known there was a fortified village inside, even if I passed by here. According to the 3rd leader, they had 2 camps. One was used to raise mountain ponies and other large livestock, located in the mountains. The other was in front of them. All the high-level members of the slave-catching gang were hiding here. There used to be a village here, called Peach Blossom Village. Peach Blossom Village was isolated from the world and hidden very secretly.
The villagers lived a peaceful and happy life. Until the slave-catching gang's blood crows discovered this place. The village was occupied, the men who dared to resist were slaughtered, and the survivors were reduced to slavery. I'll go first. General Zhao took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and stepped into the mountain crevice. Leaving 2 commanders to guard the door, to welcome General Zhou and the main force who would arrive later. Walking in the mountain crevice was a first for everyone. They looked up from time to time. Although the third leader said that, for fear of exposure, no one was specifically assigned to guard the top of the mountain wall, they were still a little worried, afraid that a team of experts would suddenly come and throw stones from above. Especially Tangwan, who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme used stones to hit others, always had paranoia about being hit while walking in this narrow strip of sky-like place. Suddenly, there was some movement ahead. Tangwan walked quickly for 2 steps and turned a corner. The view suddenly opened up. It really is a paradise. The land in the mountain hollow was flat, the houses were closely arranged, and there were fruit trees and bamboo forests. The 3 sentries had been knocked down by General Zhao himself. The 10 captains who followed closely tied them together. General Zhao woke up 2 of them, interrogated them for a few words, and knocked them out again. He got up and said, "The information is consistent with what their third leader said." As he spoke, he began to draw on the ground, then pointed to one of the points and said, "Tangwan, Zhou Bing, here is where the Crow Elder is located. The 2 of you go and be sure to capture this person alive. He should just be a martial artist. And he's old, his vital energy is declining." Tangwan and the 2 agreed and felt into the dark village. According to the plan, the queen would capture the leader, and General Zhao would capture the second leader. The slave-catching gang had only 30 or 40 people in total. Apart from the 4 leaders of the mountain stronghold, the others were at most martial artists, and most of them were martial apprentices. And the flame camp, not counting General Zhou and others behind. In the team in front of them alone, there was a queen, a general, 3 commanders, and 10 peak martial artist level captains. A complete one-sided game. The crowd acted separately. Tangwan and Zhou Bing quietly approached the 2-story bamboo building where the Crow Elder was located. Dozens of steps away from the bamboo building, Tangwan stopped Zhou Bing. The latter looked at him, and Tangwan fixed his gaze and felt a trace of unease. He whispered, "I have a bad premonition. This Crow Elder can control blood crows, and he may have other means. I'll go first, and you ambush in secret." Zhou Bing shook his head. "The lights are on in the bamboo building, so the person must be inside. Why don't we wait for General Zhao and the others to make the first move? When the Crow Elder comes out, let's attack together." Attack together. Launch a sneak attack? I like this idea. Tangwan smiled and felt that he and Zhou Bing were getting along better and better. The 2 shrunk in the shadows and waited patiently. Boom! A loud explosion came from the center of the mountain hollow. The silent night boiled up. The people in the flame camp no longer hid their figures and accelerated their speed, and they attacked their respective targets. On the 2-story bamboo building, the door slammed open. A flock of crows flew out, and then an old man with a hunched body walked out. Move! Tangwan and Zhou Bing exchanged glances and rushed straight to the bamboo building. As quick as a hare leaps up and a falcon swoops down, in the blink of an eye, they came to the bottom of the bamboo building. Tangwan lightly hit a stone, and the old man dodged in a hurry, and his face changed wildly. 2 martial masters. Zhou Bing jumped up suddenly and jumped to the 2nd floor. The spear was like a dragon, and it went straight to his chest. Wait, I surrender, I surrender. The ice beauty twisted her hand and changed the poke to sweep. The old man changed his steps and barely dodged, and continued to shout, I am not in the same group as these slave traders. I am a beast tamer, I am still useful. Buzz. The tail of the gun trembled slightly, and the tip of the gun stopped a foot away from his chest. You have to tie it up even if you surrender. Tangwan went upstairs, took a section of iron chain in his hand, and tied his hands firmly behind his back. Don't let anyone escape. Commander, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the team in a dragnet search. Tally the supplies, and don't release the captured villagers yet. General Zhao, I need you to make another trip and wipe out the mountain stronghold where they keep their livestock. General Zhou arranged everything methodically. Countless torches lit up the night sky, illuminating the mountain hollow.
The main force moved in, conducting a carpet search for any remaining fugitives. This hidden mountain hollow where Peach Blossom Village was located was completely controlled by the flame camp from the inside out. When the sky began to lighten with the first hint of dawn, everything settled. In the largest bamboo building in Peach Blossom Village, several commanders, 2 generals, and the queen gathered. General Zhao reported the battle situation first. The slave-catching gang, from the head chieftain to the stable boys, numbered 38 in total. 10 were killed or wounded by Tangwen in the lakeside forest, and the remaining 28 were captured. As for the flame camp, apart from 2 unlucky hunting captains who were slightly injured by the shockwave because they were 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the queen's battlefield, everyone else was unharmed. This battle, with the strong attacking the weak, can be described as crushing. All the members of the slave-catching gang were captured. Their years of accumulated wealth became the flame camp's loot. After General Zhao finished speaking briefly, everyone looked towards the head seat. The queen held a silver white cube in her slender hands, turning it over and over. Noticing everyone's gaze, she tossed the cube to General Zhou, who caught it and looked at her questioningly. The queen said, "I was bored just now," and interrogated their head chieftain. He confessed that he offended a strong person called Mountain King in Rush Mountain City because of this silver cube. He had no choice but to flee here. General Zhou examined the item repeatedly but couldn't figure it out, so he passed it to Zhou Bing. At the same time, he asked, "This thing seems very hard. What makes it so valuable?" Zhou Bing couldn't figure it out. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme and passed it to Tangwen. The queen spread her hands. Many forces in Rush Mountain City know it's valuable, but no one knows what makes it valuable. Could they have been tricked? The queen shook her head, "Not likely. I squeezed it just now with all my strength, but it didn't even dent. It must be a treasure." Everyone nodded slightly. In the queen's hands, even steel plates were as fragile as paper airplanes in a child's hand. The silver cube wasn't large, about the size of a small Rubik's cube. It felt icy cold to the touch and seemed to be made of some kind of metal, but it was very light. He squeezed it hard in his hand, and indeed, not even a trace was left. Tossing the thing to General Zhao, Tangwen casually said, "It doesn't even seem to pick up fingerprints. It must be a good thing." Everyone played with it for a while and then lost interest, and General Zhou stored it away. "There's one more thing, we can't abandon Peach Blossom Village." Peach Blossom Village had thousands of acres of flat, fertile land. It was this land that had supported the villagers of Peach Blossom Village for generations. Where does the water they use to irrigate the fields come from? Well water? Tangwen asked keenly. General Zhao looked at him appreciatively. "Well water, but I checked, and it's probably connected to an underground river." "So, even if there's a drought, they can still draw water from the well?" "That's right. According to the old farmers here, even during droughts, their well is always full of water." "That's great. Although a few thousand acres isn't much, it's still a harvest. This trip was really worth it. I checked the granary, and it's full. Enough for 1,000 people to eat for 3 years." The commanders were all sharing good news. Tangwen then said, "The crow old man who raises blood crows surrendered. We searched his house and found many potions and books. We can confirm that this person is not only a beast master but also a skilled apothecary." Apothecary? The flame camp was remote, and most people had no concept of apothecaries. Tangwen continued, "If we can hunt mutated beasts at the martial master level, he said he can use their marrow and organs to make medicine. The potions strengthen the body, increase strength, and have many uses." Really? Everyone's eyes changed. Whether it's true or not, we still need to test it. Tangwen was also hearing about this for the first time. General Zhou frowned. Apothecaries are usually honored guests of powerful forces. This crow old man is both a beast master and an apothecary.
How could he have fallen to the point of being with a slave-catching gang? Keep an eye on him. Something strange about this. Tangwan nodded. I suggest we don't let any of the slave-catching gang's captured items circulate. Agreed. General Zhao added, except for the gold and silver. Everyone burst into laughter. The slave-catching gang had made a lot of money by killing, robbing, and selling people, and they had accumulated a lot of wealth over the years. Now, it was all theirs. Every commander and captain who participated in the battle received a small share of this loot. Morning. The newest novels are first published on 69.com. General Zhou released all the imprisoned villagers and, in front of them and the captured slave-catching gang, hanged the head chieftain of the slave-catching gang. Thank you, Queen. Thank you, General. The old village chief of Peach Blossom Village took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and kneeling down, filled with gratitude. After the head chieftain of the slave-catching gang breathed his last, General Zhao personally helped the old village chief up and said kindly, Peach Blossom Village is now part of our flame camp. The people of Peach Blossom Village were silent. The old village chief nodded hastily. That's how it should be, that's how it should be. General Zhao continued, you can continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here or move to the camp. The queen and the army will protect you. The old village chief had some knowledge and, after confirming that these people were different from the previous bandits, he asked cautiously, will we have to pay taxes if we farm in the future? General Zhao turned his head slightly, not looking at him. 3-7 split. The old village chief breathed a sigh of relief. Good, it's not too much. Someone's running. Coincidentally, a martial warrior from the slave-catching gang suddenly broke free at this moment. He ran towards the rock wall, seemingly wanting to climb the cliff and escape. Tangwan. Kill him. General Zhao ordered.
Tangwan raised an eyebrow, glanced at the villagers, and acted directly.
Sonic booms roared.
The villagers' legs trembled.
Bang! The escaping martial warrior's head exploded like a watermelon. Thump, thump.
A group of villagers' knees went weak, and they knelt on the ground. In the eyes of the villagers, whose strongest was only a martial apprentice, Tangwan's move was like a miracle. General Zhao spoke loud enough for every villager to hear, if you want to farm for a living in the future, the camp will provide you with farm tools. If you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in the outer city of the camp, you will never have to pay rent. Oh, 7/10 of the grain you grow must be handed over to the camp. The old village chief, who had just stood up, swayed and almost knelt again. Fortunately, General Zhao gently supported him. The old village chief forgot to thank him, his eyes were vacant, and his mind was filled with 7/10 belongs to them. The women and children looked at Tangwan sideways, their eyes full of shock and respect. Seeing that the old village chief hadn't recovered for a while, General Zhao had to say, the one who just acted was Commander Tangwan. After you join the camp, you can learn martial arts, and then you'll have the opportunity to be as strong as Commander Tangwan. Ha? Really? This great king, do we have to pay grain to learn martial arts? Hearing the old man's address, the corner of General Zhao's mouth twitched, but he didn't correct him. He said, your village's situation is special. This batch of children doesn't need to pay grain and can learn for free for 3 years. After all, they had occupied the village, so the flame camp had to give some compensation. The old village chief thought for a while and asked in a low voice, I wonder, how many years did the adult who just acted learn? General Zhao's expression suddenly became strange. Tangwan, he didn't learn for long. Less than 3 years, less than 3 years. Hearing such a definite answer, the old village chief was greatly relieved. There were still many children left in his village, more than 100. If they could be as strong as that young man after 3 years, or a few more years, that would be great. At that time, they shouldn't have to hand over 7/10 of the grain, right? Extra chapter, please follow up, please recommend votes, please monthly tickets, please everything, please readers. Today's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme determines next week's recommendation, please. Tangwan had no idea he was being held up as a standard. He and several commanders were waiting for the troops to assemble, ready to leave Peach Blossom Village with the spoils besides the grain. Standing side by side with Zhou Bing under a peach tree, they looked at the flower buds on the branches, anticipating the peaches they would be able to eat in a few months. Peach Blossom Village had many fruit trees, benefiting from a unique geographical location. The villagers lived much better lives than outsiders, even most people in the outer city of the camp. Unfortunately, they weren't strong enough to protect this small paradise. When we get old, we can move here, Zhou Bing said, trying to smell the blossoms. Footsteps approached. Everyone turned to see the old village chief walking over with a group of women. My lords, our village now consists mostly of women, unable to farm. I beg you, have mercy and take them in. They're willing to be slaves or servants, anything for a bite to eat, to survive, to raise their children. Such situations were normal in this era, and no one found it surprising. The commanders sized up the women. Well, after washing their faces, they were presentable. One or two even had considerable beauty. Commander Qiandong commented, not bad, with a little dressing up, they could all work in the House of Joy. Hearing this, everyone looked at him in surprise. You, a stern-faced guard, are into this sort of thing? My lords, there's no reason you can go and we can't, right? You can go, of course you can go. They hee and ha-ha-ha-ed, emitting knowing laughter. Many of the women in the village had experience, their faces flushed as they lowered their heads, but no one was angry, and no one left. The old village chief also smiled, but his smile was tinged with bitterness. Tang Wen didn't join in. He noticed two village belles. One was quite young, around 13 or 14. Because Peach Blossom Village hadn't lacked food, she was developing well. But being young, she had a bean sprout figure with only slight curves. Tang Wen moved his gaze from her delicate face to a woman with a married woman's hairstyle. This one was good. Which one do you fancy? Zhou Bing asked calmly. The other commanders stopped talking and looked at them, some winking at Tang Wen, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Tang Wen ignored them and smiled, you decide. Zhou Bing nodded and pointed out the two village belles Tang Wen had noticed. The old village chief quickly introduced them. The one who was 13 or 14 was called Xiao Lu. The older one, who had been married once, was called Tao Hua. Hey, Commander Zhou, this isn't appropriate, is it? Yeah, how can you pick two at once? The other commanders were unwilling. They weren't blind, who didn't want beauties? Zhou Bing put his hand on Tang Wen's shoulder and said calmly, we're a family. How about we have a competition? We won't bully you, we'll just go 2 against 1. The commanders were immediately silenced. It was the first time they'd seen someone make 2 against 1 sound so natural. Tang Wen and Zhou Bing were newly advanced martial masters, 3rd-rank martial masters. Any of the commanders present wouldn't be afraid of them one-on-one. But if the two of them teamed up, they might as well give up early. Beauties loved handsome men. The two village belles were initially focused on Tang Wen, and were a little hesitant when Zhou Bing chose them. But when they heard Zhou Bing say that they were a family, they immediately walked over obediently and stood behind Tang Wen. Zhou Bing didn't mind, I'll pick another one, someone who can cook. Swish, 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 a group of women raised their hands. The old village chief pointed to a woman with a little girl, she, Chui Lian, cooks very well. Okay, her then. I have a child, the woman named Chui Lian said. She was also pretty and had a fuller figure. Yeah, bring your child. She can learn to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme and practice martial arts at the camp, Zhou Bing waved dismissively. Chui Lian was struck by a great surprise, unable to believe her ears. The old village chief quickly glared at her, you're lucky, go quickly. Follow Lord Tang Wen, and you'll have endless blessings in the future. Chui Lian immediately pulled her cute daughter and stood behind Tao Hua and Xiao Lu, amidst the envious gazes of the other women. That's enough. Zhou Bing had chosen his people. The women of Peach Blossom Village were disappointed. Why not choose a few more? Commander Qiandong couldn't help but complain, Commander Zhou, you're really good to Commander Tang, three of the most beautiful women in the whole village.
Aren't you worried?
Zhou Bing, who always had a cold face, shook his head slightly, curled the corners of his mouth, and gave Tang Wen a slight smile. The ice melted, like spring flowers blooming. Xiandong was stunned, and all the commanders fell silent.
After a while, this guy looked enviously at Tang Wen and muttered in a low voice, "Okay. You're really not worried."
If the beauty of the village belles was at the level of mutated beasts, far surpassing ordinary wild animals, then Zhou Bing's beauty was at the level of the Silver Wolf King.
There were no opponents within a few hundred miles.
Zhou Bing wasn't worried, but Tang Wen was a little worried.
This guy, my partner, found me 3 beautiful maids and a little lowly in one go. What is she thinking? Waiting online, it's quite urgent.
After the other commanders had also chosen their people, the single women and widows of Peach Blossom Village were directly reduced by half. A group of indecent guys. Tang Wen looked at his colleagues, his heart full of a sense of superiority from standing on the moral high ground. Outside the mountain hollow, a dozen carts pulled by mountain ponies were loaded with various spoils, ready to depart. Zhou Bing arranged the 4 women in a cart. She and Tang Wen rode side by side. On the way, the 4 women, who had never left the village, were curious about everything. Several pairs of eyes turned around and looked, too busy to take it all in. Without any surprises or dangers, they returned to the camp. Zhou Bing stretched and pulled Tang Wen, saying, "With them taking care of the housework, we and Tang Tang can concentrate on practicing martial arts." Yeah, taking care of housework, concentrating on practicing martial arts. Tang Wen turned to look at the 3 women who made people have impure thoughts, and nodded heavily with utmost sincerity. Women can make my spear speed faster. When Tang Tang finished training at the martial arts hall and hurriedly prepared to go home to make a batch of Rujiamo to sell, as soon as she opened the door, she suddenly saw her younger brother, Zhou Bing, and an extra 4-person group, 2 big, 1 small, and 1 young.
Sister! Tang Tang!
Xiao Wen, Sister Bing.
Tang Tang looked at the 4 women with a slightly strange expression.
After the 3 greeted each other, she pulled the 2 aside and asked, "Who are they?" "Our maids," Zhou Bing said.
Maids? Tang Tang couldn't understand. What kind of family are we? You want to hire maids? Don't maids eat millet? Tang Wen nodded, maids.
Then, he quickly told his sister about the tragic fate of these 4 women. Including their homes being occupied, their men being killed, their parents and brothers being killed, and almost being sold as slaves. In short, it was as miserable as it could be. If the family didn't take them in, they would starve to death if they went out.
Tang Tang's sympathy was aroused, and she asked in a low voice with a complicated expression, "Okay, then, how many pounds of rice do they need to eat every day?" Zhou Bing. Tang Wen smacked his lips, "Sister, you can teach them how to make Rujiamo."
The young lady's eyes lit up. "That's right, that way I don't have to make it myself when I come back from the martial arts hall.
I can directly take it out to sell, and more importantly, I can make more."
She had to buy meat, stew meat, practice martial arts, and sell Rujiamo, so busy every day like a spinning top.
You can also let them sell Rujiamo, Tang Wen reminded.
Tang Tang quickly shook her head. "The money still has to go into my own pocket."
Whatever you want. Don't be too tired.
Tang Tang arranged for the 4 women to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme next door, in Tang Wen's courtyard. The 2 courtyards were now connected by a circular archway, and the cellar, or rather the basement, in the next courtyard had also been dug.
To prevent rain from leaking, the entrance was opened in the main room. After settling the 4 women, the group went down to the basement for a tour.
This place was very large, each floor being half an acre in size, or 160 to 70 square meters. It was 3 floors deep. Tang Tang, it's enough to store 100,000 pounds of millet.
Zhou Bing, it's quite cool inside.
When it gets hot, we can come and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here.
Tang Wen smiled. Now that the basement is built, it's time to make ice. Make ice?
But now, it's already spring.
Tang Wen found Li Gu in the outer city.
The latter immediately took Tang Wen to the warehouse and took out a few bags of saltpeter that he had recently acquired.
Good, continue buying. Tang Wen threw down another ingot of silver.
The saltpeter was transported home, under the curious gazes of several women. Tang Wen prepared a large wooden basin, poured water into it, and then placed a small round basin filled with water inside the wooden basin. Splash! He picked up the bag of saltpeter and poured it into the wooden basin. To the surprise of the women, a chill permeated the surroundings of the wooden basin, and the water in the small round basin gradually froze into ice.
This? What's going on? Could it be, brother, that your ability has awakened? Tang Wen laughed. If this were my ability, it would be too useless. He took out the made ice and put it in the basement.
Under his guidance, Tang Tang changed to a new wooden basin and successfully made another piece of relatively regular round ice. The young lady jumped up and down with joy.
Zhou Bing pointed to the few remaining bags of saltpeter. The consumption is so high, what if we run out?
Tang Wen smiled and lit a fire to evaporate the water mixed with saltpeter.
The saltpeter precipitated out again.
Zhou Bing and the other women were amazed. Tang Tang started to use her brain. With this, we can sell iced water in the summer. Her eyes sparkled, as if she saw countless copper coins flying towards her. Tang Wen shook his head and said, "This year there is a severe drought, food is not easy to store, we will have to make the ice-making method public sooner or later." The young lady was a little disappointed, but didn't say anything. She continued to play with the saltpeter happily. Saltpeter is not a rare thing. Not to mention there are saltpeter mines in the mountains. Even if there are none, the white powder in the corners near toilets and stables is saltpeter. Therefore, ice can be made wherever people. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme.
In the evening,
Tang Tang led Cui Lian, Xiao Lu, and Tao Hua, 3 women, to start cooking. Making meat sandwiches, stewing mutton, braising wild boar trotters, mixing wild vegetables. Having grown up in the village, the 3 women, who had only eaten chicken, duck, and goose at most in their lives, were very shocked.
Is this the luxurious life of Lord Tang Wen? Cui Lian's daughter, a little lowly named Tao Zi, was holding a big roasted sweet potato and gnawing on it happily. For them, today was an eye-opening day.
First, they were selected by the handsome and good-looking Lord Tang Wen as they wished. Then, they took a carriage for the first time in their lives and saw many more people than in the village. They saw the magnificent camp, the spacious courtyard, and the basement. Thinking about living here in the future, the 3 of them felt like they were dreaming. They secretly decided from the bottom of their hearts that they must serve Lord Tang Wen well.
As for Commander Zhou Bing, she is Lord Tang Wen's fiancée. Serving Lord Tang Wen well is serving her.
The food was prepared and brought to the table. Cui Lian and the other 3 women refused to come to the table to eat. They said that the village chief had told them that this was the etiquette of wealthy families and must be followed, otherwise they might be kicked out of the house. Tang Wen was speechless and had to serve them a separate portion of dishes and let them go back to the kitchen to eat. After the 4 women finished eating and cleaned up the kitchen, they hurried to the main room to help Tang Wen and the others clear the table. It seemed that they had indeed placed themselves in the position of servants. Still the kind of loyal maid who has no ulterior motives and wholeheartedly thinks about the master. Back at the camp, Tang Wen's life returned to normal. That night, Tang Wen, who had practiced late into the night, was about to go to bed. "Lord," a sweet female voice sounded outside the door.
"Yes, come in." He was a little conflicted. This commander can withstand anything except temptation. With a creak, the door opened. Tao Hua, Xiao Lu, and Cui Lian walked in together. Tao Hua carried a pot of hot water, Xiao Lu held a towel, and Cui Lian held a wooden basin. So it's a foot bath. Tang Wen felt relieved, and at the same time, he was inexplicably a little disappointed. The 3 women seemed to have discussed it. Cui Lian squatted down, picked up Tang Wen's feet, and put them in the wooden basin. Tao Hua, the tallest, stood behind Tang Wen and massaged his shoulders. Xiao Lu added hot water from time to time and poured water for Tang Wen. Tang Wen leaned against the back of the chair and relaxed his body. The enjoyment of a landlord is nothing more than this. "Oh, I am the camp commander. Then I should have this kind of enjoyment.
Outside the door, Zhou Bing walked past in a moon-white dress.
Seeing this scene, she smiled indifferently and turned back to her room. Tang Wen summoned the experience panel to divert his attention.
Name, Tang Wen. Age, 15 years old. Body, 8, 65. Spirit, 9, 2. Martial arts realm, 3rd rank martial master. There is an extra entry, martial arts realm. This entry only appeared after he could use the force of the cannon fist with weapons. Generally speaking, as long as you can use the force of the cannon fist in battle, you are considered an entry-level martial master. Being able to use force twice in a row with a weapon is considered to have steadily entered the ranks of 3rd rank martial master. 2nd rank martial master requires not only that both hands and weapons can use force, but also that the force can be imported into the legs to do more than 5 consecutive high-speed bursts. To put it bluntly, it is to be able to burst out to escape or quickly cut into the battlefield at a critical moment. 1st rank martial master requires force to be poured into the whole body. Every part of the body, such as fists, palms, elbows, shoulders, and knees, must be able to burst out explosive force multiple times in a row to take the enemy's life when necessary. After practicing to this point, visualize the force traveling through the whole body. Mental meditation is connected with muscle force. The root of the martial master is gradually affected. The so-called internal refining of the root differentiation, awakening of the extraordinary, is like this. However, very few martial artists in the world can reach this point. Many people, young geniuses, become martial masters early, but fail to awaken the extraordinary in their lives. Throughout their lives, they are just a martial master. Once a martial master transforms and achieves the extraordinary, the improvement in strength is a leap forward. The power of the technique is like evolving from the cold weapon age to the hot weapon age. People's lifespan will also be greatly increased. Even when they are old and their blood energy declines, they still have considerable combat power. Killing a few 1st rank martial masters is not a problem. Tang Wen recalled the battle last night. With his terrifying physique and spirit, his combat power was far stronger than that of ordinary 3rd rank martial masters. Facing a 2nd rank martial master, as long as he can withstand the opponent's early burst. After consuming for a while, he can rely on his strong physical endurance to continuously burst out and defeat the opponent. But that's it, it's easy to defeat, but difficult to kill. This was the case with the 4th boss this time. It is difficult for him to exert the full power of the expert-level flying locust stone while running at high speed. He can only continue to fight a war of attrition, and he can't say he will win steadily. Crack, crack. Tang Wen's thoughts were pulled back by the sound. He looked down and saw that it was Cui Lian, whose forehead was fair and clean, giving him a pedicure. With a serious look on her face, as if she was doing something important. He smiled lightly and continued to check the skills. Skills, farming. Flying locust stone, expert 3799600 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme breaking saber, expert 1517600 flying knife technique, proficient 203330008 Vidra arts, expert 621918000 earth fire stance entering stillness, proficient 2831300 archery, mastered 3001000 mountain opening cannon fist, mastered 1917300 primal chaos stance, mastered 2693000 traceless step, proficient 1412300 hard qigong, mastered 9091000 breathing technique. Entry 411500 tracking technique, mastered 111000 writing technique, mastered 1111000 hunting trap. Lord, it's late, let us serve you to sleep. Cui Lian looked up, her cheeks flushed. Instantly, Tang Wen was no longer sleepy. A woman? How could she disturb my martial heart? With immense willpower, Tang Wen refused their requests to undress him and warm his bed. He sent the 3 women out the door. Just having his feet washed and massaged had already made him too excited to sleep. He had to do several rounds of the 8 Vidra exercises to expend his energy and divert his attention. The next morning, Tang Wen instructed the 3 women not to come to serve him with foot washing in the evening. He wanted to focus on practicing martial arts and strive to become an awakened one as soon as possible. Mainly, he knew his willpower was really average. Deep down, he was just an ordinary office worker. Back in the city, the reason he was able to restrain himself and not indulge was all thanks to being poor. Last night, his dreams were hotter than Tokyo. He really didn't have the confidence to withstand the test, so before breaking through to become an awakened one, he had to stay away from temptation. If you're afraid of getting your shoes wet, don't go near the river. Today was a day off. Tang Wen focused on practicing his skills in the yard. Earth Fire Stance Meditation, Proficient 2831300 Breathing Technique, Beginner 411500 with the Earth Fire Stance and Breathing Technique nearing completion, Tang Wen devoted more time to them, striving for a quick breakthrough. Then there was Iron Skin Skill. Iron Skin Skill, Mastery 909-1000. Thinking about the 3 armor-piercing arrows in the previous battle, the arrowheads were foul-smelling, obviously smeared with poison. Tang Wen was afraid, secretly deciding that he must not take off the 2 layers of scale armor until the Iron Skin Skill was fully accomplished. No, even if the Iron Skin Skill was fully accomplished, he would still have to wear it. Commander Tang Wen, Commander Zhou Bing. Please go to the royal palace for a meeting immediately. In the evening, a messenger suddenly arrived, breaking the peace of the day. Tang Wen sheathed his saber, and Zhou Bing put away her spear. With the service of the 3 women, the 2 cleaned up and came to the royal palace. Inside the council hall, a group of commanders sat fully, their eyes staring at General Zhao. When everyone arrived, General Zhao said, "We have negotiated the conditions with that crow old man who was both a beast master and a pharmacist. The camp will treat him favorably in exchange for him teaching the skills of beast mastery and medicine making. Starting tomorrow, we will first talk about beast mastery, and all commanders should go and listen when they are free. By the way, this matter must be kept secret. Don't let the Black Mountain camp know before we even learn it." Beast mastery? Thinking that the slave hunting group had tricked them with the help of the blood crows, Tang Wen and Zhou Bing discussed and decided that, while taking into account the official affairs of the hunting camp, they would go to learn separately. The next morning, Tang Wen came to a heavily guarded courtyard gate. Before entering, he heard the gak-gak-gak cries of the blood crows. When he entered, he saw rows of tables and chairs, each with a birdcage containing half-grown blood crows. Tang Wen was no stranger to these blood crows. He was the one who directed people to move them from Crow Old Man's house. "It's you!" Crow Old Man lay on the recliner, looking at the young man who had captured him, without any intention of standing up, leisurely swaying, and occasionally picking up the gourd to take a sip of wine. "The wine brewed in your camp is so-so." Tang Wen picked up the booklet on his table and said casually, "Don't drink it if you dislike it." Young people nowadays don't respect the elderly at all. "Boy, you're not even 18 years old, are you? This remote place actually has a genius like you." However, being a genius in martial arts doesn't mean you can learn beast mastery. "I advise you, don't waste your time, go back and concentrate on martial arts as soon as possible," Crow Old Man muttered. 7 or 8 people came to the courtyard one after another. In addition to the commanders, there were also captains. Tang Wen arrived the earliest and sat in the first row. He had already flipped through the booklet on raising blood crows. Crow Old Man stood up and lectured, blowing his nose and glaring. "To control the blood crows, you must first understand the blood crows. Do you understand? Do you understand? You only understand the birds in your crotches." When it came to his profession, Crow Old Man was energetic. That momentum, as if asking others if they wanted to make a key. Seeing that he had real skills, no one bothered with him. Crow Old Man continued to mock venomously, "Many people are not even as good as these blood crows." Someone snorted, signaling him to stop. But he continued, "Don't be unconvinced, blood crows are monogamous for life. If the female dies, the male bird will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme alone until old age. Who of you can do it?" "Ha!" Saying it like it's true. Hey, could it be that you old man are transformed from a crow?" Ha 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 ha! Happy laughter echoed in the yard. Crow Old Man was so angry that his eyes widened, wanting to scold people, but looking at everyone's unkind eyes.
He could only sulk in his stomach. The content of this class was very simple. It was nothing more than observing the blood crows, understanding their habits, feeding them food and water, and so on. Crow Old Man talked about some key points. An hour or two passed, the course was over, and the commanders each carried a squawking blood crow. Looking at Crow Old Man with suspicious eyes, they left grumbling. This old man, wouldn't he have not taught the real stuff? I think so too, he taught all about raising birds.
Only Tangwen didn't move. He took out a fire starter, using tweezers to pinch the chubby greenworm and roast it on the fire. A few seconds later, he put the worm into the mouth of the little blood crow that was eagerly opening its beak. Then he took out a stone bowl the size of a wineglass from the cage, heated the bowl, and poured in clean water. You kid, have you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme raised birds before? Crow Old Man looked puzzled. Feeding warm food was very friendly to young birds. Tangwen smiled, carefully rubbing the full little blood crow with his fingers. The little blood crow was smarter than ordinary birds and beasts, and developed a sense of familiarity with him. After eating and drinking enough, it also rubbed its small head against his fingertip. The property panel popped up, Beast Mastery, Beginners 0500 this time. The little blood crow was even closer to him. It kept rubbing its little head, and also lightly pecked Tangwen's fingers with its tender beak. You kid is really lucky. Crow Old Man's old face was a little unsustainable. His words of persuading Tangwen to quit were still echoing in his ears. Blood crows are of a perverse nature. Generally speaking, they will not be so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to people. When I was learning, in order to make the blood crow not reject me, I smeared my whole hand with bird droppings. Then I spent half a month with that pungent smell before I could do this step. Why, I haven't taught the little trick of smearing bird droppings yet. This blood crow is lying flat and letting you rub it? Stand up. Peck him. You are a mutated beast, a low-level mutated beast, but also a mutated beast. Tangwen looked up at him. How is it? Am I doing an okay job raising them? Old Crow snapped out of his thoughts, put his hands behind his back, and grunted, so. But still a bit worse than I was back in the day. With that, he quickly left and wandered around the yard. Thus, he saw apprentices with their fingers pecked bloody, apprentices covered in bird droppings, apprentices being completely ignored by the aloof blood crows when offering food and water. Phew! That's what I thought. It couldn't be that simple. The old man felt a sense of balance. He resumed his swaggering walk, pointing at the apprentices and scolding them. Idiot! So stupid you might as well die. I've taught so many students, and you're the worst batch. You, still feeding them? You've fed it 7 worms already. Are you trying to stuff it to death? You think your bird can handle 7 meals in one night? Can you, kid? Ha 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 ha. The other apprentices burst into cheerful laughter. The 7 worms apprentice blushed crimson, shouting at everyone around him, laugh, 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 what are you laughing at? Can you do it? Everyone paused. A voice shouted, I can. Who? You, Lee San-jin? You, the one who took off his clothes and took a bath in 1 minute and 30 seconds at the brothel of Joy last time. You, able to do it? Ha 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 ha. The yard became even livelier. The named Lee San-jin couldn't bear it any longer, cursed, and threw a punch. The two began a bromantic confrontation. Tangwen couldn't help but laugh. These old perverts are too talented. Taking off clothes and taking a bath in 1 minute and 30 seconds. TSK, that's a quick wash. After wandering around, Old Crow returned to Tangwen's table, his face pulled long. These blood crows are about to learn to fly. They stand on the tree every day and throw themselves down 20 times. What if they fly away? Tangwen frowned. Humph. You don't understand anything. These blood crows are already dependent on you. They have good food and drink, why would they fly away? Old Crow also talked about some precautions and techniques for letting the blood crows forage for food themselves. After the private lesson, Tangwen's skill broke through. Beast taming, beginner novice 11,000. After all, imparting experience is a highly efficient form of learning.
This skill is not like martial arts, where there is a chasm between learning and practical combat.
Raising birds, as long as you know the methods, you can do it if you want to.
Another day passed, and Tang Wen's breathing technique broke through.
Breathing technique, mastered 11,000. This brought him a pitiful 0. 1 attribute increase to both his physique and spirit. There's no helping it, breathing techniques are just common stuff, it's good enough that it can increase attributes.
Lord Tangwen, the ice is all laid out.
Xiao Lu emerged from the basement, her little face flushed. These days, besides buying groceries, cooking, making rojamo, and cleaning the house, the 3 maids, Suelian, also had to make ice with saltpeter in the basement. The 3 were very diligent, working late into the night. Their whole bodies ached after a day, but they didn't complain. Now, every floor of the basement was covered with ice bricks, and the 4 walls were also built with ice bricks.
Good, I'll go take a look.
Approaching the entrance of the basement, he immediately felt the chill.
Lord, I'll get you a thick coat. It's very cold down there. No need, let's go.
In the basement, the kerosene lamp shone on the neatly stacked ice bricks, reflecting a cold, white light. Reaching out to touch it, it was ice cold, only just below 0, they had to continue making ice.
He smiled and looked at the 3 maids. Not bad, you've done a good job.
From today onwards, I will teach you martial arts. But remember, without my permission, this technique cannot be passed on.
Tang Wen taught them a set of 8-section brocade exercises.
Although the 3 of them were maids, they ate the same food as Tang Wen, and a life with meat at every meal was enough to support them in working and practicing. He didn't expect them to achieve anything great, just to have a better figure, a healthier body, more strength, and be more efficient. The 3 maids came from farming families, and working in the fields and managing housework was their daily routine.
Tang Wen taught them martial arts, and the 3 were extremely grateful.
Looking at Tang Wen's eyes, respect, admiration, and love were intertwined, almost flowing out of their eyes. A few days passed, and Zhou Bing returned from outside, and once again saw 13-year-old Xiao Lu staring blankly at Tang Wen's figure as he practiced. Finally, she couldn't help but call her over. The little girl's face was pale, as if she had done something wrong, and she stood in front of Zhou Bing with her head down. Ever since Tang Wen taught her martial arts hand in hand a few days ago, she had phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme been like this. A young girl in love, her heart just opening, was like this. Zhou Bing didn't reprimand her, but instead said, take the time to practice martial arts properly.
If you can become a martial artist within 3 years, I will let you be a concubine.
Ha!
Thank you, Lord Zhou Bing.
The little girl suddenly raised her head, wanting to kneel down in gratitude. Zhou Bing reached out to stop her. Practice hard.
Yes, I will definitely practice hard.
Lord Zhou Bing, I will also practice hard. Tao Hua next to her boldly expressed her feelings.
Ha! All right.
Zhou Bing smiled, since that's the case, and you, Suelian, you're not too old. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals ir either / phoneme. It's still not too late to practice martial arts.
When you become martial artists, I will let you be concubines. Ah, this? Suelian, hugging her daughter, wanted to be reserved.
But she was afraid that if she refused, she would completely lose the opportunity. She had no choice but to twist her handkerchief in her hands and lower her head in tacit agreement.
Mommy, what is a concubine? Little Tauzi blinked her dark eyes, raised her small face, innocent and innocent. TSK. Don't ask nonsense, child. Suelian's cheeks were red, and she couldn't hold back.
Oh. Little Tauzi agreed timidly. In the evening, when it was time to practice martial arts, the 3 maids practiced extra hard. Although they were not very familiar with the movements of the 8-section brocade exercises, their attitude was extremely serious.
Tang Wen wondered, what stimulated these 3 girls?
Why are they so serious today? Zhou Bing glared at him unhappily, took 2 steps to his side with her long legs, reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist, looking at his handsome young face.
For a moment, she couldn't help but be a little fascinated.
My man has the capital to make women fall in love.
The days passed peacefully. Tang Wen spent most of his time practicing. Even the management and training of the outer city hunting camp was basically spent slacking off. Occasionally, he would show up, also because he was bored with practicing martial arts, and he would take the hunting team out of the city to hunt and smoke bacon. Zhou Bing didn't have his perverted physique, and 7 or 8 hours of training every day was already the limit. More training would only harm her spirit and body. The training and daily management of the outer city hunting camp were all up to her. More and more ice was piled up in the basement, and the temperature dropped every day. When the warm water quickly turned into ice after being brought in, Tang Wen knew that the temperature had dropped to a dozen degrees below zero, which was enough. The 3 maids, Suelian, would put on thick winter clothes to work. Otherwise, they couldn't stay inside. At the same time, the first batch of smoked bacon was also made. Tang Wen built a frame with bamboo poles in the basement and hung thousands of pounds of bacon on it. Thousands of pounds of bacon sounds like a lot, but in reality, it couldn't even fill a corner of the first floor of the basement. His food storage plan had just begun. He needed more bacon and millet. As for vegetables, as long as the well water didn't dry up, he could plant some in the yard. Vegetables grow quickly in hot weather, just like the chives in the spring. After the sickle cuts them, they can be harvested again in a few days. This morning, the general's mansion held a routine meeting. This time, it was about rewarding merits. Everyone unanimously agreed that Tang Wen and Zhou Bing were the top contributors. Without them, everyone wouldn't even know where the people were. Besides, they took down 10 of the opponents. But discussing merit is one thing. When it came to rewarding, General Zhao was in trouble. He didn't know what to give, so he asked, "Do you two have any requests?" "As long as we can do it, the camp will definitely do it." The two looked at each other, and Tang Wen smiled. "Then I'll wait until I make another contribution and calculate it together." "Ha!" The commanders shook their heads. Is it that easy to make contributions these days? Under the curious gazes of the queen and others, he took out 2 bags, one large and one small, from behind him. P.S. Weekly asking for a monthly ticket. Tang Wen first took out a piece of prepared cured meat from a small bag and gave a brief introduction. Then he asked someone to bring 2 basins of water, poured out saltpeter from a large bag, and demonstrated the ice-making technique on the spot. The hall was silent. Everyone looked at Tang Wen with shocked eyes. He really made a contribution, as he said. Without even waiting for a minute. The queen disregarded her status and walked down from her seat, picking up the ice cubes and looking at them, her face full of surprise. By the way, saltpeter can also be reused. I've already tried it, and it can be used to make an underground ice cellar, where the temperature is the same as in winter. After Tang Wen finished speaking, he ordered someone to bring a brazier and an iron pot, and re-extracted the saltpeter using the evaporation method. Heaven bless the camp. This is truly convincing. Commander Tang has indeed made another great contribution. I only knew that saltpeter was a medicinal material, but I didn't expect it to have such a magical effect. The commanders discussed excitedly. You kid, you've made so many contributions. I really don't know how to reward you. General Zhao also patted Tang Wen's shoulder repeatedly, excitedly. Tang Wen turned his gaze and pointed to Zhou Bing, smiling. We did it together. General Zhao laughed. That's 2 great contributions then. 1 contribution has become 2. No one raised any objection, as everyone had come from famine years. Everyone knows that the biggest challenge for the camp's survival is how to store food for a long time in good years, so as to fight against famine years. If there are ice cellars in all seasons, perhaps future famine years will no longer threaten the flame camp. Understanding this, how could everyone not be excited? Not to mention counting it as 2 great contributions, even if it were 5 or 8, everyone would not be stingy. Tang Wen looked at General Zhao and hesitated. What if Old Ye refines a potion to assist martial apprentices in cultivation? Arrange it for both of you first. General Zhao waved his hand generously. Aside, General Zhou smiled rarely. The slave hunting group is of no value to us anymore, so you can use them as bait to hunt mutated beasts. When the materials are obtained for alchemy, you only need to hand in half of the meat. Swish. The commanders looked at Tang Wen with envious eyes.
Mutated beasts' meat is considered a strategic material. If the camp goes to war with other forces, the queen and generals need to quickly replenish energy and even recover from injuries. Ordinary meat is okay for filling your stomach, but it has no recovery effect. But dried mutated beasts' meat does. Eating it regularly can also enhance physical fitness. It is a hard currency. It can be used as bait for hunting.
Tang Wen's heart trembled, and he suddenly recalled the hunting scene he had seen last year when he was powerless. Seemingly seeing his hesitation, General Zhao picked up a stack of paper from the table and threw it to Tang Wen. "Take a look, the slave hunting group's confessions." Frankly speaking, he was somewhat resistant to hanging people up to bleed them as bait. But the next moment, he saw these people. No. It's the beast's confessions. Wall newspapers: killing civilians, strangle babies, killing pregnant women, making human swine, forcing bestiality, oil pot, cannibalism. Under severe torture, the slave hunting group knew they wouldn't survive, and only asked for a quick death, so they all told the evil deeds they had done. Many of the plots were horrifying, unbearable to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme, scalp numbing, and spine chilling. How could a human do such a thing? In Tang Wen's impression, only some people from Japan could compare to them. Hell is empty, and the devils are in the world. Using them as bait is letting them off easy. Tang Wen's resistance disappeared, and he felt that killing them would only dirty his hands. They should be eaten alive by mutated beasts. The next day, in front of the stone prison gate, Tang Wen and Zhou Bing came to fetch people together. The prison door opened, and he said coldly, "Take 3 away today to use as bait. Watch the rest, don't let them commit suicide." His voice was loud, ensuring that everyone in the slave hunting group could hear clearly, and then involuntarily twitch. Use as bait? Listening to it, you know it won't end well. These days, they have suffered a lot of torture. At this time, they only seek death. But Tang Wen's order made them unable to seek death. Tang Wen's eyes were cold. He wanted these beasts to taste the feeling of waiting for death and fear. Outside the city, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme howled, sweeping up sand and rocks. Hunting team Archer Li Mingming, Pui, Pui. Old Wu, the sandstorm wasn't so big last year, right? No, it's still because it doesn't rain. Why doesn't it rain? Tang Wen, Zhou Bing, and the original members of the hunting team were on their way to the Hunting Mountain Depression. They rode horses, with dust rolling behind them, and 3 baits covered in blood were dragged behind the horses, running desperately. Cover your mouths and noses with cloth. Leaving the vicinity of the camp and stepping into the wilderness, the sandstorm here is even greater. Tang Wen took the handkerchief that Zhou Bing took out from his arms and covered his face. He really didn't expect that after changing the world, environmental problems would still be so serious. Looking up, the sky was high and vast, without a single cloud. Under the sky, the earth cracked with crisscrossing gullies, full of dryness and barrenness, and the ground was covered with large and small gravel, without any sign of green. Even the most tenacious black death grass was unwilling to grow in this place. The hooves crushed the dry ground, making a hissing sound. Commander Tang Wen, Commander Zhou Bing, arrive. On the simple sentry post built of stones, the guard shouted loudly. A team of hunting guards ran out of the stone house. 2 commander adults. The captain in charge, surnamed Lu. Tang Wen and his party dismounted and exchanged greetings. Captain Lu looked at the 3 baits and asked curiously, 2 adults, what is the quality of these baits? They look pretty strong, maybe they can catch good goods. What do you mean? Neither Tang Wen nor Zhou Bing had ever hunted. Captain Lu said, 2 adults, you don't know, these baits used for hunting are also divided into grades. If they are ordinary prisoners, even if 8 or 10 are tied together and bled, they can only attract low-level mutated beasts such as sand snakes and blood crows. Before, we caught a martial artist, his blood attracted 2 medium-level strange beasts. Common mutated beasts are divided into low, medium, and high levels. The combat power of high-level mutated beasts is equivalent to a martial master. Medium-level mutated beasts are equivalent to a martial artist. Low-level mutated beasts are very ordinary in strength, and ordinary people with weapons may be able to kill them.
Similarly, the higher the level of the mutated beast, the higher the special energy contained in its flesh and blood, and the more beneficial it is to martial artist. 2 first-class martial apprentices, 1 second-class martial artist. Tang Wen finished speaking, Captain Lu's eyes lit up, and he pondered, if the 3 of them bleed together, it will definitely attract many low-level strange beasts, and it may not be a problem to attract medium-level strange beasts. As for high-level strange beasts, it depends on luck. Tang Wen and Zhou Bing exchanged glances, then listen to you, bleed together. Good. Good. 2 adults really have courage. Captain Lu turned his head and shouted, brothers, big work is coming. Cheer up, get on the pillars. The wheels rolled. A pillar of 10 meters high was fixed on a square wooden cart and pushed out. Captain Lu said with a smile, this is a good bait, so you can get good treatment. Ordinary bait can't attract good goods, just hang it on the highest part of the stone wall. But a rare martial artist bait must be hung high, so that the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme can blow the smell of his blood far away. After speaking, Captain Lu neatly took a knife and made several crosscuts on the bait, and blood flowed out immediately. Then, 7 or 8 guards pulled up steel cables and tied them to the 10-meter-high pillars. The blood flowed down the pillars, first attracting a group of mosquitoes and flies. Disperse, spread out in groups of 3. Archers, be vigilant. Put wild mint on your bodies. The stronger the smell, the better. Hunting has been going on for many years. There is already a standard process. Tang Wen and Zhou Bing also retreated to the stone wall. Learning Captain Lu's movements, they picked up the green wild mint and smeared it all over their bodies from head to toe. Mutated beasts are very cunning, they won't come if they see too many people. Their noses are also sensitive, and they can't smell too much human scent. By the way, 2 commander adults, restrain your killing intent. Tang Wen smiled and said, this hunting is really a technical job. They maintain the state of oneness, so that the killing intent converges, and the mood returns to calm. Being prepared is only half the battle. As for the other half, it depends on luck. A quarter of an hour passed, and there was no movement. Tang Wen didn't want to waste time, so he directly practiced stance training on the spot. Captain Lu clicked his tongue secretly when he saw it. I heard that Commander Tang Wen is not only a genius, but also a training maniac who doesn't even have time to drink tea. It really lives up to its name. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed.